At the age of 23, a poor young man tragically passed away, only to be reborn back to the time before his college entrance exams, becoming an awakened one in a world where everyone transitions to another realm. If you get into a good university, I can convince my family to let us be together, Qin Xia recalled in his last moments. He remembered Zhou Linger, the pure and lovely daughter of the richest man in Shihong City, who was also his high school deskmate. Their romance was cruelly cut short due to their differences in status, and Zhou Linger was forcibly sent abroad for further studies. The shrill sound of the bell startled Qin Xia awake at his desk. Looking up, he saw 31 days until the college entrance exam, written on the blackboard. Memories flooded back as he realized he had crossed into a parallel world, on the very day Zhou Linger was about to confess her feelings to him. With a sudden bang, Qin Xia felt a sharp pain on his head. Looking up, he saw Zhou Linger with a flushed face, scolding him for his sleep-talking. This familiar yet strange scene made Qin Xia instantly understand that he had replaced the Qin Xia of this world, who had died of a heart condition. Qin Xia, are you okay? Zhou Linger asked with concern. Looking at her adorable face, Qin Xia was overwhelmed with emotions, his eyes slightly wet. His friend in front, Lu Chenghao, teased. Our school beauty, you hit too hard this time. You made our Xia cry. As the two bantered, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, threw a piece of chalk that precisely hit Qin Xia's forehead. Sleeping in class, flirting after class today, you awaken your profession, and tomorrow your heroic soul. Let's see if you can still laugh. Under the scorching sun, the sports field of Shihong City's #1 high school was filled with senior students. On the awakening platform, a sorcerer waved his staff, and a magical array appeared. This world was actually one where everyone transitioned to another realm, with professions divided into magic and combat systems. You all want to awaken as sorcerers? Qin Xia asked, puzzled. Lu Qinghao explained that talents were granted by heroic souls, and that sorcerers from Long Kingdom's history were the main characters. Qin Xia realized that if he didn't understand the legends of magic, why not choose the famous generals of Huaxia he was familiar with? Looking at Zhou Linger beside him, Qin Xia had his answer. Strength is just the foundation. The courage to overcome all obstacles is more important. Since everything is starting anew, no matter what difficulties may come, he must never be afraid again. Can the awakening magic circle of the Dragon Kingdom truly summon the heroic spirits of Huaxia? This sudden thought sent a chill down Qin Xia's spine. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Even with only a 0.1 chance, he was resolved to give it everything he had. The awakening ceremony was proceeding smoothly, and soon it was time for Class 9, Grade 12. Zhou Linger, the star of the class, was the first to take the stage. She wore a white long dress, its hem gently swaying in the breeze, exuding an elegant aura. On the stage, the magic circle began to glow with golden light, and the awakening stone emitted a soft halo. A priest, that's quite fitting for Linger. There have been many heroic priests in history. She should be able to awaken a good spirit, Qin Xia murmured to himself. Should? Lu Qinghao's voice suddenly came from behind. The campus queen is from the well-known awakening family, the Zhou family. Her ancestors include several priest heroes. She knows their deeds better than anyone. There's a 99 chance she'll awaken one. Xia, how could you forget this? You seem a bit off today. Qin Xia stayed silent. Images of Zhou Linger's dual identity flashed through his mind. The daughter of the richest man in Huaxia, and the heiress of a prestigious awakening family in the Dragon Kingdom. This familiar feeling made his heart tighten. Zhou Linger, with a radiant smile, was about to approach Qin Xia when a man suddenly blocked her path. His hair was graying. He wore a single-lens gold-rimmed glass, and his suit was impeccably tailored. This was Fu Bo, the Zhou family's head butler. Qin Xia could never forget him, as it was Fu Bo who took Zhou Linger away from him in his past life. Young Qin Xia, do you really think someone as ordinary as you, without any background, can be with our young lady? Fu Bo's past words echoed in his ears, making Qin Xia involuntarily clench his fists. Suddenly, Zhou Linger pushed past Fu Bo and ran towards Qin Xia. Come on, Qin Xia, I need to talk to you, she said, grabbing his hand and pulling him away, causing a stir among the students on the field. Wow, so the rumor about Zhou liking her deskmate is true. Even someone as ordinary as Qin Xia gets Zhou's attention. I'm so jealous. But the Zhou family is so powerful, Qin Xia will never be accepted. Unless he can awaken Inscrade's spirit. Just having Inscrade's spirit isn't enough. He needs to become a special grade awakener. A special grade awakener? That requires a 4th awakening. How many years will that take? 20 years? 30 years? Is it even possible for an ordinary person? The chatter faded away as the two of them, breathless, finally stopped by the school's fountain. Zhou Linger's cheeks were flushed, her heart racing, but she never let go of Qin Xia's hand. After taking several deep breaths, she made up her mind and looked deeply into Qin Xia's eyes. Qin Xia, do you remember back in freshman year? The words struck Qin Xia like a hammer to the heart. His pupils slightly contracted. Those were the very first words Zhou Linger had used to confess to him in his previous life. Looking at the girl who had gathered her courage before him, Qin Xia nodded gently, silently vowing not to repeat past mistakes this time. You were always so quiet, never talking to the girls. Zhou Linger's voice was soft. They ganged up to ostracize you, trying to make the whole class isolate you. It was me who stood up and scolded them in front of everyone. From then on, your world wasn't so gray anymore, right? Before Zhou Linger could respond, Qin Xia pulled her into a hug. Every second with you, every word spoken, I remember it all. Zhou Linger, I really like you. Tears slipped from Zhou Linger's eyes, but they couldn't hide the happiness on her face. She lightly pounded Qin Xia's chest with her fist. I like you too, really like you. Suddenly, her voice choked up. But after I awaken my spirit tomorrow, my dad is sending me to study in Britain. Maybe I won't see you again. Qin Xia gently wiped away her tears, a determined smile forming on his lips. No matter where you go, I'll find you. One day, nothing will keep us apart. He softly brushed her bangs aside and kissed her forehead. Trust me, I'll come for you soon. In his previous life, he missed out on this genuine love. Now, given another chance, he couldn't afford to be weak like before. He knew he had to become strong enough to hold on to his happiness. In the shadows not far away, Uncle Fu silently watched the scene, tears streaming down his face. Seeing the young lady finally meet someone who understood her, his handkerchief was soaked with tears. By the time Qin Xia returned to the playground holding Zhou Linger's hand, Uncle Fu had regained his usual stern demeanor. He eyed Qin Xia coldly. Qin Xia, do you really think someone as ordinary as you, with no background, can be with our young lady? Qin Xia met his gaze with determination, neither humble nor arrogant. Uncle Fu, I will make it happen. Until then, please take good care of Linger for me. Uncle Fu allowed a rare smile to appear and gestured towards the awakening platform. Go on, young man, it's your time now. On the awakening platform, Su Ming, a senior mage with a cigarette in hand, scanned the students below with a sharp gaze. Despite being a senior mage at the top-tier institution of the Awakeners University in the Magic City, the 32-year-old was still just an intern teacher. This activation of the Awakening Magic Circle was both a job and a test only. By discovering students with immense potential, could he transition to a permanent teaching position. From the beginning of the awakening ceremony, Su Ming had been observing the students from Shihong City No. 1 school. Amidst the swirling smoke, no one other than Zhou Linger had caught his attention. But when he noticed the interaction between Qin Xia and Zhou Linger, and the unusually friendly attitude of the Zhou family's chief steward towards Qin Xia, he immediately extinguished his cigarette, his expression becoming more focused. This kid's records show no background, yet the Zhou family steward is so courteous to him. Su Ming frowned slightly. Could he be a hidden genius? Or perhaps the descendant of some hero who wishes to remain anonymous? At the Awakeners University in the Magic City, he had seen many students who appeared ordinary on the surface but had extraordinary backgrounds, and he couldn't quite determine Qin Xia's true identity. Soon, the conversation between Qin Xia and Uncle Fu caused a stir on the playground. The news spread rapidly and became increasingly exaggerated, from Qin Xia is not afraid of the Zhou family's chief steward, to recognized by the Zhou family, and finally to about to marry into the Zhou family. As Qin Xia walked with determination towards the awakening platform, the chatter reached its peak. These rumors also reached Su Ming's ears. Marry into the Zhou family? No wonder the steward's attitude is like that. He mused to himself. The background of an orphan is the hardest to clarify. Perhaps he really is the descendant of a great hero. The Zhou family values him for a reason. Helping him now might pay off if he truly awakens in level spirit and scores well. Wouldn't it be logical for him to follow me to the Magic City? When Qin Xia stood at the center of the magic circle, Su Ming quickly approached him. Kid, don't ask why. Forget classroom knowledge, just listen to me. Seeing Qin Xia nod immediately, Su Ming was more convinced he hadn't misjudged him. Remember, awakening a profession is key to awakening a spirit. If there's a hero you admire and know well, and your understanding aligns with the public perception, not historical facts, but the general impression, then the chances of awakening that hero's profession, even their spirit, will significantly increase. I'll activate the circle in 15 seconds. During this time, focus on the spirit you wish to awaken and clear your mind of any distractions. Qin Xia nodded again and closed his eyes. In his mind, the image of a hero gradually became clear. A towering figure standing 8 feet tall, with a handsome face marked by thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding an impressive aura. His silver armor shimmered in the sunlight, a white tiger cloak billowing on his shoulders, a Qinggang sword glinting at his waist, and a shining silver spear in his hand. This was Zhao Yun Zilong, who had single-handedly broken through enemy lines at Changbanpo, instilling fear in Chao's army with his courage. The atmosphere on the field became subtly charged due to the conversation between the high-level magician Su Ming and Qin Xia. People turned their heads, whispering. Not only had he gained the Zhou family's recognition, but he was also acquainted with a high-level magician from the magic capital. Qin Xia was indeed extraordinary. The students present had already made predictions in their hearts. With guidance from an expert, Qin Xia would surely awaken as a magician, and tomorrow he would awaken in level magician's spirit, shocking everyone. On the awakening platform, Su Ming looked at Qin Xia's calm expression, secretly pleased. This kid has good insight. Awakening as a magician should be a sure thing. As long as he knows to be grateful, my promotion this year shouldn't be a problem. 15 seconds passed in an instant. Su Ming waved his magic wand, activating the magic circle. Arcs of electricity flickered at Qin Xia's feet, flowing along the complex patterns of the array towards the basketball's eyes transparent awakening stone. The moment the current touched the stone, black matter surged from it, turning the entire stone pitch black and emitting a black halo. The scene stunned everyone present. The anticipated magician profession did not appear. Instead, it was the unremarkable warrior profession. The sight fell into a dead silence, with only Zhou Linger still smiling, her trust in Qin Xia unwavering. Su Ming was the first to break the silence, his eyes wide with anger. You brat, didn't I tell you the method? How did you awaken as a warrior? In the history of Longhua, there are fewer than 10 warrior spirits rated level, and their life achievements are scarcely recorded. Even if you awaken one, you might not gain a powerful spirit talent. Facing Su Ming's questioning, Qin Xia maintained a composed smile. Magician brother, please don't worry. Awakening as a warrior is precisely my choice, and I am confident about which spirit I will awaken. Your help today will be remembered, and I will repay you doubly in the future. With that, Qin Xia walked confidently towards Zhou Linger. Butler Fu stepped forward, blocking his path. Young Qin Xia, are you sure you can still be with my young lady after awakening as a warrior? Qin Xia's gaze was unwavering. Butler Fu, Qin Xia, keep my promises. As long as you come again tomorrow, I assure you that you will witness an unparalleled powerful warrior spirit. As the sun set in the west, the Rolls-Royce carrying Zhou Linger slowly departed from the gates of West Red City, No. 1 High School. The golden sunset bathed Qin Xia's face, but instead of feeling any sadness, he transformed the magnificent sunset into a burning ambition within. Just as he was about to turn back to the school, an excited shout reached him. Not far away, Lu Qinghao was waving his hands, his face full of excitement. Xiagu, I've awakened as a mage. I really awakened as a mage. That's great, Haozi. We should celebrate. Qin Xia replied with a smile. Lu Qinghao gave a thumbs up, and the two of them headed towards the nearby food street. Along the way, Lu Qinghao lowered his voice and asked, by the way, Xiagu, what did that big shot say to you on stage? You saw it all, so don't beat around the bush, Qin Xia said directly. Lu Qinghao paused for a moment, looking puzzled. Xiagu, how did you suddenly get so smart? Qin Xia playfully punched him in the chest. Am I being too nice to you? Just say what you want. Rubbing his chest, Lu Qinghao grinned cheekily. That big shot gave you advice, yet you still awakened as a warrior? I just don't get why everyone thinks warriors are no good. Just as Qin Xia was about to throw another punch, Lu Qinghao quickly jumped back, shielding his body with his hands. I was wrong, Xiagu, I was wrong. He immediately dropped the joking demeanor and said seriously, I'm just worried there aren't enough warrior souls. The books say there are only 10 strength warrior souls. Whose information can you even get? You're right. Qin Xia raised an eyebrow. But the soul I want to awaken isn't among those 10. Lu Qinghao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not among those 10? Does your family have some powerful warrior hero in its history? Something like that, Qin Xia thought to himself, considering his connection to Zhao Yun, both descendants of Yin and Huang. But Xiagu, Lu Qinghao said, skeptical, are you sure your ancestor can meet this rank standard? He began explaining the ranking criteria. A main battle hero must have fought 10-1 to be rated crank, 100-1 for brank, and 1,000-1 for a rank. Strength requires fighting 10,000-1. Not that they have to kill 10,000, but they must at least be able to hold their own. Mages can manage this with flight and long-range magic, but warriors rely on their physical body assets just too much. Plus, there need to be specific achievements that are widely recognized. If your ancestor hasn't been celebrated, it won't matter how strong they were. After hearing this, Qin Xia's confidence only grew. Don't worry, it's not a problem. Lu Qinghao looked incredulous, slowly raising a finger. How many is this? Qin Xia's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he raised his fist again, as big as a sandbag. What's wrong with you? Giving me the finger? Qin Xia caught Lu Qinghao, who couldn't dodge in time. Instead of hitting him, he simply placed a hand on his shoulder. Haozi, tomorrow I'll show you what a top-tier hero spirit looks like. The next morning, the sports field at Shihong City No. 1 High School was packed with people. Senior students lined up in neat rows, and the stands were full. The hero spirit awakening ceremony had drawn not only the entire school and many parents, but also city officials and media reporters. The first from Class 9 to take the stage was Zhou Linger. Qin Xia watched from below, his gaze gentle as she slowly walked onto the awakening platform. The magic circle lit up, and a shadow emerged behind Zhou Linger. A golden light burst forth, revealing a priestess hero who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Linger. She held a magic staff glowing with golden light, its tip transforming into shapes of birds and butterflies, surrounded by a mist adorned with starlit sparkles. Enslevil hero spirit. The crowd erupted in excitement. Even the dignitaries on the platform stood up. It had been 10 years since Shihong City Number 1 High School last witnessed Enslevil hero spirit, and what's more astounding was that this goddess was the legendary priestess from the Zhou family lineage. After the hero spirit fusion was complete, Zhou Linger beamed with joy and rushed towards Qin Xia. Qin Xia, I awakened Enslevil hero spirit. Praise me, she exclaimed excitedly. Qin Xia said nothing, lifted her bangs, and gently kissed her forehead. You know I'm not good at praising people. This scene ignited jealousy among the male students present. Uncle Fu appeared just in time to separate them. Young Qin Xia, you haven't been approved by the Zhou family yet, so mind your behavior, he said, impeccably dressed and expressionless. According to the plan, after the awakening, Miss Zhou should board the private jet. However, since we agreed, I'll make an exception and let her stay to witness your awakening. I hope you don't disappoint us. Qin Xia nodded confidently. Thank you, Butler Fu. Rest assured. As the students completed their awakenings one by one, it was finally Qin Xia's turn. Encouraged by Lu Qinghao's cheers, he walked onto the awakening platform with his head held high. Su Ming looked at Qin Xia with a complex expression. Apart from Zhou Linger, none of the other students he had high hopes for impressed him today, and Zhou Linger was soon leaving for overseas studies. Left with no other option, he decided to take a gamble on Qin Xia. Kid, I don't know why you want to awaken a warrior hero spirit, but for my future, I'll do my best to help you unleash your potential. Su Ming took a magical storage bag from his waist, and with a flicker of purple light, a pile of assorted cold weapons clattered to the ground. With a serious expression, he said to Qin Xia, Kid, the essence of awakening a heroic spirit lies in transforming from form to spirit. First, choose the hero's weapon you want to awaken, ensure it resembles the form, and then construct the hero's strongest stance and mindset in your heart. Completely immerse yourself into becoming them, achieving unity of form and spirit. He paused, then continued, Don't be too constrained by historical records, but neither should you stray too far from reality. It's best to choose heroic figures that are both documented and slightly legendary, aligning with public perception. After all, the awakening of a heroic spirit stems from divine power and is born from human desire, so there's no need to be overly conservative. Qin Xia nodded solemnly. Thank you for your guidance, Master Mage. He stepped onto the platform, his gaze scanning the scattered weapons before finally picking up a spear and a sword. Holding the spear in his right hand and the sword in his left, he steadily walked to the center of the magic circle. This scene immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. On Blue Star, swordsmen and spearmen are different branches of warrior professions upon their second awakening, and no one has ever been able to wield both weapons simultaneously. Not even folklore has recorded such an occurrence. Su Ming's eyes widened. Kid, are you sure the heroic spirit you want to awaken can really wield two different weapons at the same time? Rest assured, this is his most powerful moment, Qin Xia replied with unwavering confidence. Looking into the young man's determined eyes, a bold idea flashed through Su Ming's mind. Could this kid's ancestor be an ancient hero who battled against demon gods? Only such a figure could break the professional limits. All right, let me witness how this unconventional ancient hero performs, Su Ming said expectantly. Qin Xia closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, and his consciousness was immersed in a scene of clashing armor and galloping horses. Banners covered the sky, armor gleamed, and the thunderous sound of thousands of horses shook the earth. He seemed to transform into that war god who could face an army of 830,000 Chao soldiers, brandishing his spear and roaring, I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Su Ming immediately waved his magic staff to activate the array. In an instant, several golden arcs erupted on the magic circle, causing the entire awakening platform to shake violently. A suffocating pressure spread out, even causing Su Ming, a high-level mage, to break into a sweat, his hand trembling as he clutched his magic staff. The magic circle exploded with unprecedented golden light, and compared to Zhou Linger's heroic spirit, which was like the warm spring sun, Qin Xia's heroic spirit was more like the blazing midday sun of midsummer, its brilliance so intense, it was blinding. The terrifying pressure swept across the field, causing all the students on the playground to tremble, and Su Ming, standing closest, was hunched over, barely able to support himself with his magic staff. But he clenched his teeth, showing not a hint of pain. Instead, an excited smile spread across his face. Determination and anticipation were written all over his youthful features. Su Ming stood by the awakening platform, his eyes alight with interest. As a senior lecturer at the University of Awakeners in Modu, he hosted awakening ceremonies for students from various universities every year. Yet, at this moment, he was utterly captivated by this exceptional young man before him. Kid, just how strong is the hero in your heart? Su Ming exclaimed excitedly. To stir up such a commotion. In Qin Xia's consciousness, a new image of Zhao Yun was taking shape. This wasn't the conventional portrayal from traditional tales, but rather the divine Zhao Yun from a globally popular Three Kingdoms game played by millions. A golden divine soul rose slowly behind Qin Xia, eyes flickering with electric light, with a visage like a war god descending. In his right hand, he held a dragon gallant silver spear, and in his left, the holy might green steel sword. A golden divine dragon coiled around him, exuding an overwhelming aura. The moment the divine soul merged into his body, Qin Xia opened his eyes and exhaled a wisp of golden breath. The crowd erupted instantly. Holy crap, it's really class heroic soul. Xia bro is incredible. Lu Qinghao's shout ignited the entire venue. The leaders on the podium stood up, shocked by the emergence of this rare class warrior soul awakener. Bathed in golden light, Qin Xia descended from the platform and headed straight for Zhou Linger. The students parted, creating a path for him. He approached Zhou Linger and Uncle Fu, his voice slightly choked. Uncle Fu, in class heroic soul, I did it. Well done, young Qin Xia. Truly unparalleled, you've opened my eyes. Uncle Fu stepped aside, smiling with satisfaction. Qin Xia sheathed his long sword at his waist and stepped forward to embrace Zhou Linger. Tears fell as he whispered repeatedly, Linger, I did it. This time, I really did it. Yes, I always believed you could do it. Zhou Linger smiled happily. The man I, Zhou Linger, have my eyes on must be a peerless hero. Outside the school gate, Qin Xia reluctantly saw Zhou Linger into the car. The Rolls-Royce had only driven about 20 meters when it stopped, and to Qin Xia's surprise, it was Uncle Fu who got out. Young Qin Xia, there are some words I shouldn't say. However, since you've managed to awaken such a powerful class heroic soul, I believe no obstacle can stand in your way. Uncle Fu gave a warm smile to Zhou Linger inside the car, then turned his gaze to Qin Xia, standing outside. His voice was deep and resolute. Miss is going to Britain, officially for her studies, but in truth, it's for an arranged marriage. According to the agreement between your boss and the British royal family, after graduation, she is to marry a British prince. He looked Qin Xia straight in the eyes. You have only 4 years. If you truly love her, make your way to Britain before she graduates. I'll be waiting for you there too, hoping you won't let me down this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Fu got into the car. Inside, Zhou Linger's eyes were already blurred with tears. She had wanted to keep everything buried in her heart forever, but now she couldn't hold back her emotions. Uncle Fu, just being able to speak my mind is enough for me. We shouldn't make him fight against those people we can't even contend with for the sake of me and the entire Zhou family. I just hope he lives well, even if it means not being with me. At that moment, a powerful shout came from outside the car. Linger, it won't take 4 years. I will definitely come for you. This voice shattered Zhou Linger's last defenses. Disregarding her ladylike demeanor, she hurriedly rolled down the window and leaned out. Qin Xia, I will wait for you. As the car slowly drove away, her voice echoed in the air. Qin Xia, I will wait for you. Watching the Rolls-Royce fade into the distance, Qin Xia drew his sword, his knuckles whitening with determination. He vowed in his heart, no matter how perilous the path ahead, he would become an unrivaled warrior before graduating. At that moment, the golden aura surrounding him fully merged into his body, and a system panel appeared. Name, Qin Xia. Class, Warrior. Level, Beginner Tier 1. Heroic Soul, Zhao Yun, Styled Zilong. Heroic Soul Abilities. Dragon Courage, immune to mental magic attacks, unaffected by intimidation. Weapon Master, instantly master the use of any melee weapon. Riding like a dragon, superb riding skills, capable of handling any fierce horse or mount. Unmatched by thousands. The more enemies, the greater the strength increase, up to 5 tiers. Spear like a dragon, 20 hours to minor mastery, 60 hours to proficiency, 100 hours to major mastery, 140 hours to perfection, increases destructive power by 1 tier. Sword Technique Supreme, same as spear like a dragon. Indomitable Dragon Might, the more severe the injury, the stronger the healing and power, up to 3 tiers. Battle Spirit surges when severely injured, all non-fatal wounds can be healed. Class Ability, Mighty Warrior, maximum strength increase with each level up. With the infusion of Beginner Tier 1 warrior strength and numerous abilities into his body, Qin Xia felt a surge of warmth flowing through him. In just a few seconds, he underwent a profound transformation, and the sword and spear in his hands felt like old friends he had known for decades. With a swift turn of his right hand, the spear transformed into a silver whirlwind, its roar deafening. His left hand swung a sword forward, slicing through the air as if tearing it apart. Although he had never practiced martial arts, at this moment, he seemed to merge with the spear and sword, exuding the aura of a great general with every move. This was the innate gift brought by the spirit of Zhao Yun. Qin Xia looked at the weapons in his hands, a determined glint in his eyes. With such a talent, I will surely excel in the college entrance exam. I'll strive to become the top student in the city, enter the best universities, find the best mentors, and enhance my skills at the fastest pace. The sunlight shone on his face, and the radiant smile of Zhou Linger appeared in his mind. Linger, wait for me, he murmured softly. Sheathing the short sword, Qin Xia held the spear in one hand and returned to the campus. As soon as he reached the playground, Lu Qinghao ran over excitedly. Brother Xia, I've awakened in a great spirit. Now I can join the pre-exam sprint class with specialized teachers. The college entrance exam is in the bag. Really? Qin Xia replied in surprise. Then with my great spirit, I should be able to join too, right? Well, Lu Qinghao frowned. I've never heard of a sprint class for warrior professions. We'll have to ask the class teacher. At that moment, a group of leaders rose from the podium and walked toward them. Leading them was Zhou Zhong, the municipal party secretary of Shihong City, in his early 40s, and also the son-in-law of the largest family in Linjiang City, Jiangbei Province. The principal proudly praised Zhou Linger and Qin Xia beside him. Congratulations, Qin Xia, on awakening and great warrior spirit, Zhou Zhong said with admiration in his eyes. Thank you for your concern, Qin Xia responded calmly. This is just the beginning. I will continue to work hard and bring honor to my alma mater and hometown. Standing in the back, the usually reticent Qin Xia's eloquent and composed response surprised his class teacher, Mr. Wang. Good, you have ambition. Zhou Zheng nodded approvingly, then changed the topic. It stands to reason that we should arrange a sprint class for you. But great warrior spirits are so rare that we can't find a suitable teacher in the short term. He paused, noting Qin Xia's composed demeanor, which pleased him even more. But rest assured, I won't neglect such talent. With that, he took a note and a letter of recommendation from his briefcase. This is the address of the Lin family in Linjiang City and my personal recommendation letter. The third patriarch of the Lin family was once a Tier 2 special grade warrior. Although he is now elderly, he still possesses a high-level Tier 8 strength. As long as you're willing to work hard, you will surely make great progress under his guidance. Qin Xia took the note and the recommendation letter with both hands, holding them tightly. With a solemn expression, he said, "Thank you for your support. I will do my utmost." On the way back to the city government, Zhou Zheng wore a smile, appearing relaxed and cheerful. His secretary, noticing this, couldn't help but praise him. Secretary, your strategy of turning the tables was brilliant. I've learned something new. It was just taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Zheng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Sending Qin Xia to the Lin family serves two purposes. First, he reminds me of my younger self, and I want to give him a hand. Second, the Lin family indeed needs someone with his versatile talents. However, he continued, obtaining the skills of the third grandfather is no easy feat. Being an ordinary apprentice offers limited growth. But if he manages to marry into the Lin family like I did, his future will be limitless. Meanwhile, Qin Xia had returned to the awakening platform. He respectfully presented the sword and spear to Su Ming, saying, "Sorry, mage, in my haste to send Linger off, I nearly forgot to return these weapons." Su Ming, however, pushed the weapons back to him. "Kid, I'm helping you for my own future, so don't worry about the reasons. These two weapons meet the college entrance exam standards, so keep them for now." He paused. "If you become the top scorer in Jiangbei province in a month, I'll come back to retrieve them." These words shook Qin Xia to his core. Initially aiming only for the city's top scorer, he hadn't expected Su Ming to mention the provincial level. The next morning at 9, Qin Xia boarded a direct train to Linjiang City. Over an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Lin family via taxi. Before him stood two imposing stone lions, stationed on either side of a vermilion gate, fierce and majestic. Looking up, he saw a golden plaque with the words Lin Mansion written in bold, elegant strokes. Amidst the modern cityscape, this traditional mansion stood out prominently. As he approached to knock on the door, a young girl emerged. Her eyes were bright as stars, her features delicate, with a high ponytail and wearing a shooting outfit, a longbow slung across her back, combining beauty with a hint of sharpness. Qin Xia quickly handed over the recommendation letter, briefly stating his purpose. "Please wait a moment." The girl took the letter and swiftly crossed the courtyard to a spacious training ground. An elderly man with white hair but a straight posture stood there, none other than the over 70-year-old third grandfather. In the center, a group of Lin family apprentices were practicing swordplay. Upon seeing the girl approach, they instinctively intensified their movements, eager to showcase their best. Didn't Goddess Baiwei say she was going out? Why is she back so soon? Someone muttered under their breath. Lin Baiwei hurried to the third grandfather and presented the recommendation letter. "Third grandfather, someone outside claims to have been recommended by second uncle." The third grandfather glanced at the letter for a second before bursting into hearty laughter. "Vei, is that young man at the door handsome? How does he compare to this bunch of roughnecks?" Lin Baiwei paused at the question, turning to look at the group of sweaty apprentices in the center of the training ground. They were vigorously engaged in their daily exercises, their faces filled with anticipation. Granduncle, they're not as bad as you say, she began, then added. But compared to the one at the door, they do fall short. He's at least 185 centimeters tall, and noticing the sour expressions on the apprentices' faces, Lin Baiwei quickly stopped talking. Granduncle smiled with satisfaction. That's good. Tall and handsome, a perfect match for you. Granduncle. Lin Baiwei's cheeks flushed with anger. I'm not a shallow girl. I was just being honest. Granduncle chuckled and handed her a recommendation letter. Lin Baiwei glanced at it, seeing only a few words. Class warrior spirit. A promising future. Age matches Baiwei's. Perfectly suitable. Without a word, Lin Baiwei tore the letter to shreds. Granduncle, I understand the importance of class warrior spirit for the family, and I know you and second uncle have good intentions. But I, Lin Baiwei, would rather jump off a cliff than marry someone I don't love. Her words caused an uproar in the training ground. Class or not, if he dares to force Miss Baiwei, I'll be the first to smash his head, the apprentices shouted defiantly. Granduncle sighed. Let's bring him in and take a look first. A moment later, Qin Xia entered the training ground and respectfully greeted. Hello, Granduncle. I'm Qin Xia. With college entrance exams approaching, my school couldn't arrange a warrior sprint class, so Secretary Zhou recommended I come here. Lin Baiwei discreetly observed Qin Xia. He had no calluses from martial arts on his hands, and his aura was only at the beginner level, stage 1. She felt disdainful. What's the use of being handsome? Without basic skills, how can he be a warrior? Granduncle noticed her thoughts and pointed to the apprentices. Qin Xia, these are the Lin family apprentices. They've been training in martial arts since childhood and just awakened to beginner level stage 2 yesterday. Although they're a stage higher, their warrior spirit is only a class, making it fair. If you can hold your own against one of them for 15 minutes, you'll pass. Qin Xia was silent for a moment, then looked directly at Granduncle. No, I want to take on 10 of them. There were originally only about a dozen apprentices in the training ground, and they were all stunned by Qin Xia's bold claim. Qin Xia, right? Lin Baiwei frowned and said, even with strength heroic soul talent, that's no reason to be so arrogant. The third patriarch allowing you to challenge across levels is already a test. You've never trained a single day in martial arts. Beating one opponent would be tough enough, and you want to take on 10. Qin Xia turned to Lin Baiwei, meeting her gaze with determination. It doesn't matter. You can think I'm being arrogant. But if I really can defeat 10 people, it would definitely be more convincing, wouldn't it? The surrounding apprentices, seeing their idol being challenged, were instantly incensed. Miss Baiwei is kindly warning you, and you won't listen? Are you looking for trouble? One apprentice shouted angrily, gripping a wooden sword. You think you can take on 10 of us? We'll smash your head in. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from the third patriarch, shaking the entire training ground. All the apprentices staggered under the pressure, some struggling to stay on their feet. The third patriarch walked slowly to Qin Xia, looking at him coldly. Kid, are you serious? Qin Xia stood firm, composed, and unyielding. I'm serious about taking on 10. This wasn't mere bravado, but a carefully considered decision. If he only fought one, his only card to play was the indomitable dragon might. Without any combat experience, he wasn't sure how injured he needed to be to trigger its effect. If he got knocked out before that, it would all be for nothing. But choosing to fight 10 changed everything. First, all the apprentices were now angry, and in their rage, they would likely strike harder, making it easier for him to activate the indomitable dragon might. Secondly, he wanted to gamble on triggering the invincible warrior as well. If both talents activated, even if each only boosted his power by 1 level, he could reach the 3rd level, surpassing all the apprentices present. The third patriarch was secretly impressed by Qin Xia's calmness under his high-level pressure. This young man possessed not only an exceptional strength heroic soul talent, but also remarkable courage and determination, showing great potential. You're right that taking on 10 would be more convincing than just one, the third patriarch said with a slight smile. All right, we'll do it your way. Third patriarch. Lin Baiwei began, but the third patriarch raised a hand to stop her. Baiwei, go fetch him a new wooden sword. Near noon, under the blazing sun, Qin Xia stood alone with a wooden sword, facing 10 opponents. As the third patriarch gave the command, the battle officially commenced. However, just as the Lin family apprentices were about to rush in, they suddenly halted, their faces filled with fear. What's happening? Why is it changing? Lin Baiwei exclaimed. Third patriarch, Qin Xia's aura has risen to the 2nd level. Baiwei, this Qin Xia is indeed something special, the third patriarch observed keenly. Even if he's only risen to the 2nd level, it's still just on par with these mediocre apprentices. But his eyes are different. Whether facing my pressure earlier or now facing 10 opponents, I can't see a trace of fear in him. Qin Xia felt his blood surging, strength continuously welling up within him. The wooden sword in his hand felt significantly lighter, and even his body seemed to have shed some weight. Qin Xia felt the effect of his unparalleled skill coursing through him, and with a powerful push from his feet, he darted into the crowd like a gust of wind. The wooden sword traced a sharp arc in the air, cutting precisely towards the first opponent's forehead. The opponent had no time to react and was knocked out cold by the forceful blow, collapsing limply to the ground. With a twist of his wrist, Qin Xia redirected the sword, slashing at a tricky angle towards the right, striking the second opponent's face and sending him reeling sideways. Before the opponent could regain his footing, Qin Xia advanced, thrusting the wooden sword at the third person's throat. The man hastily raised his sword to block, but Qin Xia swiftly changed his move, turning the thrust into a chop, striking heavily on the opponent's wrist. The opponent's sword flew from his hand, and Qin Xia immediately followed with another thrust, piercing the opponent's abdomen. The man let out a pained cry and fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. This seamless series of attacks left Lin Baiwei stunned. Elder San, can someone who hasn't trained in martial arts really perform such precise and powerful strikes? Without at least 10 years of basic sword training, how is this possible? Elder Sin didn't answer, but simply watched Qin Xia in the arena with excitement and anticipation in his eyes. You guys, all of you attack together. Aren't you usually tough when I train you? What are you afraid of now? Hearing this, the remaining 7 adjusted their formation and surrounded Qin Xia. With a deafening shout, they launched a fierce assault. Qin Xia was ready. Disregarding attacks from behind, he fiercely struck forward. Although he took several hits to his neck, back, and arms, he managed to knock the opponent in front of him to the ground by trading blows. Turning swiftly, Qin Xia swept his sword horizontally, sending an opponent, who couldn't dodge in time, flying 3 meters away. At that moment, someone seized the opportunity as he turned, aiming a wooden sword at his temple. In the nick of time, Qin Xia dodged, tilting his head to the left, the sword tip grazing his brow and leaving a bloody mark. Blood quickly stained his right eye, dripping down his cheek. Enough! Lin Baiwei suddenly shouted. Elder San, he's already defeated 5 opponents single-handedly. His skills are impressive enough. There's no need to prove anything further. Elder San snapped out of his trance. Weier is right. Qin Xia, that's enough. No, Qin Xia insisted. Elder San, I said I'd fight 10, so I'll fight 10. I promised 15 minutes, so it'll be 15 minutes. Why are you so stubborn? Lin Baiwei said angrily. This strategy of trading blows will leave you battered even if you win. With a month left before college entrance exams, do you want to be practicing from a hospital bed? It doesn't matter. I have a strong recovery ability. Even if I'm covered in wounds, I'll stand up and train. Qin Xia replied solemnly. Even if I'm stubborn, I need to keep my word. Only then can I ensure that I don't let down those who trust me. At that moment, the wound on Qin Xia's forehead suddenly stopped bleeding, the blood coagulating into a scab. He wiped the blood from his face, leaving a mark resembling a fiendish scar. Instantly, an even more powerful aura erupted from him. Qin Xia felt a surge of adrenaline, his muscles instantly tensing as veins bulged. His breathing became smooth, and his body felt lighter than ever before, as if the wooden sword in his hand weighed nothing. The aura of a level 3 beginner was stronger than anything he had experienced before. Is this the power of inscrayed heroic soul talent? Lin Baiwei murmured in disbelief. San Taigong's attention was once again drawn to Qin Xia, and he shouted excitedly. All right, just like you said, fight for the full 15 minutes. You all, don't back down, attack with all your might. Despite sensing the change in Qin Xia's aura, the 5 apprentices had no retreat. They shouted as they charged at him. At the moment the wooden swords clashed, Qin Xia noticed that his opponent's movements seemed to slow down. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid a frontal attack, maneuvering behind them to break through the encirclement. With a backward swing of his sword, he struck one apprentice on the back of the neck, causing him to collapse. Seeing this, 2 apprentices attacked from the left and right. Qin Xia turned, tightened the muscles in his left arm to block one sword, and simultaneously used his right hand to send one opponent flying several meters away with his sword. The opponent on the left seized the opportunity and struck Qin Xia's waist with his sword before he could recover. Ignoring the pain, Qin Xia closed in, gripping the opponent's sword hand tightly with his left hand. With a shout, he smashed his wooden sword onto the opponent's shoulder with his right hand. The second person fell to the ground. The remaining 2 apprentices, their hands trembling, held their swords. What's wrong? Weren't you going to smash my head? Come on. Qin Xia taunted in a deep voice. Terrified, the 2 charged again, but Qin Xia's swordplay was as swift as a snake striking from its hole, knocking them both to the ground with 2 swift blows. Under the scorching noon sun, the training ground was littered with 10 apprentices, while only Qin Xia stood tall. Lin Baiwei watched in shock. She had practiced martial arts since childhood, guided by her elders in archery, and had awakened in a great archer heroic soul, reaching only level 3 beginner. Yet Qin Xia had reached this level in a single day with just inscrayed heroic soul, leaving her both envious and resigned. Despite her reluctance, she couldn't help but admire his fearless spirit, muttering to herself. A reckless brute. Never listens, so annoying. She turned and left. Excellent. San Taigong praised. A true martial arts prodigy, a born warrior. The Lin family is lucky to have an apprentice like you. He handed Qin Xia a bag of healing pills and told him to return at 2:30 after lunch. By 1 o'clock, Qin Xia eagerly returned to the training ground. Without the habit of taking afternoon naps, his mind was filled with insights from the morning's combat. The healing pills, combined with his indomitable dragon aura talent, had healed his injuries, leaving no trace of scars or bruises. He set Su Ming's spear aside and drew the long sword from his waist. Although the real sword was heavier than the wooden one, with the support of his weapon master talent, it felt perfectly balanced in his hand. Qin Xia repeatedly swung his sword, replaying every detail of the recent battle in his mind. He realized that the strategy of trading injury for injury in a real fight was too risky. Even with the support of the Immortal Dragon's might, he had to be cautious of getting hit in vital areas. This convinced him even more of the necessity to systematically learn swordsmanship and spear techniques, as relying solely on instinct was ultimately insufficient. After an hour of practice, sweat had soaked through Qin Xia's clothes. He felt the sword in his hand growing slightly heavier, teaching him an important lesson. As long as the weapon's weight doesn't exceed one's limits, it can be wielded with ease. However, the heavier the weapon, the faster it drains one's stamina, making it increasingly difficult to handle when fatigue sets in. At 2:15, the elder known as San Taigong entered the training ground. Seeing Qin Xia still diligently practicing despite being drenched in sweat, a hint of satisfaction appeared in the old man's eyes. Qin Xia, take a break. Your fundamentals are already quite solid, San Taigong called out. I heard you also brought a spear? Show me what you've got. Qin Xia sheathed his sword, gave a standard salute with cupped fists to San Taigong, and then picked up his spear to demonstrate. As the spear danced through the air, San Taigong's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward with a wooden sword. The longer the reach, the stronger the weapon. Come, try attacking me. Qin Xia nodded in agreement, thrusting the spear forward like a snake striking, only for San Taigong to easily deflect it. A sweeping attack followed, but the old man skillfully absorbed and neutralized the force. Interesting. San Taigong smiled, stroking his beard. Whether it's the sword or the spear, you wield them with remarkable proficiency, as if you've practiced for years. This must be your heroic soul talent, right? Indeed, Qin Xia admitted openly. San Taigong nodded in satisfaction and pulled out a book with a blue cover from his robe. In the top right corner, white vertical frames held black calligraphy. This is the Bright Moon and Gentle Breeze sword technique, a creation from my peak years, embodying the essence of my lifetime's martial arts. As soon as Qin Xia's gaze fell on the manual, a panel popped up with the message, Rare Treasure. Yes, San Taigong gently stroked his beard. Rare treasures are indeed hard to come by. Martial arts manuals are ranked from ordinary, good, superior, to rare. Ordinary ones merely enhance physical fitness. Good ones can increase your level by 1 stage when mastered, superior by 2 stages. This rare sword technique can increase your level by 1 stage at each mastery level, totaling a 4-stage increase. Qin Xia was thrilled, thinking that mastering this sword technique, combined with his unrivaled sword skill talent, could potentially elevate him to level 5 before the entrance exams. However, San Taigong continued, this is my life's greatest work, and it's only passed down within the Lin family. Qin Xia, if you're willing to join our family through marriage, this sword technique is yours. You've seen Wei, though she's straightforward, she's kind-hearted, lively, and adorable. Marrying her would be quite a bargain for you. No way, I don't agree. Lin Baiwei's angry shout shattered the tranquility of the training ground. She strode over, her brows furrowed and eyes blazing with anger. San Taigong wore an awkward smile. Wei, what brings you here? Weren't you practicing archery at the shooting range this afternoon? Let's talk about this later. Ignoring San Taigong's explanation, Lin Baiwei marched straight to Qin Xia, her gaze sharp as a blade. Qin Xia, if you're marrying into the Lin family just for a lousy martial art manual, I'll never respect you. Qin Xia's eyes were fierce as he met Lin Baiwei's gaze without flinching. Miss Baiwei, I already have someone I love. No matter what conditions are offered, I will never betray her. His voice was firm and resolute. Rest assured, even if San Taigong kicks me out today, I will not marry into the family. I'm here to become stronger, but more importantly, to be with her. If this path doesn't work, I'll find another way. Even if I'm battered and bruised, I'll make my way to her. The training ground fell into silence, broken only by the sound of the wind brushing past. Lin Baiwei hadn't expected Qin Xia's determination, and a surge of inexplicable anger rose in her heart. She coldly said, Fine, that's good, and turned to leave. San Taigong watched Lin Baiwei's departing figure and shook his head helplessly. Qin Xia, I originally hoped to match you too, but it seems that's out of the question now. Oh well, since you have someone you love and Wei dislikes arranged matters, let's drop it. With that, San Taigong pulled an old martial arts manual from his robe. its cover boldly inscribed with Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear Technique. "This is a treasure," he said, gently stroking the cover. "This spear technique was authored by my late comrade, who was a level 3 expert, slightly stronger than me. He had no children, and his greatest regret was not finding a worthy disciple to pass on his spear technique." By the time Qin Xia finished reading the entire spear technique, while seated on the ground, San Taigong had returned with a worn long spear. Its head was cracked, the shaft covered with scratches of varying depths, and its decorative end was long gone, leaving only a bare, broken tip. "Finished reading?" San Taigong asked. "Yes." With his innate talent for spear techniques, Qin Xia had memorized all the moves with just a cursory glance. "Good, then watch closely." San Taigong slightly smiled. "I'm getting old, and such a powerful spear technique can only be fully demonstrated once a day." He slowly walked to the center of the field and took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Holding the spear in his right hand, he swung it to the right, silver light cutting through the air, cold gleams scattering. Then, he lunged forward with his right leg, thrusting the spear like a dragon. The sound of it breaking through the air was deafening. The training wooden post, several meters away, split open on impact, the half-meter-thick post exploding under the spear's cold light. A few glimmers of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear moving like a dragon. San Taigong wielded his long spear with swift, decisive movements. As he demonstrated, he explained to Qin Xia, "The essence of Cold Abyss Dragon's roar lies in perfectly combining the coldest intent to kill with the most domineering dragon's might. Although the moves are written in the manual, to truly master them, you must grasp the deeper meaning. Otherwise, you may never reach full mastery in your lifetime." Qin Xia watched San Taigong's every move intently. He was astonished by how San Taigong, using only the strength of a novice warrior and a battered old spear, could unleash such incredible power. This was entirely thanks to the spear technique's inherent might. "Don't worry, San Taigong. I understand your words and can feel the true essence behind them," Qin Xia said with determination. San Taigong smiled with satisfaction. "Very well, I won't explain any further. Remember, it's not just about perfecting the movements. The rhythm of the spear thrust and control of your breath are crucial components of the technique. Observe carefully and understand thoroughly." With that, San Taigong assumed his stance again, gripping the long spear as his body moved like a dragon in motion. As he swept horizontally, a cold wind surged outward. The entire demonstration of the spear technique lasted 15 minutes. Qin Xia watched with fervor, replaying every detail in his mind. He immediately picked up a long spear and began practicing the moves from memory. San Taigong, having just wiped sweat from his forehead, turned to see Qin Xia already practicing, with his movements impressively precise. "This boy's talent is extraordinary, able to mimic so accurately after just one viewing. The shrank soul within him must have been a master of the spear in life," San Taigong thought in amazement. "It took me 2 months to achieve a basic level with this technique back in the day. I thought it would be impressive if he could reach that level before his college entrance exams. But now it seems he might reach my year's progress in just a month. Unbelievable." Thinking of this, San Taigong couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Baiwei. That stubborn girl, turning down such an exceptional suitor. Can't feelings grow over time? All afternoon, San Taigong corrected Qin Xia's movement details, making them increasingly perfect. By evening, Qin Xia's movements were flawless, even better than those of San Taigong's late comrade could have achieved. At 9 in the evening, Lin Baiwei returned from the shooting range and saw the training ground brightly lit by torches. She approached to find Qin Xia practicing spear techniques and muttered to herself, "The old man had this planned all along, just trying to annoy me." After watching for a few moments, she turned and left. The next morning at 6:40, when the other apprentices arrived for morning practice, they were stunned by the scene before them. Qin Xia was already in the center of the field, wielding his long spear with fluid grace. Lin Baiwei also arrived and, seeing this, thought to herself, "He's here even earlier than me?" Watching Qin Xia work diligently, Lin Baiwei couldn't help but feel a bit competitive. She stood at the edge of the training ground, occasionally glancing at Qin Xia's focused figure, muttering to herself, "Humph, who's he trying to impress? The morning practice overseer isn't even here. What's the point of being here so early?" In one corner of the training ground, a few apprentices also noticed the scene. They whispered to each other, "Have you noticed? Miss Baiwei keeps sneaking glances at Qin Xia today." "Hey, don't say that. Remember how Miss Baiwei treated Qin Xia yesterday? That was at first. Later, when Qin Xia beat all of us single-handedly, it's normal for Miss Baiwei to change her opinion, right?" Qin Xia could sense the attention around him, but he remained unfazed. He adhered strictly to his routine, resting precisely 2 minutes after every 2 sets. By noon, under the blazing sun, the other apprentices were already famished. Only then did Lin Baiwei realize that Qin Xia had been practicing with unwavering focus from morning till noon. During lunch, Lin Baiwei couldn't shake the image of Qin Xia's dedicated practice from her mind. making her feel inexplicably irritated. She hastily ate a few bites before setting down her utensils. Unable to relax during the lunch break, she decided to head to the archery range. Unexpectedly, passing by the training ground, she saw Qin Xia wielding his spear, sweat glistening in the sunlight. Why is Qin Xia everywhere? It's so annoying, she muttered to herself. In the afternoon, Qin Xia's spear skills became increasingly refined. When the morning overseer arrived and saw that Qin Xia's techniques were flawless, he turned his attention to guiding other disciples. As evening approached, Qin Xia suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Qin Xia? If you're tired, take a break, the overseer suggested. I heard you came early this morning. You've practiced enough. No, it's done, Qin Xia replied with a delighted smile, as a system notification appeared. Congratulations. You've mastered the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique to a basic level. Congratulations. Your level has increased to primary stage 2. Done. The overseer sensed Qin Xia's aura, looking incredulous. Kid, you mastered such a difficult spear technique to a basic level in just one day? Qin Xia nodded in confirmation, then focused his energy. A pressure of primary stage 2 level surged outward, and the spear in his hand gleamed gold in the sunset. With a roar, the spear moved like a dragon, its cold light piercing the air. It's done, truly done. The overseer was overjoyed, while the surrounding apprentices were stunned. My God, what kind of prodigy is he? We can't even understand the overseer's spear technique, and he mastered it to a basic level in a day. If he's like this after just one day, what will he be like in the future? Luckily, his college entrance exams are in the special S-level Heroic Soul exam, so we won't compete with him. After completing a set of spear techniques, Qin Xia felt the spear become even lighter. Without pause, he continued practicing, his moves more fluid than ever. The news quickly spread across the vast Lin family estate. Before the sun had fully set, Lin Baiwei, practicing archery at the range, had already heard the astonishing news. To everyone's surprise, Qin Xia was genuinely dedicated to his training. Lin Baiwei stood by the training ground, watching him practice tirelessly, and felt a twinge of guilt. He not only possessed exceptional talent, but also devoted all his time to honing his skills. From that day on, the atmosphere at the training ground subtly shifted. The apprentices who once underestimated Qin Xia began to greet him respectfully with "Hello, Brother Xia," whenever they saw him. Qin Xia remained focused, seemingly unaffected by these changes. His sole goal was to become stronger. Even with some progress in his spear techniques, Qin Xia never relaxed. He arrived at the training ground before dawn and stayed until late at night, reducing his sleep to just 3.5 hours a day, fully immersed in his spear training. However, such intense training took its toll. 3 days later, Qin Xia was taken to the Lin family's medical room. He slept until noon the next day, only waking up abruptly when he smelled food. Lin Baiwei, who was about to deliver a meal, was startled by his sudden movement, and before she knew it, he had already taken the meal box from her. Thank you for bringing me food, Miss Baiwei. Qin Xia eagerly opened the box and devoured the meal. Well, it was the third grandpa who asked me to bring it. Don't get the wrong idea. Lin Baiwei explained nervously, avoiding eye contact. She gradually relaxed when she saw Qin Xia focused on eating. The doctor said you were mentally exhausted, Lin Baiwei said softly. Why push yourself so hard? Is it for that girl, to get into a top Awakener university? Qin Xia smiled gently. No, even if I don't get into university, she wouldn't blame me. She never demands anything from me. She only cares about my well-being. Is it because her family opposes you being together? Lin Baiwei asked cautiously. Does Miss Baiwei understand such situations? Qin Xia countered. Is it because families like yours often face similar issues? Seeing Lin Baiwei momentarily speechless, Qin Xia continued. The third grandpa has long been prepared to teach me spear techniques. He knows you won't easily accept the family's arrangements. You're fortunate, your family respects your choices. But she's different. She can only passively accept them. Qin Xia's eyes turned resolute. That's why I must become strong enough to stand against her family. When I take her away, no one will dare to object. Even if it costs me my life, I must achieve this. Lin Baiwei looked at the young man before her and finally understood the determination behind every ounce of his effort. Thank you for the meal, Miss Baiwei. Qin Xia returned the empty box to her. It's getting late. I must return to practice. I will repay the Lin family's kindness someday. Ignoring Lin Baiwei's attempts to dissuade him, Qin Xia picked up the sword and spear by his bed and resolutely headed for the door. As sunlight poured over him, Lin Baiwei's lips curled into a slight smile, and she quickly followed him. When Qin Xia arrived at the training ground, it was rare to see the third grandfather already there, and with an unusually serious expression on his face. Qin Xia, the reason I'm teaching you this spear technique is partly because I admire your talent, and partly because your fierce determination reminds me of a dear friend, the third grandfather said, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze intense. It's good to be diligent, but if word gets out that you practiced until you fainted yesterday, who would dare to come to the Lin family as an apprentice? Qin Xia immediately bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, third grandfather. I was too reckless. I'll shorten my practice time appropriately in the future, and I won't faint again. Shorten appropriately? The third grandfather frowned. Other apprentices complain after 8 hours, and here you are thinking about shortening? Who are you trying to outdo? No more than 10 hours a day. 10 hours. Qin Xia quickly did the math. That won't be enough to master it before the college entrance exam. I need at least 12 hours a day. As the third grandfather's expression turned stern, Lin Baiwei quickly stepped in from behind Qin Xia to mediate. Third grandfather, let him practice for 12 hours. Starting at 7 a.m., with an hour break for lunch and dinner, finishing by 9 p.m. He'll still have plenty of sleep. The third grandfather looked at Lin Baiwei. A barely noticeable smile flickered at the corner of his mouth before he resumed his serious demeanor. Qin Xia, can you promise to follow Weier's schedule without sneaking in extra practice? Qin Xia pondered for a moment. Although the schedule was tight, it would at least keep him on track. All right, I'll do as Miss Baiwei suggests. The third grandfather suddenly burst into laughter. Just like my old friend. If I had suggested 12 hours from the start, you'd probably have bargained for 14, wouldn't you? Qin Xia was taken aback. It was true. Had the third grandfather proposed 12 hours initially, he would indeed have pushed for 14 to be more thorough. You tricked me, third grandfather. Lin Baiwei watched the third grandfather laugh heartily like a mischievous child, then glanced at the earnest Qin Xia, and couldn't help but smile. Oh, by the way, Weier, the third grandfather suddenly turned to Lin Baiwei. Aren't you usually at the archery range in the afternoon? What brings you to the training ground today? Lin Baiwei became flustered. What's wrong with that? With Qin Xia's talent in martial arts, can't I come to learn a thing or two? The third grandfather looked at her meaningfully. Of course you can. Qin Xia, show Weier what you've got. Qin Xia nodded, gripping the spear tightly as he moved into the center of the field. In truth, he was eager to test his spear skills. Just 5 minutes into his practice, a system notification popped up. Congratulations. You have mastered the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique. Congratulations on advancing to beginner level 3. The entire Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique instantly unfolded in his mind. Now, Qin Xia could distinctly sense the precise reactions his body should make with each swing of the spear. He no longer needed to consciously think about how to practice. Instead, his body naturally found the perfect point of exertion. With a light flick of the spear tip, a cold gleam suddenly appeared, followed by the spear's momentum roaring out like a dragon. The pressure of the third-level beginner class spread around with a dragon's roar, leaving San Taigong and Lin Baiwei speechless in shock. Mastered it in just 3 days? San Taigong stared at Qin Xia in disbelief. Are you planning to perfect this spear technique before the college entrance exams? Perfect it, Lin Baiwei gasped. Reaching the perfect level of such a rare spear technique in less than a month? That's impossible. Although she had seen Qin Xia reach proficiency in just 1 day and mastery in 3 days, the perfect level seemed far too distant. To be honest, San Taigong, that's exactly my goal. Qin Xia's expression was serious, his tone calm, yet full of confidence. Rest assured, I never boast. I always deliver on my promises. Lin Baiwei recalled how Qin Xia had once made a similar promise when facing 10 opponents, and her jaw almost dropped in astonishment. Good. Very good. San Taigong clapped excitedly. Qin Xia, if you can achieve that, I'll gift you a custom-made Sklas battle robe. Sklas battle robe? Images of Sklas equipment auction news worth billions flashed through Qin Xia's mind. For someone like him with little money, this was like manna from heaven. Lin Baiwei was equally shocked. Even her best armor was only a class. Although the Lin family wasn't short on money, Sklas equipment was rare and not always available for purchase. In the Lin family, acquiring Sklas equipment was reserved for those who had achieved great feats. San Taigong explained slowly. This Sklas battle robe was originally intended as a wedding gift for you joining the Lin family, but unfortunately, you and Weier are not meant to be. Technically, I shouldn't offer such a precious item. But if you can truly perfect the rare spear technique in a month, it would prove your limitless potential. Then, wearing the Lin family's robe and gaining fame would also protect our family. After hearing San Taigong's explanation, Qin Xia felt relieved. Rest assured, San Taigong, the rare spear technique you taught me is already a huge favor, and I will repay it in the future. Even without the Sklas robe, I will help the Lin family if needed. Of course, I won't pretend otherwise. I do want the Sklas robe. So, I will definitely perfect the spear technique before leaving the Lin family. San Taigong, just wait and see. The news of San Taigong promising to give Qin Xia and Sklas battle robe quickly spread throughout the Lin family. The elders of the family with combat professions nodded in agreement. They not only trusted San Taigong's judgment, but also understood the remarkable talent it took for an apprentice to master a rare gun technique before the college entrance exams. However, the magicians within the Lin family had a different view. In their eyes, Qin Xia, despite showing impressive talent in gun techniques, was simply not worthy of such a significant reward as an Sklas battle robe. especially as a special-grade magician capable of mastering dozens of magical spells. The most dissatisfied among them was Lin Baiqi, who was a year older than Lin Baiwei. A standout among the younger generation, Lin Baiqi was already a mid-level Tier 2 magician. Just 2 days after hearing the news, he disregarded his parents' advice and stormed into the courtyard of De Taigong early in the morning. Chia requests to see De Taigong. Lin Baiqi called out loudly, kneeling in the courtyard. Moments later, an elderly man with silver hair like frost and a long white beard emerged from the house. Despite his age, he exuded an aura of elegance and wisdom. Rise, Chia. What brings you here? De Taigong asked. After respectfully saluting, Lin Baiqi stood up and said, De Taigong, as a member of the Lin family, I entered the Kyoto Awakener University last year as the top scholar, bringing honor to our family. Since enrolling, I have worked diligently, achieving a top 3 finish in the national college competition. While I do not claim to be exceptionally outstanding, I have indeed brought glory to the Lin family. Yet, I have never been rewarded with class equipment. Now, San Taigong intends to bestow an class battle robe on an apprentice from another family. De Taigong, is this fair? De Taigong stroked his beard, smiling as he opened the door. Lin Baiqi's eyes widened in shock, and cold sweat formed on his forehead. San Taigong was seated calmly at the chessboard, sipping tea. Old 3, you've heard it all. Chia is asking you, is it fair? De Taigong turned and asked. San Taigong's expression turned stern, and he fixed Lin Baiqi with a piercing gaze. A powerful aura of a high-level warrior erupted, causing the nearby chess pieces to tremble and the teacup to crack, while Lin Baiqi, at a distance, was forced to bow under the pressure. Chia, fairness in this world must be fought for with strength. Do you have that strength? San Taigong asked. Lin Baiqi pressed his hands to the ground, quickly reciting a magic spell, his body glowing red. A few seconds later, he managed to lift his head, eyes shining with a defiant spirit. Seeing this, De Taigong smiled approvingly. Old 3, since Chia wants to fight for fairness, give him a chance. All right, he's family after all, so let him have a chance, San Taigong said, withdrawing his oppressive aura, allowing Lin Baiqi to breathe a sigh of relief. As the weight lifted from his shoulders, he straightened his back. The third elder sat upright, his gaze sharp as he looked at Lin Baiqi. Chia, here's the plan. Next Saturday, 7 days from now, you will fight Qin Xia. If you win, the S-level battle robe will not go to him, and I'll also give you an additional piece of S-level equipment. The third elder gently caressed his teacup and continued. Although a mage typically has a disadvantage against a warrior in a duel, Qin Xia is only at beginner level 3, whereas you are at intermediate level 2. Your level advantage should sufficiently compensate for the occupational disadvantage. This duel should be fair enough for you, right? Lin Baiqi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he cautiously glanced at the first elder. Only after seeing a slight nod from him did he respectfully say, thank you, first elder and third elder, for giving me this opportunity. After Lin Baiqi left, the 2 elders returned to their seats by the chessboard. The first elder placed a piece on the board, speaking with meaning. Old 3rd, you've made a good move here. If you simply admired that young man, you could have quietly given him the item. But you insisted on letting the whole clan know, deliberately stirring up dissatisfaction among the younger generation. The third elder steadily picked up the rosewood teapot and poured tea for the first elder. Brother, although Chia is very talented, he couldn't keep calm over just one S-level battle robe. If we don't temper them, how will they inherit the Lin family in the future? Old 3rd, do you have that much faith in that young man? The first elder gently blew on his tea as he asked. The third elder's gaze was firm as he placed a piece on the board with a decisive thud. Brother, you're not a warrior, so you can't appreciate the intricacies. My second awakening is as a swordsman, and I can only rely on the foundation of a first awakening warrior and my understanding of martial arts to practice this spear technique. Without the profession bonus of a spear warrior, it took me a whole decade to achieve perfection, and that was at 60 years old, when my understanding of martial arts was at its peak. An ordinary person, without being a spear warrior, could never achieve perfection. Yet this kid Qin Xia, who hadn't even trained in martial arts before coming to the Lin family, managed to achieve minor success in a day, mastery in 3 days, and dares to claim he will reach perfection within a month. Such a prodigy is rare in both ancient and modern dragon country. By gifting him an S-level battle robe before he rises, we forge a good relationship. It's heaven protecting our Lin family. The news quickly spread, and both Qin Xia and Lin Baiwei learned about the duel. That evening, Lin Baiwei made a rare appearance in the main dining hall. Amidst the surprised gazes of many apprentices, she carried her tray straight to Qin Xia's seat. That's odd. I remember Miss Baiwei didn't like this Qin Xia, one apprentice whispered. That's old news. This Qin Xia is incredibly strong, probably already won Miss Baiwei over with his strength, another replied. Unfazed by the surrounding chatter, Lin Baiwei placed her tray down and sat next to Qin Xia. It's unfair. The third elder had already promised to give it to you, and now suddenly some idiot wants to duel you. It is a bit unfair, but it doesn't matter. I just need to knock that idiot down. Time flew by as Qin Xia dedicated himself to rigorous practice every day, and soon enough, 7 days had passed. On the training ground early in the morning, Qin Xia's agile and powerful figure continued to wield the spear with precision. However, today, the crowd watching was significantly larger than usual. The third elder had deliberately scheduled the duel for a Saturday so that family members working out of town could return to witness the event. At 10 a.m., Zhou Yun, the party secretary of Shihong City, rushed back to the Lin family. He first respectfully paid his respects to the senior family members before eagerly heading to the training ground. From afar, he could hear cheers and applause. Despite his efforts to remain composed, a hint of pride was evident on his face. Observing Qin Xia's focused practice, Zhou Yun didn't immediately interrupt. It wasn't until noon, as the crowd began to disperse, that he approached. Qin Xia, Zhou Yun's voice carried admiration. You truly are talented and hardworking. I wasn't wrong about you. Secretary Zhou? Qin Xia immediately greeted him respectfully. What brings you here? Oh, didn't they tell you? Zhou Yun replied candidly. I married into the Lin family. I'm one of them. Actually, I recommended you because I hoped you'd join the Lin family. But I heard you declined to marry in. It seems your feelings for the young lady from the Zhou family are indeed deep. I'm sorry, Secretary Zhou. Qin Xia spoke sincerely, yet his gaze was unwavering. My heart belongs solely to Linger, and I must decline your kind offer. No need to apologize, Zhou Yun waved his hand, then spoke earnestly. Our Lin family differs from the Zhou family. We strive for comprehensive development, aiming to become the 9th great family in Long Kingdom. We're at a crucial moment now, and having a rising star like you, even as a trainee, holds significant importance. Zhou Yun's expression suddenly turned serious. I didn't come here just to praise you. The third elder arranged this duel clearly to reprimand Lin Baiqi. So, in this afternoon's duel, you not only need to win, but win impressively, to make him lose face. Seeing Qin Xia's surprise, Zhou Yun continued with detailed analysis. Lin Baiqi is a fire elementalist. This branch of magic has a natural advantage in controlling fire. Coupled with his shrank magical soul talent, he doesn't even need a complex magic circle. A simple incantation is enough to unleash powerful fire magic. You must guard against his continuous fire attacks and avoid being suppressed from a distance. For a warrior against a mage, the key lies in speed, precision, and decisiveness. As long as you can close in, with your exquisite spear technique, even a mid-level mage like him won't escape defeat. Zhou Yun added with a meaningful tone. Qin Xia, I remember the fierce determination you showed when you awakened your magical soul. I hope you can unleash that momentum again in this afternoon's duel. By 1:30 p.m., the training ground was packed. Apprentices arranged chairs in an orderly fashion, and the Lin family elders gradually took their seats. The air was thick with a tense atmosphere, as if something explosive was about to happen. Seated in the front row were the 7 patriarchs of the Lin family. The seats in the training arena were arranged in layers, with clear distinctions of status and rank. Zhou Yun, the son-in-law, could only sit at the edge of the third row. Behind him were the older generation, and beyond them, thousands of apprentices from various professions, all sitting straight-backed, making the arena packed to the brim. On stage, Qin Xia looked at the impressive scene, feeling deeply moved. The referee cleared his throat and announced the duel rules. 1 round determines the winner, using only the standard A-level weapons for the college exam. The use of any drugs is prohibited throughout. Being out of bounds, unable to continue, or losing consciousness will result in a loss. His gaze shifted between Qin Xia and Lin Baiqi. Any objections? No problem. Both answered almost simultaneously. The referee turned to the front row, where the eldest patriarch gave a slight nod. He then glanced at his watch. At exactly 1400 hours, he sharply swung his arm down. Begin. Intermediate magic, Crimson Flame Serpent. Lin Baiqi instantly leaped back, his lips moving slightly. His wand emitted a dazzling light, and a giant flaming serpent roared towards Qin Xia. Qin Xia swiftly dodged to the right, continuing to charge directly at Lin Baiqi. Interesting, a newcomer daring to face intermediate magic Hedon, Lin Baiqi remarked while retreating, pointing his wand to the sky. Beginner magic, fireball. Several magical arrays appeared instantly in the air, and meter-wide fireballs began to fall. Qin Xia swung his spear, its tip gleaming coldly, precisely breaking each fireball as he steadily advanced towards his opponent. At that moment, a system notification suddenly popped up. Congratulations, you have mastered the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique. Congratulations, your level has increased to beginner stage 4. A powerful aura erupted from Qin Xia. Lin Baiqi's eyes widened in disbelief as he took a few steps back. Everyone in the training arena felt the shift in energy, especially those seeing Qin Xia for the first time. The Lin family elders and apprentices were stunned. Third brother. The eldest patriarch turned to the third patriarch, his eyes full of inquiry. Did you plan today, knowing he could master the spear technique? Impossible. The third patriarch was equally surprised. Martial arts aren't like magic. Who can predict the exact breakthrough time? This is entirely due to Qin Xia's exceptional talent. The eldest patriarch, however, was unconvinced. You watch him train every day, don't you have a sense of his strength? You were so certain that a beginner warrior could contend with an intermediate mage, clearly knowing he was hiding his true power. His eyes burned as he watched the scene unfold. All right, let me see just how remarkable this young man truly is. In the training ground, as the oppressive force spread, Qin Xia's figure shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving a fleeting shadow across the field. This was the moment he had meticulously planned for perfecting his spear technique just in time for the confrontation, aiming to deliver a fatal blow at this crucial juncture. While Qin Xia had strategic disdain for his opponent, he was not careless tactically. He had anticipated that since Lin Baiqi dared to face him, he must have prepared strategies for close combat, likely employing tactics to create distance and unleash fire magic. Therefore, Qin Xia's pursuit, which seemed to be at full force, actually concealed a backup plan. At this moment, with the boost in agility and strength from his level advancement, Qin Xia exploded with astonishing speed. Like a dragon skimming over a river, he traversed half the training ground in an instant, closing in on Lin Baiqi. His spear pierced the air with a sharp whistle, aiming directly at his opponent's vital points. In that critical moment, an eerie smile appeared on Lin Baiqi's face. Intermediate magic, power burst. As the incantation echoed, an uncanny red glow enveloped his body. His right hand flashed out like lightning, expertly avoiding the spear tip and gripping the shaft firmly. Intermediate magic, crimson flame serpent. With another incantation, a giant serpent formed purely of flames descended from above, coiling tightly around Qin Xia. You really think your little tricks are enough to escape me? Lin Baiqi sneered. That was intentional. A fire elementalist is not limited to fire magic. My enhancement magic makes my strength comparable to a level 6 beginner warrior. What can a mere level 4 beginner do? His expression turned fierce. In the Lin family, even things I can't have, you dare to covet as an outsider? Some rules you better remember in your next life. Intermediate magic, great flame explosion. With the final incantation, a dazzling magic circle formed at the tip of Lin Baiqi's staff, emitting a blinding light. With a thunderous boom, billowing black smoke instantly engulfed both figures. The audience erupted in an uproar, especially the elders, who were wide-eyed with shock. No one expected Lin Baiqi to be so ruthless, daring to unleash an explosive spell at such close range. Oh no! Zhou Zheng's face turned pale. Qin Xia was too confident, completely unprepared for defense. Did I lead him to this? Screams erupted from the sidelines, as all the watching apprentices wore looks of horror. Lin Baiqi, you madman! Lin Baiwei shouted, leaping from her seat. Using an intermediate explosive spell at such close range, are you trying to kill him? She was about to rush onto the field, but was blocked by a burly figure, Lin Baiqi's father, Lin Wanhao. Wei Lin Wanhao's voice boomed like a bell, clearly addressing more than just Lin Baiwei. The duel arena is like a battlefield. If Qin Xia failed to perceive his opponent's intentions and couldn't mount an appropriate defense in time, he has only his inferior skills to blame. This applies not only to Qin Xia, but to all of our Lin family apprentices. If you're weak, you need to train more. Shouting alone won't help. As soon as the words were spoken, the vast training ground fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of applause. The third grandfather slowly stood up, turned to Lin Wanhao, clapping as he said, well said. However, this standard applies not only to all apprentices, but also to the descendants of the Lin family. Don't worry too much, Wei he added. The top-ranked priest hasn't intervened yet, which means Qin Xia is not in immediate danger. At that moment, there was a disturbance in the black smoke on the training ground. Qin Xia, who was nearly unconscious and charred all over, suddenly became alert. His indomitable dragon might talent activated, and instead of succumbing to his injuries, he gained a third-level strength boost. An endless stream of power surged through his body, his fighting spirit soared, and even the searing pain from the flames became tolerable. His charred skin began to peel away, and new skin was slowly growing. Qin Xia focused and gathered his energy, releasing the pressure of a primary 7th-level warrior, dispersing the surrounding black smoke. The first thing people saw was Lin Baiqi's terrified expression. Although he still held one end of the spear, his whole body was trembling. Then, Qin Xia's figure emerged. His upper body clothing was destroyed, his skin extensively burned, and white steam rose from him. His face was fierce, and the burn marks added a demonic aspect as he glared at Lin Baiqi. What I hate the most are the rules of your big families, Qin Xia growled, his right arm bulging with veins as he forcefully reclaimed the spear. Despite Lin Baiqi still maintaining the strength of a primary 6th-level warrior, he was no longer a match for Qin Xia. In the instant he seized the spear, Qin Xia launched his counterattack. The spear tip, like a dragon, roared as it pierced below Lin Baiqi's shoulder. A scream pierced the sky, blood splattered, staining Qin Xia red. Lin Wanhao instinctively wanted to intervene, but felt a cold gaze upon him. Turning his head, he saw the third grandfather's face as hard as iron, exuding a trace of a top-level warrior's pressure, sending chills down his spine. Lin Baiwei saw Lin Wanhao's anger but reluctance to act, and she secretly chuckled. Uncle, you're right. The duel arena is like a battlefield. Let's return to our seats and watch. Lin Wanhao's face turned ashen, unable to argue, and he turned away. On the training ground, Qin Xia looked down at the kneeling Lin Baiqi and said coldly, "If I had aimed for your heart just now, you'd be dead. I'm here to become stronger, not to play your family's games." Admit defeat. Lin Baiqi knew all too well that as a mage, choosing to engage in close combat with a warrior and losing was akin to cutting off his own retreat. When he looked up at Qin Xia, the pride he once had was completely gone, and tears of humiliation involuntarily rolled down his cheeks. "I concede," he said. The referee immediately rushed into the arena, raising Qin Xia's left hand high and shouting at the top of his lungs, "The winner, Qin Xia." The training ground erupted in deafening cheers. Among the crowd stood Lin Baiwei, her eyes inexplicably moist, yet she joined in the jubilant cheering with everyone else. After the battle, Qin Xia was taken to the Lin family's medical room. The attending physician was not only proficient in modern medicine, but also a top-tier priest. Though aided by magical healing, based on past experience, he estimated that Qin Xia would need at least a week to fully recover. However, as treatment progressed, the physician was astounded under the influence of healing magic. Qin Xia's injuries were healing at an extraordinary rate. Within a few hours, his burns had completely healed, and his skin was as smooth as if he had never been injured, leaving the physician in utter disbelief. The next morning, Qin Xia arrived at the training ground as usual, only to find Zhou Zheng already waiting for him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Zheng got straight to the point. "Qin Xia, I apologize for underestimating Lin Baiqi before, putting you in danger. Fortunately, you emerged victorious in such a challenging battle." He paused, a mixture of guilt and admiration in his eyes. "To make up for my mistake, and to commend your courage and perseverance, I have decided to give you a piece of equipment." Hearing the word equipment, Qin Xia was immediately energized. The previous day's experience of having his clothes burned to the point of almost being embarrassed in public made him acutely aware of the importance of protective gear. "Secretary Zhou, is it the kind that is heat and burn resistant?" Zhou Zheng nodded slightly. "That's right. I'm giving you a pair of grade combat boots. They're made from the same materials used by special forces, not only lightweight, but also resistant to high temperatures, burns, and abrasions. Even on the battlefield against high-level magical creatures, they won't be easily damaged. Though they don't compare to Grandfather San's grade battle robe, this is the best I can offer." Qin Xia felt a surge of joy, having thought only Grandfather San's grade battle robe existed, and now he was unexpectedly gaining a pair of grade combat boots. If grade boots met the standards of special forces, the power of grade robe was even more intriguing. However, Zhou Zheng added, "The equipment needs to be custom-made, and it will take about 12 days to be delivered to you." 12 days. Qin Xia calculated silently, realizing it coincided perfectly with the time he expected to master the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar technique, and he couldn't help but feel delighted by the coincidence. Seeing the anticipation on Qin Xia's face, Zhou Zheng allowed a faint smile to appear. "By the way, I should remind you, no matter if it's the Shrank battle robe promised by San Taigong or the rank battle boots I gave you, both exceed the standard equipment allowed for the college entrance exams. You can't use them during the exam," Secretary Zhou said sternly. "The exam emphasizes fairness, and all candidates can only use equipment that meets the exam standards. You can choose to have your equipment checked or simply use the standard exam gear provided by the school." He paused and added, "Return to school a day early, and I'll have the school prepare a standard set of equipment for you. Remember, don't wear the wrong gear on the exam day." A flicker of joy appeared in Qin Xia's eyes as he nodded repeatedly. "Understood. Thank you, Secretary Zhou." In the days that followed, Qin Xia devoted all his energy to practice. Every time he thought about the rank battle boots and the Shrank battle robe he was about to receive, his movements became even more fierce. 11 days passed in the blink of an eye. On a sunny afternoon, as the apprentices in the martial arts field were sweating profusely and San Taigong was diligently guiding them, a dragon-like aura suddenly erupted from Qin Xia. The system prompt immediately sounded. "Congratulations. You have mastered the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique to perfection. Congratulations. Your level has risen to beginner stage 5. Good boy," San Taigong exclaimed with joy. "You've mastered it just days before the exam. You keep surprising me." The other apprentices also stopped their actions to cheer and applaud Qin Xia. At that moment, a man in a black suit and sunglasses walked into the martial arts field, holding a delicate box. "Who is Qin Xia? Secretary Zhou sent me to deliver something." Qin Xia quickly stepped forward, eagerly opening the box. Inside was a pair of pitch-black battle boots, with a fierce dragon head design outlined in silver thread on the surface, exuding an extraordinary aura. These were the same as the military special forces hidden dragon shadow boots, a rank equipment, not only lightweight and durable, but also wrinkle-proof and fire-resistant, maintaining their pristine condition with a simple rinse. Zhou really knows how to appreciate talent, Sen Taigong nodded. Speaking of which, since you've perfected the spear technique, it's time to give you the strength battle robe. Still immersed in the joy of admiring the boots, Qin Xia was even more thrilled upon hearing this. Soon after, San Taigong arrived with Lin Baiqi, who was holding a refined treasure chest. The young man who once dueled with Qin Xia now seemed a different person, bowing deeply with a kind expression. Qin Xia, the strength battle robe rightfully belongs to you. I was too excessive before, and now I want to formally apologize to you in front of San Taigong. I'm sorry. Qin Xia was momentarily stunned, then realized this was arranged by San Taigong. Considering Lin Baiqi was still a strong candidate for the next head of the Lin family, resolving their conflict was indeed important for the family. All right, I'm not petty. Since you're so sincere, let's put it behind us, Qin Xia said with a smile. But I still like your rebellious attitude back then. Qin Xia received the treasure chest, and as soon as he opened it, a dazzling silver-white light shot out, causing the apprentices in the training ground to close their eyes and step back. Once the light faded, a battle robe with a shimmering silver glow lay quietly inside the chest. The front and back were embroidered with a powerful Lin and a large Qin in black thread. Qin Xia, this rank Frostfire Invincible Battle Robe offers far superior defense compared to your rank boots, said the third granduncle, stroking his beard. Attacks below a special grade can't harm it at all. Even more remarkable is its ability to harness both fire and ice, making it impervious whether you're in a sea of flames or an ice cavern. Fireproof. Qin Xia's eyes lit up, relieved that he no longer had to worry about the threat of fire. The third granduncle continued. Although you haven't married into the Lin family, being my direct disciple is akin to joining the Lin family according to ancient traditions. The Lin character symbolizes your identity. With it, no troublemakers will dare to provoke you easily. If the Lin family ever faces difficulties, I hope you will fulfill your duty as a disciple. Qin Xia immediately knelt down and solemnly bowed to the third granduncle. Rest assured, if the Lin family is in trouble, I will do my utmost to assist. At the farewell party that evening, all the apprentices in the training ground gathered, including Lin Baiqi and Lin Baiwei. Lin Baiqi approached Qin Xia and, feeling a bit uneasy, voluntarily drank 3 cups as a forfeit. After a few drinks, Lin Baiwei approached Qin Xia with a hint of tipsiness and reluctance in her eyes. Qin Xia, I'll be going to Kyoto Awakeners University. If fate allows, let's meet again in Kyoto. Yes, if fate allows, Qin Xia replied, clinking glasses with her and downing his drink. In less than a month, Qin Xia's journey had been full of emotions. From initially having only faith but no certainty about being the provincial champion, to now having the strength to aim for top universities like those in Kyoto and Shanghai, everything was moving in a positive direction. He secretly resolved that once he reached university, he would continue to work hard and quickly find Zhou. On the morning before the college entrance exams, the campus roads of Shihong No. 1 High School were crowded with returning senior students. Lu Qinghao, wearing sunglasses and slick-back hair, walked among the crowd, feeling quietly triumphant. After intensive training in the sprint class, his skills had significantly improved, and he exuded confidence with every move. As he fantasized about whether he had already captivated countless girls, a figure in white entered the school gates. Instantly, all the girls stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on the figure. Wow, he's so handsome. Which class is this guy from? Isn't he the one who was taken away by the school beauty on awakening day? What the heck? Brother Xia, Lu Qinghao exclaimed in shock, taking off his sunglasses. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. If Qin Xia's charm was an 85 before, then donning the ice flame unmatched battle robe boosts it straight to a 99. The icy blue patterns on the robe shimmer brilliantly under the sunlight, catching the attention of passing classmates. Entering the classroom, Qin Xia exchanged a brief greeting with Lu Qinghao before returning to his seat. His gaze swept over the empty desk beside him, and his eyes grew resolute. Wait for me, Ling. At precisely 8 o'clock, a crisp bell resonated throughout the campus. With a smile, homeroom teacher Mr. Wang strode into the classroom and stood at the podium. Class, today we're back to make final preparations for tomorrow's college entrance exam, he announced in a strong, clear voice. The exam will run from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., a full 12 hours. Mr. Wang picked up a piece of chalk and drew a perfect circle on the blackboard, then added 2 more concentric circles inside, creating 3 rings. He tapped the diagram lightly with the chalk. Although the national exam centers vary, they all use this circular zone design, divided into outer, middle, and inner rings. He explained the characteristics of each zone in detail. The outer ring is the largest, serving as the basic area, filled with primary level beasts from stages 1 to 3, worth 1, 2, and 3 points respectively for defeating them. The middle ring is next, designated as the sprint area, mainly hosting primary level beasts from stages 4 to 6, offering 10, 20, and 30 points respectively. The inner ring, being the smallest, is the bonus area, containing a few primary level beasts from stages 7 to 9, with point values reaching 100, 200, and 300. Pointing emphatically at the center, Mr. Wong said, "At the very center, there's a single intermediate level stage 1 beast, worth 5,000 points if defeated." He scanned the classroom, his tone turning serious. "After a month of intensive training, I believe the outstanding students have reached around primary stage 3, ready to tackle the sprint area. But remember, real combat differs from simulations. Every year, some test takers pay with their lives. Be extremely cautious when challenging beasts of the same level, and even more so with higher level ones." Regarding team formation, Mr. Wong emphasized, those aiming for the bonus area should form teams. Each team can have up to 8 members, with one from each of the 8 professions, but I recommend a 3-person team, the ideal combination of a tank, a damage dealer, and a healer. This setup maximizes points. Drawing several short lines on the outer circle, Mr. Wong continued, "Before the exam, you'll undergo a strength assessment on the field to determine your exam entrance." Finally, he turned his gaze to Qin Xia. "As in Class Soul, you'll be placed in a special exam center. After the assessment, a school bus will transport you there. The rules are similar, but only Class Soul candidates will be present. Across the province, there are over 100 class candidates from the 8 professions, with you being the only warrior. This is your advantage. I suggest teaming up with a powerful mage and a healer to score high in the bonus area." Qin Xia nodded in agreement, but he had already made up his mind, intended to face that intermediate level beast alone. Those 5,000 points were his goal. After Mr. Wong finished giving instructions, the students of Class 9, Grade 12 headed to the field to line up for their skill assessment. On the field, the students stood in sequence, and Qin Xia was still in front of Lu Qinghao. "Xia, how about we switch places this time?" Lu Qinghao patted Qin Xia on the shoulder, a barely concealed smugness on his face. "I've made quite a bit of progress this month. Mainly, if you finish your assessment and then I go and surpass you, the contrast would be too great. I'm afraid it would be hard on your strength soul's dignity." Qin Xia closed his eyes slightly, focusing to sense Lu Qinghao's aura, finding it nearly unchanged from a month ago. But he reasoned that for a magician, who relies primarily on magical power, an unchanged aura made sense. "Confident, aren't you, Halsey? All right, you go first." Qin Xia stepped aside to let him through. Lu Qinghao walked forward with his head held high. As a magician not yet skilled in perception magic, he couldn't gauge Qin Xia's true strength. To him, a warrior's improvement required the gradual accumulation of martial arts, skills, and techniques, making significant short-term breakthroughs unlikely. Even if Qin Xia had spent a month with the Lin family, he doubted it matched his progress in the intensive class. Finally, it was Lu Qinghao's turn for the assessment. He walked up to the testing platform confidently, and the instrument's light quickly scanned his body. The large screen soon displayed the results. Lu Qinghao, Magician, Level 4 Beginner. Lu Qinghao spread his arms wide, basking in his accomplishment. "Hey, student, we know Level 4 is great, but don't get too carried away. Please step down. There's a line behind you," the examiner reminded him. After stepping down, Lu Qinghao made a point of patting Qin Xia's shoulder. "Xia, I went up a bit sharply this time. Don't take it too hard." Qin Xia recalled Lu Qinghao from his past life, who also attended a cram school before the college entrance exam and achieved excellent results. Unfortunately, back then, his own poor performance prevented him from properly celebrating with him, leaving him with a lingering sense of guilt. "Impressive, Haozi, you're really a dark horse, truly." This rare compliment left Lu Qinghao momentarily at a loss, though he secretly felt proud. However, his pride lasted only a few seconds. When Qin Xia stepped onto the testing platform, the result displayed on the large screen left him frozen in place. "Qin Xia, Warrior, Level 5 Beginner." The field erupted with chatter, voices rising and falling. The boys found it unbelievable that a warrior could reach Level 5 in just a month, while the girls marveled at Qin Xia's combination of strength and looks. "Don't worry about it. I'm just one level ahead," Qin Xia said as he stepped down, giving Lu Qinghao's shoulder a gentle pat. Lu Qinghao could only respond with an awkward smile, nodding repeatedly. Just then, Li Haishu, the principal of Shihong No. 1 High School, made his way through the crowd with a beaming smile, carrying a sleek silver suitcase, and approached Qin Xia. "Getting the Lin family's third granduncle's personal spear technique, reaching Level 5 in a month. You're truly exceptional, Qin Xia. Secretary Zhou already informed me. The standard equipment you'll need for the college entrance exam is all in this suitcase. As for the weapon, Senior Mage Su Ming specifically mentioned that the one he gave you meets the exam standards. Don't switch to a new one. A well-used weapon feels more comfortable," Principal Li Haishu said as he handed the suitcase to Qin Xia. Standing nearby, Lu Qinghao listened to these prominent names roll off the principal's tongue as if discussing old friends, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He never expected that in just a month, Qin Xia had connected with so many influential figures. Thank you, Principal Li. Qin Xia accepted the suitcase politely. All right, after lunch, head to the school gate. A bus will take you to the special exam venue. Principal Li Haishu advised before leaving. Xia, how did you become such a big shot with such strong connections in just a month? Lu Qinghao couldn't resist asking. Qin Xia's lips curved slightly. Oh, really? If that's the case, you might actually be stronger than me. Huh? Lu Qinghao looked puzzled. My family is full of ordinary people. We don't have any connections. Qin Xia simply smiled faintly and turned around. Come on. What do you want to eat? It's on me to wish us luck in the exams. After lunch, under the blazing sun at the school gate, the two young men exchanged smiles and wished each other good luck for the exams. Qin Xia then boarded the bus heading to the special exam venue. The special exam venue is a policy established by the Ministry of Education of Longwa specifically for S-level heroic spirit candidates. This policy was initially introduced because S-level candidates were too powerful, and if they took the exam alongside ordinary students, the latter would struggle to find enough beasts to showcase their abilities. To ensure that the strong compete against the strong, this special venue, known as the Top Talent Selection Arena, was created. Located in the danger zone between Linjiang City and Baishui City in Zhongbei Province, there's the ruins of the former Linmao town. This area is tightly enclosed by a 30-meter high-voltage wire and multiple layers of barriers set by top-level mages, specifically for the special exam venue. The venue has 9 entrances, and candidates are assigned to different entrances based on their profession and strength. The number 1 entrance is known as the Seed Group entrance, representing the candidates most favored by the Ministry of Education. On the bus, Qin Xia flipped through the special exam venue guide in his suitcase and glanced at his admission ticket. So, they put me at entrance number 9 because they don't have high hopes for me? Honestly, a level 5 strength isn't weak among candidates, right? Is the warrior profession really that undervalued? He thought to himself. All right then, tomorrow I'll give these stubborn folks in Longhua a little warrior surprise. The next day, at 7 in the morning, the sun rose over the horizon. Qin Xia, dressed in his exam gear, with a sharp sword at his waist and a long spear in hand, gleamed in the morning light as he strode confidently towards the checkpoint. The checkpoint outside entrance number 9 was much quieter, with only about a dozen candidates waiting in line. After being checked, Qin Xia received 3 essential items: 3 compressed energy bars, a detailed map of the examination field, and a multifunctional wristband. A military officer explained that these specially made compressed energy bars could quickly alleviate hunger and restore physical strength. Even new recruits used only 2 a day, so 3 would be more than enough for the candidates. The map of the examination field not only marked the terrain, but also provided detailed information about the various levels of magical beasts. As for the wristband, it featured 3 core functions: real-time scoring and display of the top 5 candidate scores, support for team formation with automatic score sharing, and the ability to release a high-voltage electric net and send a distress signal in case of danger, although activating the distress function would mean forfeiting the exam. Just as Qin Xia exited the checkpoint, he was stopped by a pair of candidates. The girl had short, neat hair and wore black, typical of an assassin's attire. The boy wore gauntlets and had a strong build, clearly a professional boxer. Hey there, handsome. I'm Han Yueying, and he's Wang Taizhu. We're both from Linjiang No. 1 High School, the girl said with a friendly smile. Want to team up with us? No. Thanks, Qin Xia replied expressionlessly. Seeing his firm stance, the two had no choice but to leave disappointed. Once they reached a secluded spot, Wang Taizhu voiced his displeasure. Yueying, stop fawning over every handsome guy you see. Our team already has me in the front, and all the other positions are filled. Once we meet up with them, we'll be a team of 4. Adding another person would dilute our scores too much. You're so shallow, Han Yueying retorted with a roll of her eyes. Xiao Xiao told me her cousin is an apprentice at the Lin family, and said this Qin Xia is incredibly skilled, capable of taking on 10 people at once. That's why I wanted him on our team. Wang Taizhu burst out laughing. Nonsense. 1 against 10? I can take on 100. That kind of talk might fool young girls like you. But for someone trained like us, it's clearly an exaggeration. Even if he does have some skills, the 4 of us already make the strongest team. We don't need him. Meanwhile, outside entrance number 1, the scene was bustling with activity. Candidates, military personnel, school recruitment officers, principals from key high schools, and media reporters had all gathered. The stage, audience seating, and a large screen for live broadcasting of top candidates' exam performances were all in place. At 7:30, with the media setup complete, candidates lined up neatly, and the audience took their seats. Amidst much anticipation, the military's chief commander for the examination, Huang Bohai, stepped onto the stage. After a brief introduction, he immediately invited a student representative to come on stage for the college entrance exam oath. A young man in a deep purple magician's robe emerged from the crowd, with a purple-covered magic book floating beside him. He stood at the podium, his voice clear. "Hello everyone. I am Lu Xiao from Linjiang City's number 2 high school, and I am here to represent the 153 candidates from the special exam venue to take the college entrance exam oath." In the second row of the audience, Lu Ziqing, the principal of Linjiang City's number 1 high school, appeared calm, but with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Beside him, Zhao Yun, the principal of number 2 high school, could hardly contain his pride, a smile playing on his lips. "Principal Lu, it seems the tables have turned. Last year, it was your school's Lin family student, and this year, it's our number 2 high school's turn to shine." Lu Ziqing smiled slightly. Even though Lin Baiwei didn't awaken any others-level heroic souls from her ancestors, she successfully awakened a rare A-level archer heroic soul, which is quite impressive. Her absence from the special exam venue doesn't mean she can't achieve good results. He turned to Li Haishu, the principal of Shihong City's number 1 high school, seated in the same row, and continued. "Moreover, the Lin family has another disciple this year whose strength is quite remarkable." Zhou Yuanyang scoffed. "Are you talking about that warrior candidate from Shihong City? How can a warrior be stronger than a magician? Our Lu Xiao is a level 6 beginner, the only prodigy in Jiangbei province in a century. That warrior is just a level 5 beginner, a whole level behind." Lu Ziqing greeted Li Haishu before replying leisurely. "Let's wait and see, Principal Zhou." 10 minutes before the exam, sunlight bathed the earth, and all the candidates were in position at the entrance's large iron gate. Above entrance number 1, 9 high-definition drones had locked onto the candidates with the best chance of becoming the provincial top scorer. At entrance number 9, Qin Xia stood still before the iron gate, listening to the roars of magical beasts from within, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He took one last look at the map in his hand, marked with the shortest route. At 8 o'clock sharp, the iron gates thundered open. Candidates surged into the exam venue like a tide, with nearly all the candidates at entrance number 9 rushing forward to the right. These candidates, possessing S-level heroic souls and at least level 4 beginner strength, had no interest in lingering in the basic zone and headed straight for the sprint zone. Han Yueying and Wang Taizhu led the way with confident smiles. Moments later, Han Yueying glanced back, her brows furrowing suddenly. "We are clearly on the optimal route. Why isn't Qin Xia following us? Why are you even concerned about him?" Wang Taizhu sneered. "That guy is not only arrogant, but also clueless. All we need to do is quickly reach the sprint zone, meet up with our teammates, and take down the magical beasts for a high score. Easy peasy, right?" Han Yueying ignored Wang Taizhu's disdain, her brow furrowed as she recalled the moment the iron gates opened. Qin Xia had chosen a perplexing route straight towards the densely wooded mountain ahead. This choice left her puzzled. As a warrior, Qin Xia's spear would be difficult to wield effectively in the forest. More importantly, the mountain was home to groups of red-faced demon monkeys. These low-level Tier 3 magical beasts might not be strong individually, but if one was alerted and not dispatched quickly, it would attract the whole group to attack. This would not only waste time, but also pose a risk of injury. Han Yueying was confident in her chosen path. The exam area was circular, and her entry point, number 9, was to the left of entry point 1, the last entry. Most of the top magic candidates were at entry point 1, so candidates looking to team up would naturally move to the right front. She took out her map and examined it carefully. The route marked in black ink extended to the right front, then veered left near the sprint zone due to the swamp. Suddenly, a bold idea struck her. "Taizhu." Han Yueying turned to her companion, her voice tinged with surprise. "Do you think Qin Xia is planning to head straight to the center of the exam area to challenge that intermediate Tier 1 magical beast?" "Ha!" Wang Taizhu laughed as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. "A straight line is the shortest between 2 points? What a joke. The strongest in the whole exam area is Lu Xiao, a Tier 6 mage. I do believe Lu Xiao could solo an intermediate magical beast, but Qin Xia, a warrior with no offensive capability, is just asking for trouble, right?" At this moment, Qin Xia stood at the foot of the mountain, facing a forest so dense it blocked out the light. Though the trees were not particularly thick individually, their dense growth made it difficult to maneuver a long spear. The occasional monkey-like cries echoed from within the forest, but this seemed to play right into his hands as a smile crept onto his lips. Without lingering, he quickly surveyed the area, gripped his spear, and moved forward. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared, and the sound of a spear slicing through the air followed. With a loud explosive sound, all the trees within a 10-meter range ahead were severed and fell to the ground. The forest was immediately filled with the rising calls of red-faced demon monkeys, growing louder and closer. Qin Xia's body trembled slightly, yet his face showed an expression of excitement. Plan executed. Before the exam began, he considered taking a detour while examining the map. However, when he read the description of the magical beasts, a gleam appeared in his eyes. Since the red-faced demon monkeys like to move in groups, why not turn this to his advantage? Let's lure all the red-faced demon monkeys from the mountain and catch them all in one go, Qin Xia said with a confident smile. Once they're all taken care of, running through the forest will be no different from running on flat ground. Plus, I can earn some points for defeating third-level magical beasts. Why not? Soon, the rustling sounds in the forest grew louder. Hundreds of red-faced demon monkeys, each about 1.5 meters tall, surged forward like a tide. Their bodies were entirely red, with ferocious faces, and they densely covered the branches ahead of Qin Xia. At that moment, his invincible talent quietly activated, and Qin Xia felt a surge of power within him, instantly raising his overall strength to the initial stage of level 7. His eyes were sharp, and his spear gleamed coldly as he swept it horizontally, unleashing a fierce gust. Boom! Trees within a 20-meter radius shattered, and over 20 red-faced monkeys let out horrific screams, instantly reduced to a bloody mess. The scene fell into a brief silence, but soon the remaining red-faced demon monkeys showed signs of rage, howling in unison. Is that not all of them? Qin Xia thought in surprise. Looks like I'll be racking up points. He recalled that the map showed the mountain range spanned half the exam venue, with the mountain body blocking entrances 5 through 9. Now, with nearly 100 demon monkeys howling simultaneously, it was clear they were summoning their companions from other areas. Indeed, the howls soon echoed throughout the exam venue. Candidates entering the forest from entrances 5 to 8 felt the mountain tremble beneath their feet and looked up to see countless red-faced demon monkeys leaping between treetops, heading right with piercing screams. Whoa, is this like a signal flare summoning an army? One candidate exclaimed. Whoever provoked the Monkey King must be crazy. Meanwhile, outside entrance 1, a large screen was broadcasting the exam scenes of 9 seed candidates. Among them, Lu Zhao's footage was particularly prominent, larger than the others. A female anchor in a professional outfit was providing live commentary. Dear viewers, the constant howls of magical beasts from within the exam venue indicate fierce competition. Among the 9 seed candidates, only Lu Xiao has chosen an unusual route, heading straight for the mid-level, first-tier magical beast at the center of the venue. No sooner had she spoken than 3 low-level, second-tier magical beasts appeared on the screen, blocking Lu Xiao's path. He remained unfazed, lightly waving his magic wand while muttering an incantation. 3 bolts of purple lightning instantly shattered the beasts' heads. Impressive, the anchor exclaimed excitedly. Lu Xiao truly lives up to his reputation as a top seed. In a short time, he has already scored 49 points. Do you think he might be the current leader in our exam venue? The beautiful host paused deliberately with a playful expression, instantly catching the audience's attention. In the audience, Principal Zhou Yuanyang from Linjiang No. 2 High School watched the rapidly changing scores on the big screen with excitement, barely able to contain his joy. In a short time, Lu Xiao had effortlessly scored nearly 50 points, and that was just from casual kills along the way. Once he reached the dedicated bonus areas, his score would likely double. Let's ask the on-site director to switch to the real-time leaderboard for us. The host concluded the suspense at the perfect moment. The big screen quickly shifted, and the leaderboard appeared. Just as expected, we can see Lu Xiao, who scored nearly 50 points, is currently in second place. The host's voice suddenly rose an octave. She looked up at the big screen, utterly stunned. What? The first place is Qin Xia. The scene erupted instantly. Everyone's eyes were glued to the relentlessly increasing score. 501, 504, 507. The numbers climbed as if out of control. 522, 525, 528. It finally paused slightly at 555 points. The host quickly regained her composure, maintaining her professionalism. Now you can see that in this year's top talent selection field in Jiangbei province, a dark horse has emerged. This unknown student, Qin Xia, not only wasn't on the list of seed candidates, but wasn't even assigned to entrances 1 to 3. Yet, his total score is more than 10 times that of Lu Xiao, and it's still rising. The live broadcast chat exploded, and the audience went wild. Principals from various top schools flocked around Li Haishu, the principal of Shihong City No. 1 High School, eager to find out where this unexpected genius came from. Zhou Yuanyang's eyes widened, his lips trembling. Impossible, that Qin Xia was just a warrior. How could he be so efficient at hunting magical beasts? The beasts in the exam field don't appear in clusters. Principal Lu Ziqing of Linjiang City No. 1 High School was equally speechless with shock. He had heard from the Lin family that Qin Xia was strong, but this level of prowess was beyond imagination. The live broadcast site was in chaos, and the director was sweating profusely, frantically searching for the engineer responsible for the drones. Get one to find Qin Xia. The entire province's audience is waiting to see his performance. Meanwhile, inside the exam field, Qin Xia was already in a frenzy. From the mountain's base to its midsection, he moved swiftly, his gun never ceasing. His body was stained red with the blood of red-faced demon monkeys, and the magical creatures still swarmed densely before him. The score on his wristband kept jumping, having already surpassed the 1,000-point mark. Though seemingly invincible, Qin Xia wasn't unscathed. Countless stones hurled by demon monkeys bombarded him, tearing several holes in his clothes. Fortunately, his physical resilience far exceeded the destructive power of these third-tier beasts, leaving only some bruises without serious injury. Even with only minor injuries, the power of the dragon's might continues to activate. Qin Xia feels a surge of energy within, instantly elevating his basic overall strength to the early stage of level 8. Combined with his perfected Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique, he triggers the spear as a dragon effect, unleashing the terrifying destructive power of level 9 with each move. Facing the group of red-faced demon monkeys, which are only at level 3, Qin Xia's spear transforms into a silver lightning bolt. Wherever the spearhead points, a cold light flashes, and the monkeys within 25 meters in front of him fall instantly. As he sweeps his spear, the dragon's roar echoes, and all the monkeys within a 25-meter radius are killed. By the time the drone finally locks onto Qin Xia's position, more than an hour has passed since the start of the exam. The scene on the big screen makes the audience gasp in shock. A mountain full of demon monkey remains and shattered trees, the ground uneven and the hillsides stained dark red with blood. Qin Xia stands proudly amidst the blood, surrounded by white mist, like a god of war descended to earth. Impossible. Did this kid kill all these red-faced demon monkeys by himself? Zhou Yuanyang said in disbelief. Even if his destructive power surpasses the monkeys, how could he withstand so many attacks without an intermediate-level body? He just did, Lu Ziqing replied solemnly. A warrior with enslevel heroic soul has the innate ability to recover stamina. Isn't that normal? Or are you unwilling to accept the reality before you? Zhou Yuanyang gritted his teeth, speechless. The director quickly enlarged Qin Xia's image to the center of the screen, pushing the other 8 images to the edges. The female anchor noticed Qin Xia panting and instinctively echoed his words. Damn. It's so noisy. My ears are almost deaf. Finally. All dead. Realizing her slip, she immediately corrected herself. Dear viewers, we can see that after being attacked by the demon monkeys, Qin Xia fought back fiercely. Due to the social nature of the red-faced demon monkeys, the battle became increasingly intense. Fortunately, Qin Xia's perseverance led him to victory. It's no wonder his score keeps skyrocketing, now reaching an astonishing 2,814 points. Meanwhile, by the river on the outskirts of the sprint zone, Wang Taizhu is leisurely lying on the grass, waiting for his teammates to arrive from entrance 1. Suddenly, a scream breaks the tranquility, startling him into jumping up. Qin Xia, Han Yueying exclaimed excitedly. How is that possible? How did he do it? Huh? Where? Wang Taizhu asked, looking bewildered. Wang Taizhu looked around, not a soul in sight. What are you shouting about? He asked with a frown, scanning the empty surroundings. When he turned to Han Yueying, he saw her intently focused on her wristband, prompting him to quickly check his own. Qin Xia, 2814 points. Wang Tiezhu's eyes widened in disbelief at the numbers on the screen. Did this guy wipe out every red-faced demon monkey on the mountain? That's ruthless. Before he could finish, he felt a resentful glare directed at him. I'm so mad. It's all your fault. Han Yueying stomped her foot in frustration. Everyone said Qin Xia could take on 10 people alone, but you didn't believe it and insisted we leave. If we had just tried a bit harder, we could have had such a strong teammate. Wang Taizhu gave an awkward smile. Don't worry, the exam has just begun, and our goal is over 10,000 points. So what if he's ahead by 2,000 for now? Just then, a deep male voice came from a nearby grove. Taizhu is right. Being behind temporarily is no big deal. A man and a woman emerged from the woods. The man, dressed in a black robe and holding a bloodstained staff, was Feng Heli, the only priest from entrance number 1 and a top candidate from Linjiang number 1 high school, at beginner level 5. Beside him was Su Xiaoxiao, a fellow top candidate from the same school, wearing a blue and white dress and holding a glowing magic wand, also a beginner level 5 mage. Feng Heli walked to the riverbank and dipped his bloodstained staff into the water, a cold smile playing on his lips. Qin Xia is indeed impressive, worthy of being the strongest disciple of the Lin family. But his tone turned icy. He's made 2 fatal mistakes. First, wasting time. This exam venue is unique. Every team has the ability to handle high-level beasts. Everyone is racing to reach the sprint zone, even aiming for the bonus zone. The number of beasts there is limited, no more than 300, and if you're late, there might be none left to hunt. Second, wasting energy. Beasts above beginner level 6 are towering creatures over 3 meters tall, with tough skin, and some even have hard scales. Unless you have overwhelming destructive power, it's hard to win quickly. Squandering energy now will cost him later. Meanwhile, outside entrance number 1, in the spectator stands, Zhou Yuanyang looked at Qin Xia's astounding score, still unconvinced. Principal Lu, even if he has the heroic soul talent to recover energy, he's still just a beginner level 5. Fighting alone in the sprint zone will be tough. Moreover, this year, The bonus zone only has one type of beginner level 7 beast, the three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crow. The three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crows, each about 4 meters long, spread their massive wings and soared nimbly through the sky. They could fly at incredible speeds, unleashing countless magical feathers for long-range attacks, making it impossible for novice warriors to get close. In the additional zone, 54.54 of the beasts are 7th tier. Zhou Yuanyang explained confidently. If we could eliminate all the three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crows, the score would definitely exceed 10,000. Although Qin Xia is leading now, he won't earn a single point from these. With a confident glint in his eyes, he continued. Lu Xiao is heading to the nearby zone. With his class spirit providing ample magic, he's the only candidate in the entire exam who can use flight magic to cross the swamp. These over 10,000 points are certainly his to take. After dealing with the lower-level 7th tier three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crows, he can continue hunting other high-level beasts. Qin Xia's current lead is insignificant. Lu Xiao is bound to be the top scorer in the province. Lu Ziqing initially thought Zhou Yuanyang was just arguing for the sake of it, but he was surprised by the logical analysis. However, this detailed argument inadvertently exposed a serious issue. The Education Department's annual examination documents only provide a rough estimate of the beast distribution in the additional zone. This realization caused Principal Zhou's heart to sink, a worried expression appearing on his face. Principal Lu, you must understand, the old head of the Education Bureau is retiring next year, and I am eager to advance. At that moment, an invigilator burst out from entrance 1, shouting and rushing towards the military chief commander on the podium, Huang Bohai. Something's wrong. The barrier in the additional zone has been breached by magical beasts. The news exploded like a bomb on the scene. The media immediately cut the live broadcast signal. The large screen went dark, and everyone's attention focused on the flustered invigilator. Huang Bohai remained calm and composed. Don't rush, explain slowly. Panting, the invigilator explained. The three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crows in the additional zone suddenly gathered and continuously attacked the barrier. We originally thought the barrier set by the special grade magicians was impregnable, but hundreds of beasts concentrated their attack on a single point and managed to break through. Strangely, they seem to have locked onto a target, all flying in the same direction. The chief of staff keenly inquired, have the eyes of those demon crows turned unusually blood red? Yes, the invigilator replied, puzzled. But they usually only appear that way when they smell blood. Yet, there's no blood there at all. The chief of staff raised his hand, pointing towards the distant mountains. There, blood had stained the entire cliff like a river. His words plunged the scene into a dead silence, with shock written on everyone's faces. Now I see, someone suddenly realized. The mountain is so high that the smell of blood lingers in the air above, undetectable from the ground. But the three-eyed bloodthirsty crows flying above can sense it. The chief of staff quickly walked over to the flag beside the camp, pointing at the fluttering flag tail. Look, the wind direction confirms this. In previous years, three-eyed bloodthirsty crows were also released during the exam, but candidates would disperse to kill the beasts, and the scent of blood never concentrated like this. This year, a candidate named Qin Xia changed everything, single-handedly slaughtered all the red-faced demon monkeys on the mountain, causing the blood to pool in one place, attracting all the three-eyed bloodthirsty crows. Zhou Yuanyang stood among the crowd, suddenly struck by a realization. This is bad. His pupils contracted sharply. The three-eyed bloodthirsty crows are extremely fast. Lu Xiao can't catch up, let alone hold off the entire flock by himself. He quickly analyzed the situation. Chasing the crows would waste magic power and distance him from the bonus zone. Not chasing would mean losing over 10,000 points. If someone else took the bonus zone in the meantime, even if they couldn't clear all the beasts immediately, it would cause a significant loss of points. With this in mind, Zhou Yuanyang could no longer hold back and rushed to the podium. Commander, this is unreasonable. Please intervene immediately and drive the three-eyed bloodthirsty crows back to their original test area. Huang Bohai stared at him coldly, his eyes sharp as knives. What? Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Zhou Yuanyang shivered under his gaze and quickly lowered his head. No, no, no. I'm just making a suggestion for the sake of fairness in the exam. I'm sorry, Commander, I got too emotional just now. Huang Bohai withdrew his gaze and turned to the audience, clearing his throat into the microphone. Leaders of the education system, heads of universities. The essence of the practical exam is to simulate a real battlefield environment and test the students' practical abilities. Isn't it normal for unexpected situations to arise on the battlefield? In reality, would a beast army announce their invasion in advance? If beasts fly from Shihong City to Linjiang City, should we tell them, you're in the wrong zone? His voice grew more powerful. The appearance of these three-eyed bloodthirsty crows is not manipulated by us. They're in the sky, visible to all, and anyone can intercept them. How is this unfair? I believe that since the exam has started, there should be minimal intervention. The closer it is to reality, the better it tests the candidate's practical skills. May I ask, is there anything wrong with what I said? As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the Jiangbei Province Education Department stood up from the front row of the audience. Everyone, the examination hall is the battlefield, and the commander makes a valid point. As the head of the education department, I support minimal intervention. Seeing the top leader speak, all the city principals eagerly expressed their support, creating a one-sided atmosphere. Watching this unfold, Zhou Yuanyang could only bow his head and leave reluctantly, realizing the situation was beyond his control and the decision now rested with Lu Xiao. Chief of Staff, since everyone is in agreement, please arrange for immediate action, the top leader said sternly. Send a small team to observe the situation, but proceed with caution. Since the three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crows managed to break through the barrier once, they can certainly do it again. With their flying speed, they'll soon reach that mountain peak. If student Qin Xia doesn't evacuate in time, the consequences could be dire. Have the team ready to assist at any moment. But the task of eliminating the demon crows should remain with the candidates. The chief of staff quickly assembled a team of 10 and personally led them into the examination field. Inside, swarms of three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crows had gathered in the sky, resembling a dark, oppressive cloud, exuding an intimidating aura as they swiftly headed for the blood-stained mountains. Lu Xiao, who was currently flying over the swamp, was the first to notice this ominous cloud. Three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crows. How did they break through the barrier of a top-level magician? He frowned, his mind racing with questions. But unlike Zhou Yuanyang's concern, Lu Xiao showed no sign of panic. As a genius who had advanced to the initial 6th rank within a month, Lu Xiao not only possessed the formidable magic power from his level heroic soul talent, but also had sharp analytical skills. He quickly calmed down and began thinking rationally. His flying speed was no match for the demon crows, so he could only follow them from afar. The examination field was vast, making it difficult to pinpoint the crow's exact destination. The threat posed by a swarm of demon crows far exceeded that of an individual one, and these over 10,000 points were not easily earned. Just as he was about to give up the chase, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Why not lure the demon crow swarm here? He surveyed the endless swamp around him and glanced at the rapidly distancing flock. I have abundant magical power and am proficient in earth magic. This swamp is the perfect battlefield. I'm the only one in the entire examination field who can fly directly over the swamp, so even if I delay here a bit, it won't be too late to catch up. Perhaps these over 10,000 points can be earned right now. Lu Xiao spread his arms wide, and the magic book floated before him, flipping its pages while emitting a brownish glow. As he softly chanted the incantation, "May the vast power of the marsh protect the realm you desire. Let the mighty spear reveal itself now." The force of the elementary spell Marsh Spear gathered at his fingertips. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xiao could release a maximum of 5 marsh spears at a time. However, the marshy terrain underfoot provided him with a unique advantage. By simply shaping the marsh, he could significantly reduce his mana consumption and effortlessly release 10 spears. Yet, facing the swarm of three-eyed bloodthirsty ravens circling overhead, 10 spears were clearly insufficient. Lu Xiao decisively committed 3 times the usual amount of mana, pushing the magic to the limits of his control. 30 spears, thicker and longer than the standard size, arranged in the air, each radiating the terrifying power of a 7th-tier elementary spell. The live broadcast outside entrance number 1 had just resumed, and the director immediately zoomed in on the dense array of massive spears behind Lu Xiao. The beautiful anchor, who had been commenting on Qin Xia's battle, couldn't help but shift her focus. Ladies and gentlemen, our star candidate Lu Xiao is preparing for a large-scale attack. His target is that cloud? No, it's a huge flock of three-eyed bloodthirsty ravens. Everyone on site was stunned by Lu Xiao's astonishing action, especially Zhou Yuanyang, who jumped up from his seat and shouted excitedly, "Way to go, Lu Xiao! Let them see who the real top genius in the exam hall is." 30 marsh spears shot out, slicing through the sky. The distance isn't too far, my spears are faster and will hit, Lu Xiao thought confidently. However, as the spears approached within 100 meters of the target, dozens of three-eyed bloodthirsty ravens suddenly flapped their wings vigorously, soaring tens of meters higher to easily evade the attack. Unwilling to give up, Lu Xiao immediately began a second round of chanting, this time investing double the mana to let 30 new marsh spears spiral in the air for a few seconds, building up even greater power. Dodge this time? Let's see you try. But this time, before the spears could close in, the three-eyed bloodthirsty ravens flipped in unison, spreading their large wings to unleash a barrage of feathers in retaliation. Although the spiraling marsh spears had reached the destructive power of an 8th-tier elementary spell, far surpassing ordinary feathers, the mere 30 spears couldn't break through the overwhelming feather assault. Lu Xiao had to switch to defensive magic to fend off the incoming feathers. By the time he had neutralized all the attacks, the flock of three-eyed bloodthirsty ravens had flown out of range. Watching the creatures retreat, he roared in frustration. What on earth attracted these three-eyed, bloodthirsty ravens? They don't even attack me after retaliating? Damn it, wasted so much mana for nothing. I need to slow down and recover a bit. Otherwise it'll be troublesome if I don't have enough magic power to fight in the bonus area. In the audience section outside entrance number 1, Zhou Yuanyang watched the flock of three-eyed bloodthirsty crows escape unscathed from Lu Zhao's magical attack and sighed. He was about to get angry but suddenly realized a crucial point: if Lu Zhao's charged and enhanced long-range magic couldn't harm these gathered crows, who else in the exam could handle them? As for Qin Xia, who could only fight in close combat, that was simply wishful thinking. Meanwhile, the candidates inside the exam area gradually noticed the unsettling black cloud in the sky. What the heck is going on? Why are the beasts from the bonus area all moving out together? Shocked discussions erupted as everyone speculated about the destination of the flock of crows. Only Han Yueying seemed to have a thought as she turned to her teammates. Do you think those crows are heading for the monkey corpses on Qin Xia's mountain? They're always bloodthirsty and eat carrion, and there's plenty of flesh and blood there now. That makes sense, Wang Taizhu agreed for once, but then shook his head. But it doesn't concern us. No one can do anything about that flock of crows gathered together. Feng Heli also nodded in agreement, but Han Yueying had a thoughtful look on her face. Think about it. If Qin Xia could kill hundreds of magic monkeys, would he let these crows go? Yueying, are you infatuated with Qin Xia? Wang Taizhu laughed. No matter how strong he is, he's just a warrior. How is he going to hit birds flying in the sky? With a spear? Han Yueying glared at him. Although she knew it made sense, she couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Xia wasn't someone who could be judged by common logic. Taizhu, don't underestimate a girl's intuition, Su Xiaoxiao interjected. My cousin said that Qin Xia can pull off anything unbelievable. Besides, if even Yueying is charmed by his looks, you really shouldn't underestimate him. Han Yueying was nodding along until she realized the last part, and her cheeks flushed red. Alright, you don't believe it, do you? Wang Taizhu challenged. If Qin Xia really wipes out that flock of crows, I'll kneel down and call him dad right here. At that moment, Qin Xia was sitting atop the mountain, munching on a compressed energy bar. The massive consumption of magic power at the start had left him almost unable to move. Looking down at the rankings and scores on his wristband, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. But as he looked up again, a massive black cloud was pressing down on him from above. Three-eyed, bloodthirsty demon crows. A sudden, overwhelming pressure descended, easily breaking through the barrier. Qin Xia widened his eyes, looking at the sky where over 100 three-eyed, bloodthirsty demon crows circled. Although their number was far less than the nearly 1,000 red-faced demon monkeys from before, the suffocating sense of oppression was on an entirely different level. This demon crow army not only surpassed the red-faced demon monkeys of the primary 3rd tier in strength, reaching the primary 7th tier, but more importantly, they were highly coordinated and acted as one, forming a stark contrast to the disorganized red-faced demon monkeys. Qin Xia could sense that the true power of this demon crow legion was likely far beyond just the 7th tier. As a melee fighter, facing such an aerial force was indeed a significant disadvantage. However, the heroic spirit power surging within him was telling him. Having inherited the heroic spirit of Zhao Zilong, how could he retreat in the face of the enemy? Qin Xia's gaze gradually sharpened, and his aura continued to rise. Unhurriedly, he continued munching on the last piece of his energy bar, while secretly devising a strategy. I thought I wouldn't waste much time here, but since you've come to me, that's perfect. Outside entrance number 1, the director immediately switched the giant screen's display to Qin Xia's side. The audience was awed by the overwhelming demon crows, and even more amazed at Qin Xia's composure. The young man remained seated cross-legged, leisurely enjoying his energy bar, as if the threat before him was of no concern. Li Haishu, the principal of Shihong City No. 1 High School, was sweating profusely, and Zhou Yuanyang of Linjiang No. 2 High School looked terrified, unable to fathom where Qin Xia's confidence came from. In contrast, Lu Ziqin, the principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School, although surprised, had faith in this genius praised even by the Lin family. The military's chief commander, Huang Bohai, was intrigued, appreciating Qin Xia's composure. The demon crow flock was closing in on the mountaintop, and the sky darkened as a result. Sharp cries echoed one after another, yet Qin Xia remained unfazed. Only after swallowing the last bite of his energy bar did he slowly stand up, carefully wiping the blood from his spear. When the young man finally stood atop the mountain, spear in hand, a dragon-like aura suddenly surged. The three-eyed, bloodthirsty demon crows in the sky became agitated, and over 100 of them let out an earth-shattering roar simultaneously. The terrifying pressure crashed down, causing even the drones filming to shake violently, making the giant screen's image tremble incessantly. The scene was intense, causing the drone to shake violently and the footage to plummet before flickering into darkness. This equipment is supposed to withstand intermediate pressure. The director's voice was filled with panic. The audience was in an uproar, and even the glamorous host was flustered. Huang Bohai, the chief commander, immediately stood up, walked to the center of the stage, and took the microphone. He spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, please remain calm. The special operations team has arrived on the scene, and everything is under control. At the foot of the mountain, the chief of staff and his team had just arrived when they were hit by a powerful pressure, forcing them to bow their heads unexpectedly. This pressure is almost at an advanced level. Could it be that the pressure from this group of three-eyed bloodthirsty ravens has perfectly combined? He thought, worried about how Qin Xia, at only a beginner level 5, would withstand it. However, when he looked up again, he saw Qin Xia standing proudly at the mountain's peak, like a deity or demon, his spear unwavering. With his innate ability activated, any pressure that fell on him was as gentle as morning mist. Over 100 three-eyed bloodthirsty ravens, enraged by the scent of blood on the ground, transformed into a black storm, diving towards the mountaintop. At this critical moment, Qin Xia took a deep breath and gathered all his strength. With the dual boost of his abilities, an explosive beginner level 8 pressure burst forth, destabilizing the ravens in the air. Seizing the moment, Qin Xia powered his legs and shot into the sky like a cannonball. His spear swept across, the sound echoing like a dragon's roar through the valley. With the force of a level 9 attack, the sharp spear sliced through the ravens' necks, and 5 or 6 massive heads fell to the ground, creating deep craters. The chief of staff at the mountain's base was stunned. This is not the power of an ordinary candidate. This is clearly at level 8. The Lin family actually taught him their most secret techniques, despite him not being a family member. He thought, shocked. What is the education department doing? Such a genius wasn't even on the seed list, and was placed at the worst entrance, number 9. This important discovery must be reported to the chief commander immediately, the chief of staff thought. A talented warrior like him is born for the battlefield. No matter the cost, he must be recruited into the army. Qin Xia had just landed back on the mountain peak, his leg muscles tensing instantly as he leaped into the air like an arrow. The chief of staff looked up, seeing the night sky flickering with blinding silver light, as if an invisible giant dragon was tearing through the dark clouds. Outside the examination hall, although the chief commander barely maintained control of the situation, the live stream was in complete chaos. The moment the screen went dark, comments flooded in, with viewers frantically demanding the restoration of Qin Xia's examination footage. The hotline was overwhelmed, and the Miaopu platform was inundated with furious negative reviews. The director was sweating and at a loss. He considered deploying the drones for close-up shots, but worried that the energy blasts from the magical beasts might destroy the delicate equipment. If all the drones were lost, and they couldn't capture any footage of the candidates, it would be a true disaster. Just then, the female anchor's eyes lit up as she pointed to a comment, saying, "Director, why not switch to the real-time ranking screen? If Qin Xia really defeats those demon crows, his score will surely skyrocket." The director, as if finding a treasure, immediately switched the screen to the total score leaderboard. In the next second, everyone following Qin Xia instinctively stood up. 3,614 points. 4,214 points. 4,514 points. The score is still soaring. The female anchor's voice trembled with excitement. Soon, the score broke the 5,000 mark, setting a new record in the examination hall. Facing the three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crows that even Lu Xiao couldn't handle, Qin Xia once again demonstrated astonishing strength. Although the second-place Lu Xiao had reached 500 points, the gap with Qin Xia remained vast. In the audience, Zhou Yuanyang was struck as if by lightning, frozen in his seat. His gaze unfocused, filled with despair. Why? After all my efforts to train Lu Xiao, finally surpassing Linjiang number 1 high school, does Qin Xia suddenly appear? He's just a warrior. How could he possibly kill flying magical beasts? Seeing this, Lu Ziqing patted Zhou Yuanyang's shoulder. Principal Zhou, some things are just unbelievable. Look, even Principal Li from Shihong City number 1 high school is too shocked to speak. This is the world of top geniuses, something we ordinary people truly find hard to understand. Inside the examination hall, other candidates also noticed Qin Xia's bizarre score increase. Unlike before, everyone guessed he must be battling the three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crows alone. Han Yueying's team had just finished a battle with a level 6 primary magical beast and was about to rest when Wang Taizhu suddenly dropped to his knees. Qin Xia, Wang Taizhu's voice trembled. How is this possible? How did he do it? Han Yueying quickly checked the score rankings on her wrist device. Wow, 5,314 points. Han Yueying exclaimed, her eyes glued to the display on her wristband. I told you he could take on that flock of three-eyed bloodthirsty crows, but you didn't believe me. Fong Heli quickly checked his own wristband, and the next second, he stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Looks like my cousin wasn't lying this time. Qin Xia is definitely something else, Su Xiaoxiao mused thoughtfully. Yueying, your intuition is pretty spot on too. This is insane, damn it. Wang Taizhu ruffled his hair in frustration. If I had known, I would have knelt and begged him to help us rack up points from the start. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. Taizhu, I don't think that would have worked. Even if you had another chance, you probably still wouldn't be able to seize it. After all, Qin Xia's charm can captivate Yueying, but he definitely couldn't have fathered someone as ugly as you. Han Yueying instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized and blushed. Huh. Wang Taizhu was taken aback, then a light bulb went off in his head. Why does it have to be biological? Can't he be a godfather? The group fell silent until Fong Heli noticed something strange. Look at the wristbands. Qin Xia's score stopped at 5314 and hasn't increased. This isn't right. Each primary level 7 magical beast is worth 100 points. After taking down that flock, he should have easily surpassed 10,000 points. What? Is he out of steam? Wang Taizhu jumped up. Good thing I haven't acknowledged him as my godfather yet. Meanwhile, atop a mountain peak, Qin Xia was panting heavily, gazing up at the sky. At the start of the battle, the three-eyed bloodthirsty crows were focused on fighting over the flesh on the ground. But as their numbers dwindled, the remaining crows realized they needed to eliminate the human threat first. The anticipated crisis finally arrived. The surviving crows stopped diving for food and instead soared high into the air, far beyond Qin Xia's reach. This simple tactical change instantly left Qin Xia without a means to attack, completely reversing the battle situation. In the sky, hundreds of crows let out deafening screeches. This time, it wasn't just intimidation. They spread their massive wings, blocking out the sun. In the next moment, countless black feathers rained down like a storm. Qin Xia immediately gripped his spear with both hands, spinning rapidly to form a defensive circle. His spear moved like frost, its cold light repelling the barrage of feathers. At the mountain's base, the chief of staff ordered the mage soldiers to deploy a barrier to fend off the deflected feathers. Hearing the relentless impacts, he couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Qin Xia. As the first wave of attacks ended, the chief of staff was once again astonished to see Qin Xia still standing. He knew that such a dense feather assault, even if each feather only had the power of a primary level 7, was something other candidates could not withstand. But soon, a new concern arose. If Qin Xia could only barely defend himself, how would he eliminate this horde of beasts? The second wave of attack descended, with feathers pouring down like a torrential rain. Qin Xia's spear danced through the air with the swiftness of the wind, but as time passed, his movements began to slow. An hour later, the chief of staff noticed that Qin Xia was covered in small cuts, with several black feathers lodged in his shoulders and back, clearly indicating that his stamina was nearing its limit. As a close combat warrior facing such a long-range assault, he seemed to be reaching his limits. The chief of staff and his soldiers quietly moved towards the hilltop. Although he wanted to remind Qin Xia to retreat in time, the examination rules prohibited him from giving any hints. In his view, if Qin Xia couldn't correctly assess the situation, it meant he wasn't yet skilled enough. Just as the chief of staff reached the top of the hill, a suffocating aura descended from the sky. Looking up, he saw the wings of the three-eyed bloodthirsty crow glowing with a crimson, magical light, a sign of blood source magic. The chief of staff's heart tightened, knowing that feathers imbued with blood source magic had at least one level higher destructive power. In Qin Xia's current state, before he could finish his thought, scarlet feathers rained down like a bloody storm. Amidst the booming noise, Qin Xia's spear continued to spin rapidly, clashing with the feathers with a dense metallic sound. The rebounding feathers shattered the ground around him, sending dust flying. Yet at that moment, an even more powerful aura arose from the dust. Despite being pierced all over with scarlet feathers, and the pain nearly causing him to faint, Qin Xia's indomitable dragon might was triggered to its fullest under the threat to his life. His strength broke through from the peak of the beginner's 9th level to the intermediate 1st level. With this surge in power, Qin Xia's self-healing ability greatly increased. His wounds began to heal, and the shallowly embedded feathers were expelled from his body. He suddenly unleashed all his strength, sending all the scarlet feathers flying, and the pressure of an intermediate 1st level warrior spread like a hurricane in all directions. As the dust settled, Qin Xia stood proudly, holding his spear like an undefeated war god. This scene left the chief of staff and all the soldiers in shock. A warrior who had not yet undergone a second awakening could actually unleash the pressure of an intermediate level warrior. On Blue Star, only by completing an awakening can one's strength advance to the next stage. Each awakening is akin to breaking through a boundary. This is an ironclad rule, much like how the ceiling for a primary level warrior remains at level 9. Regardless of destructive power or various attributes, breaking this limit is impossible. To progress further, a second awakening is necessary. However, there is a special scenario: cumulative group strength. Take, for instance, the flock of three-eyed bloodthirsty crows before us. They can surpass individual limits by casting spells collectively. Whether it's mages forming an array or warriors unleashing sword energy simultaneously, the principle is the same. Yet, at this moment, Qin Xia defies convention. The pressure emanating from him has already reached an intermediate level. Apart from lacking the professional talents gained after a second awakening, he is almost indistinguishable from an intermediate level 1 powerhouse in other aspects. This breakthrough should be astonishing, but Qin Xia remains unusually calm, even with a hint of an excited smile. In his view, the performance of the heroic spirit talent of Wushuang Zhaozilong is entirely reasonable. What truly excites him is that his predictions are gradually becoming reality. From the moment he acquired the map, he meticulously studied the characteristics of all the magical beasts. He understood well that once the three-eyed bloodthirsty crows gained air superiority, they would become a nightmare for close combat professions. Therefore, when the flock of crows attacked, he didn't rashly engage but instead contemplated a strategy. The ideal situation would be to annihilate them while they were driven by hunger, but reality is seldom so accommodating. Thus, he had already prepared a countermeasure. Through the beast's description, Qin Xia discovered a crucial piece of information. When more than 30 three-eyed bloodthirsty crows gather, they can unleash an ultimate magic comparable to an intermediate level 1. The examination rules explicitly require candidates to retreat immediately in such a scenario, even suggesting the use of the emergency call function. But for Qin Xia, this was precisely the opportunity he awaited. Now, over 100 three-eyed bloodthirsty crows circle high above, their wings emitting a glaring crimson light, gradually coalescing into a terrifying storm. Amidst the flashing lightning and thunder, the clouds are torn apart, forming a massive vortex. Although the success of his plan remains uncertain, for the title of top scholar and to see Zhou Linger soon, even with just a 1 chance of success, Qin Xia is determined to go all out. This crisis is about to reach its final turning point. Suddenly, the roar of thunder and lightning echoed across the entire exam field, causing all the candidates to instinctively look up at the sky. Holy crap, this is unbelievable. Wang Taizhu from Han Yueying's team stared at the awe-inspiring scene above, his knees trembling involuntarily. Where did this Qin Xia come from? How could he force the ultimate move out of the three-eyed, bloodthirsty demon crows? Fong Heli's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. This is an attack with intermediate destructive power. Can we really handle this on our own? Above the swamp, Lu Xiao watched in shock. The demon crows he couldn't even stop were being pushed to the brink by Qin Xia. Could this young man's power have surpassed his own? Outside the exam field, the audience stood up, craning their necks to look at the distant sky. The chief of staff stood by the battlefield, shock flickering in his eyes. In his military career, such scenes were not uncommon. But a high school exam candidate fearlessly confronting the ultimate magic of a demon crow swarm was truly astonishing. Atop the mountain, Qin Xia tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a muscular body marked with feather scratches. He raised his spear horizontally, exuding an aura of power like a roaring tiger and soaring dragon. So this is the ultimate magic? Bring it on. Before he finished speaking, a massive crimson storm swept toward the mountaintop. Just as the storm was about to engulf him, Qin Xia launched himself into the air, shattering the rock beneath his feet. With a thunderous crash, the towering mountaintop crumbled into rubble. Qin Xia, the chief of staff, exclaimed from within the magic defense barrier. The young man crashed directly into the lead demon crow's massive wing, spitting blood from his mouth. It's over, the chief of staff thought, his heart sinking. The lead demon crow was the most magically enhanced and caused the greatest destruction, something the candidate manual clearly warned to avoid. He was about to order a rescue when he saw Qin Xia suddenly rise like a possessed demon, grabbing the feathers on the crow's neck and flipping onto its back. His Dragon Rider talent activated instantly, turning the most powerful three-eyed, bloodthirsty demon crow into Qin Xia's mount. It turned out Qin Xia had already noticed the candidate manual's note that the three-eyed, bloodthirsty demon crows could be tamed as mounts. He initially planned to mount one and counterattack, but quickly realized these beasts, adept at collective spellcasting, wouldn't be easy to handle. If he failed on his first attempt, there would be no second chance. In that case, there was really nothing they could do about the magical raven soaring high in the sky. Qin Xia furrowed his brow. This battle not only consumed precious time, but also failed to earn full points, which was a significant loss. However, he quickly realized the key to turning the tide, riding the fastest and most powerful three-eyed bloodthirsty raven. At this moment, both conditions were perfectly met. Amidst the storm, Qin Xia experienced an unprecedented sensation. Having never even ridden a horse in his previous life, he now sat steadily on the back of a magical creature, soaring through the sky without fear. To his delight, this three-eyed bloodthirsty raven obeyed his every command. With confidence, Qin Xia decisively tugged on the raven's feathers. Like piloting a fighter jet, the raven made a sharp right turn. The crimson storm traced a graceful arc in the sky as Qin Xia successfully maneuvered behind the entire flock of ravens. Gazing at the flock ahead, still maintaining formation, Qin Xia knew the moment for a decisive comeback had arrived. His eyes gleamed with determination, his face fierce, and he raised his spear, resembling Zhao Yun breaking through enemy lines, and let out a thundering roar. Charge! The raven beneath him surged forward, like a scarlet lightning bolt piercing the enemy ranks. Qin Xia wielded his spear, the wind howling, and cold light flashing. With the spear's dragon-like effect, his cold abyss dragon roar technique unleashed terrifying power at intermediate level 2, shattering the ravens in its path. On the ground, the commander and soldiers stared in awe at the sky. In the crimson storm above, a cold dragon streaked through, leaving ravens disintegrating into fragments. The breathtaking scene left everyone speechless. In the examination hall, Qin Xia's score skyrocketed like a rocket, astonishing other candidates into stopping in their tracks. Is this Qin Xia for real? Is he really here to take the college entrance exam? Could the score-tracking wristband be malfunctioning? Above the swamp, Lu Xiao watched Qin Xia's score soar, so shocked he nearly fell from the sky. He regretted his earlier naive hope that the flock of ravens could repel Qin Xia. Within Han Yueying's team, Wang Taizhu knelt down again. Godfather, it's my lack of resolve. Han Yueying and Su Xiaoxiao cast disdainful glances at him. At this moment, Feng Heli walked over to Wang Taizhu, patted his shoulder, and said with understanding, Taizhu, actually, I can understand you. Han Yueying and Su Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Heli with astonishment on their faces. Wang Tiezhu's eyes were shining, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Feng Heli quickly waved his hands to explain. Don't get me wrong. I don't approve of this shameless behavior of acknowledging a godfather. What I mean is, I've finally come to understand and accept the fact that Qin Xia is better than us. He looked seriously at Wang Taizhu. To be honest, I did look down on Qin Xia at first, but his recent performance has made me realize my own foolishness and arrogance. Thanks to you, Taizhu, I feel like I've reached a new level. Wang Taizhu looked at Feng Heli's expression of sudden enlightenment and felt uneasy. Come on, Feng, I still prefer you when you were arrogant and dismissive. Meanwhile, outside entrance number 1, everyone was glued to the big screen. Qin Xia's score was climbing steadily. 8,814, 9,314, 10,014. Our dark horse from Shihong City High School, Qin Xia, has broken the 10,000 point barrier. And the score is still rising. The excited voice of the beautiful anchor echoed on site, sparking a tidal wave of cheers and sending the live broadcast into a frenzy again. Zhou Yuanyang, the principal of Linjiang City No. 2 High School, was trembling all over, repeatedly muttering impossible. He never imagined that after competing with Linjiang City No. 1 High School for so long, Qin Xia would emerge as a surprise contender. Well done, Qin Xia. Li Haishu, the principal of Shihong City No. 1 High School, stood up excitedly. No wonder Secretary Zhou and the Lin family have high hopes for this student. Qin Xia is truly the pride of Shihong City No. 1 High School. Lu Ziqing, the principal of Linjiang City No. 1 High School, smiled and applauded for Qin Xia. It seems that this year's top scorer in Jiangbei Province is likely not going to be from Linjiang City. What do you mean? Are you so sure that this Qin Xia will take first place? Zhou Yuanyang retorted defiantly. Even if he kills all those three-eyed bloodthirsty ravens, his score won't reach 20,000. The exam has been going on for nearly 3 hours, and at Lu Zhao's pace, he'll soon reach the bonus area. As long as he eliminates the intermediate and beginner-level monsters there, first place will still be his. Is that so? Lu Ziqing said meaningfully. Qin Xia has already surprised us so much. I believe he still has more in store. Principal Zhou, let's not be too hasty in our conclusions. Let's continue to watch and see. In the examination arena, the blood and flesh of the slain three-eyed bloodthirsty ravens fell from the sky, staining the already ruined mountaintop with a crimson hue. The chief and the soldiers looked up at the sky until the blood-colored storm completely dissipated. In the end, only one young man remained, holding a long spear and riding the strongest three-eyed bloodthirsty raven, soaring through the high skies. 17,714 points. Qin Xia looked at the score and ranking on his wristband, shouting excitedly like Zhao Yun breaking through enemy lines, his bold voice echoing through the sky. But in his plan, this was just the beginning of his comeback. The next step was to reach the bonus area as quickly as possible. The reason for forcing out the ultimate magic of the three-eyed bloodthirsty crow and finding the strongest one was not only to win the battle, but also to obtain a tool for rapid movement to reach the additional zone as quickly as possible. Qin Xia sat steadily on the back of the three-eyed bloodthirsty crow, gently tugging at the crow's neck feathers to adjust direction. With a slight squeeze of his legs, the crow immediately unfurled its massive scarlet wings, a layer of magical light shimmering across their surface. With a swift whoosh, the enormous figure shot through the sky like a crimson meteor, racing towards the additional zone. The examinees in the arena looked up in shock at the red figure. Atop that meteor, the silhouette of a young man wielding a long spear was clearly visible. Is that Qin Xia, the big shot? That's intense. Not only did he kill hundreds of 7th-tier crows, but he also tamed one as a mount. One examinee exclaimed. I've nearly run my legs off. Members of Han Yueying's team also noticed the figure in the sky. Foster father, Wang Taizhu shouted deliberately, but Qin Xia didn't turn back, his mind clearly focused only on the intermediate magical beast at the center of the arena. So that's Qin Xia, Su Xiaoxiao remarked meaningfully, glancing at Han Yueying. Riding a crow like that is so majestic and commanding. No wonder Yueying is smitten. Stop joking, Han Yueying said, blushing. He's moving so fast, he'll probably reach the additional zone soon. We need to hurry. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, who had just arrived at the additional zone, was planning to rest and regain his magic. When he looked back, the sight of the figure riding a crow and wielding a spear once again stunned him. He tamed a three-eyed, bloodthirsty crow? Lu Xiao instantly understood, growing more alarmed as he thought it over. Did he plan this from the start? Using the magical monkey's flesh to lure the crows, then exploiting the crow's group behavior to break through the barrier. At this thought, it was as if thunder exploded in Lu Xiao's mind. He wasn't guessing. He had thoroughly studied the characteristics of magical beasts in magic. He knew sustained attacks on one point could break the barrier, then used the crow's group behavior. This is a complete chain plan. This Qin Xia, not only is he powerful, but his strategic thinking is outstanding. No time to rest. I need to quickly eliminate that intermediate magical beast. Lu Xiao immediately got up and rushed towards the center of the arena. Outside the examination venue, the director was closely monitoring all camera feeds and finally spotted Qin Xia heading towards the additional zone from above. He quickly made a decision, instructing the engineers to redirect all 8 drones, except Lu Xiao's dedicated one, to hover over the additional zone, creating a comprehensive surveillance network. This setup would enable full area monitoring and allow seamless multi-angle tracking once Qin Xia arrived. The live broadcast on the big screen resumed. Lu Xiao was deftly maneuvering through the horde of beasts, now not far from the central area. Meanwhile, the second wave of about 20 candidates had reached the additional zone and were fiercely battling various magical beasts. Nearby, next to some crumbling ruins, Han Yueying's team had just concluded a grueling fight. The formidable level 8 giant horn berserk bull had finally fallen, leaving all but the cleric, Feng Heli, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Wow, I was amazing just now, wasn't I? Wang Taizhu boasted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. If I hadn't held on to those giant horns for a full minute, we would have been fighting for another 10. Yeah, you were great, Han Yueying replied weakly, then switched topics. The 4 of us barely managed to take down one level 8 beast. How did Qin Xia handle over 100 level 7 beasts alone? Not to mention the level 9 saber-toothed storm demon dog, and the mid-level level 1 three-tailed phantom demon fox, in the central area. Feng Heli gazed into the distance. Qin Xia is almost here. We won't make it to the central area in time. Let's do our best around here. In the open-air stadium at the center of the examination venue, a level 1 senior assassin proctor in a black suit was leisurely seated on a moss-covered stand, toying with a dagger. Upon seeing Lu Xiao enter the arena, he smirked and advised, the mid-level magical beast is in the iron cage at the center, sealed by magic. Though your teacher should have mentioned it, I'll remind you that mid-level beasts can go berserk with magic, significantly boosting their strength. If you can't handle it and your life is at risk, I'll intervene immediately, but that will end your exam. So think carefully before removing the seal. Lu Xiao nodded and walked towards the center. Inside the massive 10-meter-long iron cage, a nearly 5-meter-long three-tailed phantom demon fox lay quietly. Its body was a deep, mysterious purple-black, radiating an eerie glow. Its 3 tails transitioned from deep purple to light blue, resembling flowing nebulas. Standing before the cage, Lu Xiao gazed at the eerily tranquil beast. With Qin Xia's impending arrival in mind, he hesitated no longer and removed the seal. Meanwhile, the chief of staff had already left the battlefield. About 10 minutes into Lu Xiao's intense battle with the mid-level demon fox, he returned outside the examination venue to report Qin Xia's situation in detail to the chief commander, Huang Bohai. The usually composed Huang Bohai showed a rare hint of emotion after hearing the report. A genius truly born for the battlefield, this Qin Xia is someone we must bring to the military district at all costs. On the large screen, Lu Xiao was struggling. The chief of staff watched with a knowing smile. Commander, when I first learned that the intermediate magical beast chosen for this year's exam was the three-tailed phantom fox, I was against it. This beast is extremely cunning and never leaves a chance for opponents it deems beatable. For most candidates at only the 5th level, this is a hellish difficulty, he paused. But now I realize, I've been monitoring the special exam halls for too long and forgot that bonus points aren't meant for everyone. There's only one intermediate magical beast worth 5,000 bonus points, and we only need one person to defeat it. In the audience, Zhou Yuanyang watched Lu Xiao's decline with sweat pouring down his face. It's over. Lu Xiao has been traveling non-stop with barely any rest, and after that last battle, his magic is seriously depleted. At this rate, he's going to lose. Before he could finish, a whirlwind of sand suddenly engulfed the screen. In the center of the exam area, a massive tornado rose, capturing everyone's attention. Moments later, they saw Lu Xiao, clutching his injured left arm and spitting blood, slowly emerge from the tornado. On the rooftop of a dilapidated building, members of Han Yueying's squad watched in surprise. He was only in there for a few minutes. How did he get out so quickly? Wang Taizhu asked, puzzled. Did he win or lose? Win? No way, his score hasn't changed, Han Yueying analyzed calmly. Judging by his condition, he lost badly. What? Even Lu Xiao couldn't win? Wang Taizhu exclaimed. We should have gone over there. We could take over now. Just then, their wristbands beeped with an alert. Zhang San and 3 other students have lost combat capability and exited the exam. Proctors are on their way for rescue. Other candidates, please be cautious. Fong Heli was about to speak when a crimson flash swept overhead, stirring a fierce wind. No need to go, Taizhu, Su Xiaoxiao said. Your godfather is on his way. Should we call out to him? He's too fast. I can't catch up, Wang Taizhu admitted awkwardly. Maybe I should try and follow him. Since this intermediate beast is so strong, maybe Qin Xia is having a hard time too, Han Yueying mused. If I get there and he's struggling, he might be willing to team up. Maybe, possibly, just right, perhaps, Fong Heli said slowly. Yueying, how many coincidences do you think it takes to meet all these conditions? Forget it, don't get too hung up. Let's just focus on doing our best with what we can and stop thinking about unnecessary things. No, brother Fong, actually I think Yueying. Wang Tiezhu's words were suddenly cut off by a fierce roar. Everyone turned to look and saw a large saber-toothed stormhound glaring menacingly at Qin Xia from a distant hill. This 9th-tier magical beast was covered in gray-white fur, stretching nearly 6 meters long, with 2 terrifying tusks gleaming coldly. It leapt into the air on a storm conjured by its own magic, its massive body completely overshadowing the 3-eyed bloodthirsty raven, like a giant ghost lunging towards Qin Xia. In that critical moment, a cold glint flashed from Qin Xia's spear. In an instant, the force of the spear erupted like a dragon's roar, shaking the entire additional zone. Since the 3-eyed bloodthirsty raven had not yet been eliminated, Qin Xia's invincible talent was still in effect. This strike unleashed mid-tier 2 destructive power, instantly slicing the saber-toothed stormhound into dozens of pieces. The elite candidates present were left speechless by Qin Xia's swift and brutal defeat of a 9th-tier magical beast. Those who had intended to pick up the pieces, including Wang Taizhu, all stopped in their tracks. The expressions of Han Yueying's team varied. So, that's how he shattered over 100 magic ravens. Wang Taizhu said, trembling. I'm truly convinced now. Sorry for looking down on him before. Wow, that was so cool, Yueying. I'm almost falling for him. Su Xiaoxiao said excitedly. No wonder my cousin said he could even defeat a mid-tier mage. I thought he was exaggerating, but it turns out to be true. Han Yueying was taken aback. What? You said he could even defeat a mid-tier mage? Xiaoxiao, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, no matter what that fool Wang Taizhu said, I wouldn't have so easily. Ba, Yueying, what did I just say? Let go of your obsessions, Fong Heli said with his hands clasped together. You're too excited. Calm down and think about it. If he can one-shot a 9th-tier magical beast, why would he need to team up with people like us? The only reason you think Lu Xiao couldn't defeat a magical beast that Qin Xia could is because you've been misled by those old fools. What nonsense about the strongest candidate being the student representative. Lu Xiao is just an ordinary person in front of Qin Xia, no different from us. Yueying, brother Fong is right, Wang Taizhu said, mimicking the hand gesture. When Qin Xia swung that spear, he didn't even glance at the saber-toothed stormhound's head. For him, defeating a low-tier 9th magical beast is as easy as slicing vegetables. Do you think a normal person needs a team to slice vegetables? Han Yueying and Su Xiaoxiao were speechless at Wang Tiezhu's sudden change of attitude. Outside the exam venue, both those seated in the audience and those watching the live broadcast of the college entrance exam were stunned by Qin Xia's remarkable performance. Zhou Yuanyang sat slumped in his seat, occasionally letting out a cold laugh. If I'd known Qin Xia was this strong, I wouldn't have wasted my effort competing. Lu Ziqing, sitting nearby, felt a pang of regret. He thought to himself, Principal Zhou, it's my fault for not investigating the Lin family's top disciple's strength in advance. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so disheartened. Li Shuhai had already imagined the future in his mind. Qin Xia, standing on the podium, receiving the provincial top scorer's trophy, while he, as the honorary principal, stood beside him accepting media interviews. Commander, the chief of staff and Huang Bohai were barely able to contain their excitement. Look at this kid. He was only at the beginner level 5 in the pre-exam assessment, but now he's showing intermediate level combat skills. He's a battlefield-born genius. If we train him to a special grade level and let him lead an army, he'll surely inspire the troops and intimidate all demons. The atmosphere at the live broadcast site reached a fever pitch. Seeing Qin Xia approaching the central stadium, The director immediately initiated an interactive segment. A semi-transparent prediction window popped up, and the female host smiled as she said, "Viewers, want to predict who will be the top scorer in Jiangbei province? Click on a candidate's name to participate. Personally, I'm rooting for Qin Xia." A minute later, the prediction results came in. Out of millions of participants, 99.99 chose Qin Xia. Just as Qin Xia was about to enter the stadium, a figure suddenly blocked his pad hit with Lu Xiao. "Qin Xia, you can't go." Lu Xiao shouted urgently. "I know you're strong, able to kill so many three-eyed bloodthirsty crows. But that intermediate level beast's power is beyond your imagination. Even our later four-person team couldn't handle it." Qin Xia had no recollection of this person and couldn't be bothered with his long-winded warnings. He simply maneuvered the three-eyed bloodthirsty crows to bypass him. This action completely infuriated Lu Xiao. "Qin Xia, are you looking down on me? You're just an entry-level disciple of the Lin family. Our Lu family is the second largest in Linjiang City, and I'm a family genius and rank soul magician at beginner level 6. If even I can't handle the enemy, what can a warrior like you do?" Faced with Lu Xiao's attempts to intimidate him with his family's influence, Qin Xia felt nothing but irritation. He despised people who flaunted their family power. In an instant, Qin Xia turned around, his eyes glinting with a cold light. A fierce pressure of intermediate level 1 emanated from him, spreading out like a tangible force. "I don't care if you're from the Lu family, Zhang family, or Li family. This is the battlefield of the college entrance exam, and the test is to eliminate magical beasts. I am going in to slay them, and you have no right to interfere." Qin Xiao's voice was icy and piercing. "I will fight the beasts that a mage dares to challenge, and those they don't dare to, I will still fight. Battling on the field, fighting to the bitter end, that is my duty as a warrior." The overwhelming pressure bore down on Lu Xiao like a mountain, forcing him to kneel in midair. Maintaining his flight magic had already drained him, leaving him unable to utter any words of rebuttal. His pride was crushed under this pressure, and even without detection magic, he could clearly sense the vast gap between himself and Qin Xia. Inside the stadium, the tornado had already dissipated. On the overgrown field, an invigilator with an injured calf struggled to protect four severely injured examinees. Before them, hundreds of three-tailed phantom demon fox clones lurked menacingly. The invigilator suddenly sensed an intermediate-level pressure from the sky and was taken aback. Normally, only invigilators in the basic zone had intermediate strength, so how could support arrive so quickly? A piercing screech sliced through the air. Looking up, he saw a young man wielding a long spear, riding a three-eyed bloodthirsty demon raven, diving down from the sky. An examinee? How could there be an intermediate-level examinee? And a warrior, no less. Astonished, the invigilator quickly shouted a warning. "Student, this intermediate-level magical beast is extremely cunning. It's impossible to distinguish its true form. Each clone has the strength of a primary level 9, and even if you're intermediate level 1, facing so many clones." Before he could finish, Qin Xia had already begun rotating his spear. The violent spear wind roared like a dragon, forming a white dragon's head of condensed pressure in front of the three-eyed bloodthirsty demon raven, charging furiously at the group of fox clones. With a furious shout from Qin Xia, the white dragon crashed into the ground. Amidst the tremendous impact, dozens of fox clones were blasted into the air, their bodies covered in slash marks, instantly dissipating into pale blue foxfire. Qin Xia's strategy against the clone tactic was simple and brutal: eliminate them all. The true form had to be among them, and by destroying every clone, the real one would inevitably be found. He gritted his teeth, his arms bulging with veins, continuously wielding his spear, charging forward. Across the ruined stadium, the white dragon swept through, stirring up clouds of dust, and one by one, the fox clones vanished into foxfire. It wasn't until it had lost over 100 clones that the three-tailed phantom demon fox snapped out of its shock. All the clones bared their ferocious faces, madly pouncing toward Qin Xia. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of foxes, Qin Xia's gaze remained icy and fearless. With a single tug on the feather, the three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crow soared into the air and then dove back down. Qin Xia, riding the demon crow, swung his spear, scattering the numerous demon fox clones into disarray. Despite their numbers, the demon fox clones couldn't breach Qin Xia's defenses, not even coming close. The proctor stood by, dumbfounded. He mused that even if he weren't injured, defeating the three-tailed phantom demon fox wouldn't be as commanding and fierce as Qin Xia's performance. At that moment, he finally understood that it wasn't the difficulty of this year's intermediate magical beasts, but rather that true top-tier talents always make their stunning debut at the end. High above, Lu Xiao watched Qin Xia's godlike, relentless combat, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He had thought that without the Lin family students participating in the special exam, he would be the focus of attention. As the student representative, he should have been the most brilliant talent in the exam hall. However, reality hit him hard. Perhaps this is what the elders always say: that there's always someone better, he murmured softly. Outside the exam hall, the large screen displayed Qin Xia's dragon-like performance, sending the audience into a frenzy. Led by Li Shuhai, everyone except the disheartened Zhou Yuanyang stood up to cheer for Qin Xia. It's over, everything's over. All my efforts this year were in vain, Zhou Yuanyang sighed. No matter how much I calculated, I never expected someone like Qin Xia to appear in the exams. Principal Zhou, focusing on education rather than shortcuts is key, Lu Ziqing said. The director of education at First High just informed me that Lin Baiwei has surpassed 10,000 points. See, even without great spirit, students can achieve great results with hard work. On the platform, the chief of staff trembled with excitement. Commander, if we had generals like Qin Xia leading the charge on the battlefield, the magical beast army would be hard-pressed to resist. With proper nurturing, we might be able to drive the magical beasts out of the Dragon Kingdom within a century. Although Commander Huang Bohai was inwardly thrilled, he remained cautious. The battlefield is no place for premature celebration. Let's see if he can eliminate the beasts after their magical power intensifies. This year's intermediate magical beasts are indeed much tougher than previous years, and I estimate fewer than 20 candidates nationwide can defeat them, less than one per province. If Qin Xia can do it, his future is indeed limitless. In the exam hall, Qin Xia, using his aerial advantage, continued to strike and maneuver, reducing the demon fox clones from hundreds to just a few dozen. Just as victory seemed certain, one fox's three tails ignited with eerie blue flames, and all the residual fox fire from the defeated clones began converging on it. Magical power intensification? Is that the original body? Without hesitation, Qin Xia nudged the demon crow, shooting forward like an arrow. The three-eyed bloodthirsty demon crow transformed into a crimson lightning bolt as Qin Xia's spear danced, the dragon-head white shadow reappearing. The spear's wind howled with unstoppable momentum, as if set to devour the demon fox's whole. Just as the dragon's head was about to touch the demon fox, dozens of clones suddenly emitted a blinding, unusual light. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion instantly swept across the entire auxiliary zone, causing the ground to shake violently, while dense clouds of dust engulfed the entire stadium like a tidal wave. The proctor reacted swiftly, sprinting to the front of the four examinees and adopting a defensive stance, his face filled with alarm. Damn it, the demon fox clones can self-destruct? How could such crucial information not be disclosed to the proctors? This isn't just difficult. It feels like they don't want the students to score. He anxiously scanned the surroundings. We must rescue them as soon as the dust settles. The demon fox might release more clones once it goes berserk. Lu Xiao, who had been in the air, was caught in the whirlwind and lost control, crashing heavily to the ground. Despite the protection of a magical shield, he coughed up blood. Struggling to support himself, his mind raced. A mid-level tier 4 destructive explosion spell? That damn fox did it on purpose. The magical berserk state was completed long ago, and it deliberately used its tail's flames to lure Qin Xia closer. A mix of emotions surged within Lu Xiao. He didn't want to see Qin Xia win easily, making himself seem incompetent, yet he also didn't wish for Qin Xia to fail. If even Qin Xia, who surpassed him, lost, what was the point of challenging a mid-level magical beast? Outside the stadium, examinees gazed fearfully at the towering clouds of dust. The members of Han Yueying's team were drawn in again. Wang Taizhu clasped his hands together. Yueying, Brother Fong is right. It's time to let go of the obsession. With such destructive power, I wouldn't last 10 seconds on the front line, let alone 10 minutes. Han Yueying hesitated to speak. On the podium, the chief of staff looked surprised. Commander, this final additional challenge is tougher than expected. The beast's description only mentioned the demon fox being cunning and that its foxfire magic had multiple variations without detailed explanations, which indeed adds to the challenge. However, I believe Qin Xia won't give up easily. Huang Bohai remained silent, his eyes fixed on the dust-filled scene. In the audience, most people held their breath for Qin Xia. Only Zhou Yuanyang laughed gloatingly. Principal Lu, it seems it's not that our Lu Xiao is weak, but that the beast is too strong and cunning. No matter how skilled Qin Xia is, he's fallen into the trap. Once the proctor intervenes, his path to the college entrance exam ends here. Qin Xia will definitely be fine, Lu Ziqing said with a calm demeanor and a confident tone. Although the Lin family didn't elaborate on his abilities, they mentioned that his most terrifying trait is his incredible resilience and extraordinary healing powers. Inside the stadium at the exam site, the thick dust gradually settled. The invigilator, enduring the intense pain from his leg injury, used nearby stones to construct a temporary shelter for 4 severely injured examinees. After ensuring their temporary safety, he immediately moved swiftly towards the epicenter of the explosion, fully focused on sensing any movements around him. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat emanated from the left front. Without a moment's hesitation, the invigilator turned and rushed towards it. Not far ahead of him, a ghostly blue flame was burning fiercely, with a vague human silhouette visible within the flames. Damn it! Cold sweat beaded on the Invigilator's forehead. He could sense that the person's aura had weakened to an initial level 8, and staying trapped in the flames would undoubtedly be disastrous. Despite his unhealed leg injury, he was determined to rescue this prodigy. Just as he was about to advance, a massive three-tailed phantom fox, nearly 5 meters in size, suddenly blocked his path. The fox was terrifyingly fierce, with each tail ablaze with ghostly blue flames, resembling a harbinger from hell. It swung its tails violently, stirring up a gale, and countless ghostly blue fireballs scattered in all directions. Relying on his instincts as an assassin, the Invigilator rolled to the side, evading the fiery assault. However, upon standing up, he realized these flames were not meant to attack. The wind dispersed the dust, and the scattered fireballs on the field quickly transformed into thousands of fox clones, occupying most of the stadium and stands, leaving no escape route. This beast intends to cut off all escape paths, the Invigilator thought with fear evident on his face, yet he still gripped his dagger tightly, ready to fight to the death. Just then, the ghostly blue flame enveloping the human figure flickered suddenly. On the large screen outside the exam site, as the dust settled, everyone noticed the human silhouette within the flames. The audience was worried about whether Qin Xia had perished, but the flames suddenly began to tremble violently. Seen clearly from the aerial footage, the figure moved slightly, causing charred fragments to fall away. This pressure. The Invigilator was shocked to feel that the aura, once weakened to an initial level 8, had not only recovered to an initial level 9, but was also continuing to grow stronger. The three-tailed phantom fox sensed something was amiss, a flicker of panic crossing its eyes as it quickly retreated into one of its clones. Despite its current berserk magical state, its overall power only reached mid-level stage 2. Previously, it had relied on the cumulative effect of detonating dozens of clones simultaneously to unleash the devastating power equivalent to mid-level stage 4. The cataclysmic explosion had obliterated the three-eyed, bloodthirsty raven and left Qin Xia severely injured and unconscious. However, as long as he was still breathing, the spirit of the unparalleled Zhao Yun would continue to manifest its abilities. Amidst the flames, Qin Xia slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a wisp of white smoke as he struggled to his feet. His undying dragon might ability fully activated once more, causing his fighting spirit to surge. Having endured the second magical explosion, the surrounding flames now felt like a gentle breeze to him. His astonishing healing ability allowed his burns to heal at a visibly rapid pace, with charred fragments falling away to reveal new skin beneath. With the death of the three-eyed bloodthirsty raven, the effect of the invincible talent briefly vanished. But now, facing the fox's release of thousands of corporeal clones, the talent reactivated. Facing 10 foes boosted him by 1 stage, 100 by 2 stages, and facing 1,000 foes directly elevated him by 3 stages. Qin Xia's overall strength skyrocketed to mid-level stage 2 in an instant. Concentrating his energy, the pressure of mid-level stage 2 swept around like a hurricane, dispersing the ghostly blue flames. As the smoke-covered figure reappeared before everyone, the proctor took 2 steps back, his face alight with excitement. This kid is incredible, not only unscathed, but even stronger than before. In the sky, the hovering drone wobbled under the pressure, and although Lu Xiao, who controlled the magic, nearly lost control, he couldn't hide his delight. Qin Xia, I knew someone who could surpass me in the exam wouldn't go down so easily. All the candidates in the supplementary zone felt the terrifying pressure. In Han Yueying's team, Feng Heli and Wang Taizhu clasped their hands together, adopting a meditative posture. Yueying, you should let go of your obsession with this mid-level stage 2 pressure, Wang Taizhu remarked. Right now, in that stadium, Qin Xia is as powerful as that mid-level magical beast, except he doesn't use magic. Actually, even more so, Feng Heli added. Qin Xia is skilled in martial arts. His close combat abilities might even surpass that beast's. Outside the exam hall, as the image stabilized, everyone was left speechless with shock. Li Shuhai, the principal of Shihong City No. 1 High School, shouted, "Well done, Qin Xia," instantly igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Zhou Yuanyang was at a loss for words, while Lu Ziqing, with a faint smile, meaningfully patted Zhou Yuanyang on the shoulder. "Principal Zhou, I told you, Qin Xia would be fine. It's not that Lu Xiao from your school is too weak, but rather that Qin Xia is exceptionally strong. Losing to him is no disgrace," Lu Ziqing remarked, gazing into the distance. "Our candidate from First High also lost. Feng Heli, the only pre-seed candidate, is now calmly consoling his teammates." He paused, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. However, the head teacher just sent word that Lin Baiwei is about to break 15,000 points, which is good news. On the podium, the chief of staff excitedly reported to Commander Huang Bohai. "Commander, Qin Xia not only withstood the attack, but his overwhelming pressure even made the intermediate-level beast struggle to resist. The outcome is no longer in doubt. Chief of Staff, Huang Bohai ordered solemnly. Immediately follow protocol and apply for an grade spear for him. Once the national scores are tallied tonight, universities will definitely come recruiting in the morning. The task of securing Qin Xia for our military district will be up to you. In the center of the examination stadium, Qin Xia quickly scanned his surroundings, finally locking eyes with the proctor. Teacher, please don't worry. I don't need rescue, he declared firmly. There are people I want to meet, so no matter how many times I fall, I will get back up. Before he finished speaking, Qin Xia had already turned and charged at the thousands of demon fox clones. The spear in his hand danced, emitting a dragon's roar. With the enhancement of the spear as a dragon talent, his cold abyss dragon roar spear technique elevated to mid-tier level 3, and the silver arcs traced by the spear tip transformed into countless cold, sharp blades sweeping in all directions. The demon fox clones were sent flying one after another, blood splattering, skin torn. Yet there were too many, with new clones constantly lunging during Qin Xia's attack intervals. Qin Xia remained composed, precisely piercing the head of each demon fox clone, flicking their bodies aside with a twist of his wrist, and unhesitatingly facing the next wave. In battle, Qin Xia's shoulders and back were streaked with blood from the onslaught of demon fox clones. But supported by the indomitable dragon might talent, he did not retreat, trading injury for injury, growing fiercer with each fight. The spear, like a sea dragon, continuously pierced through the close quarters demon fox clones. After clearing the surrounding enemies, Qin Xia's spear began to swing widely, stirring up gusts of wind. The spear's wind howled like a roaring white dragon, shredding all the demon fox clones within a 50-meter radius. Despite the seemingly indiscriminate attack, his peripheral vision was constantly searching for the real demon fox. Experience told him that the cunning yet timid three-tailed phantom demon fox was surely watching from the shadows. Finally, amidst the dense cluster of clones, Qin Xia caught sight of a fox with a different expression. Its look of terror betrayed its true identity. His movement froze momentarily, the spear poised in the air, then transformed into a silver streak, shooting out with lightning speed. The spear moved with incredible speed, leaving the figure hidden behind numerous illusions no time to evade. It pierced precisely into the right eye socket of the demon fox, causing blood to gush out, accompanied by a piercing scream. Qin Xia darted forward like a phantom, only to see countless demon fox illusions glowing with an unusual light again. Do you think the same trick will work on me twice? Before he finished speaking, he pushed off the ground with great force, shooting into the sky like an arrow. Boom! The shockwave from the explosive illusions spread like a tsunami, and Qin Xia used this powerful updraft to soar into the clouds. As he broke through the cloud layer, the blazing sunlight greeted him. He drew the sharp sword from his waist, a cold smile playing on his lips. Have you ever heard of a sword technique that descends from the heavens? In the next instant, Qin Xia plummeted like a meteor, arms raised high, his sword aimed at the sky. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, and in a flash of silver light, he was above the three-tailed demon fox. Twisting his body, he brought the sword down precisely, striking the fox's menacing neck. A mist of blood erupted, and the demon fox's howls were abruptly silenced. The crisp sound of the heavy sword hitting bone mingled with the thunderous crash as it struck the ground, creating a shallow crater. Qin Xia stood up, slightly surprised. His physique, enhanced by the mid-level second-tier warrior's strength and the indomitable dragon's might, allowed him to withstand the impact of the high-altitude fall so effortlessly. He stepped on the demon fox's head, withdrawing the spear. Instantly, the remaining demon fox illusions dissolved into ghostly blue flames. As the dust settled, the young man stood proudly, left hand gripping his sword, right hand holding his spear, a white vapor rising from him, exuding a formidable presence. In the audience, Principal Li Shuhai of Shihong First High School couldn't help but shout, "Incredible, Qin Xia, #1 in Jiangbei." The crowd erupted in excitement. Principal Lu Ziqing of Linjiang First High School stood up, clapping enthusiastically. Principal Zhou, Qin Xia is truly extraordinary, a natural-born warrior, worthy of the Lin family's apprentice. Lin Baiwei is also doing well. The director just informed me she has surpassed 15,000 points and is still climbing. Before he could finish, Principal Zhou Yuanyang of Linjiang's Second High School left in a huff, only to slip on a banana peel and fall flat on his face. On the podium, Chief Commander Huang Bohai smiled with satisfaction. The Chief of Staff had just hung up the phone, saying excitedly, "Commander, everything's set. They'll deliver the grade spear tonight, and I'll handle the procedures later." This year, Huang Bohaido is exceptionally talented as a warrior. We must do everything we can to recruit him, and not let him get taken by Kyoto University or Modi University. His voice was tinged with urgency. If tomorrow they offer grade weapons and other incentives to attract him, we should match it. We can discuss the details of the process later. The livestream chat exploded with comments. The director quickly switched to the leaderboard screen and the beautiful host's voice trembled with excitement. Ranked first in the special examination hall, the dark horse Qin Xia, with a total score of 22,714. Inside the exam hall, candidates looked down at the scores on their wristbands, which were constantly updating, and a wave of shocked discussions erupted. Wow, Qin Xia is incredible. Single-handedly taking down an intermediate beast boosted his score by 5,000, breaking the 20,000 mark. Last year's top scorer in Jiangbei province only got 25,000, and the exam isn't even halfway through. Isn't this practically securing the top spot for the province? Before the exam began, no one expected that the one to defeat an intermediate beast in the special examination hall would be the warrior Qin Xia, rather than the mage Lu Xiao. Even more unbelievable was that a warrior had become the top scorer in the exam hall. In Han Yueying's team, Wang Taizhu was about to pretend to chant Ba when Feng Heli interrupted him. Stop that. Let's quickly return to the sprint area. Seeing the puzzled looks from his teammates, he quickly explained. Qin Xia has already taken down the intermediate beast. He surely won't rest now. We can't compete with him for the beasts here, so we should go back and hunt weaker ones to earn more points. The three realized the sense in this. Though they found it somewhat forced, they couldn't deny the decision's logic. Hovering above the stadium, Lu Xiao gazed at Qin Xia, who was covered in scales and whose pants were burned down to half, lost in thought. The gap between them seemed to be more than just strength and soul talent. Qin Xia looked at the score surpassing 20,000 on his wristband, a slight smile on his lips, but was immediately overwhelmed by fatigue, leaning heavily against the body of the three-tailed phantom demon fox. He hurriedly pulled an energy bar from his pocket, devouring it quickly. At that moment, Lu Xiao descended slowly from the air. He bowed his head and apologized. Qin Xia, I'm sorry, I was so rude earlier. I thought I was the most talented, but meeting you made me realize how small I am. Can you tell me the secret to your strength? After finishing the energy bar, Qin Xia slowly stood up and picked up his spear. There's no secret. Just a girl told me she's waiting for me. Lu Xiao was dumbfounded as he watched Qin Xia walk away. Could it be that falling in love makes one stronger? Qin Xia strode out of the stadium, feeling the refreshing breeze and in high spirits. Although he was already at the top of the special exam leaderboard, it was far from enough. With plenty of time left in the exam, there were still numerous beasts in the sprint zone waiting to be hunted. To secure the top provincial position, he wouldn't relax until every beast in the exam area was slain. Having dealt with the most challenging intermediate beasts, it was now time to harvest the lower-level ones. By the distant riverbank, a massive Stage 9 saber-toothed stormhound was prowling. Although his unrivaled talent effect had faded, reducing his strength to Stage 8, his spear technique, bolstered by the ongoing spear like a dragon talent, still packed the power of Stage 9. A well-aimed strike could instantly kill the target. Qin Xia deftly dodged the hound's biting attack, sidestepped, and landed steadily on its back. In that moment, his gallop like a dragon talent activated. With the experience of riding a three-eyed bloodthirsty crow, his riding skills were now more refined, as if he and the mount were in perfect harmony. Let's go, boy, let's have a blast, he said. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the nearly 6-meter-long, gray-white saber-toothed stormhound shot off like a white lightning bolt. The students in the additional zone stared in shock as Qin Xia, holding his spear horizontally, rode the hound past them. Wherever he went, Stage 9 beasts fell immediately, and Stage 8 beasts were shattered by the force of his spear. An hour later, within the sprint zone, Han Yueying's team suddenly noticed a large number of students pouring out from the additional zone. Why is everyone coming out? Wang Taizhu asked knowingly, a teasing smile on his lips. Is Qin Xia stealing your prey? A student dressed as a white-clad assassin shook his head and explained, he didn't steal the beasts we were hunting, but his efficiency riding a Stage 9 hound is terrifying. While we kill one, he can take down dozens. If we don't leave, he'll clear out the additional zone. What? Riding a Stage 9 hound? Feng Heli's staff clattered to the ground. That's it. That's the fastest beast in the exam. If he can ride that, the exam is over. Meanwhile, outside the exam arena on the podium, the chief of staff's expression changed dramatically after a phone call. Commander, we have a problem. People from the awakening universities of Kyoto and Magic City have reached the danger zone and are heading towards the exam area. They're carrying glass weapons and plan to snatch people as soon as the exam ends. Huang Bohai, who had faced countless crises on the battlefield without flinching, couldn't help but furrow his brow at this news. How could this happen? Who leaked the news that Qin Xia is a top-tier genius? On the highway through the dangerous Linjiang region, a convertible off-road vehicle was speeding along, with a trailer carrying two glass rifles clattering with metallic sounds from the bumps. In the passenger seat, Su Ming held a cigarette between his fingers, frowning slightly. Lu Cece, you're now the deputy director of admissions at Jing University. Isn't it a bit much to compete for students with me, a mere intern teacher at Mo University? Su Ming exhaled a puff of smoke. How did you find out about a warrior genius in Shihong City from so far away in the capital? Could it be you're keeping tabs on me? still harboring a crush after all these years since graduation. Lu Cece, dressed in a finely tailored business suit that perfectly outlined her elegant figure, scoffed. You dare mention those days? Su Ming, if you had been willing to go to the capital with me back then, would you be in this situation now? She sneered. Just because I'm not in Jiangbei province doesn't mean Jing University students aren't. There are plenty of Lin family alumni at Jing University. Sorry, I'm just not into the whole big family thing. It makes me uncomfortable, Su Ming replied, exhaling a long stream of smoke. Besides, I can sense that in some ways, Qin Xia is like me. This top-tier genius won't be swayed by Jing University. It was already 5 p.m., with 3 hours left until the exam officially ended. But the candidates at the special exam site in Jiangbei province knew the exam was effectively over. It was the first time an exam had ended early because of a candidate from the warrior profession. Members of Han Yueying's team checked their wristbands for scores, reluctantly heading towards the exam entrance. Damn, Qin Xia is just brutal, Wang Taizhu exclaimed, looking up at the sky. The sun hasn't even set, and there's not a single magical beast left in the entire test site. 49,999 points, just a hair away from 50,000, Fong Heli said, incredulous. If it weren't for Class Soul candidates being able to instantly kill beasts below the 4th tier, there might have been some competition. Otherwise, Qin Xia could have scored 100,000. No, you're all wrong, Han Yueying interjected, pointing into the distance. Atop a mountain peak, a young man held a long spear, driving the last 5th-tier magical beast to the edge of a cliff. With a flash of cold light, the spear struck like a dragon, and the beast's body plummeted off the cliff. After confirming there were no remaining beasts, Qin Xia calmly descended the mountain. The scores on all candidates' wristbands and the large screen outside the exam venue updated for the last time. First place, Qin Xia, 50,019 points, Shihong City No. 1 High School. Second place, Lu Xiao, 17,666 points, Linjiang City No. 2 High School. Third place, Su Xiaoxiao, 9,866 points, Linjiang City No. 1 High School. Beside the rest area outside the exam venue, the two domineering-looking glass-long rifles in the trailer awaited Qin Xia's selection. At 4:30 p.m., the announcement signaling the end of the exam came early in the special examination hall. Examinees exited through entrance 1 in an orderly fashion, most of them looking neat and composed, as if they had just taken an ordinary test. However, one person stood out: Qin Xia, holding a long spear, with a sword at his waist. His upper body was bare, covered in scars, and he wore only half a pair of pants, resembling a warrior returning from a fierce battle. Outside the examination hall, a line of important figures was waiting with anticipation. Military personnel, education department leaders, and the school principal had eager expressions on their faces. The chief commander, Huang Bohai, stepped forward with a bright smile and said, "Congratulations, Qin Xia. Although the final rankings will be out tomorrow morning, I can confirm that you are the top scorer in Jiangbei province's college entrance exam." This anticipated result finally came true, and Qin Xia felt a jolt in his heart. A familiar face flashed in his mind. Linger, this time, I did it. The education department leaders and Principal Li Shuhai then stepped forward to offer their congratulations, and the scene was filled with enthusiastic applause. Not only the leaders, but also the other examinees couldn't help but applaud this extraordinary top scorer. The originally scheduled media interview was cancelled due to Qin Xia's injuries, and the chief of staff personally accompanied him to the medical room. There was a deeper meaning behind this decision. While medical staff were tending to Qin Xia's wounds, the chief of staff entered the room with a gentle smile. "Qin Xia, have you decided which university to attend? Representatives from the Awakener universities in Beijing and Shanghai are waiting in the lounge. To be honest, our military district also needs talents like you. If you choose us, we will offer you the highest level of treatment, 10th level spear, personal training and techniques, to help you advance quickly." "Thank you for your appreciation," Qin Xia replied calmly. "But I'm sorry, the military isn't on my list of choices. Becoming stronger is important to me, but it's just a means, not the end. I have to meet someone, which is more important than anything else. So, I can't be a soldier who follows orders at all times." The chief of staff was taken aback. He had prepared countless reasons and responses for rejection, but hadn't anticipated such an answer. "I see," he smiled slightly. "At least I know you're an honest person. Actually, there's another type of soldier called a special operations member, with fewer constraints. But that would have to wait until you reach the special level. I'll hold on to this level spear for you, and when you reach that level, we can discuss it further." With that, the chief of staff turned and left. Qin Xia noted unrestricted special operations member in his mind. But for now, he was more concerned about choosing between the Awakener universities in Beijing or Shanghai. After fully bandaging himself, Qin Xia carefully donned his long-coveted glass ice flame wushuang armor and a class hidden dragon dark boots. He touched the smooth surface of the armor, a faint bitter smile on his lips. He had thought that with these high-level pieces of equipment, he wouldn't end up getting burned down to his underwear again. Yet, the college entrance exam still gave him one last special experience. Thankfully, this would be the last time. Picking up the spear leaning against the bed, he slowly left the infirmary. Walking down the quiet hallway, he soon arrived at the entrance to the lounge. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to a familiar figure seated on a long bench. Brother Su, Qin Xia exclaimed in surprise, eyes wide open. Why are you here? Are you the admissions officer from the Magic City? Why, don't I look the part? Su Ming stood up, a gentle smile on his face. Remember I said that once you became the top scorer in the province, I'd come to reclaim the weapon. With that, he opened his arms and gave Qin Xia a warm hug. Congratulations, top scorer of Jiangbei province. Qin Xia held up the spear, its surface covered with small nicks, and the tip chipped. I'm sorry, Brother Su, this spear is completely battered. Su Ming took the spear, fingers gently tracing the scars. It fulfilled its mission of getting you through the entrance exam, and that's perfect in itself. You did a great job too, well done. He was about to say more when two crisp coughs interrupted him. Su Ming, are you treating me like I'm invisible? Lu Cece stood up gracefully from her seat and approached them. Even though you know Qin Xia, you can't just ignore me like that. She turned to Qin Xia, smiling. Hello, Qin Xia. I'm Lu Cece, the Deputy Director of Admissions at the Awakener University in Kyoto. We hope you'll choose our university as the top scorer of Jiangbei province. She took out a delicate booklet from her bag, which was an alumni directory of prominent families. This is a unique resource of Kyoto University connections and circles. The 8 great families, including the Suntobe ninth family, the Lin family, are all listed in this directory. Any notable family has someone in this circle. Su Ming watched her display with a slight upward curve of his lips, but didn't rush to interrupt. Lu Cece continued. Entering Kyoto University means entering a circle that countless people strive to join. Even if you don't have a background now, being in this circle means you'll never lack influential support. In contrast, at Magic University, she sneered slightly. Everything there relies on competition, even for mentors. It's too harsh. Think about it. As the top scorer, you'll naturally receive resources at Kyoto University. Why go to Magic University to start over? Wouldn't that waste all the effort you put into the exams? After Lu Cece finished speaking, Su Ming not only didn't refute her, but instead applauded, with a faint smile on his face. Well said, Deputy Director Lu. Especially your summary of Mo. Su Ming remarked with a hint of amusement in his voice. However, I feel the need to add a few details. Standing up straight, he looked intently at Qin Xia. Indeed, Immortal requires competition at every turn, but that means if you have the talent, you can achieve the best of everything. For instance, the freshman survival battle, commonly known as the Battle Royale, allows the top 10 to choose their own mentors. Isn't that putting the best resources out there for everyone to compete for fairly? Su Ming shifted his tone. Qin Xia, you worked tirelessly to become the top scorer. Was it to bow and scrape somewhere else, waiting for handouts? If it were me, I wouldn't lower my head like that. His words seemed to ignite a fuse, as Lu Cece suddenly stood up, eyes blazing. Su Ming, don't you dare badmouth Jingda. The tradition of seniors guiding juniors and respecting hierarchy is a time-honored rule passed down by our ancestors. She took a deep breath and continued. You're only talking about the benefits for the winners, but what about the losers? Jiangbei province is just an average province. He might not stand out among Mo's freshmen. Can you guarantee he'll keep winning when you're just painting a rosy picture now? Su Ming was not one to back down, raising his voice a few notches. Stop talking nonsense. Even if they lose, they're still Mo's students, taught by excellent teachers and able to compete in the next round. Growth comes from continually competing against the strong, and failure is part of that growth. He turned to Qin Xia, his eyes filled with determination. I believe you can win. If you succeed in the survival battle, I can recommend the best mentor for you. You can learn top-tier martial skills and complete your second awakening at the fastest pace. 1 step ahead today will mean 100 steps ahead tomorrow. Seeing the two in a heated argument, Qin Xia quickly stepped forward and stood between them. Director Lu, thank you for explaining the situation at Jingda. I'm sorry, but just like Brother Su said, I'm a stubborn person too. Even if I hit my head against the wall, I won't bow down. Qin Xia's words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Cece's urgency. It's not Qin Xia's fault. He was led astray. Director Lu. Qin Xia raised a hand to signal, his expression sincere. I know you're anxious, but please, let me finish, okay? Seeing Qin Xia's earnest expression, Lu Cece could only nod. Stubbornness is only part of the reason. Qin Xia's gaze was resolute. What's more important is that competing for rewards based on strength is the rule that suits me best. I don't have the time to slowly build connections and wait for help. If there's a chance to become stronger, I'll seize it. His voice rose with passion. I want to get stronger today, not wait until tomorrow. Even if it's just 1 second faster, I'll fight for it. To meet that person sooner, I'll give my all, no matter how tough the competition. Qin Xia turned to Lu Cece, his eyes firm. You think I can't win because you only see the result of me becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. You didn't see me fainting from practicing marksmanship, getting injured by explosion spells for Enshrank battlesuit, or hunting nearly 1,000 demon monkeys until I was exhausted for the provincial top scorer title. You didn't see me getting pierced by feathers, or almost getting burned to death in front of the exam proctor. Lu Cece was taken aback. She had heard many glamorous tales of geniuses, but this was the first time she heard such a heartbreaking path to success. I'm sorry, Qin Xia. Su Ming, with tears in his eyes, gave Qin Xia a strong hug. You've worked so hard. I was too hasty. No matter whether you choose Jing University or Magic University, I support you. Brother Su, there's no need to think any further, Qin Xia said with a smile. I've already decided. It's Magic University. The system here suits me better. Oh, here's the gun. Almost forgot the sword. As Qin Xia moved to unbuckle the sword at his waist, Su Ming reached out to stop him. Keep the sword. Consider it a gift from me. Your heroic spirit manifests as a dual wielder, and that strike you made to slay the demon fox during the exam was truly impressive. Seeing Qin Xia's firm decision, Lu Cece had to accept reality. In that case, I wish you success at Magic University. Though she understood Qin Xia's choice, seeing Su Ming, she couldn't help but complain. Su Ming, why are you still standing there? He's chosen Magic University. Hurry up and get the Shrank Spear. Thanks for the reminder, Deputy Director Liu. I'll go get it now. Su Ming forced a cheeky smile and left the office. At that moment, Wang Taizhu and Fang He were eavesdropping closely against the door. As Su Ming suddenly opened the door, they almost stumbled. Fortunately, Su Ming was focused on retrieving the scrayed spear and only gave them a quick glance before hurrying off. Whoa, that's insane. Fang He whispered, trembling slightly. Taizhu, do you know who that was? He's the recruitment officer for Mo University in Jiangbei, and the one inside is the deputy director of admissions for Jing University. The rankings aren't even supposed to be out until tomorrow morning, yet they're here to see Qin Xia, and they brought in scrayed weapon. Wang Taizhu interrupted in shock. Whoa, Fang, how did you hear all that through such a thick door? I only heard Qin Xia talking about winning something, and the rest was inaudible. You idiot, Fang He scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. I'm not some mythical creature with super hearing. I only caught a few keywords and pieced it together. Do you even use your brain? Let me think. Wang Taizhu pondered for a moment. I guess Qin Xia is leaning towards Mo University, and the Jing University teacher wasn't pleased, saying they'd make him regret it at the National College League finals. Qin Xia probably said he'd win no matter who the opponent is. Does that sound reasonable? It's a bold guess, but it makes sense, Fang He mused. But Qin Xia is so arrogant, thinking he can take down Jing University's geniuses in the National League? Can't he? Wang Taizhu asked softly. You saw it too. His silver armor must be scrayed, and now he's getting an scrayed spear. He could defeat mid-level beasts with shabby gear. With these two scrayed items, who could challenge him? I was joking about calling him Godfather before, but as a fellow close combat fighter, I genuinely admire him. Heh, Fang He smirked knowingly. Taizhu, you're from an ordinary background, and getting this far is impressive, but your perspective is limited. Mo University might be ranked second nationally, but it can't compare to Jing University's deep foundations. At Jing University, our exam scores of over 9,000 barely meet the threshold. But don't worry, connections matter at Jing University. With my family's influence, getting in is not a problem. I'll bring you along too, ensuring you can join us at Jing University. Haha, thanks Fang. I'll be counting on you then. You are my real godfather. Wang Taizhu shouted mischievously at Fang Heli. Get lost. I don't have such an ugly son. Fang Heli waved him off irritably. Don't call me that. I heard being someone's godfather is unlucky. Meanwhile, Su Ming approached the rear of the SUV. He opened the cargo area to reveal two long alloy safes. As he unlocked the larger safe, his gaze casually swept over the one from Jing University. He noticed a military inspection sticker on it from when it entered the exam zone. Rapid Wind Gale Gun. Su Ming murmured to himself. Lu Cece sure went all out to recruit people. It's a good gun, but compared to my carefully chosen Silver Dragon Frost gun, it falls short in maximizing the Qin Xia gun technique's advantages. After inputting the password, the safe unlocked with a crisp click. Su Ming lifted the lid, and an icy chill immediately rushed out, forming a layer of frost on the metal surface of the cargo area. The confined space made him shiver, so he quickly retrieved the long gun and hurried away. Soon, Wang Taizhu and Fang Heli saw Su Ming returning with the imposing long gun. Fang, he really got an scrayed long gun. Wang Taizhu said enviously. Wow, this gun is so cool. Is this the kind of treatment the top provincial scorer gets? I'm so jealous. Taizhu, it's not just you. Even I'm envious, Fang Heli replied, suddenly noticing something. Hey, wait a minute. It looks like he didn't close the door properly. Let's go check it out. As Su Ming entered the rest area, Lu Cece and Qin Xia were awestruck by the Silver Dragon Frost gun. The gun was entirely silver white, with dragon scale patterns clearly visible along the shaft, resembling a dormant silver dragon emitting a continuous chill. The spearhead was as sharp as a dragon's tooth, gleaming with an intimidating silver light. Su Ming, did you bring back a giant popsicle? Lu Cece teased. What popsicle? You're a deputy director at Jing University. Don't say such things, Su Ming retorted, giving her an annoyed look. This is the silver dragon frost gun, crafted from Tianshan black iron. Turning to Qin Xia, Su Ming explained in detail, Tianshan black iron is a rare mineral that has absorbed millennia of cold energy, found only in small quantities on our country's highest peaks. It's incredibly hard and has ice-attributed magical power, continuously releasing cold air. Weapons made from it can create wind blades with enhanced piercing effects. Combined with your cold abyss dragon roar technique, it can increase the destructive power against ordinary magical beasts by 1 tier and is particularly effective against fire-type beasts. When facing fire magic, its pressure can spread cold air for excellent counteraction. Su Ming glanced proudly at Lu Cece and continued, I intended to use this gun as a trump card to convince you to choose the Magic University, but you've already made your choice, so I'm relieved. Your positivity, effort, and determination have exceeded my expectations. Qin Xia, this is the only long gun in the world made from Tianshan black iron. And now, it's yours. Su Ming handed over the spear with a solemn expression. Thank you, Brother Su, for going through the trouble, Qin Xia said as he accepted the spear with both hands and took a few steps back. As he gradually released his aura, a bone-chilling cold spread throughout the room. Wherever the cold reached, a layer of frost quickly formed on the walls, sparkling and translucent. Lu Cece and Su Ming instinctively hugged their arms, shivering. Even Wang Taizhu and Fong Heli, standing guard at the door, were shivering from the cold seeping through the door cracks. Holy crap, Brother Fong. There's only one weapon in the whole country made from Tianshan black iron. Wang Taizhu couldn't bear the piercing cold and quickly pulled Fong Heli aside. With an glass weapon like this, who among his peers could possibly stand against Qin Xia? Fong Heli tilted his chin slightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Taizhu, you're being short-sighted. Once you get to Jing University and see the top talents from across the country, you'll understand what it means to be insignificant. He paused before continuing. No matter how strong Qin Xia is, he's still just a warrior with limited potential. Once he gets to Magic University and faces mages more talented than Lu Xiao, he'll realize that all his efforts can still leave him trailing behind. That's the limitation of his profession. Then as a boxer, am I in an even worse position? Wang Taizhu asked, bewildered, before sighing. Brother Fong, aren't you worried that we might face Qin Xia in the National College League someday? Worried? What a joke. Fong Heli smirked. I'm a priest, not in direct combat. It's you who should be worried. Me, fight Qin Xia? Wang Taizhu recoiled in fear. Don't joke around, Brother Fong. I don't want to step into the ring only to be carried out. Fong Heli laughed at his reaction. Ha ha ha, what are you afraid of? The National College League isn't something you can just join. To make it at Jing University, you need not only exceptional skills, but also family connections. Even someone like me might not make the cut. He elaborated. It's even tougher at Magic University. My cousin told me that everything there is competitive. To participate in the league, you first have to join the student council, and to get into the council, you have to win the freshman selection competition. Only by defeating everyone can you represent Magic University. Even if Qin Xia is impressive in Jiangbei, at Magic University, he's just like us at Jing University ordinary, Fong Heli said, raising an eyebrow with a mysterious expression. Though Magic University doesn't care about backgrounds, there are still plenty of people with them. Do you know why? Those who are obedient and follow the rules go to Jing University, while the rebellious ones choose Magic University. If Qin Xia wants to join the league, he'll have to deal with these unruly ones first. Don't be fooled by those spoiled brats acting all arrogant, Fong Heli said with a hint of disdain in his eyes. But they do have the right to be. With exceptional talent and strong backgrounds, if I were in their shoes, I'd probably be even more arrogant. He paused, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Someone as conspicuous as Qin Xia will be dealt with by this group of brats on his first day at Mo University. Forget about participating in the National League. Even making a name for himself at Mo University would be tough. Wang Taizhu looked alarmed, shaking his head repeatedly. Brother Fong, being too arrogant can get you beaten up. But strangely, I think the opposite might happen. Those brats might end up being completely subdued by Qin Xia, too scared to even talk back. Taizhu. Fong Heli turned sharply, a flash of anger in his eyes. Why do you always speak up for Qin Xia? Damn it, this is pointless. I'm leaving. Brother Fong. Wang Taizhu hurried to catch up with him. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to befriend Qin Xia? He hasn't even shown up yet. Fong Heli strode away without looking back. I'm not in the mood anymore. He's going to Mo University, not on the same path as us, so whether we become friends or not doesn't matter. If fate allows, we'll meet at the National College League. Meanwhile, in the resting area, Lu Cece and Su Ming were staring wide-eyed at the ice armor that had suddenly formed on Qin Xia. Brother Su Ming, Qin Xia said, caressing the spear in his hand with eyes full of delight. This spear not only perfectly complements my spear skills, but it also goes perfectly with my glass frostfire unmatched battle robe. The robe can resist ice erosion, so even with a layer of ice armor, I won't be harmed at all. This discovery was unexpected for Qin Xia as well. After being severely injured twice by explosive magic, he became especially cautious. Earlier, when he released his aura, he had a sudden idea to condense the cold on his body to resist the flames. Unexpectedly, his weapon master's talent activated instantly, making this spear, which he was using for the first time, feel like an old friend, and the coldness became completely controllable. Su Ming stepped forward and tapped the ice armor on Qin Xia, producing a dull sound. I always knew your battle robe wasn't ordinary, but I didn't expect it to be in glass frostfire unmatched battle robe. The Lin family truly treats you as one of their own, and the third elder of the Lin family lives up to his reputation. He smiled slightly. By the way, to celebrate you becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam, I prepared a little gift for you. I was going to keep it a surprise, but in the face of your top-tier battle robe, there's no point in hiding it. Su Ming reached for a magical storage bag at his waist, and with a flash of purple light, a long black strap slowly descended. The strap was entirely black, with silver dragon patterns faintly visible on its surface, emanating a mysterious glow. This is an 11 magical item, the Black Coffin Dragon King strap, Su Ming explained. It's made from the hide of the Black Coffin Dragon King. Not only is it incredibly durable, but it also isolates various magical properties and cold auras. He pointed to the silver dragon ice spear in Qin Xia's hand and continued. Your spear, although imbued with millennia of cold aura, constantly releases it under normal circumstances. This affects the surrounding environment and, over time, reduces its power. This strap is specifically prepared for you. Gently releasing his magic, Su Ming caused the black strap to coil around the tail of the silver dragon ice spear like a serpent, leaving only two decorative 30-centimeter tails that seamlessly integrated with the spear. There are special magical incantations on the strap. Su Ming elaborated on its usage. During battle, when you release pressure, it will wrap around the spear's tail as it does now. When not in use, simply focus and relax your aura, and it will envelop the entire spear, completely isolating the cold aura. The remaining strap can be used to conveniently carry it on your back. Lu Cixi nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed by Su Ming's thoughtfulness, while Qin Xia, seeing a magical item for the first time, was full of curiosity. Thank you so much, Brother Su. Qin Xia expressed his gratitude sincerely. You've helped me so much and even gifted me an 11 item. I don't know how to repay you. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's just a small gift, no need to mention it. Humph. Lu Cixi interjected with a smirk. Qin Xia giving up Jing University for Magic University is the biggest help for him. He's probably going back to boast to the school leaders about how hard he worked to recruit such talent. Hey, Deputy Director Lu. Su Ming quickly interrupted. I was just reporting the facts. Besides, recruiting talent like Qin Xia deserves a little extra reward, don't you think? Qin Xia chuckled, then relaxed his aura and released his grip. Instantly, the black strap wrapped around the entire spear, leaving enough length for him to sling it over his shoulder. The strap tightened automatically, securing the spear firmly on his back. Thank you, Brother Su. This magical item is indeed very useful. Su Ming patted Qin Xia's shoulder and solemnly said, Qin Xia, welcome to the Awakened University of Magic City. The next morning, at the honor recognition ceremony, Lu Chenghao, with a score of 6,688, stepped on stage before Qin Xia to receive the Progress Award. With past experience in mind, he didn't show off too much in front of Qin Xia this time. The principal stood on the podium, scanning the crowd below before announcing the grand finale. Students, let's congratulate Qin Xia for achieving an astounding score of 50,019 points, breaking the school's record and becoming the top scorer in Jiangbei Province. Please welcome Qin Xia to the stage to receive the award. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted with applause. Lu Qinghao was flushed with excitement, proudly boasting to those around him. Qin Xia, my buddy. The top scorer is my close friend, Lu Qinghao's pal. Under the gaze of everyone, Qin Xia calmly walked onto the stage to receive the highest honors, a scholarship of 1 million, an outstanding graduate certificate, and the title of Star Alumnus of Shihong City No. 1 High School. A month later, on a sunny morning, Qin Xia stood on the train platform, embracing Lu Qinghao tightly in farewell. Watching the clouds drift by through the train window, he knew he was one step closer to reuniting with Zhou Linger. In the bustling economic hub of the Magic City, a vast 24.1 square kilometers of land was dedicated to the Awakener University. This prestigious institution only admits over 1,000 students per grade, with the total number of students and staff being just under 10,000, allowing for a lavish personal space of over 2,000 square meters per person. Each student and teacher on campus resides in a 3-story villa. Besides the basic living area on the first floor, The other 2 floors can be customized according to individual professional needs. The campus is equipped with comprehensive facilities including teaching buildings, a cafeteria, library, and a practical training ground. The campus is divided into the Central A zone and the surrounding B, C, D, and E zones. On the day of new student registration, the campus buzzed with activity. Qin Xia, newly arrived, was awed by the grand entrance but quickly regained his composure, relying on his past life experience to confidently step into the campus. Meanwhile, in the security department's 6th-floor monitoring room, the kindly-looking, white-haired principal of the university, Zhao, was observing the entrance through the screens. Behind him stood Lu Zhongwei, a tall figure in a gray mage's robe, who was both a senior mentor and the director of administration, holding a stack of new student profiles. Zhongwei, I heard quite a few from the 8 major families have joined us this year. Bai Lao asked softly. Lu Zhongwei nodded. Yes, descendants from the 4 major families have chosen our university. Chu Yuxiang from the Chu family of the Magic City, Xia Siki from the Xia family of Su City, Su Feng from the Su family of Peng City, and Long Aoshue from the Long family of the capital. Oh, Bai Lao smiled with interest. The Long family chose us over the capital university? Interesting. Who do you think has the most potential? Lu Zhongwei pondered for a moment. If I had to pick, I'd say Long Aoshue. But Lu Zhongwei pulled out 20 student profiles from a stack of hundreds and handed them to Mr. Bai. His gaze lingered on one particularly thick file, the profile of Qin Xia, the top scorer in the college entrance examination from Jiangbei province. This file was initially submitted by our newly appointed teacher, Su Ming, Lu Zhongwei explained as he opened the dossier. When I first saw the detailed 20-page report, I thought it was exaggerated by a teacher looking for credit. But learning it was submitted by Su Ming surprised me. He's always been a straightforward person. Lu Zhongwei couldn't hide his amazement. To verify these incredible records, I immediately retrieved Qin Xia's exam live stream and contacted alumni from the Lin family in Jiangbei province. It turned out that everything documented was true. He took on 10 people alone when he first joined the Lin family and defeated a mid-level mage. Astonishingly, he mastered the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique to perfection in less than a month. Among this year's top scorers nationwide, only 20 could single-handedly defeat a mid-level magic fox, and Qin Xia is the only warrior among them. Lu Zhongwei continued, pointing to the footage. What's even more unbelievable is that he didn't rely on the long-range advantage like other mages. Instead, he faced the Azure Flames Hedon and ranked in the top 10 nationwide for the time it took to kill the magic fox. Mr. Bai carefully examined Qin Xia's profile, a slight smile playing on his lips. In fact, Huang Bohai, the chief commander of the Jiangbei military district, personally called to recommend this young man. Huang Bohai rarely vouches for anyone, yet he emphasized that Qin Xia is a rare top-tier warrior talent, urging us to nurture him well. Lu Zhongwei felt fortunate not to have overlooked such a genius, but Mr. Bai suddenly frowned, his eyes scanning the surveillance screens. It's almost 9, and the freshman assembly to announce the survival competition rules is about to start. It's nearly 8:30, and I still don't see Qin Xia. Lu Zhongwei quickly moved to Mr. Bai's side, pointing to a monitor with a crowded scene. Here he is, Mr. Bai. He arrived early, but was immediately surrounded by a large group of girls as soon as he entered the campus. Old Bai squinted at the screen for quite a while before finally spotting Qin Xia squeezed in the middle of the crowd. The young man in the surveillance footage was not only handsome, but his silver-white battle robe and the massive weapon on his back exuded an extraordinary aura, reminding Old Bai of his own youthful days. At the moment, on the campus of Magic University, Qin Xia was surrounded by hundreds of female students, creating a scene comparable to a celebrity meet and greet. This all happened because he casually asked a senior for directions when he entered the gate, which immediately attracted dozens of enthusiastic senior girls eager to offer assistance. As he walked, the number of girls around him kept growing, and the offers of help were incessant. Hey, do you need some water? I've only taken a sip from this bottle. Tired? Come rest at my villa, Junior. Finally reaching the administrative building's registration window, Qin Xia had to say thank you 3 times to finally part ways with the reluctant senior girls. At the window, a young man wearing the same silver-white shadow warrior suit as Qin Xia, with dual-slash short swords at his waist, was staring intently at him. This was Su Feng from the Su family, the largest clan in Pingqing, and a beginner level 7 assassin. He was clearly displeased with Qin Xia. Lin? Jiangbei Lin family. What makes you think you can wear the same outfit as me? Just wait for the survival battle this afternoon. I'll make you regret it. Just then, a girl with pink twintails and a pink and white dress approached. She was Xia Siki from the Xia family in Sucheng, holding its class magic short staff, and a childhood friend of Su Feng. Brother Feng, don't be mad, Xia Siki said with a sweet smile. That handsome guy is innocent too. It's those ordinary girls who can't resist him. Su Feng shivered, quickly stepping back. Xia Siki, don't talk to me in that nauseating tone. I know exactly what you're like. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xia Siki's face, but she quickly replaced it with a sweet smile. I've always been like this. After finishing registration, Qin Xia received an electronic card that combined a student ID, villa key, meal card, and more. At 9 in the morning, in the open-air stadium of Area B, the freshmen were lined up neatly. Principal Oldby stood on the podium delivering the opening speech. Welcome to Magic University. From today onwards, always remember our school motto: the strong take the lead, and strength is paramount. As he finished speaking, Oldby suddenly opened his squinting eyes wide, and a formidable pressure of a top-level expert swept across the entire stadium. On the lawn, the majority of the new students were instantly forced to their knees under the immense pressure, unable to even lift their heads. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, faces etched with pain. The seniors in the stands watched the scene with interest. Some leisurely cracked sunflower seeds, chatting, "This old man does this every year. It's become a staple of the freshman gathering at Magic University. Good thing we fortified ourselves with enhancement magic beforehand, so we don't have to suffer." Amidst the kneeling crowd, a few figures stood out. A girl in a red combat outfit, Long Aoshue from the Long family, was gripping a large sword plunged into the ground, teeth clenched in determination. Her silver-gray skirt armor fluttered in the wind, black boots firmly planted, and her long hair tied with a vibrant red ribbon swayed, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chu Yuxiang from the Chu family in Magic City and Su Feng from the Su family in Pengcheng were also struggling to withstand the pressure. Chu Yuxiang was half-crouched, his face flushed. Su Feng was hunched like he was squatting, his expression contorted. Just when everyone thought only the four major families' descendants could resist, a white figure captured everyone's attention. A young man in white, with the character Qin on his back, stood nonchalantly, seemingly unaffected by the pressure. "That's impossible," came a gasp from the stands. "That's a special-level pressure." Suddenly, many senior students recognized the figure as the handsome young man who had amazed everyone on the road earlier. They couldn't help but scream, "Oh my! So handsome and strong." On the podium, Elder Bai watched Qin Xia with a meaningful smile. The next moment, the pressure intensified. With a thunderous sound, everyone was pressed to the ground. Long Aoshue's sword was buried deep into the earth, and she knelt with difficulty, trying to keep her upper body upright. Chu Yuxiang was on one knee, his fists pounding into the ground. Su Feng's face was plastered against the grass, unable to hold back a curse. The seniors in the stands also felt the heavy pressure, the fruits in their hands shattering. Has the old man gone mad? Special level 1 wasn't enough. Now it's almost at level 5. Yet, under this terrifying pressure, Qin Xia remained proudly upright. He only felt a breath fall on his shoulders, and before he could channel his energy, his innate power, dragon courage, automatically activated, instantly dissipating the pressure. At that moment, among the 1,000 new students, only Qin Xia stood tall and proud. Hey, that freshman is still standing?" Bai Lao exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide open. His intermediate level 4 enhancement magic had already caused most of the new students to hunch over, yet the young man standing directly below the podium remained unmoved. The pressure there was comparable to a level 6 special class. Bai Lao looked at Qin Xia with eyes gleaming with excitement, ready to unleash even stronger pressure. Just then, Lu Zhongwei raised his massive, withered-looking magic staff. A golden glow gathered at the tip, transforming instantly into a winged spirit. The spirit gracefully soared through the air, scattering specks of golden light that enveloped the entire stadium. In this warm glow, everyone felt a surge of warmth flow through their bodies, significantly easing the pressure. Qin Xia felt the warmth and was filled with energy. Seeing this, Bai Lao's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Very good. This year's freshmen are excellent." But his expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze sharp as a knife. "However, if this were a battlefield and you were facing a special class magic general, you would all be annihilated by now." Bai Lao's voice echoed throughout the stadium. "Peaceful times don't mean we can let our guard down. The beast army could attack at any moment. I won't give you a grand speech, just one point. Graduates of Magic University must have the strength to fight a special class magical beast. At the very least, you should be able to protect yourself and those around you. This is the goal you should pursue over the next 4 years." As his words ended, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. As Bai Lao stepped down from the podium, a girl in white, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, elegantly approached. With a sword at her waist and a refined demeanor, she was Bai Lao's granddaughter and the student council president, Bai Moyun. "Freshman," she addressed the crowd with a clear gaze sweeping across. "Let's skip the formalities. From 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., the survival battle begins. The last 10 survivors can choose their own mentor and earn 1,000 credits. The competition will cover the entire B zone, with the circle shrinking every half hour. Being outside the circle for more than 3 minutes means elimination." She flashed a meaningful smile. "But don't think of it as a game of hide and seek. The location of the final circle will be announced in advance. To win, you need to occupy that spot. The one who holds out for 3 hours will be the winner. She paused, her tone turning sharp. Only the weak aim for the top 10. Surely no one here plans to just hide until the end, right? On the battlefield, do you expect to survive by avoiding magical beasts? Those who do are better off quitting now. Zhao Yun suddenly dropped his serious demeanor and reverted to his ethereal, carefree self, chuckling lightly as he said, haha, just kidding with everyone. His tone then became serious again. But there's one thing you must remember. If there are more than 10 people inside the final shrinking zone at the end of the survival battle, everyone will be eliminated. So, please be sure to actively participate in the competition, or else everyone will be disqualified. He pointed towards Area B. Additionally, during the survival battle, there will be numerous medical staff on standby in Area B. If anyone gets seriously injured, a top-level healer will arrive within 30 seconds to provide treatment, so you can fight without worries. These words caused cold sweat to break out on the foreheads of many freshmen. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the assembly moved on to its final segment, the speech by the freshman representative. This year's freshman representative was Qin Xia. He was chosen not because he hailed from the leading family in the Magic City, but because he achieved a total score of 88,488 in the college entrance exam, ranking second nationwide. This perfectly aligns with the strength-oriented ethos of Magic University. After a brief introduction by the host, Qin Xia, dressed in a black wizard's robe and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stepped onto the podium. He wore gloves inscribed with magical runes and scanned the audience with his gaze. Fellow freshmen, I am deeply honored to speak on behalf of everyone. For this, I prepared a speech in advance, but now I find myself unable to recall a single word of it. His eyes suddenly locked onto Qin Xia. Some of you may have noticed earlier that when everyone was struggling under the pressure of the special grade aura, a student in a silver-white battle robe stood unfazed. Of course, I do not doubt whether this student used any special means. After all, Magic University gathers the top talents from across the country, and nothing is surprising. However, he paused meaningfully. Because this student is so outstanding, I will be paying special attention to him in the survival battle this afternoon. I hope all of you who, like me, felt humiliated, can learn from him and strive to stand tall the next time we face such pressure. With these words, the freshman who had been previously overwhelmed and hadn't noticed Qin Xia turned to look at him. Su Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile, a cunning glint in his eyes. It seems that even Magic City's Qin Xia isn't that impressive. If he doesn't doubt it, why bring it up? Didn't he consider that it might be the effect of that kid's heroic soul talent? Making a big deal out of nothing. By the time the freshman assembly ended, it was already 11:30. Qin Xia had just received his bracelet and was about to grab a quick bite at the cafeteria when a familiar face appeared before him. Brother Su Ming. Qin Xia, welcome to Magic University. I know a place in Area B with some really good food. Let me take you there. Soon, Su Ming led Qin Xia to a tea restaurant by an artificial lake. Not only did he want to treat Qin Xia to some delicious food, but it was also crucial to discuss the survival battle that afternoon. Qin Xia, your performance this morning was outstanding. Principal Bai clearly appreciates you, and I'm happy for you, Su Ming said, his expression suddenly turning serious. Honestly, your performance was a bit too impressive, Su Ming said with a serious expression, looking at Qin Xia. While I can't force you to pretend you can't withstand the pressure when you clearly can, Qin Xia is quite cunning. He's already noticed that you're different. His seemingly noble words were just a ploy to incite the new students to eliminate you as an uncertain factor. This afternoon's survival match will be dangerous for you. Qin Xia responded with a slight smile. Brother Su, I clearly understood his insinuations. But don't worry, I've already got a plan. Su Ming was slightly surprised, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable that a top-tier talent like Qin Xia would have a counter-strategy. When their eyes met, it was as if they reached a silent understanding. All right, I was initially worried that you might be influenced by Zhao Yun. She's the granddaughter of old Bai, and ordinary geniuses can't compare to her. Her words are often unexpected. Her earlier remarks were likely meant to motivate you new students. Just follow your own plan and don't pay too much attention to what she says. Qin Xia paused for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, no matter what she says, I have my own plans. You can rest assured. At 2 p.m., under the scorching sun, the broadcast in Area B of Magic University began on time. New students, the survival match is now officially starting. The final circle point is the indoor comprehensive combat arena in Room B13, Battle Room 06. As soon as the announcement ended, the entire ground of Area B began to shake violently. The new students, like untethered wild horses, eagerly sprang into action. Qin Xia carefully studied the map of Magic University, given by Su Ming, and then set off. Old Bai was very pleased with Qin Xia's performance in the morning and became quite interested in Su Ming, who had discovered such a talent. At the moment, Su Ming and Lu Zhongwei were standing in the control room, accompanying Old Bai to watch the survival match. Mr. Su, when Qin Xia first withstood the pressure this morning, I thought you had given him a heads up, Old Bai said, turning around. but the subsequent pressure proved he is indeed extraordinary. My apologies for doubting you. You're too kind, old Bai. Su Ming replied calmly. Qin Xia is naturally exceptional and doesn't need any tricks. Yes, that's true, old Bai nodded. So, I suppose Qin Xia is determined to win this survival match. Indeed, I'm completely confident in him, so I didn't ask much, Su Ming replied with a slight smile. You just need to enjoy the show. Just then, Lu Zhongwei suddenly exclaimed, wow. Su Ming looked up at the screen to see Qin Xia leaping from the top of the B-14 Comprehensive Combat Arena, soaring through the air, rapidly approaching the window on the high wall of the B-13 Comprehensive Combat Arena. In that moment, Su Ming was so shocked that his face became rigid, as if he had turned to stone. His mind raced through images of grasslands, blue skies, white clouds, the sea, stars, and the universe, finally settling on Qin Xia's casual remark. It's not a big deal. I've already figured out what to do. Whether she says it or not, I'm going to do what I need to do, don't worry. A chilling thought arose in Su Ming's mind. This guy had already planned to guard the final shrinking point and didn't care about Bai Mayun's instructions at all. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. Bai Lao, this Qin Xia is indeed exceptional, Lu Zhongwei said, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He vividly described Qin Xia's actions. He wasn't trapped in a dead end, but instead climbed directly onto the building, moving between structures like a well-trained assassin. He compressed a 15-minute journey into 3 minutes and finally leaped into the air, propelling himself with the recoil of his gun. Bai Lao nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Securing the final shrinking point was indeed impressive. Teacher Su Ming, he is exactly as you described, truly an outstanding student. Su Ming could only force a smile, nodding mechanically. At this moment, inside the elliptical B-13 mixed martial arts arena, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. For students who had been lingering near the arena originally planned to team up to seize Passage 06, but their plans were abruptly interrupted as an unexpected event descended upon them. Accompanied by a deafening shattering sound, glass fragments and a silvery figure fell from the sky. One of them recognized Qin Xia. It's you, the guy Chu Yuxiang accused of cheating? Do you really think you can show off in front of us with just your level 5 ability? Before the words were finished, Qin Xia's spear had already swept out. The combination of the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique and the Silver Dragon Eye Spear's dual enhancement allowed this level 5 novice to unleash a staggering level 7 destructive force. The new students outside the arena heard a thunderous dragon roar. Before they could react, they saw 3 figures being blasted away by the cold wind, crashing heavily into the art sculptures. Blood seeped from their shattered wounds, and within 20 seconds, a medical team swiftly arrived, followed by an elimination announcement. This scene had a massive psychological impact on the new students present. Some screamed, some fell, and others even vomited on the spot. Despite being top performers in their college entrance exams, they were not fully prepared to handle such a bloody scene, even after pre-exam training. The survival battle had barely begun for 5 minutes, and the bloody scene had already struck fear into the hearts of the new students present. Qin Xia, holding the Silver Dragon Frost Spear, pointed its tip directly at the chest of the last freshman, exuding a chilling aura. The freshman trembled all over, his magic wand slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground, his face etched with terror. You, go out and tell them. Qin Xia's voice was icy. I, Qin Xia, am guarding this passage to the battle room 06. From now until the end of the survival battle, no one else is getting through. If anyone wants an early trip to the infirmary, feel free to challenge me. The freshman nodded repeatedly, hastily picked up his magic wand, and stumbled out of the scene. In the monitoring room, Lu Zhongwei clapped excitedly. As expected, the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique, combined with the Silver Dragon Frost Spear, is simply unbeatable. Elder Bai smiled approvingly. Teacher Su was wise to apply for the Silver Dragon Frost Spear for Qin Xia in advance. Alright, Zhongwei, promote Teacher Su 1 level. Starting next month, he will serve as the Deputy Director of the Admissions Office. Su Ming was stunned by Qin Xia's impressive performance, and the sudden promotion caught him off guard. Thank you, Elder Bai and Director Lu. I will continue to scout outstanding talents for our magical academy. At the entrance of the B-13 fighting arena, hesitant freshman witnessed a terrified classmate running out. Teacher, I want to forfeit. Qin Xia is terrifying. With just a single thrust, he has the destructive power of the 7th level. We 6th levels are no match. Before he could finish, a senior with cropped hair and a red student council armband strode over, his expression grim. At the magical academy, there's one iron rule. He suddenly let out a thunderous roar. No surrendering. The surrounding freshmen covered their ears, and the one who cried out forfeit fainted on the spot, blood trickling from his ears. The cropped hair senior scanned the crowd. Quitting now is surrendering. Anyone who dares mention it will be punished. He turned to the healer. Please treat this one with the ruptured eardrums. Just as the elimination broadcast sounded, a sharp female voice followed. Calling forfeit just 5 minutes into the battle? Do you think you can surrender on the battlefield when facing magical beasts? You new students are truly disappointing. Now, on behalf of the Student Council, I'm announcing an additional punishment rule. Upon hearing the announcement of additional punishment rules, the freshmen immediately halted in their tracks and perked up their ears. A cold female voice came over the speakers. The first 300 freshmen to be eliminated will face penalties. Combat-oriented students must run 30 kilometers and do 1,000 push-ups daily, while magic-oriented students must run 15 kilometers and do 500 push-ups, continuing until the end of the semester. To avoid punishment, you better ensure you're not among the first 300 eliminated. Additionally, surveillance cameras are everywhere on campus, and if anyone is found intentionally avoiding competition, further penalties will follow. The moment the broadcast ended, Area B fell into a brief silence. The freshmen exchanged incredulous glances. This cold voice was from the ethereal senior they had met earlier in the day. Panic quickly spread through the crowd, and some were already starting to lash out at their peers. At the entrance of the B13 combat arena, a group of freshmen eyed each other tensely. Just as tensions were about to boil over, a boy with a golden longbow on his back stepped forward confidently. "Listen to me, everyone," he said calmly. "My name is Qin Xia, the top student from Longjiang province, with extensive combat experience." He scanned the faces around him. "There's no need for us to turn on each other. The outer areas will soon eliminate 300 people, but we can't just hide. Let's band together, take down Qin Xia inside, seize the passage, and control the final shrinking point." "Are you crazy?" someone immediately retorted. "Qin Xia's shot has the destructive power of level 7. We, at level 6, don't stand a chance." Qin Taisho smirked slightly, slowly removing the golden longbow from his back. As he focused, a powerful aura spread out. The bow suddenly radiated a brilliant light, causing those around him to squint. "The S-Class Golden Rock Bow, combined with my 100 steps through Yang talent, can unleash destructive power beyond level 7, he said with confidence. "Level 6 is just a facade. Now we have 16 people, 4 times what we had before, and with my level 7 power, our chances are good." Seeing the hesitation still lingering among the group, Qin Taisho decisively drew his bow and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, the golden arrow streaked through the air, shattering a street lamp 100 meters away, leaving only the bare pole. "That's the power of 100 steps through Yang," he turned to the others. "How many arrows do you think Qin Xia can withstand? With my arrows combined with your magic attacks, it would be a miracle if he lasts 10 seconds. This precise display of skill, coupled with his logical reasoning, finally ignited the group's confidence. "Yes, 16 against 1. The advantage is ours." A burst of commotion erupted from the crowd. "With Taisho leading, there's no way we can lose. Crush Qin Xia. Seize the passage." The group's morale soared as they charged into the arena with heads held high. At the entrance to Combat Room 06, they immediately spotted Qin Xia leaning against the wall, eyes closed in meditation. "Are you the one called Qin Xia?" Qin Taisho shouted across the arena. "Taking on 4 people alone? Pretty arrogant, huh?" Qin Xia opened his eyes slightly, his voice calm and cold. "Noisy. If you're going to fight, then come fight. If not, then get lost." "Huh?" Qin Taisho sneered. "Do you think I'm stupid? We're all ranged fighters. You think we'll fight you in close combat? From this distance, we'll shoot you down." Laughter erupted around him. "Qin Xia, don't blame us for sticking together. Blame yourself for being too proud." Before the words even settled, Qin Taisho had already drawn his bow and knocked an arrow, while magical lights shimmered around them. In the next moment, magic orbs and arrows rained down on Qin Xia. In the nick of time, Qin Xia gripped his spear, and the Black Coffin Dragon King's cloth band surged, releasing a fierce chill. His unmatched talent activated, allowing him to face 10 enemies at once, boosting his overall strength by a tier. The silver spear traced a graceful arc in the air, the icy beam of the spear wind with the power of an 8th-tier attack, slicing through all assaults. The 16 adversaries had yet to recover from their shock when Qin Xia leaped like a released dragon. In midair, the chill gathered before the spear, forming a silver-white ferocious dragon's head. Newcomers rushing toward the arena suddenly heard an earth-shaking dragon's roar. Before they could react, they saw a dozen figures blasted out by a massive cold wind. Among those who fell to the ground were Qin Taisho and his group, as well as the new arrivals in the passage. The blood quickly stained the entrance, and cries of pain echoed. 5 healer teachers who arrived at the scene were stunned by the devastation and quickly called for reinforcements. The B-Zone broadcast immediately reported the elimination of 17 new students, causing a stir throughout the venue. Student Qin Xia faced more than 10 opponents alone and successfully defended the final shrinking point. His performance was exceptional, and everyone should learn from him, a gentle female voice announced over the broadcast. In the student council president's office, Ma Yun sipped tea with a slight smile. The senior with a buzz cut beside him smiled wryly. "President, you're setting him up for a challenge." "Exactly," Ma Yun replied nonchalantly. "He handled a dozen opponents with ease. If we don't do this, how can we gauge his true capabilities? This survival battle isn't just about students competing for exclusive mentor spots. It's also about the school understanding each student's real strength. At that moment, a team of 10 7th-tier novice assassins was swaggering down the road. Leading them, Su Feng curled his lips into a sinister, eerie grin. Oh, so his name is Qin Xia? Taking on more than 10 opponents? That sounds pretty intimidating, Su Feng sneered, a smirk playing on his lips. But in the end, it's foolish. The game rules state that the last 10 survivors will all get a spot with a mentor. The best strategy is to form a team of the strongest 10. With his arms crossed, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. What good is it to defeat a ragtag group? Just wait until you meet my elite squad of assassins. You'll be begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Xia Siki was leading her Jime squad towards the final shrinking area. Many clever freshmen were adopting similar strategies, forming their own small groups. However, besides Qin Xia, 2 others chose a different path. About 800 meters from the B13 mixed martial arts arena, in an elegantly decorated cafe, Chu Yuxiang was leisurely sipping an iced Americano. On the round table in front of him sat another untouched iced latte, prepared for his guest Long Aoshue, clad in vibrant red battle attire with a large sword resting beside her. Aoshue, why are you so determined to face Qin Xia alone? Chu Yuxiang set down his coffee cup. Joining my team isn't a bad idea. A win is a win, whether it's 1 person or 10 or even 100. Don't forget, our goal is to secure a mentor spot. Long Aoshue's eyes flashed with disdain as she scoffed. Chu Yuxiang, you did that on purpose during your speech, didn't you? You know full well he withstood the special grade pressure on his own strength. You know better than anyone how strong he is, yet you accused him of cheating to stir up anger against him, just so you could gather forces to take him down, right? Feigning surprise, Chu Yuxiang took a slow sip of his latte. Aoshue, 10 years, and you're still as unlikable as ever. Since we can't come to an agreement, you should leave. His eyes glinted coldly. But remember, when we meet again in the B13 arena, I won't be so courteous. I don't mind using 100 people against you. As his words hung in the air, the other freshmen in the cafe placed their hands on their weapons, ready to act at a moment's notice. Unfazed, Long Aoshue scoffed once more. As she stood, the sunlight reflecting off her sword forced Chu Yuxiang to close his eyes. When he opened them again, she was gone, leaving only the lingering chime of the bell above the door. Brother Chu, a freshman entering the cafe reported. We've gathered over 180 people. Won't the student council president accuse us of cheating for not fighting amongst ourselves? Chu Yuxiang glanced at the cafe's surveillance camera, a sinister smile spreading across his face. No, of course not. I think the student council president would be very interested to see just how many people Qin Xia can handle. In the chairman's office of the student union building, the senior with close-cropped hair was glaring intently at the surveillance footage projected on the screen, veins bulging on his arm, clearly struggling to contain his anger. Chairman, isn't this Chu kid getting a bit too arrogant? Ma Yun's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement as a faint smile played on his lips. It's fine. Being able to rally people is a skill in itself. I'm curious to see how many he can convince to join him in challenging Qin Xia's defenses. Besides, Qin Xia chose to defend the final shrinking area from the start, which shows he was always ready to take on everyone alone. Half an hour flew by, and as the area began to shrink, the broadcast chimed in. Number of eliminations, 233. At the entrance of the B13 mixed martial arts arena, over 30 newcomers were huddled together, but none dared to step inside. The reason was simple. Chen Taixio, lying nearby receiving treatment, kept repeating the same words. 8th level destructive power, legendary gun skills of a top-tier gun saint. Anyone who goes in is dead. As the crowd hesitated, a rush of footsteps echoed from afar. 10 figures approached swiftly, led by Su Feng, followed by 9 equally formidable 7th-level assassins. It's young Master Su. And he's brought 9 top assassins, a freshman shouted excitedly. With so many of us plus them, we can surely. Before he could finish, Su Feng flicked his fingers, and the 9 shadows behind him darted forward. Amidst the flash of knives and swords, screams filled the air. In a blink, all 30-plus freshmen were down. Su Feng casually lifted a freshman by the hair, holding him like a chick. With skills like yours, you think you can team up with me? Trash is trash, no matter how many there are. Go back to doing your push-ups. They might be useless, but at least they'll remind you constantly that you're worthless. With that, Su Feng burst into laughter, and the surrounding assassins joined in with mocking laughter. Nearby, the healer teacher, already overwhelmed with treating the injured, hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie. We need 50 reinforcements at the B13 entrance, and expect more casualties. The broadcast quickly sounded again, 36 people eliminated. Then Ma Yun's voice followed. Su Feng and his 9 partners have successfully eliminated 36 people at the B13 arena entrance. Can they break through Qin Xia's defenses next? Freshman, if you don't hurry, you might have to face 10 top assassins guarding the checkpoint. Hearing this, Su Feng glanced coldly at the camera at the entrance. Tisk, why say so much? It's as if I need 9 helpers to dare challenge Qin Xia. Whatever, since those are the rules, let's secure this first. Just as Su Feng was about to lead his team inside, Chen Taishio spoke again. Young Master Su, that Qin Xia has 8th level destructive power, and you all are 7th level. Won't that be? Before he could finish, Su Feng's sharp gaze cut through like a blade. Classmate, are you misunderstanding something? Or do I need to show off a bit for you to realize your stupidity? Saying this, he slowly drew 2 blood-red scrayed short knives from his waist, instantly releasing an ominous and terrifying aura. Now, do you understand? Not only do I have the destructive power of an 8th tier, but as an assassin, my speed surpasses that of Qin Xia. Plus, I have 9 top-tier teammates to back me up. So, tell me, how could I possibly lose? Su Feng's arrogant voice echoed at the entrance of the arena, followed by a chorus of mocking laughter. He strode into the venue, flanked by 9 teammates armed with sharp blades. At the entrance of the battle chamber number 06, Qin Xia leaned casually against the wall. Feeling the intimidating aura approaching, he slowly opened his eyes to see Su Feng and his group advancing toward him. Qin Xia, right? Su Feng raised an scrayed dagger that gleamed with a cold light, a crimson aura emanating from its blade. I never imagined you'd be so foolish to come here alone. Are you so arrogant that you think no one can take you down? Su Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile. Here's the deal. Seeing as there are more of us, I'll give you a chance. If you kneel and apologize, and promise to bow your head in my presence from now on, we'll go easy on you. That way, you won't end up on your knees, begging for mercy. How about it? Qin Xia met the taunts with an icy gaze. He tightened his grip on the silver dragon frost spear, and the black coffin dragon king's band twitched, releasing a chilling aura. Enough talk. If you want to see who ends up on their knees, why don't you make a move and find out? Before he finished speaking, Qin Xia swung his spear, unleashing a fierce icy wind. Seeing this, Su Feng's expression twisted into a snarl as he leaped forward, his followers dispersing like wraiths to the sides. In midair, Su Feng's dual blades carved 2 crimson arcs, rapidly closing in on Qin Xia. Bang! The dual blades clashed with the horizontally raised spear. Suddenly, shadows emerged from the cold mist, aiming their blades at Qin Xia's vital points. In the nick of time, the cold air around Qin Xia solidified into an icy armor. The attackers' swords pierced the ice, their expressions shifting from shock to terror. Qin Xia unleashed a powerful presence, sweeping his spear in a wide arc, the icy dragon roaring as it blasted away those who dared to come close. With a thunderous crash, people slammed into the wall, leaving it cracked and falling unconscious, coughing blood. The rest rolled across the ground for several meters before coming to a stop. Su Feng struggled to his feet, his expression more deranged. That silver dragon frost spear can defend too? No wonder you were so confident. But do you really think a thin layer of ice can stop everything? My crimson blood blades have a secondary strike. As he spoke, a crimson energy blade sliced through the ice, leaving a cut on Qin Xia's face. The assassins who had regained their footing sneered viciously. So what if you can block our attacks? You still get cut by Su Xiao. You refused to kneel earlier, but when you're covered in wounds, you'll realize your mistake. Qin Xia smirked coldly. Great, that just means I can make you kneel even faster. At that moment, his indomitable dragon might activated, boosting Qin Xia's overall strength by another tier. He wiped the bloodstains off his face, revealing a pattern that made him look like a fearsome demon god. A sudden flash of silver, and several cold glints fell before the assassins. Su Feng realized something was amiss, and quickly crossed his dual blades to block. Before he could catch a glimpse of Qin Xia, screams echoed around him. As he was about to turn and find a target, an icy dragon suddenly appeared, jaws wide open in front of him. Bang! The clash of 2 glass weapons resounded with a deafening roar. Impossible! How did your strength suddenly increase by a level? And how can you unleash the power of a 9th tier? Su Feng struggled to defend himself, feeling as if he was carrying a 1,000-pound weight. His muscles strained to the limit, bones creaking painfully, and cold seeped into his body, as if he were falling into an abyss. Within seconds, Su Feng was sent flying by a single strike, crashing heavily against the arena's boundary wall. The massive impact caused the stands to tremble slightly. Only 3 7th-tier assassins remained standing. Even though Qin Xia unleashed the fastest move from the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar technique, he couldn't take them all down at once. But that didn't faze him. If one strike wasn't enough, he'd simply strike again. Qin Xia raised his spear, shrouded in a chilling aura, advancing step by step. The 3 were intimidated by his fierce presence, trembling as they raised their weapons and charged. The silver light flashed again, cold glints fell, one leapt into the air, while the other 2 were engulfed by the icy wind, letting out cries of terror. After dealing with the 2, Qin Xia immediately turned and thrust his spear at the last one, hiding 30 meters away. The icy dragon roared through the air, sending the target flying dozens of meters and crashing heavily to the ground, covered in wounds. Su Feng, just climbing out of the rubble, saw all his teammates writhing on the ground. Suddenly, he felt a murderous gaze fix upon him. Qin Xia's figure crouched slightly, his spear tracing a silver arc through the air, shooting towards him with blinding speed. The heavily injured Su Feng had no way to dodge. After the thunderous crash, the stands were cracked with several large fissures. His whole body trembled, his legs buckling as he kneeled. Qin Xia slowly drew the long sword from his waist, approaching step by step like the embodiment of death. Sorry, classmate, I missed. To ensure you're eliminated and can't counterattack, I now have to use my sword to sever your tendons. Terrified, Su Feng dropped his blades in panic. I'm sorry, Qin Xia, it was my mistake. I promise to be humble in front of you from now on. Please, give me a chance. Qin Xia smirked, pointing the sword at him. If admitting fault and apologizing worked now, wouldn't I have suffered the insults for nothing? You're not sorry, you just know you're doomed. At that moment, outside the B-13 arena, Xia Siki and her group were about to enter when they heard the blood-curdling screams from inside. In the security monitoring room of Mo University's security building, a look of fear appeared on Lu Zhongwei's face. He nervously glanced at Old Bai and spoke in a low voice. Old Bai, don't you think Qin Xia went a bit too far in the end? After all, Su Feng is a member of the Su family. If he complains to his family, I'm worried the Su family might retaliate in secret. Su Ming immediately realized the seriousness of the situation but tried to remain calm, saying, I don't think so, Director Lu. Injuries are inevitable in battles between awakeners, and the Su family surely understands that. As long as no one fans the flames, this should just be a minor issue. Old Bai turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on Lu Zhongwei, with a clear expression of displeasure on his face. Zhongwei, what you're actually worried about isn't the Su family retaliating against Qin Xia, but rather them holding a grudge against Mo University, isn't it? His voice was steady and powerful. If even a top university like Mo University has to be manipulated by the 8 great families, what hope does the future of Longhua have? Old Bai continued, no matter how strong the 8 families are or how deep their connections run, it doesn't mean they're beyond the control of the state. Mo University is an institution that nurtures talent for the country, not a nursery for any family. Since they've sent their people to Mo University, they have to endure whatever comes their way. Now, Qin Xia won, so you see him punishing Su Feng. But if Qin Xia had lost, given Su Feng's vile character, how do you think he would have humiliated Qin Xia? Zhongwei, if that had happened, would you have dared to tell me that Su Feng went too far? Su Ming was deeply moved. Lu Zhongwei was left speechless, and after a long silence, he quietly said, I'm sorry, Old Bai. My perspective was too narrow. Old Bai's expression softened as he turned to Su Ming. Mr. Su, there's no need to worry about Qin Xia. Mo University has me and our thousands of top-tier teachers. Even if the families are protective, they won't make a fuss over something so trivial. All you need to think about now is which mentor to recommend for Qin Xia after the survival battle ends. Su Ming relaxed immediately and replied with a smile. Understood, Old Bai. I've already considered a recommendation, but it depends on which direction Qin Xia wants to pursue with his second awakening. If he wants to continue with firearms and becomes a gun warrior, I'd recommend Mr. Wu Tianyu, known as the Gun King of Longhua. If he wants to switch to swordsmanship and become a sword warrior, then I'd recommend your grandnephew, Mr. Bai Moyang, currently the youngest top-tier awakener in Longhua. Old Bai showed a look of delight, clearly reminded of Qin Xia's characteristic dual wielding of guns and swords. However, Lu Zhongwei frowned. Swordsmanship? It's not that I doubt Qin Xia's talent, but hasn't he already mastered such a powerful gun technique? Wouldn't learning swordsmanship be a bit redundant? Logically, now that his exquisite gun technique is perfected, he should focus on practicing techniques to strengthen his body. If he chooses Mr. Wu Tianyu, he could learn techniques well-suited for a gun warrior, possibly completing his second awakening by next semester. If he opts for swordsmanship, he'd have to start over, wasting the advantage of his already mastered gun technique. Old Bai looked at Su Ming with interest, waiting for his response. Su Ming calmly replied, Director Lu, I've considered your concerns as well. However, I believe as teachers, we should respect the students' wishes. Particularly for top-tier talents like Qin Xia, it's enough to simply present him with the advantages and challenges of choosing to practice either swordsmanship or marksmanship, and let him make his own decision. Mr. Bai's face lit up with a pleased smile as he looked at Teacher Su and sincerely praised. Well said. Even if Qin Xia chooses Mo Yang and has to start from scratch, it might not be a bad thing. Mo Yang is the most outstanding talent in our Bai family, with a comprehension of swordsmanship that surpasses mine. Following him, Qin Xia is bound to make great strides. In the Student Union Building's president's office, the senior with a buzz cut clenched his fists in excitement and said, President, isn't this Qin Xia too strong? Watching him makes my blood boil. I really want to spar with him myself. Mo Yun elegantly sipped his tea, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. How? Do you remember how many people we held off back then? The senior scratched his head, frowning as he thought. 5 or 600. I can't remember exactly. I just know you found it not thrilling enough at the end. Do you think Qin Xia alone can surpass the record we set together? Zhao Yun showed a look of anticipation. Chu Yuxiang has gathered only about 300 people so far. I'll give him a little help. The broadcast in Area B suddenly came on, announcing that 10 people had been eliminated, bringing the total number of eliminations to 290. Then Zhao Yun's voice followed. Dear freshman, Qin Xia has once again defeated Su Feng's top assassin squad single-handedly, which is quite impressive. Considering Qin Xia's exceptional strength, I suggest you all unite to face him together. Just like a strategy on the battlefield against a formidable beast, treat Qin Xia as the target you need to overcome together. In the cafe, Chu Yuxiang stood up excitedly upon hearing this. But after the initial excitement, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Even Su Feng's 10 top assassins were no match for Qin Xia, prompting the student union president to personally remind all freshmen. Could Qin Xia's strength far exceed his expectations, having reached an intermediate level? Chu Yuxiang furrowed his brows and turned to a freshman, shouting, Zhang Wei, act immediately. Make sure to gather all the remaining freshmen. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Battle Room 06, Qin Xia leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the broadcast. At the entrance of the B13 arena, Chun Taishio heard the announcement and could only smile wryly, feeling both regret for Su Feng and lamenting his own predicament. The priest-teacher was even more flustered, quickly leading a team into the venue. At the entrance, Xia Qi and her friends were stunned. Sister Qi, even young Master Su's assassin team couldn't defeat Qin Xia. Should we still go in? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Qi's face broke into a mischievous smile. Since we can't beat him, why not charm him into helping us? After all, aren't men always weak to that? The girls entered the venue, and the scene before them was shocking. Several freshman assassins lay on the ground receiving treatment from a priest-teacher. Among them, Su Feng was already unconscious, his eyes rolled back and blood continuously seeping from his limbs. This horrifying sight made the girls cover their mouths, trying hard to suppress the urge to vomit. What startled Xia Qi even more was a figure leaning against the wall near the entrance to combat room 06. That person had his eyes closed and appeared calm. It was Qin Xia. Are you Qin Xia? Xia Qi stepped forward. Hello, I'm Xia Qi from the Xia family and suching. Qin Xia's lips moved slightly, but he didn't open his eyes. He simply said, no need to be polite. If you want to fight, call your friends to join in. Xia Qi was surprised by his reaction. Someone who could remain so composed upon hearing the Xia family name? You misunderstood, Qin Xia. Xia Qi quickly explained. You're so strong. How could we challenge you? I want to fight alongside you. The girls are all your fans. There are 10 slots for a mentor. You take one, and there are still 9 left. You can't fill them all, so why not help us out? As soon as she finished speaking, the girls behind her chimed in. Qin Xia, help us out. Qin Xia finally opened his eyes, looking at Xia Qi expressionlessly. No, I don't team up with anyone. If you want a slot, there's only one way to defeat me. Xia Qi put on a pitiful face and moved closer, only to be pushed back by an invisible wall of icy cold air emanating from a vibrating spear by the wall. A flash of anger crossed her face, but she quickly returned to her pitiful demeanor. Oh Qin Xia, don't be like this. I'm from the Xia family, the top family in suching. If you help me, you'll be a friend of the Xia family. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Xia's eyes. No means no. First, I don't need to fight alongside anyone. Second, if I let you in, does that mean the other 8 families can send people in too? Why should they? As I said, if you want to fight, then fight. There's no other option. Seeing Qin Xia's firm attitude, Xia Qi, though annoyed, remained restrained. At this point, another high-quality girl spoke up. Qin Xia, don't be ungrateful. Sister Qi is showing interest in you, which is a blessing. Many people want to cozy up to the Xia family. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you're handsome. Sister Qi can find plenty of high-quality handsome guys. Qin Xia gripped his spear, and an icy aura enveloped everyone. For the last time, it doesn't matter if it's the Xia, Zhang, or Li family, male or female, it doesn't matter to me. If you want a slot, you have to beat me. Seeing Qin Xia unmoved, Xia Qi's expression changed instantly. Qin Xia, are you sure? The survival battle has only been going on for an hour, and Chu Yuxiang has already gathered hundreds of people. He still has at least an hour to recruit more, and then he'll bring all the freshmen to take you down. If you team up with me, those freshmen will be wary of the Xia family and won't dare to make a move. If you really don't appreciate it, then I truly can't help you. The girls were furious when Qin Xia remained silent. Qin Xia, we're calling you brother out of respect, but are you really taking yourself seriously? One of the girls shrieked. You're just a nobody without any background. In front of our sister Chi-Chi, you're nothing. Yeah, just a pathetic loser, still putting on airs. You'll probably never find a girlfriend in your life. Even if some girl does end up with you, she'd have to be blind. Only some ugly, ordinary girl would ever. Before she could finish, a chilling pressure suddenly filled the air, leaving everyone speechless. A thick, white fog enveloped the surroundings. Xia Siki turned to her friends in terror, just as a flash of cold light crossed her vision. Qin Xia's spear had already struck one of the girls hard across the face. Bang! Blood and teeth flew into the air, and the girl's face was instantly deformed. Qin Xia's figure vanished into the icy mist, followed by a series of screams echoing one after another. Qin Xia, are you crazy? Xia Siki screamed hysterically. We just insulted you a little, and you react like this? Bullying women, abusing your strength, what kind of man are you? Qin Xia, damn it, if you have the guts, come out here. The fog gradually dispersed, revealing a horrific scene. The tip of Qin Xia's spear was stained red with blood, drops falling continuously. All 9 girls lay on the ground, writhing in pain, each with the same injuries: crooked mouths, broken noses, and half-deformed faces. The girl who had said blind had the added bonus of 2 swollen black eyes. Talking bad about me is already wrong, Qin Xia said coldly. Talking bad about my woman? Well, you deserve to have your mouths beaten. Xia Siki glared at Qin Xia, her grip on the magic wand turning white. Qin Xia, was this necessary? It's one thing to disrespect me, but to beat my friends like this, do you think I'm easy to mess with? At Magic University, the principal and teachers may protect you, but have you thought about after graduation? You dare to treat me like this today, and when graduation comes, I will use my family's power to get back at you. Qin Xia stood firm, advancing step by step. Do you think bringing up your family will scare me? I already plan to confront a major family within 4 years. Adding one more doesn't bother me. His voice grew colder. And you have the nerve to call me a bully? The one thing I despise most is someone like you, flaunting your family's background and acting arrogantly. In a panic, Xia Siki began chanting a spell, her wand glowing faintly, but the ice dragon had already appeared before her. Boom! The entire arena shook violently. The priest-teacher on the sidelines wearily raised the intercom, and after just 2 words, a response came through. No need to request support. The student council president has already done so. All priest teachers in the class, along with some 4th-year priest students, totaling 1,200 people, will be heading to the B-13 combat arena. What? All 1,200 priests are coming over? The priest teacher asked, eyes wide with disbelief. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie was filled with excitement. The freshmen are gathering in the square, and they're about to join forces against Qin Xia, who can take down dozens of students without even breaking a sweat. At 3 p.m., on Zhuxing Square, located 1,200 meters west of the B-13 Mixed Martial Arts Arena, a dense crowd of freshmen had already gathered. The square was bustling with people, all waiting for Chu Yuxiang's final confirmation. In the chairman's office of the Student Union building, a senior with a buzz cut watched the scene on the monitor with excitement and said, Chairman, your plan is brilliant. We've never managed to gather so many freshmen before. Ma Yun had a faint smile on his lips, his eyes fixed on the image of Chu Yuxiang. Actually, the credit goes to Chu Yuxiang. He's been setting this up since the freshman assembly. The most impressive part is that despite being one of the only 2 level 8 beginner powerhouses, he's managed to make all the freshmen overlook his threat. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. But even if Qin Xia loses, it's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, he's the first in Magic University's history to unite 1,000 freshmen against him. Under the sunshade at the edge of the square, Chu Yuxiang looked at the sea of people, unable to hide his excitement. Zhang Wei, tally the numbers. Zhang Wei quickly checked the registration sheet. Brother Chu, there are a total of 1,038 people. Excluding the 469 who have been eliminated, we've got just about everyone we could. All right, forget about those stubborn ones. Chu Yuxiang straightened his clothes and strode confidently toward the crowd. Standing before the 1,000 freshmen, he spoke loudly. Thank you all for trusting me to continue as the freshman representative, leading us to fight for exclusive mentor spots. As soon as he finished, thunderous applause erupted. I know you're all wondering how we'll compete fairly after defeating Qin Xia. I've got it all planned out, Chu Yuxiang continued. You have 15 minutes to form teams of 10. Once we've dealt with Qin Xia, we'll begin a team competition. The final 10 winners will receive mentor spots. Just follow my lead. We'll easily take down Qin Xia, and then compete fairly. The square erupted with deafening applause once again, and the freshmen's faces were filled with naive smiles. Meanwhile, Chu Yuxiang, outwardly calm, was laughing maniacally inside. Bunch of fools. I've already prepared the strongest level 7 team. Once we take down Qin Xia, I'll rig the draw, grouping everyone in a way that ensures my team wins all the way to the end. When the time comes and I secure the exclusive mentor spot, you guys will be standing there, forced to smile and praise my excellence. Just the thought of it is incredibly amusing. In the security building's monitoring room, the atmosphere was tense. Su Ming was intently watching the screen, his brows furrowed, clearly indicating that the situation had gone beyond his expectations. Beside him, Lu Zhongwei hesitated, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Bai Lao keenly sensed Lu Zhongwei's unease. Zhongwei, speak up. If you're afraid of saying the wrong thing, then what's the point of being by my side? Apologies, Bai Lao. Lu Zhongwei took a deep breath. Miss Ma Yun not only failed to stop Chu Yuxiang, but even fueled the situation, leading to this mess. It's absurd. As strong as Qin Xia is, he can't possibly take on 1,000. Even if he's outstanding, under the current ranking, he won't get the exclusive mentor spot. It's unfair to him. I suggest we limit the number of opponents at once, say to a maximum of 100. Bai Lao didn't respond immediately, but turned his gaze to Su Ming. Mr. Su, what do you think? Su Ming spoke without hesitation. I oppose imposing a temporary limit. Qin Xia chose to stay at the final shrinking point, so he should have anticipated this. It's not just a test, it's a rare battlefield simulation. In the future, on real battlefields, his unique talents will inevitably attract a swarm of beasts. This situation might not be bad for him. As long as he doesn't back down and faces the challenge he's already proven his worth. Bai Lao nodded approvingly. You both make valid points. The rules do need refinement, but not now. Changing them temporarily would be unfair to the other freshmen. Besides, who says Qin Xia will definitely lose? At 3:30 in the afternoon, the scorching sun blazed over the square. With a command from Chu Yuxiang, the mobilization meeting concluded. Nearly 1,000 freshmen formed orderly ranks, marching with impressive momentum toward the B13 mixed martial arts arena, each step echoing the fierce confrontation to come. Chu Yuxiang stood at the forefront of the formation, his mage robe fluttering in the wind. His meticulously arranged legion was now in position. The front line comprised of 200 warriors, brawlers, and blacksmiths forming a solid defense line against Qin Xia. Behind them, 200 agile assassins were ready to exploit any opportunity for a surprise attack. In the middle and rear of the formation, 500 mages and archers stood poised, serving as the core offensive force of the legion. At the very back, 100 priests and alchemists were prepared to provide healing and support to the warriors at the front. This new survival battle was being broadcast live on the campus website, capturing everyone's attention. Bai Lao, the faculty team, student council president Bai Moyun, and many students were watching intently. It was the first time in the history of Magic University that such a large-scale freshman legion had been assembled. This was largely due to Bai Moyun's support and Chu Yuxiang's influence as a member of the leading family in the magic capital, which was enough to rally numerous freshmen to his cause. However, even more astonishing was their opponent Qin Xia, who was facing them alone. Long Aoshue, carrying a large sword, stood on the path leading to the B13 comprehensive fighting arena. Seeing the formidable 1,000-strong army, and knowing Qin Xia would face them alone, she couldn't help but feel a heavy weight in her chest. The distance of a kilometer was covered in an instant. The ground began to tremble as Chun Taisho looked up to see Chu Yuxiang with an excited smile, followed by faces filled with confidence. Teachers, students, please step aside, Chu Yuxiang called out loudly. This entrance is too small. We need to make it bigger. With a wave of his hand, dozens of freshmen in the front line immediately moved to evacuate the injured and the priest teachers to a safe location. Once ready, Chu Yuxiang raised his right hand high. Come on, mages of Magic University, let's show Qin Xia what real magic is all about. Before he finished speaking, hundreds of mages raised their staffs. The sky instantly filled with magical arrays. Fireballs, ice spikes, sandstorms, and wind blades formed densely, and a gigantic purple electric ball appeared above Chu Yuxiang's head. As he swung his arm down, the purple electric ball shot out first, followed by countless spells. Amidst the thundering explosions, the front wall of the B13 arena collapsed with a crash, revealing a massive opening. When the dust settled, Chu Yuxiang turned smugly to the roadside surveillance camera. Principal Bai, esteemed teachers, student council president, and fellow students, I sincerely apologize for the damage to the school's public property. To make up for my mistakes, once the survival battle is over, the Chu family will fund the reconstruction of the B13 mixed martial arts arena. Additionally, we will provide a $1 billion subsidy to the school to enhance and upgrade all combat arenas in Area B. In the Student Council Building's president's office, the crew-cut senior's arms emitted steam swirling in the air. He gritted his teeth, saying, President, this Chu kid is incredibly arrogant at his core. Bai Mayun didn't respond, her eyes fixed intently on the surveillance screen, more concerned about how Qin Xia would handle the situation. Beside her, Old Bai watched the screen with equal excitement, while Su Mingxin was so nervous she could hardly breathe, silently praying. Hold on, Qin Xia. Even if you just hold out until the end, you'll still be number one. Inside the B13 arena, the scorching sunlight poured in through the massive entrance. Near the corridor of Battle Room 06, Qin Xia slowly opened his eyes, holding the silver dragon eye spear across his chest against the blinding light. He looked up at the stands filled with over 1,000 priest teachers and called out loudly, Priest teachers, I appreciate your hard work in advance. Soon, this place will be filled with the injured. Suddenly, the entire arena's floor began to tremble. Led by Qin Xia, over 1,000 freshmen filed in. The oval-shaped arena was about the size of a 400-meter track, with 3,000 neatly arranged seats around it. The corridor to Battle Room 06 was centrally located on the west side. Qin Xia led the newcomers from the head and front middle sections toward the east side of the arena, while the remaining middle and rear sections immediately took their places in the east stands. This created a striking contrast, 1,000 people facing the lone figure of Qin Xia, standing in the west. Qin Xia, to stand against 1,000 on your own is truly courageous. Qin Xia stepped forward, his face full of confidence. I represent the 1,000 freshmen and offer you one last chance. If you concede, I'll just use a couple of spells to let you off. Otherwise, if we really fight, you'll end up seriously injured and need at least half a month to recover, delaying your training and causing you to miss the student council's new member selection in a month. Why bother? As a representative of the freshmen, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Qin Xia slightly raised his chin, his gaze sharp. Thank you, Chu, but I won't back down even a step. Even if I have to face 10,000 freshmen today, it would be no different. He looked around at the 1,000 freshmen opposite him and declared forcefully, everyone, come at me with all you've got. Qin Xia's smile widened, his eyes turning fierce. All right, since that's the case, we won't hold back. He took a deep breath and shouted excitedly. All rear priests, cast your enhancement spells immediately. All front row professions, take the alchemist's enhancement pills now. In an instant, several golden angels formed from light hovered in the air, countless particles of light raining down and merging into the 1,000 freshmen. After swallowing the enhancement pills, the eyes of the front row freshmen turned blood red, their muscles bulged, and veins protruded. The warriors roared in unison, the sound reverberating throughout the arena. At that moment, Qin Xia's unyielding hero talent activated facing 1,000. His overall strength increased by 3 levels. His power surged directly to the early stage of level 9, with destructive capabilities reaching up to the mid-stage of level 2. Qin Xia let out an earth-shattering roar. His presence exploded outward, and the black coffin dragon king's ribbons flapped fiercely in the wind, a biting cold gust sweeping through the entire arena. The biting cold wind swept in, and a trace of fear flickered in Chu Yuhang's eyes. Instantly, the magical gloves on his hands shone brightly as he chanted a spell. May the thunder god of purple sky grant me divine power. Let the purple lightning shatter the void and aid me in treading the skies. Beginner magic, thunder leap. Before he finished speaking, purple lightning flashed beneath his feet, and he shot backwards like an arrow, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily on the platform. He immediately raised his voice to issue commands. All archers, release your arrows. Magicians, unleash your magic attacks. Front row, block Qin Xia, do not let him break through. Priests, cast light shields on the front line, and assassins, prepare to strike. With his orders, the field erupted into action. The archers collectively released their pressure to dispel the cold wind, sending hundreds of arrows through the air in a dense rain aimed at Qin Xia. Magicians raised their staffs, colorful magical lights gathering at the tips, ready to be unleashed. The frontline warriors, with fierce determination, assumed battle-ready stances. Despite the oncoming storm of arrows, Qin Xia showed no intention of defending. Instead, he charged directly at the front line. Just as the arrows were about to hit, a silver light flickered, and his figure vanished into the cold air. In the next moment, an ice dragon appeared out of nowhere in front of the new recruits, its roar shaking the surroundings. Qin Xia, wielding a spear, rushed into the enemy formation like a flash of cold light. Even though the new recruits had been enhanced to an 8th-tier strength through fortifying pills and priestly blessings, their light shield defenses were no match for Qin Xia's mid-level 2nd-tier destructive power. In the first charge alone, over 30 frontline recruits were knocked away by the ice dragon, their screams echoing. The surrounding recruits were both shocked and furious, with a dozen of them simultaneously lunging at Qin Xia. Yet he casually swept his spear, sending all those nearby flying as the icy dragon roared. Following this, the spear whirled, unleashing countless icy blades across the field. Warriors and fighters retreated step by step, while the assassins, intimidated by the overwhelming force, involuntarily backed towards the edge of the platform. Amidst the sea of heads, Qin Xia seemed to relive the moment of the heroic soul awakening. He felt like Zhao Yun, facing countless enemies with ease. His power surged, his spear movements grew fiercer, and his presence more formidable. Single-handedly, he suppressed over 200 recruits. On the northern platform, the priest teachers were dumbfounded. He's definitely a boss-level entity, fighting 200 alone. It's insane. Just awakened by the loud noise, Su Feng was so startled by the scene that he screamed until a priest knocked him unconscious with a staff. Inside the student council building, the short-haired senior in the chairman's office was trembling with excitement. Chairman, this Qin Xia is astonishing. Battling 1,000 alone, unstoppable. Could we have beaten him together back in the day? By Ma Yun, hearing this, showed an excited expression, his hand unconsciously resting on the sword at his waist. I don't know, brother how. We need to go to the scene to find out, Bai Mayun said as he deftly opened the window behind him and leaped out. The short-haired senior followed closely, his figure shooting down like an arrow. Inside the security building's control room, Su Ming and Lu Zhongwei stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Qin Xia's display of strength had far exceeded their expectations. Old Bai was so excited that he laughed aloud and exclaimed to them, "Zhongwei, Mr. Su, did you see that? His combat skills are just like the gun saint in his youth. He's mastered the Hanyuan Longshao spear technique to perfection. No wonder, Mr. Su. You said watching Qin Xia perform would be enough. It's truly spectacular." On the east side of the stands, Chu Yuxiang, shocked, immediately cast a detection spell. Damn it. Not only does he have a 9th tier comprehensive strength, but he can also independently boost his destructive power to mid-tier 2? That's completely unreasonable. Yet, he usually only shows a beginner's 5th tier level. He's hidden his abilities well. The situation on the field took a sharp turn. The new students were so frightened they could hardly hold their wands, and the frontline warriors were on the verge of collapse. If this continued, the 200-plus frontline fighters would soon be overwhelmed by Qin Xia, leaving the fragile assassins behind them in grave danger. Chu Yuxiang made a decisive move, ascending to the highest point of the venue on a surge of lightning, and shouted orders to all the new students, frontline warriors and assassins, disperse immediately and evacuate the wounded. Don't fight Heathen, look for opportunities to counterattack. Alchemists and priests, go down to aid the injured. Archers, engage at your discretion. All mages, raise your wands and lend me your magic power. As soon as the order was given, the situation on the field changed immediately. The new students quickly spread out. Medical personnel rushed to the front lines, and mages lifted their wands to channel their magic. Chu Yuxiang raised his hands high and began to chant. I call upon the thunder god of the purple firmament to grant me divine power, to break all barriers with thunder, and unleash the fury of the violet lightning. Mid-tier magic, purple firmament 9 thunder drawl. As the second highest strength student nationwide, Chu Yuxiang's beginner 8th tier strength was already top-notch among the newcomers, but he still needed everyone's support to cast mid-tier magic. When he felt the continuous flow of magic gathering, a surge of crackling violet lightning burst from his right hand, and his excitement was palpable. Seeing this, Qin Xia immediately swung his spear to conjure a vast ice mist to obscure his form. Chu Yuxiang shouted sternly, "All mages, use wind magic to disperse the ice mist." Several gusts of wind roared to life, and as Qin Xia's figure became visible, Chu Yuxiang had already locked onto him. The first bolt of the purple firmament 9 thunder draw thundered down. Boom. A bolt of purple lightning struck down like a swift and venomous serpent, twisting as it aimed for the back of Qin Xia's neck. In the nick of time, a silver light swirled around Qin Xia, and he instantly shifted his position. The purple lightning narrowly missed him, crashing into the ground and creating a pit several meters deep. Qin Xia moved with agility, quickly maneuvering around several people as he dashed towards the southern stands, targeting the area where Chu Yuxiang was located. Each of his movements flowed seamlessly, showcasing combat awareness far beyond his high school years. By skillfully employing the Han Yuan Dragon Roar Spear technique, with its dragon-like twisting maneuvers, he flawlessly integrated attack, defense, and evasion. In the control room, Lu Zhongwei's eyes widened with shock. Chu Yuxiang, with only basic cultivation, was able to perform the Chu family's secret magic, the Purple Sky 9 Thunder Summon. This intermediate spell not only required precise magical control, but the power of each subsequent bolt increased progressively, from intermediate level 1 to level 9, with the mana consumption doubling each time. Su Ming clenched his fists, fully aware of the terrifying nature of this magic. Meanwhile, Elder Bai stood up excitedly from his seat, his eyes gleaming with delight. This year, Magic University had recruited 2 exceptionally talented individuals. On their way to the B13 Mixed Martial Arts Arena, Bai Moyun and the Buzzcut Senior were watching the live broadcast on their phones. The Buzzcut Senior exclaimed, "President, this battle is more intense than our matches back in the day." Bai Moyun remained silent, understanding the fundamental difference in this fight. Chu Yuxiang was supported by hundreds of mages, while Qin Xia relied solely on his own strength. High above the arena, Chu Yuxiang, noticing that the first lightning bolt missed, maintained a calm demeanor despite a fierce expression on his face. He carefully observed Qin Xia's movement patterns and, after patiently waiting for several seconds, launched a preemptive strike aimed at Qin Xia's front right. Boom. The second purple lightning bolt crashed down. Qin Xia instinctively dodged to the front right, suddenly sensing danger. The silver light flickered again, but this time, it was too late to completely evade. Lightning shattered the icy armor, sparks dancing across the surface of Qin Xia's unparalleled icy flame battle robe. His entire body tingled, and his movements slowed for a brief moment. Chu Yuxiang noticed this flaw, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips as a third bolt of lightning formed in his palm. You can't escape this time, Qin Xia. With a resounding roar, the lightning struck down. In that critical instant, Qin Xia gritted his teeth and slammed his spear into the ground. The immense recoil launched him into the air, propelling him towards the south stands where Chu Yuxiang was positioned. Damn! Chu Yuxiang's expression changed abruptly, and he turned to shout at the eastern stands. What are you wizards waiting for? Trap him with ice walls, water prisons, sandstorms. Archers, release your arrows. Act quickly. The eastern stands erupted with a flurry of magical light, and the archers swiftly took aim. Twisting in midair, Qin Xia steadied himself with several spins and used his spear to change direction. Just as he was about to reach the south stands, an invisible wall of air blocked his path, a sturdy barrier formed by the combined wind shield magic of dozens of wizards. Qin Xia swung his spear to disperse the air wall and landed, only to find himself surrounded by descending ice walls. Arrows rained down upon him, forcing him to whirl his spear rapidly, the cold air forming a vortex to deflect every arrow. Just when he thought he had overcome the danger, tiny droplets of water surrounded him, quickly expanding and connecting to form a massive water prison that engulfed him. Qin Xia held his breath and unleashed a 9th-level pressure, shattering the water prison with a loud bang. At that moment, Chu Yuxiang sneered viciously. Qin Xia, you're finished. The 4th bolt of the purple sky 9 thunder descended with a crash. Drenched, Qin Xia had no time to evade and could only raise his spear in defense. The lightning coursed through the metal spear, spreading throughout his body, shattering his icy armor. The pain had not yet subsided when the 5th bolt struck, leaving him numb, his skin feeling as though pierced by thousands of needles. Through previous injuries, Qin Xia's resolve and physique had been tempered. Even amidst the agony of the 6th bolt, he held his spear firmly, standing defiantly. As the 7th bolt fell, Qin Xia's heartbeat nearly ceased, a scorching sensation engulfing him. His consciousness began to blur, but one thought remained clear in his mind. It's not time to give up yet. Boom. The 8th bolt of lightning struck. Qin Xia's eyes rolled back, his consciousness fading as a gentle face flashed through his mind. Each purple lightning bolt that descended sent a deafening roar through the arena, causing the new students present to involuntarily shudder. At the top of the arena, Chu Yuxiang was preparing to unleash the 9th lightning bolt when the purple electricity in his hands suddenly became wild and unstable, shattering with a muffled bang. Damn it, the crucial 9th bolt failed. Even with so much magical support, I still can't fully release an intermediate spell, he gritted his teeth. If one round of purple sky 9 lightning isn't enough, then let's do it again. He's only at the 9th level of the beginner stage. 8 bolts should be sufficient. The first few bolts might be weak, but by the 5th, it'll definitely crush him. The ground had already been blasted into a deep crater by 5 lightning strikes, with swirling dust obscuring Qin Xia's figure. Seeing this, Chu Yuxiang urgently shouted, "All magicians, lend me your power once more. One more intermediate spell, and victory will be ours." At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the battered entrance. Zhao Yun and a senior with a crew cut arrived with a commanding presence, landing before the new students. Chu Yuxiang, stop! Zhao Yun commanded sharply, releasing a high-level pressure that intimidated all the new students. In the security building's monitoring room, Lu Zhongwei watched the screen with a grave expression. Miss Mayan has called it off. It seems Qin Xia has truly lost this time. But to fight against 1,000 alone and withstand multiple lightning strikes is already quite impressive. Old Bai furrowed his brow, looking disappointed. However, Su Ming's eyes widened, filled with both fear and a hint of anticipation. No, Director Lu. Remember what I mentioned in my report? The invigilator at the Jiangbei Province College entrance exam personally said that Qin Xia only unleashes his true strength when pushed to the brink. That teacher was less than 20 meters from Qin Xia and witnessed the entire process from decline to resurgence. I was skeptical before, but now I feel that situation is about to repeat itself. For a beginner awakener to withstand 5 intermediate lightning strikes and remain standing, this could very well be a sign of his impending awakening. In the B13 mixed martial arts arena, Bai Moyan watched Chu Yuxiang intently. Chu Yuxiang, Qin Xia fought 1,000 alone and endured 5 of your lightning strikes. His body must be at its limit. The outcome is decided. Before Bai Moyan could finish his sentence, an astonishing aura suddenly burst forth from the ice wall. Qin Xia was enveloped in white steam, his eyes shining with an unyielding determination. Linger, I will not lose. The threat of the lightning strike had pushed the limits of his indomitable dragon's might to its peak potential. Qin Xia's aura surged, his strength breaking through to intermediate level 2, with his destructive power soaring to intermediate level 4. The burns and paralysis on his body vanished, and his wounds visibly healed. More astonishingly, he felt confident that even if struck again by the Zishao 9 thunder, he could withstand it. Boom! A wave of intermediate pressure suddenly spread out, shattering several ice walls in the chilly wind. Qin Xia, shrouded in cold air and wielding a long spear, reappeared before everyone. From above, Chu Yuxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" There was only one lightning strike left. At the entrance, Zhao Yun and the short-haired senior exchanged shocked glances. How go? Not only did he make it through, but he's become even stronger? How can a first-time awakener unleash intermediate pressure? The priests on the scene were dumbfounded, having been ready to rush in for rescue, only to see Qin Xia standing there, alive and well, as if reborn. In the monitoring room, Lu Zhongwei mechanically turned to Su Ming. "Mr. Su, it really is as you said." Old Bai's eyes gleamed with delight. "Good. This is a true warrior, unbeaten in 100 battles, unyielding in the face of adversity." Su Ming finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. "Well done, Qin Xia. Show them what a true warrior prodigy is." Hovering in the air, Chu Yuxiang grew increasingly frustrated. "Unfair. Your student council intervened midway and delayed my second Zhixiao 9 Thunder Strike." The short-haired senior was furious. "Watch your mouth, kid. When we came in, you couldn't even release the final strike. Are you sure you could have immediately cast a second Zhixiao 9 Thunder in just 2 sentences? Don't forget you need them to channel magic in your own chanting time." The senior with the buzz cut stared intently at Chu Yuxiang, veins on his arms bulging like earthworms, his voice tinged with obvious anger. "Get it straight, kid." The chairman only spoke for a moment, and Qin Xia was already back on his feet. "Do you think a couple of magic spells from you can stop him from recovering? Don't twist the facts and argue irrationally." Qin Xia quickly assessed the situation, glancing at the senior and by Zhao Yun. He looked up at Chu Yuxiang, a faint smile on his lips. "Chu, I wasn't quite sure what happened when I was trapped earlier. But since they delayed you by 2 sentences, I'll give you double that time back. You want to cast that lightning spell again, right? Go ahead, do it just like before. I promise I won't make a move until you release the lightning." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. The senior turned sharply to Qin Xia, incredulous. "Hey, kid, I thought he was arrogant enough, but now you're completely ignoring him? Even if your mid-level phase 2 strength surpasses his purple Heaven 9 Thunder Strike is still formidable. Can't you show a bit of respect?" Qin Xia's gaze was steady, his smile calm. "Senior, you've misunderstood. It's not that I underestimate him or anyone else. I just believe your intervention affected his performance. I don't like winning with others' help. Since he feels it wasn't fair, let's give him a fair chance. Only then will he be truly convinced if he loses." The senior pondered and turned to ask, "Chairman, why do I feel he's even more unusual than you were back then?" Zhao Yun chuckled softly. "He is a bit unusual. But since he said this, let him be. I shouldn't have intervened in the first place." Standing high in the venue, Chu Yuxiang's face was alight with joy. "Ha! Qin Xia, you said it yourself. Don't regret it." "Yes, I keep my word." Qin Xia nodded. "Don't dawdle. Go ahead and use your purple Heaven 9 Thunder Strike." Chu Yuxiang flashed a sinister smile and immediately shouted to the mages on the east stands. "What are you waiting for? Qin Xia's given us the chance. Make the most of it. Come on, lend me your magic." As his words fell, the new mages raised their staffs, golden threads of magic flowing toward Chu Yuxiang like streams. "May the thunder god of purple heaven grant me his power to shatter all obstacles with lightning and unleash the fury of violet electricity." Mid-level magic, purple heaven 9 Thunder Strike. The violet electricity in Chu Yuxiang's right hand was more violent than before, his left hand gripping his right wrist to steady the magic. Seconds later, the violet electricity formed a concentrated mass in his right hand. Seeing Qin Xia still standing in place, showing no intention to dodge, Chu Yuxiang grew even more excited. He aimed at Qin Xia's head, and with a resounding boom, the first bolt of lightning struck down. In an instant, a purple lightning bolt tore through the sky. Just as the lightning was about to strike Qin Xia, he swung his spear, creating a fierce silver arc that shattered the bolt with a thunderous roar. Stray currents crawled up the spear and onto Qin Xia's body, crackling, but instead of wincing in pain, he stretched his muscles as if savoring the sensation. This astonishing scene was broadcast live, leaving everyone in awe. The power of that strike had reached a mid-level stage 4. Senior Cun Fa shouted in shock. "The power of the cold abyss dragon's roar far surpasses the first lightning strike. What a feat enduring lightning with the body and slashing thunder with a silver spear," Zhao Yun exclaimed, eyes shining with excitement. "The first-year medal at the National College Tournament is in the bag, and we have great prospects for the World College Exchange Competition." In the security building's control room, Lu Zhongwei was speechless, his scalp tingling. Old Bai was overjoyed, cheering repeatedly. "With Qin Xia, this year our Magic University will give Capital University a run for their money. From this year on, the title of Dragon Nation's top university is ours." Su Ming clenched his fists, suppressing his excitement. Meanwhile, high above the B13 arena, Chu Yuxiang was furious, nearly losing control. Damn it, it's just mid-level stage 4 power. I have 9 bolts of lightning. Let's see if you can handle them all. Before he finished speaking, the second bolt struck. Qin Xia remained calm, cutting through the void with silver light, easily dispelling it. The third and fourth bolts met the same fate, effortlessly deflected. As the fifth bolt descended, the crowd held their breath. This time, the purple lightning was fiercer, exploding into a cloud of black smoke upon impact with the spear. When the smoke cleared, a mass of purple electricity danced over Qin Xia, but he still smiled, releasing a pressure that dispersed the lightning instantly. Although Qin Xia sustained some damage, the weakened purple lightning posed no significant threat to his body, which was at mid-level stage 2. Coupled with his fighting spirit, the pain was negligible. Is that all, Chu? Qin Xia taunted. High above, Chu Yuxiang was consumed with rage, unaware that his right hand was trembling and his magic was in disarray. As he attempted to release the sixth bolt, it dissipated with a bang, and his right hand began to bleed. It seems it's over, Qin Xia said calmly. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. Now, it's my turn to attack. At the top of the arena, Chu Yuxiang clutched his bleeding arm, his face twisted in pain. All melee fighters, hurry, hold him down. His voice was laced with undisguised fear. Before the words were fully spoken, nearly 300 new students roared as they charged towards Qin Xia. The crowd surged forward, threatening to overwhelm Qin Xia. Just then, a thunderous dragon roar echoed throughout the venue. Qin Xia wielded his spear like a silver serpent, as the ice calamity dragon swept through the crowd with overwhelming force. The terrifying power of a mid-level 4th rank erupted instantly, sending nearly 100 low-rank students flying like broken kites. Boom, boom, boom. The new students hit the ground one after another, their bodies covered in cuts, crying out in pain. With just this one strike, nearly 100 were rendered incapable of fighting. But Qin Xia did not stop. His spear continued to dance, and the ice blades formed from the freezing aura grew even larger and fiercer. As the cold light flashed by, frost covered everything in its path, leaving the new students staggering. Seeing the dire situation, Chu Yuxiang immediately retreated to the east side of the stands on a bolt of purple lightning. He found a 7th rank healer to tend to his wounds while gathering nearby mages to transfer magic power to him. Brother Chu, we've lost. Zhang Wei rushed to him with a face full of terror. The melee fighters can't hold on, and they're about to be wiped out. Qin Xia will soon charge up the stands. Chu Yuxiang already foresaw defeat and even considered a retreat plan. But pride and anger wouldn't let him admit defeat. No, I haven't lost yet. If I can fully release the 9 thunder strikes of purple heaven, if I can unleash the 9th strike, I can turn the tide. I'm the unseen century genius of the Chu family, I won't lose. Only about 30 melee freshmen remained on the field, forced to spread out to avoid Qin Xia's attacks. Seeing the archers' ineffective assault, Chu Yuxiang shouted angrily. What are you hesitating for? There aren't many warriors left down there. Are you still afraid of hitting your teammates? Shoot. All of you shoot. You must hold him back. The archers, drenched in sweat and filled with fear, had been shooting continuously, but their arrows were either deflected by the spear's wind or failed to penetrate Qin Xia's ice armor. Facing Qin Xia's overwhelming presence, their attacks seemed futile. Hearing Chu Yuxiang's roar, the archers' faces twisted with determination. The archers unleashed another volley, disregarding the cries of their fallen comrades, as a dense rain of arrows descended like a storm. Qin Xia wielded his spear with a chilling gleam, carving a graceful silver arc through the air. With his movement, a fierce, cold wind roared forth, scattering the arrows like a dragon's tail swipe. On the ground, fewer than 10 melee fighters remained. Chu Yuxiang was drenched in cold sweat, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. Despite seeing no hope of victory, he refused to yield. Though his hand wound hadn't fully healed, the bleeding had stopped. His magical energy had recovered enough to cast the purple sky 9 thunders once more. This is it, just one last strike, and I can turn this around. Chu Yuxiang shouted, his voice hoarse, as he soared on purple lightning to the rear of the east grandstand, raising his right hand. All mages, chant with me, launched the final assault. In an instant, the entire east grandstand was aglow with brilliant magical light. Almighty God of purple sky thunder, grant me power to shatter all obstacles. Unleash the fury of the purple lightning. Intermediate magic, purple sky 9 thunders. As the incantation concluded, Qin Xia let out a thunderous roar. He unleashed all his strength into his legs, creating web-like cracks in the ground, and leaped toward the east grandstand like an arrow. His spear, imbued with chilling intermediate power, thrust forward, conjuring a silver-white ice dragon that tore through the sky toward the mages. In midair, the spear tore through countless ice arrows, fireballs, wind blades, and rock spikes with unstoppable might. Chu Yuxiang released 3 bolts of lightning in succession, yet he couldn't halt Qin Xia's advance. Watching the relentless figure approach, he finally broke down. Stay back. Before he could finish, the ice dragon had already crashed into the east grandstand. With a deafening roar, Qin Xia's spear sent hundreds of freshmen flying into the air. Those further away were swept off their feet by the fierce cold wind, their bodies covered in wounds. The defenses and resilience of the ranged and support roles paled in comparison to the frontline warriors, collapsing instantly under the terrifying power of an intermediate fourth-tier attack. The east grandstand was instantly covered in massive cracks, stones flew, and dust filled the air. Chu Yuxiang, coughing up blood, leaned weakly against the wall. Staring at the radiant figure of Qin Xia approaching step by step, he chuckled bitterly. Qin Xia, I'm Chu Yuxiang, a once-in-a-century genius of the Chu family, mastering the family's purple lightning magic at a young age and becoming the second highest scorer in the national exams. Yet today, even with 1,000 people, I can't defeat you. It's laughable. He sighed. You're here to mock me, aren't you? No, I'm just here to see if you can still fight, Qin Xia replied calmly. Chu Yuxiang, you're indeed strong. I almost lost to you. Hearing this, Chu Yuxiang felt a heavy weight lift from his shoulders, tears of frustration trickling down his face. Stop lying. You said, even against 10,000 freshmen, you wouldn't take a step back. You're too strong, Qin Xia. Inside the arena, the dust gradually settled. Nearly 1,000 new students lay scattered across the ground, their cries of pain echoing in the air. Only Qin Xia stood unyielding, holding a long spear, his white robe fluttering, surrounded by a chilling aura as he stood proudly on high ground. In the stands, a senior with a buzz cut had eyes that shone with excitement and adrenaline. President, this kid really did it. He fought against 1,000, far surpassing our level back in the day. In 3 years, when he reaches our stage, how strong will he be? Ma Yun's lips curved slightly, but his hand instinctively gripped the sword hilt tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. At least above advanced level. However, I have a feeling he will bring even more surprises. Let's go, the outcome is decided. Meanwhile, in the security building's control room, Lu Zhongwei exclaimed in surprise, while Old Bai nodded in satisfaction with a smile. Su Ming couldn't hold back any longer and dashed out the door, sprinting towards the B-13 mixed martial arts arena. As the survival battle entered its final half hour, the combat area was compressed into the mixed martial arts arena. Long Aoshue stood at the entrance, took a deep breath as she watched the setting sun, and stepped inside. Inside, Qin Xia remained calm and composed, leaning against the passageway of Battle Room 06. The injured new students in the stands erupted in boos at the sight of Long Aoshue. Why are you here now? What were you doing earlier? If you had helped Brother Chu hold off a bit longer, let him unleash a few more lightning strikes. We might have won. It's all your fault. Long Aoshue's sharp gaze swept across the stands, and she suddenly slammed her broadsword into the ground. With a loud bang, a deep crack appeared, and the arena fell silent. Who dares to blame me? Come down and challenge me. 1,000 of you couldn't beat one, and you have the nerve to blame me? After confirming no one else spoke up, she turned to Qin Xia. Do you want to rest for a bit? We can fight in the last 10 minutes. Qin Xia opened his eyes and tightened his grip on the long spear. No need. If you're worried that I'm exhausted and it wouldn't be a fair fight, don't be. The survival battle is about lasting until the end, and right now, I'm in my best state. Long Aoshue hoisted her broadsword, a smile playing at her lips. The next moment, the pressure of a level 8 beginner erupted, flames rising from her blade. Actually, when I saw you withstand 1,000 opponents, I knew I couldn't beat you. But your resilience against the lightning made me more determined to challenge you. It's not about winning or losing anymore. It's about not giving in, right? Qin Xia silently nodded, the Black Dragon King ribbon on his spear fluttering without wind, exuding cold air. In an instant, ice and fire clashed in the air, a deafening explosion resounding throughout the arena. When the cold finally consumed the flames, the survival battle for the new students at Magic University came to an end. Among the more than 1,000 new students present, only Qin Xia survived to the end. That night, Su Ming took Qin Xia to a hot pot restaurant to celebrate properly. To celebrate Qin Xia's victory and to recommend a mentor, Su Ming put down his chopsticks as the dishes were nearly finished and said seriously, Qin Xia, I've thought of 2 options for your mentor. He looked intently at Qin Xia and continued, if you want to continue as a gun warrior, I recommend Gun King Wu Tianyu. Since you've already mastered the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique, he won't teach you new spear techniques to avoid conflict, but will directly pass on his cultivation methods to help you build a solid foundation. After a brief pause, Su Ming added, the other choice is Bai Moi, the grandnephew of Elder Bai. He's the youngest special grade awakener in Longhua, specializing in swordsmanship. But if you choose him, you'll have to start learning sword techniques from scratch. Once you master them, he'll teach you cultivation methods. In terms of speed, choosing Wu Tianyu will let you start practicing cultivation methods sooner, Su Ming mused, stroking his chin. However, your unique dual-wielding gun and sword style makes this decision yours to make. Qin Xia fell into deep thought, his brow furrowing. Brother Su, when I learned the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique before, my strength increased by 4 levels. If I switch to sword techniques, can I expect the same improvement? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, then explained, sword and spear techniques are quite different and theoretically won't interfere with each other. As long as you're in the warrior profession, learning either will provide the same enhancement. But if you awaken as a gun warrior, learning sword techniques will be significantly less effective. Qin Xia's eyes lit up. What about cultivation methods? Can I practice multiple methods simultaneously to enhance my strength? Absolutely not. Su Ming shook his head gravely. Cultivation methods are unlike martial techniques. You must focus on one per realm, or you'll face conflicts that could either regress your power or endanger your life. Then, Qin Xia pondered. Does an intermediate cultivation method completely replace a beginner one? Rather than replacing, it's more like inheriting, Su Ming explained. Having a beginner method foundation speeds up learning the intermediate one. But even without a beginner foundation, you can still master the intermediate method. Once you reach the intermediate level, practicing beginner methods won't enhance your strength anymore. After hearing these explanations, Qin Xia made up his mind. For most, choosing Wu Tianyu to directly cultivate methods seems advantageous. But with his unparalleled sword skill talent, practicing swordsmanship is the fastest path. The time needed for cultivation methods is unpredictable, but he's confident he can master sword techniques within a month. Brother Su, I've decided, Qin Xia said resolutely. I choose Bai Moi as my mentor to practice swordsmanship. All right, Qin Xia, Su Ming said earnestly. Starting over with sword practice will be more challenging. But considering you mastered the difficult Hanyuan Dragon Roar Spear technique in just a month, I believe your progress with swordsmanship will be swift too. Qin Xia nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. As their gazes met, it seemed they reached a mutual understanding once again. Su Ming was convinced that Qin Xia would firmly pursue the path of a swordsman. However, Qin Xia had other plans in mind. Whether to choose to become a swordsman or a spear warrior upon his second awakening was something he wasn't eager to decide just yet. The immediate priority was to enhance his abilities, and he figured he could defer the decision until the time was right. Who knows, perhaps there would be other unexpected options by then. Oh, by the way, Qin Xia, Su Ming remembered something. I didn't mention this earlier because I didn't want to distract you. Actually, Elder Bai really hopes you'll choose Mo Yang as your mentor. He specifically told me some things about Mo Yang and asked me to pass them on to you. Qin Xia immediately sat up straight, ready to listen attentively. Elder Bai said that Mo Yang showed exceptional talent in swordsmanship from a young age and is truly a sword enthusiast, always delving into sword techniques. He has mastered not just one, but 6 exquisite sword techniques, Su Ming continued in a lowered voice. But these techniques vary in strength. You'll need to find a way to get him to teach you the strongest one. Qin Xia raised an eyebrow, silently impressed by the hidden talents in Mo Da, where experts abound. But don't worry, Su Ming said with a knowing smile. Elder Bai has given you a strategy. Since Mo Yang has been a genius from a young age and often praised, he's actually quite narcissistic. When interacting with him, it's crucial to be adaptable and flatter him at the right moments. Don't worry about overdoing it. The more you praise him, the happier he gets. Ideally, you should praise him to the skies, like he's shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Once he's in a good mood, he'll naturally teach you the most powerful sword technique. But be careful with your timing. Don't be too obvious, or he'll see through it. It's best to weave compliments naturally into your conversations. Qin Xia raised an eyebrow again, thinking this Mo Yang teacher was indeed unique. All right, Brother Su, don't worry, I'm quite adept at giving compliments. After parting ways with Su Ming, Qin Xia headed to Villa 1306 with his student ID. Although this was the dream mansion he longed for in his previous life, moving in now didn't bring as much joy as he imagined. It wasn't that the villa wasn't good enough, but without his beloved by his side, even the best house couldn't fill the emptiness in his heart. Linger, in less than a month, I'll advance to the intermediate level. Wait for me. The next morning at precisely 7 a.m., after having breakfast in the cafeteria, Qin Xia arrived at the teacher's villa area using the address Su Ming provided. Before he even reached by Mo Yang's villa, he saw a young man about 175 centimeters tall, with slightly disheveled black hair, standing there. As soon as the man saw Qin Xia approaching, he beamed with a bright smile. Good morning, Qin Xia, the young man greeted warmly. I'm Fang Liyuan, a year ahead of you, and one of Mo Yang's students from last year. You can call me Brother Zhao Yuan. Faced with this senior's enthusiastic and familiar demeanor, Qin Xia was a bit surprised but responded politely. Hello, Brother Zhao Yuan. Fang Liyuan carefully observed Qin Xia in front of him, nodding with satisfaction. The young man showed no trace of arrogance, which was quite surprising. I heard you single-handedly took on 1,000 yesterday and left the new students in disarray. I expected someone more conceited, but you're quite approachable. Since you're so polite, I might give you some pointers. Before he could finish, the iron gate of the villa suddenly opened. A figure in white emerged, a 29-year-old man with long hair flowing in the breeze, dressed in white robes, and two swords hanging at his waist. His every move exuded the air of a master. Fang Liyuan immediately bowed and clasped his hands in greeting. Teacher, it's true. The school's official announcement shows that Qin Xia was the sole victor of yesterday's survival battle. Seeing this, Qin Xia quickly followed suit, bowing with clasped hands. Bai Lao already mentioned it to me last night, Bai Moyang remarked, his expression aloof as his gaze settled on Qin Xia. You do have some skill, wielding a spear with impressive vigor. But why not choose a firearms master as your teacher and come to me instead? Qin Xia slightly raised his head, revealing a sincere smile. Teacher, I've only learned some spear techniques from Jiangbei Lin family's third patriarch. If I could receive guidance from a sword master like you, I would choose the sword. In fact, yesterday I used a sword. As he spoke, he drew the sword at his waist. The third patriarch of the Lin family said that a beginner like me should learn directly from the best teacher. Teacher Su Ming also said that if I want to learn the strongest swordsmanship, you're the only choice in Longhua and even the world. Fang Liyuan was taken aback. This kid seemed to be answering the question, yet every sentence was a compliment, even invoking teacher Su Ming's name to praise him. Such skillful flattery. Bai Moyang's lips curled slightly, clearly pleased. All right, I'll take you as my student. Soon, the three of them arrived at the training room on the first floor. Bai Moyang retrieved 6 exquisite swordsmanship manuals from the inner room. Let me see which one suits you best. Qin Xia keenly sensed something was off. True treasures shouldn't be so casually stored. He cautiously remarked. It's impressive that you can bring out 6 exquisite swordsmanship manuals at once. But with your mastery, you must have even more formidable techniques, right? Fang Liyuan widened his eyes in disbelief at Qin Xia's words. Well, Bai Moyang chuckled. I do have them. Let's see if you can learn them. Bai Moyang carefully placed the 6 sword techniques back in the inner room, locked them in the cabinet, and then walked over to the wooden table. He bent down and pulled out a dusty, tattered booklet from under the table leg. He patted the cover and blew off some dust, causing a cloud to rise. Fang Liyuan stood frozen, his mind momentarily blank. He stammered. Teacher, are you telling me that this book, which has been propping up the table leg, is actually your most prized sword technique? Bai Moyang's lips curled slightly, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes as he nodded gently. That's right. This sword technique is extremely difficult. It took me a lot of effort to master it fully back in the day. I dare say there's probably no one else in the world who can reach this level. Later, I found it perfect for leveling the table, so I left it there. He glanced at Fang Liyuan. You always get so worked up. Look at Qin Xia, he's much calmer. Qin Xia wore a faint smile and shook his head lightly. Teacher, I'm actually a bit surprised too. But knowing that a sword master like you has top-tier techniques lying around isn't too surprising. In truth, Qin Xia had seen many similar scenarios in movies in his past life. So even if Bai Moyang had pulled out a smelly dried fish claiming it to be a legendary sword, he wouldn't be too shocked. What truly surprised him was that he stumbled upon this sword manual so easily. That's the kind of broad perspective you should have, Bai Moyang said with satisfaction as he handed the sword manual to Qin Xia. This is the Burning Heaven Dominance sword technique. A rare treasure. Bai Moyang then began to recount his legendary journey, starting sword training at age 3, sweeping through the Shanghai Youth Palace at age 5, winning the National Middle School Championship at age 8, and becoming the champion of the National Non-Awakened Master Tournament at age 12. On the day of his soul awakening at 18, he leaped to the beginner's 6th stage with a fully mastered rare sword technique and years of foundation. After becoming the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam, he was gifted the Burning Heaven Dominance sword technique, but due to its overpowering intent, he had to set it aside after only partially mastering it. At 23, he chose to return to teach at Magic University, abandoning his family's hopes for military achievements. It wasn't until he completed his 4th awakening at 26, becoming a distinguished supreme sword master with 6 rare sword techniques under his belt, that he revisited this manual. This time, it took him only 2 months to master it completely. As he spoke, Bai Moyang lifted his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping over his 2 disciples, a self-satisfied smile playing on his lips. Qin Xia was both astonished and nervous. The sword technique was so profound that even a master like Bai Moyang needed 2 months to master it. He had originally thought he could conquer it in 20 days, but now he wondered if he was being too ambitious. Oh well, he would just attribute his success to his teacher's excellent guidance. Meanwhile, Fang Liyuan was completely bewildered. He knew Bai Moyang was always self-assured, but today, with a little prompting from Qin Xia, he had surprisingly shared so much of his past. Qin Xia, I've heard from Elder Bai that you are skilled in both sword and spear, with exceptional talent in both weapons, Bai Moyang said, standing in the training ground, his eyes sharp as he looked at the young man in front of him. You managed to master the Han Yuan Long Shao spear technique in just a month, which is truly impressive. However, learning the sword is entirely different from learning the spear. Bai Moyang's voice was steady and powerful. While both have their own essence, the spear is limited by its form, whereas the sword's highest level is having neither the sword in hand nor in heart, triumphing without it. With these words, Bai Moyang raised 2 fingers and gently swung them towards a nearby practice post. Instantly, a fierce sword aura sliced through the air, leaving 2 deep gashes on the post with a bang. Fang Liyuan stood aside with a deadpan expression. He had witnessed this move last year, filled with hope as if seeing a bright future. However, after a year of study and reflection, all he could think was, here we go again, showing off. Teacher, I know you're strong, but this requires a top-tier awakener with exceptional sword skills like you. I've practiced a rare sword technique for a year and only reached proficiency. I can't grasp what you mean by sword essence. Who knows when I'll master it? Qin Xia's eyes widened in awe. He recalled how his third great-grandfather taught him spear techniques, where even a broken spear could create a spear wind, which was already incredible. But Bai Moyang's skill was on another level entirely. Qin Xia, this sword aura is released by understanding the sword essence and combining it with pressure, Bai Moyang explained. You're still at a beginner level, and your pressure is too weak. Even if you understand the sword essence, you won't achieve this effect. But if you start comprehending it now, by the time you reach the top level, it will come naturally. Remember, in learning sword techniques, understanding the sword essence is fundamental. The stronger the technique, the more it emphasizes sword essence, like the flaming sky dominating sword technique. Just as Qin Xia was about to nod, a flash of insight struck him, and he exclaimed, Teacher, your words are enlightening. As the saying goes, hearing from a wise person is better than reading 10 years of books. It's like I've grasped the key point. Under the guidance of the Lin family's third great-grandfather, I mastered the spear technique in a month. With your guidance, I'm sure I can quickly understand the sword essence and perfect the flaming sky dominating sword technique. Fang Lian was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping, as he watched the teacher and student who seemed like longtime partners, while he felt like the outsider. Very good. It's rare to have such determination. Bai Moyang nodded in satisfaction, not finding Qin Xia's words inappropriate. He was about to draw his sword for a demonstration, but suddenly surveyed the villa space around them, frowning slightly. Qin Xia, this sword technique is too overwhelming and powerful to be used here. Let's move to the fighting arena. Fang Liyuan watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance, remembering Qin Xia's eyes sparkling with anticipation. He shook his head with a sigh. Oh, Qin Xia, just as naive as I was back then. Once you hear the abstract explanations of sword intent from the teacher, you'll realize that swordsmanship isn't that simple. If mastering the sword were that easy, all the sorcerers in the Dragon Kingdom would have switched to sword fighting by now. After leaving the villa, Bai Moyang led Qin Xia through the streets, heading straight for Area A. Along the way, Qin Xia was engrossed in the manual of the blazing sky domineering sword technique, visualizing each move in his mind. By 9 a.m., they arrived at the A07 Enhanced Combat Arena. This was Bai Moyang's personal training ground. Although it looked similar to the arenas in Area B, it was specially reinforced, making it difficult even for high-level awakeners to damage. Bai Moyang stepped into the center of the arena and turned to face Qin Xia, who stood at the edge. You've seen the sword moves. When I demonstrate, pay close attention. The key is understanding the sword intent. That's crucial to mastering the technique. Qin Xia nodded solemnly, more focused than in any class. To him, the sword moves were just the form, easy to grasp naturally, but the deeper sword intent was what truly required thoughtful comprehension. Bai Moyang's expression suddenly changed. His eyes seemed to ignite with flames. He took a step forward, his sword moving with him, its blade slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, the fierce sword aura sweeping across the arena. The intent of the blazing sky domineering sword is to be as overwhelming as flames engulfing the sky, Bai Moyang explained as he demonstrated. The sword strikes like a raging river of fire, unstoppable. To grasp this intent, you must possess the determination to burn everything and an invincible spirit. Qin Xia was captivated, knowing that Bai Moyang was holding back his power, yet the presence he displayed was still awe-inspiring, far beyond what words on a page could convey. That was incredible, teacher, Qin Xia exclaimed in admiration. It's similar to the spear intent of the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar, but even more imposing. Bai Moyang nodded, pleased and thoughtful. You're right. The Cold Abyss Dragon Roar spear technique you practice is already incredibly formidable. Given your experience of fighting against overwhelming odds, you're well acquainted with the belief in overcoming all obstacles. I believe you'll soon grasp the essence of the blazing sky domineering sword technique. All right, since you've understood the sword intent, I'll demonstrate the entire sequence for you, Bai Moyang said, and once again wielded his sword. With a downward slash, the sword wind descended like heavenly fire, causing the ground to tremble. Then, he swung horizontally, the sword aura spreading like a wave of heat, distorting the air as if it were burning. 15 minutes later, the demonstration was complete. Bai Moyang smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his voice as he asked, So, did you get it all? Qin Xia nodded enthusiastically, feeling his blood boil with excitement, reminiscent of the time when the third grandfather taught him spear techniques. All right, now it's your turn to practice, Moi said, stepping to the side of the arena. Qin Xia stepped onto the fighting stage, took a deep breath, and slowly drew his sword. The blade glimmered coldly under the lights. He closed his eyes, focusing on replaying every move and detail that Moi had demonstrated. The moment he opened his eyes, a sharp light gleamed within them. The sword danced in his hands, each move bold and powerful, cutting through the air with authority. The sword's edge seemed capable of tearing through the very atmosphere. Moi watched from the sidelines, increasingly surprised. This didn't look like the swordplay of a novice. It was as if he was watching a younger version of himself wielding the sword. The domineering intent within the moves was something even Fong Liyuan hadn't grasped last year. It seems that only a true genius can understand the swordsmanship of another genius, Moi thought to himself with a nod. Sweat trickled down Qin Xia's face as time passed by in the glow of the sword. It wasn't until dusk that Moi called an end to the practice. Qin Xia, you're the first student who has truly impressed me, Moi praised. I have to go to Kyoto for a 2-week business trip. I was worried at first, but now it seems you'll be fine practicing on your own. Starting tomorrow, Fong Liyuan will join you. I hope to see your progress when I return. Qin Xia clasped his hands in salute. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I will practice diligently and aim to make a breakthrough within these 2 weeks. The next morning at 7, Qin Xia arrived at the A07 fighting arena to start his training. Fong Liyuan, however, slept in and didn't leisurely make his way to the arena until 10. Newcomers are always so eager, Fong Liyuan thought as he walked. Since he's polite, I'll show him a couple of moves later. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from inside the venue. Fong Liyuan rushed in to find Qin Xia striking the ground with his sword. The force of the strike, like a heavenly fire crashing down, exploded with such power that it knocked Fong Liyuan to the ground. Are you all right, Brother Yuan? Qin Xia asked, sheathing his sword. I'm fine. Just slipped, Fong Liyuan replied, getting up and looking at Qin Xia in shock. Your swordplay is quite impressive. Qin Xia smiled calmly. Yes, I've just reached a minor mastery and tried it out. This sword style is indeed formidable. What? Xiaoqing? Fong Lian leaned back abruptly, his face turning deathly pale. He gasped, nearly losing his balance. How is that possible? It took me an entire semester to reach Xiaoqing, he exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Qin Xia. The teacher's abstract teaching methods never explain specific sword moves. He just talks about things like sword intent as majestic as a rainbow and striking with the power to shatter mountains and rivers. You actually understand that? Qin Xia maintained a calm smile, nodding gently. I understand a bit. I think the teacher means that when wielding the sword, you should exude a strong presence and have the determination to cleave through mountains and rivers. It seems pretty straightforward to me, and if you think about it seriously, it makes a lot of sense. Fong Liyuan's expression turned complex, as if defeated, nodding repeatedly. All right. One dares to teach, and the other dares to learn. You really did learn it. Fine, you guys win. A system notification rang in Qin Xia's ear. Congratulations, you have practiced the Finchen domineering sword technique to the level of Xiaoqing. Congratulations, your strength level has increased to beginner level 6. Feeling the power surging within, Qin Xia was in high spirits, continuing to focus on practice. Fong Liyuan also picked up his sword and began practicing on the side. It wasn't long before he remembered he had already reached proficiency and decided to regain some face. Qin Xia, your progress is indeed commendable, Fong Liyuan said, feigning maturity. But mastering the sword requires not just understanding, but also diligent practice. I was only late today because of some urgent matters, but am usually very diligent. Qin Xia's sword movements were fluid and seamless, sweat trickling down his forehead. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. I'm very disciplined, practicing 14 hours every day. Even though the teacher told us to supervise each other, you don't have to worry about me at all. Fong Liyuan's sword froze midair, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. How many? 14 hours. His face was filled with terror. While diligence is good, you must also balance work and rest, or you might faint from exhaustion. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. I have experience, Qin Xia said calmly. The duration is just right. Eating a few more bowls of rice keeps me from getting tired. Fong Liyuan's expression twisted like an elderly person squinting at a phone on the subway, filled with doubt. Remembering his morning Lian, a deep sense of guilt washed over him. By around 8 in the evening, Fong Liyuan, who hadn't worked so hard in a long time, was utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground. Watching Qin Xia, who was still full of energy, he began to panic. This guy reached Xiaoqing in just one day and is still working so hard. Is he trying to outdo me? Could the teacher be testing me with this supervision task? From that day on, Fong Liyuan dared not slack off again. On the morning of the 4th day, Qin Xia received another system notification. Congratulations, you have practiced the Finchen domineering sword technique to proficiency. Congratulations, your strength level has increased to beginner level 7. A familiar warmth spread through his body, his power increasing once more. While Fong Liyuan was diligently practicing, he suddenly sensed the beginner level 7 pressure emanating from Qin Xia, his movements freezing instantly. A terrifying thought crossed his mind, plunging him into deep panic. Qin Xia, I heard people say your potential can reach the intermediate level. Just now, was that just a casual display of your power? No, my minimum strength has improved. Qin Xia replied calmly, shaking his head. Sorry, I just mastered a sword technique, and my body got a bit excited. I hope it didn't affect you. These words hit Fong Liyuan like a hammer to the heart. The long sword in his hand clattered to the ground, making a crisp sound. Ever since he heard that Qin Xia could fight 1,000 men alone, his worldview had been crumbling. At this moment, as the sword hit the floor, he finally accepted the reality. After that day, Fong Liyuan was like a changed man. Every day before dawn, he would wait at the A07 combat arena with a respectful smile, eager to practice with Qin Xia. He started to call Qin Xia junior brother and asked Qin Xia to call him senior brother. Qin Xia agreed with a calm nod. As a senior brother, Fong Liyuan led by example. He brought Qin Xia energy drinks every day and took on the responsibility of getting lunch and dinner. In this way, as they trained hard and sweated together, time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, as Qin Xia was swinging his long sword, the system panel suddenly lit up. Congratulations. You have mastered the Burning Heaven Dominant Sword technique. Congratulations. Your strength level has been upgraded to primary level 8. Looking at this notification, Qin Xia felt a slight stir in his heart just one step away from primary level 9. At this moment, Fong Liyuan sensed the level 8 pressure emanating from Qin Xia, but instead of fear, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Since witnessing Qin Xia's talent, he had anticipated this breakthrough. Congratulations, junior brother, on furthering your understanding of the sword technique. As your senior brother, I must learn more from you. I hope you won't hesitate to teach me. Feeling a bit awkward at the praise, Qin Xia smiled slightly. You're too kind, senior brother. I just have a bit of talent and practice on my own. I wouldn't dare say I'm teaching. But there's something I need to ask you. Hearing the word ask, Fong Liyuan's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Please, go ahead, junior brother. Qin Xia raised the long sword in his hand, which was now covered in nicks and dents. Senior brother, this sword technique is too dominant. In just 10 days, I've worn this grade sword down like this. I want to get a better one, but I can't quite remember where to find it. Fong Liyuan examined the battered sword with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Junior brother, it's normal to forget when you're focused on practice. There's a credit exchange center in the school's zone logistics complex where you can trade credits for weapons, armor, pills, and items like energy bars. However, the highest you can get there isn't a grade. Force grade. You need high honors, like being a provincial champion, which would allow you to obtain one directly. Of course, if you want another grade sword, there might be a way. The National College League champions are rewarded with S-level weapons, Fong Liyuan said, looking at Qin Xia with a touch of longing in his voice. With your skills, winning the championship should be no problem. But for now, with the survival battle credits you've earned, exchanging them for a level long sword is the most suitable option. Qin Xia frowned slightly. It takes 10,000 points to exchange for a level long sword. These credits are indeed quite limited. 10,000 points. Fong Liyuan was so surprised that his long sword trembled. Isn't the survival battle reward only 1,000 credits? Did they change the rules this year? The rules haven't changed, Qin Xia calmly explained. Since I'm the only survivor, I receive the rewards for the top 10 places, each worth 1,000 points. Fong Liyuan quickly cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. Sorry, my perspective was too narrow. He soon regained his composure and analyzed seriously. With 10,000 credits, I suggest you get a level long sword. Although saving up to 15,000 points could get you in a level, with your training intensity, you probably can't wait that long. Besides, you'll definitely be using an S-level long sword in the future, so transitioning with a level 1 is already quite luxurious. He detailed the performance of the level long sword. Theoretically, a level sword may not match in a level in strength, hardness, sharpness, durability, and so on, but it's absolutely sufficient for battles below special rank. He added, by the way, when you challenge the Second Awakening Secret Realm, it will be more than enough to deal with intermediate magical beasts. Thank you for the explanation, senior brother. Qin Xia nodded in agreement. Could you tell me more about the Second Awakening Secret Realm? A hint of pride flashed in Fong Liyuan's eyes. He had deliberately brought up the Secret Realm to steer the conversation in this direction. That's what a senior brother should do, he explained enthusiastically. Simply put, a beginner at the 9th level needs to undergo a second awakening by first obtaining an awakening stone from the Secret Realm, then having an array master activate the awakening magic array. He carefully described the 3 difficulty levels of the Secret Realm. The low difficulty features 100 intermediate 1 strength beasts, 10 intermediate 2 strength beasts, and 1 intermediate 3 strength beast. The medium difficulty has 200 intermediate 1-strength beasts, 20 intermediate 2-rank beasts, and 2 intermediate 3-rank beasts. The high difficulty includes 500 intermediate 1-strength beasts, 50 intermediate 2-rank beasts, and 5 intermediate 3-rank beasts. There's also a hell difficulty, he added, but that only appears in history books. The challenge has a 24-hour limit, and if you can't complete it, you'll be forcibly transported out. The higher the difficulty, the better the quality of the awakening stone you obtain, ranging from good, excellent, to rare. Using a better awakening stone results in a stronger talent after awakening. Listening to these detailed explanations, Qin Xia was deep in thought when a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Senior brother, let me confirm with you again, Qin Xia said earnestly, looking at Feng Liyuan. The awakening truly begins the moment the awakening stone is placed on the magic array and the array is activated, right? But the awakening requires this tool, the awakening stone. Feng Liyuan nodded slightly and explained, yes, essentially it's the same as the initial awakening. Both use a magic array and an awakening stone to help you awaken your profession. However, the second awakening has a special requirement. It must be an awakening stone you obtained yourself in the secret realm. Ones given by others won't work. Qin Xia noted the meaningful smile on his senior brother's face and nodded. Got it. Thank you, senior brother. After lunch, Qin Xia boarded the school bus to the logistics department complex in Area B, planning to exchange for a grade longsword. After getting off the bus, a 30-story building came into view with credit exchange office prominently displayed above the entrance. Several trucks were unloading in front of the building, creating a busy scene. Following the receptionist's directions, Qin Xia went straight to the 23rd floor, where the sword exhibition hall was located. A staff member with a bushy beard warmly approached him. Qin Xia. The man laughed heartily. A single spear against 1,000, the silver-armored warrior stands unrivaled. No one at Magic University doesn't know you, but you already have a great spear. Why are you looking at swords? Qin Xia patted the sword at his waist and smiled. I'm learning swordsmanship from teacher My, and my old sword isn't strong enough. I want to exchange it for a new one. So, you chose teacher My, the man exclaimed in surprise. I must pick the best for you. What grade are you looking for? Grade is fine. I only have 10,000 credits. The man quickly brought 2 long swords. One was the best in overall performance, a fine steel longsword, and the other was known for its sharpness, the sharp-edged longsword. Just as Qin Xia was about to make a choice, the man suddenly remembered something and hurried into the inner room, returning shortly with a large, completely black sword in both hands. Almost forgot the best one obsidian tungsten steel sword, the man said, slightly out of breath. It was supposed to be a grade, but it was downgraded to grade because of its weight. Apart from the weight, all other attributes reach a grade standards. The bearded man walked up to Qin Xia and placed the obsidian tungsten steel sword on the ground, producing a dull thud as metal met floor. Although this sword was classified as a one-handed sword, it was significantly larger than standard ones and could easily be wielded as a two-handed greatsword. This sword is indeed large and heavy for ordinary people, making it difficult to handle. I was considering having it reforged, the bearded man said, eyeing Qin Xia's robust physique. But seeing how effortlessly you handled the shimbing spear earlier, this sword seems perfect for you. Plus, with your build, a greatsword at your side does look quite imposing. Want to give it a try? Qin Xia thought to himself that with his innate talent as a weapon master, he could handle any weapon unless it was excessively heavy. As soon as his left hand gripped the sword's hilt, his talent activated instantly. This obsidian tungsten steel sword felt like an old friend, more suited to his swordsmanship than the nearby steel long sword or sharp long sword. What's wrong, Qin Xia? Too heavy? The bearded man asked, puzzled by Qin Xia's stillness. Qin Xia's lips curled into a slight smile, excitement gleaming in his eyes. No, teacher, it's just perfect. I'm just worried that if I exert too much force, this showroom might suffer. Then let's head to the testing room in the back, the bearded man suggested with a chuckle. The walls there are specially reinforced. The testing room, though only 60 square meters, was equipped with 3 metal testing posts of varying levels. From left to right are the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Choose as you see fit, the bearded man explained. Qin Xia headed straight for the intermediate post, but suddenly turned back. Teacher, the room is a bit cramped. You should wait outside. As soon as the bearded man stepped outside, the entire floor trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Moments later, Qin Xia emerged with a faint smile. Thank you, teacher. This sword suits me well. The bearded man peeked inside and gasped. The beginner post was shattered, the intermediate one was covered in explosion-like cracks, and even the intact advanced post was vibrating violently, emitting a buzzing sound. Qin Xia, was that tremor caused by your sword trial? The bearded man asked in disbelief, eyes wide. Yes, the room was too narrow, causing quite a shake, Qin Xia replied calmly. Even for someone who practices swordsmanship daily, it was a bit much on the ears. After using up his credits and walking out of the exchange building with the black sword, Qin Xia couldn't hide his excitement. He originally planned to get a grade transitional longsword, but unexpectedly acquired a downgraded a grade black sword. Although it had flaws for others, it was perfect for him. Trading 10,000 credits for something worth 15,000 was an incredible deal. Back at the villa, Qin Xia carefully polished his A-grade longsword and stored it safely in the cabinet before heading to the A07 arena. As soon as he entered the venue, Feng Liyuan approached him. His eyes were immediately drawn to the black sword in Qin Xia's hand, his face full of shock. Junior brother, weren't you going to exchange for a grade longsword? Where did this sword come from? Senior brother, this is indeed a grade longsword, Qin Xia calmly explained. It was originally a grade, but it was downgraded because it's too large and heavy for most people to use. Is that even possible? Feng Liyuan frowned, looking confused. Then he remembered the main reason he approached Qin Xia. By the way, junior brother, our teacher just contacted me. He met Feng Sihai at the Kyoto Martial Arts Conference. You know, that Feng Sai. Feng Liyuan went on to explain Feng Sai's background. As the head of the Feng family, the leading family in Wujiang City and one of the top 8 families in Longhua, the Feng family was renowned for their martial arts skills. Feng Sai and their teacher, Bai Moyang, were at odds due to differences in martial arts philosophy. The Feng family emphasized techniques, internal skills, and physical training, viewing swordsmanship as mere moves, while Bai Moyang focused on swordsmanship, especially the cultivation of sword intent. They clashed at the last martial arts conference over whether swordsmanship or martial arts techniques are more important. Feng Liyuan continued. They had a friendly spar, and our teacher left Feng Sai bedridden for half a month. Hearing this, Qin Xia couldn't help but smile. It was very much in Bai Moyang's character. But Feng Sai refused to admit defeat, claiming he lost because of his age. He insists on using a competition between the next generation of disciples to prove whose philosophy is correct, Feng Liyuan added. This year, Feng Sai took on a highly talented disciple who scored the highest in the college entrance exam in Dajiang City and got into Jing University. So at this martial arts conference, he kept pestering our teacher to arrange a spar between the disciples. When our teacher returns, Feng Sai and his disciple will come too. Seeing Qin Xia look at him, Feng Liyuan quickly waved his hands. Junior brother, don't look at me. I'm already at intermediate level 1. It's not suitable for me to fight his disciple, who's at beginner level 8. This is your task. Qin Xia waved his hand lightly, a meaningful smile on his lips. Senior brother, what are you thinking? Of course, I'll take this fight to support our teacher and give them a good beating. But, he paused. Since I'll be sacrificing my precious sword training time to spar with them, shouldn't they offer some benefits? Feng Lian felt a chill run down his spine, his skin prickling with goosebumps. His junior, Qin Xia, exuded an unprecedented sense of pressure. Qin Xia slowly walked to the center of the fighting arena. As he drew his black sword, the blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Senior brother, look at my swordsmanship now. I've already mastered it. He swung the black sword with a ferocity like fire. Reaching perfection is just around the corner. Then, my strength will rise to the beginner's 9th level, and I'll be ready for my second awakening. He paused, a glint of determination in his eyes. After completing the second awakening, shouldn't I consider practicing a rare technique? Feng Liyuan frowned, unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind his junior's words. The teacher will give you a technique manual when the time comes. Wait, a rare technique. Suddenly, a shocking thought occurred to him. Qin Xia smiled slightly, a hint of danger in his expression. Senior brother, don't you think it's fair for the loser to leave something behind? Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward, his black sword sweeping in a horizontal slash, the sword wind roaring like a blazing flame. Feng Liyuan felt a shiver in his heart from the fierce aura Qin Xia emitted. Time passed with Qin Xia's daily diligent training, and soon it was the day Bai Moyang was to return. At 5:30 p.m., after receiving a call from Bai Moyang, Feng Liyuan immediately took Qin Xia to the observation deck by the artificial lake in Area B. At that time, Bai Moyang was anxiously looking around at the entrance of a restaurant on the observation deck, waiting for the 2 students to arrive. Inside a private room of the restaurant, Feng Sihai, with a few strands of white in his hair, was elegantly sipping tea. Beside him was his disciple, Yin Qixiang, a young man with a prominent nose. Qixiang, you must win the duel against Bai Moyang's student tomorrow, Feng Sihai said sternly. It's not just about my reputation, but also about defending the honor of Jing University and your pride as the top scholar of Dajiang City. Yin Qixiang smiled confidently. Don't worry, master. I've done my research. Upon learning that my opponent Qin Xia is the top scholar of Jiangbei province, I immediately gathered information about him. While he does have some skills, his main focus is spear techniques, and he has never practiced swordsmanship in the Lin family of Jiangbei. He's only been learning sword under Bai Moyang for half a month at Modi University, so he's not a real threat. Feng Sihai nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It's wise of you to prepare in advance. I intended to keep his top scholar status from you to avoid pressure. but I see you've done your homework. Qin Xia, pleased with the praise, continued. I don't pay any attention to the rumors from classmates about Qin Xia fighting dozens of high-level magical beasts during the college entrance exam. People like Wang Taizhu, who spread such outrageous stories, I simply ignore. Feng Sihai took another sip of tea, nodding approvingly. Yes, very well done. Those classmates from Jiangbei are all defeated by Qin Xia, so their words might be biased. You really need to discern carefully. The door of the private room was pushed open, and Bai Moyang entered with Feng Liyuan and Qin Xia. After introducing themselves, they sat around the dining table and began their meal. As the dishes were served, Feng Sihai got straight to the point, discussing the apprentice duel scheduled for the next morning. Teacher, Mr. Feng. Qin Xia seized the opportunity to speak. As a participant in the duel, I have a small suggestion that I would like to propose. Bai Moyang raised an eyebrow and, seeing no objection from Feng Sihai, nodded in agreement. Qin Xia, feel free to speak your mind. Qin Xia stood up, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Teacher, I believe that a simple victory or defeat in the duel is too straightforward. Since we have the chance to exchange skills with a renowned family like the Fengs, why not offer the winner a chance for further learning? He paused before continuing. If Yin wins, the teacher could reward him with a rare swordsmanship manual. If I win, I hope Mr. Feng would grant a rare intermediate-level martial arts manual. Upon hearing this, Feng Liyuan almost dropped his chopsticks, shocked. This kid really dares to speak up? Doesn't he know that family manuals are never shared? Bai Moyang was initially taken aback, but then chuckled. Mr. Feng, I apologize, my student is quite eager to learn. However, this proposal is reasonable, as having a reward for the duel makes sense. Feng Sihai furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He inwardly scoffed. Bai Moyang is clearly having his student say this on purpose. If I refuse, wouldn't it make me seem afraid of losing? Could a kid who has only learned swordsmanship for half a month possibly defeat my carefully trained apprentice? With this thought, Feng Sihai showed disdain. All right, since it's for the sake of learning, I agree to the proposal. Qin Xia smiled slightly and bowed again. Thank you, teacher, and thank you, Mr. Feng. After the meal, Feng Liyuan escorted Feng Sihai and his son to the guest accommodations. Left alone in the restaurant with his teacher, Qin Xia asked, Teacher, aren't you worried that I might lose tomorrow after what I said? Bai Moyang's gaze fell on the black sword at Qin Xia's waist, and he smiled. Not at all. Anyone who can understand my explanation of sword intent is a top-tier talent like me. Besides, just from seeing you with a new sword, I know your swordsmanship has improved. Teacher, how about we go to the fighting arena, and I'll show you my skills? Bai Moyang waved his hand as he headed toward the door. No need. Arguing with that old man these days has exhausted me. I'll just watch your actual performance against that kid tomorrow morning. At 7:30 in the morning, the sun was already high in the sky. The A07 combat arena was vast and silent, with thousands of seats, yet only 2 people were seated in the front row. On the east city on the right was Feng Sihai, smiling with a sense of pride, and on the left was Bai Moy, looking calm and composed. In the arena, Qin Xia, carrying an inscribed gray-white giant sword, and Qin Xia, with a gray-black sword at his waist, stood on opposite sides. Both wore different expressions, but shared an unwavering belief in victory. After a simple salute with clasped fists, they waited for the referee's announcement. Feng Lian stood in the center of the arena, scanning between the 2 contestants, and solemnly announced the rules. 1 round decides the winner, with no restrictions on weapons or equipment. The use of any drugs is strictly prohibited. Leaving the arena, losing consciousness, or being unable to continue will result in a loss. No problem. The 2 contestants replied in unison. Qin Xia had a faint smile on his lips, while Qin Xia exuded confidence. Feng Liyuan looked up at the stands, saw Bai Moy nod slightly, and immediately leaped out of the arena, loudly declaring, Duel, start. In an instant, both moved simultaneously. As Qin Xia drew his black sword, Qin Xia also unsheathed his giant sword. Immediately, a powerful pressure of primary level 8 burst forth from Qin Xia. Qin Xia was startled, realizing this pressure was even stronger than his own. Qin Xia, noticing his opponent's surprise, felt even more smug. Qin Xia, you've probably never seen someone who relies purely on martial techniques and physical training to build strength like me, right? Fancy sword techniques are irrelevant. As long as your internal strength and physique are strong enough, even the most basic sword techniques can unleash incredible power. Before finishing his sentence, Qin Xiang's muscles bulged, veins popping, as he lifted his giant sword for a fierce slash. Qin Xia met it with his sword, the clash of metal resounding loudly. Qin Xiang continued his relentless assault, each strike powerful and forceful, while Qin Xia maintained a defensive stance. Feng Liyuan watched from the sidelines, puzzled as to why his junior wasn't counterattacking. In the stands, Feng Sihai observed with growing satisfaction, Moy, it seems you've lost this time. Oh, is that so? Bai Moy replied with a teasing glint in his eyes. I see it quite differently. You always disagree with me. Feng Xihai chuckled lightly. This time, you can only talk tough. Talk tough. Bai Moi smiled serenely. Fourth master. Only those who lie on the ground unable to get up while claiming they haven't lost are truly talking tough. This remark thoroughly infuriated Feng Xihai, who clenched his fists in frustration. Bai Moyang remained calm and composed, his gaze fixed on the two combatants in the arena. He keenly observed that every time Qin Xia swung his sword, it was with a fierce momentum, yet his technique revealed obvious flaws. Given Qin Xia's talent to instantly grasp the domineering Fantian sword technique, it was impossible for him not to notice these weaknesses. In the arena, Qin Xia maintained a defensive stance, and after each block, he would push Qin Xiang's heavy sword aside with slightly more force. Bai Moyang noticed this detail, and a glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes. This young man wasn't truly fighting. He was testing Qin Xiang's limits. As the battle continued, the excitement on Qin Xia's face gradually turned into disappointment. When the two heavy swords clashed and locked again, he shook his head slightly. "Qin, you may have a point, but you're still miles away from reaching that level." "Rubbish. I've been dominating you the entire time, and you're just pretending." Qin Xiang scoffed, giving his all to push his opponent away. To his shock, he found Qin Xia as immovable as a mountain, not budging an inch. Even more astonishing was Qin Xia's calm demeanor. "Qin," Qin Xia said calmly, "your technique does allow you to reach the pinnacle power of your rank, but your attacks haven't even reached the destructive limits of the same rank. Your physical strength is impressive, but your combat skills are lacking. Has your master never pointed this out to you?" Feeling the increasing pressure from Qin Xia, Qin Xiang's arms began to tremble, and his heavy sword wavered. "Impossible. I was able to withstand a mid-level magical beast attack during the college entrance exams. My physique is unbeatable." Qin Xia chuckled softly, a hint of pity in his eyes. "So, you've only ever faced magical beasts, never a true master? I've seen a 6th-rank archer unleash 7th-rank destructive power, encountered a 7th-rank assassin capable of 8th-rank destruction. They rely on martial skills combined with the traits of scrayed weapons. You have a good foundation, but your potential is too limited, and your real combat knowledge is lacking. You wield an scrayed greatsword, yet without a good sword technique, your destructive power is only at the 8th rank, and your moves are full of flaws. I truly pity you." Before he finished speaking, Qin Xia's arm suddenly exerted force. Qin Xiang staggered back several steps, barely regaining his balance, only to see Qin Xia's raised black sword, engulfed in overwhelming flames, coming at him heated. The sword technique hadn't reached its peak yet, so it couldn't trigger the enhanced destructive power of the unparalleled sword skill. However, thanks to the perfect synergy between the black sword and the domineering burning heaven sword technique, Qin Xia's strike unleashed the maximum might of 8th-tier destructive power. The sword light shot forth like a rainbow, slicing through the air. Qin Xiang's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively gripped his greatsword with both hands to block. At the moment of collision, an irresistible force surged into him. It was as heavy as a mountain and as scorching as a furnace, causing his body to bend under the pressure. His proud, robust physique trembled violently under the blow, muscles threatening to tear, and his bones creaked under the strain. Seeing Qin Xiang manage to barely withstand the strike, Qin Xia felt a sense of satisfaction. So this was the effect of the opponent's technique? Strengthening the body to enhance defense? Interesting. Without giving his opponent a chance to catch his breath, Qin Xia flicked his wrist, and his sword movement drew a graceful arc in the air like a fire dragon, striking once more at Qin Xiang's greatsword. This time, the sword wind erupted suddenly, transforming into a momentum like a raging inferno that crashed down on the greatsword. Boom! Amid the deafening roar, Qin Xiang was blasted back over 20 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Off to the side, Fang Liyuan watched in shock. As someone who sparred with Qin Xia daily, he knew his junior brother's strength well. But what surprised him more was why Qin Xia, who could have subdued the opponent with a single strike, took so long to act. Could it be that he was considering the opponent's dignity as a visitor from afar, allowing him to experience the fight more fully? In the stands, Feng Xihai and Bai Moyang were equally astonished. How could Qin Xia, who seemed powerless just moments ago, suddenly unleash such formidable power? Bai Moyang understood. This kid had directly broken through to the major achievement stage, progressing faster than he did after his own enlightenment. He might reach perfection in less than 2 months. But in response to Feng Xihai's skepticism, he merely gave a mocking smile and said, "How could it be? Your disciple is actually this weak." This remark infuriated Feng Xihai, making his whole body tremble, and the places where he was previously injured by Bai Moyang throbbed with pain. In the arena, Qin Xiang gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to stand up again. Seeing this, Qin Xia nodded to himself. This guy indeed has something. The body-strengthening effect of his technique is quite impressive. Though Qin Xia's overall strength hasn't transcended to a higher level, and his destructive power can only reach the peak of his current stage, he can clearly feel a significant enhancement in his physical strength and willpower. Once I've mastered the technique, I won't lose consciousness so easily when facing cross-level attacks, Qin Xia thought with a glint of excitement in his eyes. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, he shot up into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. In Yin Qixiang's view, the lights of the arena were gradually obscured by a massive black sword. The sword wind condensed on the blade seemed almost tangible, distorting the surrounding air. At that moment, Qin Xia appeared like a war god wielding a sword of fiery destruction, descending with a devastating momentum. I can't handle it. The thought flashed through Yin Qixiang's mind. Yet his pride wouldn't allow him to admit defeat, so he immediately gripped his giant sword with both hands across his chest, letting out a beast-like roar. In the next instant, the black sword sliced through the air but did not collide with Yin Qixiang's sword. Instead, it landed beside him. The violent sword wind, as if solid, sent him flying, tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Agony swept over him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yin Qixiang struggled to get up, but found his body no longer obeyed him. He turned over with difficulty, watching Qin Xia approach slowly. "So, can you still fight?" Qin Xia asked. "Fight? I don't even have the strength to stand." Yin Qixiang replied with a bitter smile. "Your power is similar to mine, so why is your sword so strong? I can't even block it, Hedon. Is this the power of swordsmanship?" "Yes, it's called the fiery dominance sword technique," Qin Xia nodded. "Your technique is actually quite good too. Paired with a good sword technique, it would be even stronger. You can practice both. There's no need to go to extremes." "I'm sorry, I lost," Yin Qixiang said, tears of frustration in his eyes. Remembering Wang Tieju's words, he couldn't help but ask, "Qin Xia, is it true you fought dozens of 8th and 9th level beasts alone?" "Yes, because there were only a few dozen left," Qin Xia replied. This statement struck Yin Qixiang like a bolt of lightning, and he finally realized the kind of monster he was up against. Seeing Yin Qixiang still down, Fang Liyuan rushed into the arena to announce, "The winner is Qin Xia." Two figures instantly appeared in the arena. Though Feng Sihai looked displeased, he carefully helped Yin Qixiang up, checked his injuries, and gave him a healing pill. Bai Moyang, with a faint smile, patted Qin Xia on the shoulder, saying, "Your swordsmanship has improved rapidly, and your practical application is flawless. Well done." Before Qin Xia could respond, Bai Moyang turned to Feng Sihai. "Sorry, fourth master. My student has just one merit. His swordsmanship is too good. Please understand. As for the promised technique, just give him any mid-level treasure. After all, it's just a mid-level technique. When he reaches the advanced level, he'll need a new one anyway, unlike my sword technique, which can be used for a lifetime. For you, it should be easy to provide one, right?" Upon hearing Bai Moyang's words, Feng Sihai's face immediately darkened. He lifted his chin, maintaining an air of superiority. "Moyang, I, Feng Sihai, am considered a prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Since I promised to hand over the technique, I will keep my word." He paused, his eyes flickering. "However, the Feng family is a large clan, and I need to inform the elders first. Rest assured, within 10 days, someone will deliver the technique." Reluctantly, he continued, "This time my disciple lost, and I accept that. But martial arts techniques require a gradual progression. From basic to intermediate stages, they cannot unleash their true power. Only at the advanced level can one see the pinnacle of the technique. So, my martial arts philosophy isn't wrong, and this debate isn't a complete loss for me." Feng Sihai narrowed his eyes, a sly smile playing on his lips. "You mentioned my intermediate technique couldn't match your swordsmanship. Were you trying to secure a higher level technique for your student?" He suddenly laughed. "That's fine. I, Feng Sihai, am fond of nurturing martial arts talents in the Dragon Kingdom. When your student reaches an advanced level, come challenge the Feng family again. If they can defeat our advanced warriors like today, I will not only give you the advanced technique, but also acknowledge your view that practicing swordsmanship is more important than practicing techniques. How about it?" Bai Moyang was secretly surprised. This old man, knowing he was being provoked to hand over the technique quickly, still found excuses to extend the debate to the next round. His unwillingness to admit defeat was amusing. However, this condition was indeed a rare opportunity for Qin Xia. "All right, then we'll battle again at that time." Bai Moyang smiled, clasping his hands in salute. "Qin Xia, since Master Feng is so eager to nurture martial arts talent, let's accept his kindness." Qin Xia immediately returned the salute. "Thank you, Master Feng. I look forward to furthering my studies at the Feng family in the future." After Fang Liyuan saw Feng Sihai and his son off, only the teacher and student remained in the A07 combat arena. Qin Xia bowed deeply. "Teacher, I never expected you to secure such an opportunity for me. You truly are the best teacher in the world." Bai Moyang, in good spirits, helped him up. "Actually, it's mainly because that old man cares too much about his reputation. Although I can also find you precious techniques, The Feng family's ancestral techniques are indeed top-notch. Seeing your interest in techniques, it's my duty as a teacher to ensure you learn the best. His tone shifted, becoming serious. However, be cautious. That old man is always scheming. He will surely send an advanced level 9 expert to fight. You must win to obtain the advanced technique, which means you cannot practice other techniques before then. Qin Xia listened to Feng Sihai's words, frowning slightly. If he only practiced sword techniques without cultivating skills, it would indeed be difficult to enhance his overall strength at higher levels. This meant that on the day of the duel, his power would certainly be far below the advanced level 9. Clearly, the old man was deliberately setting a trap, only willing to provide advanced skills if Qin Xia could win against stronger opponents. This old fox, Qin Xia thought to himself, realizing the deep cunning hidden behind Feng Sihai's few words. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel more admiration for Bai Moyang, truly a top-tier genius, able to see through these old fox's tricks at a glance. However, Qin Xia wasn't worried about the condition of winning against stronger opponents. With the foundation of intermediate skills, his physique and willpower would surely improve. Coupled with the innate ability of the undying dragon might, as long as he wasn't defeated in a single blow, he would be unbeatable in battles of the same level. Meanwhile, Feng Sihai quickly returned to the resting area, his face dark as he instructed Qin Xia to pack up. We can't stay at this Devil's Academy a moment longer. Seeing his master's grim expression, Qin Xia felt a deep sense of guilt and suddenly knelt down. I'm sorry, master. Not only did I disgrace you, but I also caused you to lose a skill book. Feng Sihai quickly helped him up, his tone soothing. Don't blame yourself. As I said, skills require gradual progress. It's normal that you can't unleash their full power at your level. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Besides, what does it matter if we give them a skill book? The world only knows the profoundness of the Feng family skills, but not their difficulty. Without a master of skills to guide them, can Bai Moyang's shallow understanding help his student master our Feng family skills to perfection? Qixiang, do you remember the set of skills I mentioned when I took you to visit the library? The one with 2 volumes, which no one has perfected in 1,000 years, eventually used as a table prop. Master, are you talking about the 100 battles to Saint skill? Qin Xiang asked, surprised. Feng Sihai nodded, a cold smile on his lips. He explained in detail that this skill set required not only cultivation, but also breaking limits through countless real battles. The first volume was intermediate, the second advanced, and they complemented each other. According to the family records, apart from the ancestor who created it, no one had ever perfected it. Hearing this, Qin Xiang felt a chill down his spine, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Master, that Qin Xia is a decent person. Are we doing the right thing? Feng Sihai's face changed dramatically, anger reigniting in his eyes as he glared at Qin Xiang. What do you know? Bai Moyang has humiliated me twice, and now he wants to seek benefits for his student? There's no such easy thing in the world. He let out a cold laugh. When that student finishes the first part of the 100 battles divine technique, unable to achieve perfection and unable to switch to another technique, with his strength forever stagnant, I want to see what expression he will have then. With Feng Sihai and Qin Xiang gone, Qin Xia's life returned to a strict training regimen. Bai Moyang was not surprised by Qin Xia's self-discipline. What caught him off guard was the sudden diligence of Feng Liyuan, who used to find every excuse to slack off. The boy who needed constant prodding to practice now focused intently with just a little guidance. Even more gratifying to Bai Moyang was that Feng Liyuan and Qin Xia had begun to call each other brothers, growing closer with each passing day. Time flew by, and a week passed quickly. On this afternoon, under the blazing sun at the A07 combat arena, Bai Moyang was engrossed in studying a new sword manual called the Qilin Golden Light Thunder Sword Technique. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted in the arena. Feng Liyuan abruptly stopped and stared wide-eyed at Qin Xia. Although he had anticipated this day would come, he hadn't expected it so soon. Junior brother, have you perfected the heaven-burning tyrant sword technique already? A system prompt echoed in Qin Xia's mind. Congratulations. You have perfected the heaven-burning tyrant sword technique. Congratulations. Your strength level has advanced to beginner level 9. Qin Xia could feel the surging energy within him, power continuously emerging, and the black sword in his hand seemed lighter. He smiled and nodded at Feng Liyuan. Bai Moyang instantly appeared beside Qin Xia from the stands. Qin Xia, I suspected you might progress faster than I did back then, but this speed is truly astonishing. Your talent exceeds all expectations. Qin Xia respectfully clasped his hands in salute. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, master. Without your thorough explanation of the sword intent, my understanding wouldn't be as profound. Feng Liyuan was taken aback. He initially thought Qin Xia was just flattering Bai Moyang, but now he couldn't tell if the words were genuine praise or heartfelt. Perhaps only a genius student could truly comprehend the teachings of a genius mentor. Bai Moyang smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, a great teacher produces outstanding students. Having a disciple like you brings honor to your master. At that moment, a man in training attire entered the arena carrying an exquisite box. Sorry to interrupt, but who is Qin Xia? Master Feng has sent me to deliver something. Excitement flashed in Qin Xia's eyes, and he immediately signaled to the man. The man quickly approached, handing the box to Qin Xia and producing a guarantee form. Mr. Qin Xia, since the Feng family's techniques are not to be shared, please sign to guarantee that you will destroy any copies after learning and will not pass them on. Bai Moyang snorted at these words, a clear expression of displeasure on his face. Teacher, the fact that the Feng family values it so much at least proves it's a genuine ancestral technique, Feng Lian said, his eyes shining with envy. Qin Xia appeared calm, thinking that once he mastered it, he wouldn't have time to teach others anyway. He promptly signed his name on the guarantee. The man took the document and left without a word. Eagerly, Qin Xia opened the box and found the long-awaited intermediate-level treasured Technique 100 Battles to Become a Saint, Volume 1. A smile of excitement spread across his face, which also brought a sense of relief to Bai Moyang. Qin Xia, Bai Moyang said seriously, your swordsmanship has reached perfection, and your overall strength has broken through to level 9. Coupled with your excellent combat skills, it's time for your second awakening. Meet me at the Secret Realm Management Office in Zone C at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Feng Liyuan immediately stepped forward to congratulate Qin Xia enthusiastically. Although he knew Qin Xia would surely surpass him after awakening, he wanted to strengthen their brotherly bond while he could. Junior brother, I'm proud of you. I've mentioned the awakening rules before, and someone will explain the details tomorrow. With your skills, you can definitely tackle the high-difficulty secret realm. The next morning, the sun bathed the earth in light. At exactly 7:30, Qin Xia arrived at the Secret Realm Management Office in Zone C. It wasn't the mysterious building he had imagined, but rather like the entrance to an ordinary park, with the words Secret Realm Management Office elegantly inscribed on a sign. Students and teachers gathered at the entrance, all there for awakening. Soon, Qin Xia spotted Bai Moyang in the crowd and was about to greet him when he saw a familiar face. Su Ming. Brother Su, what are you doing here? Qin Xia quickly approached them. You're having your second awakening today, so of course, I'm here to set up the formations, Su Ming laughed. I didn't expect you to make such rapid progress, reaching your second awakening in less than a month since school started. He then turned to Bai Moyang. Thanks to your guidance, Teacher Moyang. Bai Moyang waved his hand. It's all due to Qin Xia's talent. I merely offered a few pointers. The three walked through the Secret Realm Management Office, along a shaded path. After about 10 minutes, they reached an open lawn where Qin Xia finally saw something truly mystical, a portal over 2 meters in radius, surrounded by several rings of light, emitting a strange glow. In front of the portal stood a middle-aged man with glasses, dressed in a wizard's robe, the administrator of the Second Awakening Secret Realm. He was about to greet Bai Moyang when he was stunned by Qin Xia's presence. You're Qin Xia? You've only been at the school for less than a month, and you're already here for a second awakening. Before Qin Xia and Bai Moyang could respond, Su Ming spoke up with a hint of pride in his voice. This teacher, Qin Xia, is the most talented student among the freshmen at our magic university this year. Moreover, his mentor, Bai Moyang, is the youngest special sword master in the Dragon Nation. So, it's completely reasonable for Qin Xia to undergo a second awakening earlier than his peers. The administrator was momentarily taken aback, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, Teacher Su is right. I was out of line. A great teacher produces outstanding students. He turned to Qin Xia, his eyes filled with admiration, and began to explain the process of the second awakening in detail. Student Qin Xia, the second career awakening is a further specialization based on your initial career. For example, your warrior profession can awaken into different branches like swordsman, spearman, or blade master, depending on weapon characteristics. The administrator held up 3 fingers. The entire process is divided into 3 steps. First, confirm the branch profession and challenge difficulty. Then enter the secret realm through the portal to defeat magical beasts. And finally, Teacher Su Ming will host the magic array to complete the awakening. Seeing Qin Xia nod quietly, the administrator continued. The secret realm has 3 difficulty levels. The higher the difficulty, the better the quality of the awakening stone. The challenge time limit is 24 hours. Once the administrator finished explaining the basic information, Qin Xia went straight to the point. Administrator, do you know how to unlock the hidden hell difficulty? This question struck the administrator like lightning, his eyes widening. Hell difficulty. While Bai Moyang and Su Ming exchanged knowing smiles, Bai Moyang gently tapped the administrator's arm, signaling him to relax. Administrator, just tell it as it is. The administrator regained his composure. According to existing records, those who unlock hell difficulty all share a common trait: they displayed overwhelming strength when challenging high-difficulty secret realms. Bai Moyang immediately added, that's just one of the conditions. When I underwent my second awakening, I also showed overwhelming strength, but even after the 24-hour forced exit, I couldn't unlock hell difficulty. Seeing Qin Xia's disappointed expression, Su Ming suddenly coughed, a confident smile appearing on his face. That's right, immense strength alone isn't enough. Qin Xia, I anticipated that you would want to challenge hell difficulty, so I specifically researched a lot of historical records. Eventually, I discovered two common traits among those who can unlock the hell level awakening. Not only do they fully utilize their heroic spirit talents, but more importantly, their demeanor in battle becomes almost indistinguishable from the heroic spirit they have awakened, truly achieving a unity of person and spirit. This realization led me to consider a method worth attempting. When challenging high difficulty realms, one must immerse themselves completely into the heroic spirit, just like during the initial awakening. The challenger is both themselves, and the spirit that grants them power you are the heroic spirit. After hearing this, Bai Moi's eyes lit up. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a smile of sudden understanding on his face. Mr. Su is right. Back in the day, while researching how to unlock hell difficulty, I noticed similar traits. Those who succeeded in unlocking hell difficulty saw scenes in the realms that closely resembled the challenging battles their heroic spirits experienced in life. He continued his analysis. I initially thought these hellish scenes were the result, but now it seems they are part of the cause. It's because challengers become the heroic spirit in the realm that these hellish scenes are triggered. Shaking his head with a smile, Bai Moi added, no wonder I could never unlock hell difficulty back then. I was too strong to resonate with the heroic spirit. The administrator was shocked by these words, but quickly furrowed his brows. Mr. Su, this method makes sense, but isn't it too difficult? During the initial awakening, one can at least stand still and meditate, barely immersing themselves in the spirit. But during the second awakening, as soon as you enter the realm, you're attacked by beasts. In such a dangerous environment, who can maintain their composure and stay aligned with the heroic spirit? Focusing too much on immersion might make it hard to concentrate on the battle, leading to danger. Su Ming was about to respond, but Qin Xia spoke up resolutely. Administrator, no matter how difficult this method is, I will give it my all. Even if I face danger, it doesn't matter. I'm not someone who falls easily. Well said, Qin Xia, Su Ming said with satisfaction. Honestly, when I first thought of this method, I also found it challenging to realize, but I always believed you could succeed. Bai Moi smiled and turned to the administrator. Administrator, as I mentioned earlier, you need not worry too much. Now, just open the realm portal for my most promising student. Thank you. The administrator nodded in agreement and took out a key inscribed with magical symbols. With a gentle twist towards the layered portal, dozens of portals for different warrior professions spread out, with the swordsman and gun warrior portals conveniently positioned on either side of Qin Xia. Two portals appeared simultaneously before the awakened, a rare sight that made the administrator raise an eyebrow and quickly turn his gaze towards Bai Moyang. Su Ming also realized the significance of this and looked towards the experienced mentor. This indicates that the realm believes Qin Xia not only has the talent to become a swordsman, but also possesses the potential to be a gunfighter, Bai Moyang said calmly. He's always been good with a gun, so what's there to be surprised about? The administrator and Su Ming exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Bai Moyang's nonchalance. Bai Moyang smiled slightly, placed a reassuring hand on Qin Xia's shoulder, and looked at him with determination. Qin Xia, as your teacher, I know better than anyone how strong your talent for swordsmanship is. But your talent with the gun is equally remarkable. I faced a similar choice back then, and ultimately chose the path of the swordsman. Today, whatever path you choose, you will remain my proudest student. These words brought tears to Qin Xia's eyes, and a rare warm smile to his face. Thank you, Teacher Moyang. You really are the best teacher I've ever met in this world. That's no exaggeration. The administrator, initially touched by this heartfelt moment, almost laughed at the last remark. Su Ming quickly let out a couple of awkward laughs to ease the tension. As Qin Xia stepped towards the swordsman's portal, the administrator called out. Wait, Qin Xia, take off the spear on your back first. The swordsman's realm requires you to show a pure swordsman form. Also, we can monitor the situation in the realm in real time. If there's any danger, Teacher Moyang and I will decide if we need to pull you out. Qin Xia nodded in agreement and handed the spear to Su Ming. Brother Su, please hold on to this for me. I'll come back for it later. All right, Su Ming replied instinctively, not noticing the deeper meaning behind Qin Xia's words. The next moment, Qin Xia stepped into the swordsman portal, the light engulfing him. Bai Moyang finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest, a subtle gesture that made Su Ming smile inwardly. It seemed the teacher indeed preferred his student to take the swordsman's path. As the white light before Qin Xia faded, he found himself in a desolate desert. In the distance, he heard intermittent shouts, and amid the yellow sand, he could vaguely see dense figures moving. Without hesitation, he drew the black sword from his waist, closed his eyes, and began to construct the image of Zhao Yun in his mind, focusing with the same intensity as when he first awakened his profession. Meanwhile, above the lawn of the realm's management area, white mist gathered to form a screen, projecting the scene within the realm amidst the swirling sands. countless crimson eyes glowed ominously. A well-organized legion advanced towards Qin Xia with an imposing momentum. Oh no, it's the undead army. The administrator's exclamation shattered the silence of the desert. This legion, composed of mid-level magical beasts, resembled real humans but emitted an eerie magical aura. At the forefront was the undead cavalry, with 50 knights clad in pitch-black heavy armor, mounted on skeletal warhorses. Their long swords swayed gently with their steeds' steps. Following closely were 400 undead heavy infantry, carrying large shields and battle axes, their synchronized steps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Behind them were 100 undead archers, clad in light armor, with their arrows quivering slightly in their quivers as they marched. Bringing up the rear were 5 undead mages in robes, their staffs emitting an eerie glow. Su Ming and Bai Moyang paid no heed to this legion, their gaze fixed solely on Qin Xia. Meanwhile, the administrator paced anxiously, watching Qin Xia, who remained in deep meditation, his throat bobbing nervously. At that moment, Qin Xia's consciousness began to merge with Zhao Yun's. His mind conjured grand scenes of banners filling the sky, gleaming armor, and galloping horses, yet he felt something crucial was still missing. When the undead army closed to within 100 meters, the entire legion suddenly halted. In an instant, 100 arrows shot through the air, skeletal warhorses screeched, and the heavy infantry's footsteps thundered like a storm. At this critical moment, Qin Xia opened his eyes. The fantasy in his mind perfectly overlapped with the enemy before him, and the black sword in his hand seemed to transform into the legendary Qinggang sword. Blinding golden light erupted from him, shattering all the arrows into dust. "It's done," Su Ming shouted excitedly. Even the well-experienced Bai Moyang was left speechless by this sight. Suddenly, the secret realm was filled with lightning and thunder, as a fierce wind whipped up a sandstorm. In an instant, more undead soldiers emerged from the dust, quickly forming an army of thousands, brandishing weapons and shouting battle cries. The administrator, witnessing this hellish scenario, trembled with fear. However, Qin Xia grew even more exhilarated, his power surging like a fountain. He raised his long sword, pointing it at the oncoming tide of undead, and roared, "Changshan Zhao Zilong is here. Even with thousands of troops and horses, they cannot withstand my sword alone." When the ability, 1 against 1,000, was activated, Qin Xia's overall strength instantly surged to mid-level tier 3. This triggered the unmatched sword skill talent, boosting his destructive power to mid-level tier 4. As the undead soldiers closed within 15 meters, Qin Xia spun around, his black sword moving with him. The blade cut through the air with a deafening roar, and the searing sword wind erupted like a fiery dragon. The front line of undead cavalry was caught off guard, and along with their skeletal horses, they were hurled into the air by the immense impact. The sound of shattering black armor was incessant, and fragments of bone and armor rained down as the broken skeletal bodies crashed heavily to the ground. The undead heavy infantry in the rear pressed on undeterred, stepping over the bones of their comrades as they advanced. Qin Xia moved forward instead of retreating, plunging his sword into the enemy lines. The black sword weaved through the dense ranks of the undead army, shattering shields, battle axes, heavy armor, and bones as if they were being melted by an invisible flame. On the lawn of the Secret Realm Management Office, 3 people watched Qin Xia's fiery assault. Thousands of undead soldiers crumbled under his sword, turning into scattered fragments. The administrator's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. This is the secret realm of the Second Awakening. The magical beasts here are of mid-level strength, not to mention these well-equipped undead soldiers. Yet he can shatter them with a single sword strike. "Mr. Mo Yang, is this the exquisite sword technique you taught him?" Bai Mo Yang, with a hand on his sword hilt, couldn't hide his excitement. "Indeed, this is the tyrannical flame sword technique. I thought no one but myself could master it completely, but Qin Xia not only reached mastery in less time, his understanding of the sword's essence is unparalleled. Honestly, even if I used this sword technique in the secret realm, I might not be as formidable as he is now." Su Ming smiled smugly. "Mr. Mo Yang, his imposing presence isn't just the work of the sword technique. Did you notice the golden heroic spirit silhouette flickering around him?" "Yes, when he shouted Changshan Zhao Zilong. That must be the name of the heroic spirit, right?" Bai Mo Yang nodded in agreement. Just as Su Ming was about to explain further, a massive blaze suddenly erupted in the sky of the secret realm. Hundreds of undead mages were chanting in unison at the back, their magic staffs glowing ominously. "Oh no," the administrator exclaimed. "With so much magic power gathered, the force is at least mid-level tier 7. If it hits, we're finished." He turned in panic to the 2 teachers. "Why aren't you worried at all?" "Don't worry, it's not his first time being burned by fire," Su Ming assured confidently. "He even withstood the purple Heaven 9 thunder strikes. What's a mid-level tier 7 fireball?" Bai Mo Yang not only remained calm, but also wore a smile of anticipation. As teacher Su Ming said, "There's absolutely nothing to worry about. In the heart of the battlefield, Qin Xia leaped like lightning, his black sword tracing a graceful arc through the air, precisely slicing the massive fireball in two. Flames danced along the sword's blade, igniting its dark surface instantly. Third move of the blazing heaven-dominating sword technique, Heaven's Fire Collapse. With a furious shout from Qin Xia, the sky filled with flames converged under his control, forming an apocalyptic force. Wherever the sword pointed, a sea of fire cascaded down, engulfing the battlefield in an instant. Amidst the thunderous roar, hundreds of undead mages turned to ash, and countless undead soldiers vanished in the blazing inferno. The earth-shattering noise echoed from the secret realm, causing the lawn at the administration office to tremble. Other vocational students waiting at the entrance were shocked and started discussing animatedly. This isn't just an ordinary awakening realm. It's like a magical beast invasion. It must be some senior challenging the third awakening. The administrator was left speechless, trembling all over. Su Ming turned incredulously to Bai Moyang. Mr. Moyang, isn't such power only achievable by advanced swordsmen? Bai Moyang smiled smugly. The blazing heaven-dominating sword technique is a top-tier sword technique. Qin Xia has grasped its essence and cleverly utilized the aerial flames, naturally achieving such an effect. Mr. Su, you gave him the Shrank Eye Spear for the same reason, didn't you? It's just that his current aura and magic aren't enough. Otherwise, he could achieve the same effect with the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique. Amidst the sea of fire, Qin Xia rose, enveloped in heat waves, his face alight with excitement. Looking around, he saw all the undead soldiers reduced to charred remnants. Suddenly, several red lights flashed, and a red orb the size of a tennis ball appeared out of thin air. A mid-level awakening stone, Supreme Grade. Supreme, beyond the rare, signifies transcending limits, a product of extraordinary quality. Beyond rare. Qin Xia exclaimed with delight, grasping the awakening stone and examining it closely. He only calmed down and stepped through the portal when it appeared. On the lawn, the gaze of the three was glued to the supreme awakening stone in Qin Xia's hand. Brother Su, give me the spear. All right. Su Ming instinctively responded, handing over the spear while receiving the awakening stone and black sword. None of them noticed anything unusual, only seeing the portal flash again as Qin Xia's figure disappeared into the gunfighter's portal. What? That's impossible, the administrator muttered in disbelief. In his decade-long career as the administrator of the Great Magic Realm, he had never encountered such a rare situation. Qin Xia had just completed a hell-level realm and, without even pausing for a drink, immediately entered a second one. Su Ming, shocked, suddenly recalled Qin Xia's earlier words. I'll need the gun later. Get it from me then. From the beginning, it seemed, this kid had planned to challenge two realms. Bai Moyang realized. No wonder he thanked me so earnestly earlier. The swordsman realm was just the beginning. The two exchanged a knowing smile before Bai Moyang asked, Teacher Su, do you think Qin Xia can awaken with two top-grade awakening stones? Though unprecedented, considering his heroic soul is naturally adept with both gun and sword, and his ability to enter a second realm, I think it's possible, Su Ming replied cautiously. Meanwhile, Qin Xia, embodying the spirit of Zhao Yun, entered the gun warrior realm. As he opened his eyes, he found himself astride a white warhorse clad in silver armor, halfway up a mountain. The distant scene was breathtaking. Tens of thousands of undead soldiers stood in formation, their iron armor glistening coldly under the sun. Compared to the swordsman realm, the enemy forces here were several times larger, their battle cries echoing like a tidal wave. The fierce wind whipped up clouds of yellow sand. Lightning and thunder crashed as if the heavens were beating war drums, creating a grand and magnificent spectacle reminiscent of iconic battles from the Three Kingdoms era. Outside on the lawn of the Realm Management Office, this awe-inspiring scene immediately attracted nearby students. Again? Is it another senior challenging it? The students gathered around the warrior's second awakening realm. Inside the realm, Qin Xia felt the surging power within him, his fighting spirit soaring. He was exhilarated, viewing the massive army as mere blades of grass, and with a mighty yell, he charged forward on horseback. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Who dares to duel me to the death? In an instant, golden arcs of electricity flickered around Qin Xia, and the heroic spirit of Zhao Yun reappeared. With his spear raised, the black cowl of the Dragon King fluttered in the wind, and a fierce, chilling wind howled forth. In an instant, a white horse clad in silver armor leaped forward, swift as a shooting star, charging towards the tens of thousands of undead soldiers. The wind whipped Qin Xia's battle robe, the sound of hooves thundered, and a silver streak pierced into the enemy ranks. Attack! With a roar, Qin Xia charged into the army of the undead like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. His unmatched talent instantly elevated his strength to mid-level tier 4, and combined with the silver dragon eye spear and his spear mastery, his destructive power surged to mid-level tier 6. The wind howled as the ice dragon rampaged through the undead army. Those undead soldiers, merely at mid-level tier 3, were swept away by the icy wind, their shattered weapons, armor, and bone dust scattering across the battlefield. In this single charge, thousands of undead soldiers were obliterated. On the lawn outside the secret realm, spectators were abuzz with conversation. Some were amazed that Qin Xia dared to challenge the awakening secret realm so soon, while many others were anxious about being surpassed by a freshman. The silver-armored horse made a sharp turn, rearing up with a long neigh. Qin Xia didn't pause, immediately launching a second wave of assault. Amidst the thunderous noise, he wielded his spear amidst the massive army, ice blades flying, slicing the surrounding undead soldiers into pieces. In the third charge, the ice dragon roared once more, and the undead cavalry fell into disarray, their skeletal horses fleeing in all directions. The fourth assault was unstoppable, the undead army clearly showing signs of defeat, leaving a field of scattered bones. During the fifth assault, the remaining 1,000 undead mages cast a mass spell, causing the ground to erupt into countless pits. Qin Xia, however, remained composed, guiding his horse into the air. The onslaught of icy rain reduced the mages to dust. The lawn at the Secret Realms management area was already overcrowded. Su Ming, in shock, asked, "Teacher Moyang, did you just say the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique could achieve the same effect?" Before he finished speaking, Qin Xia had launched the sixth assault, completely shattering the remaining undead forces, sending them fleeing in all directions. The administrator, who had worked for over a decade, was dumbfounded, witnessing for the first time someone instilling such fear in the Secret Realms beasts. Finally, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of onlookers, Qin Xia, with the momentum of 7 charges, annihilated the tens of thousands of undead soldiers, leaving not a single piece intact. Under the setting sun, on the peak of a mountain of bones, Qin Xia stood with his spear, his silhouette merging with the glowing red sunset. He flicked his spear lightly, sending a chill that spread like threads around him, as if a god of war had descended. In the awakening ground of the Secret Realm Management Office, the small lawn fell silent instantly. Suddenly, an ear-splitting thunderclap broke the sky, and several blinding red flashes appeared in front of Qin Xia. Following this, a supreme awakening stone, emitting dazzling red light, materialized out of thin air. "No way! Isn't that the supreme awakening stone only mentioned in history books?" the students around exclaimed. Su Ming's lips curled slightly, secretly pleased the first supreme awakening stone was already quietly lying in his magical storage bag. A faint smile appeared on Qin Xia's lips as he firmly grasped this second supreme awakening stone. The administrator on-site snapped back to reality and started dispersing the crowd. "Students at the back, please exit first. Qin Xia needs the field for his second awakening." "We can't, teacher. The passage is completely blocked, and it's packed with people," a student shouted back. The administrator looked up and saw the path crowded with heads, his brows furrowing. Just as he was about to speak, a powerful aura suddenly swept across the area. Bai Moyang's expression was solemn, his long hair and white robe gently swaying with the pressure. "All unrelated personnel, retreat at least 20 meters within 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. His voice echoed throughout the Secret Realm Management Office. The students quickly retreated like a tide, soon standing dozens of meters away, only daring to gaze at the lawn from a distance. Before long, the portal shimmered, and Qin Xia walked out holding the second supreme awakening stone. Although Su Ming was delighted, he couldn't help but scold. "You brat, how could you not discuss such a wild idea with me first? What if something went wrong entering 2 realms in a row?" Bai Moyang also gave Qin Xia a stern look. "Exactly, why didn't you inform the teacher first?" Then, in a softer tone, he added, "Nonetheless, in just half a day, before the sun fully set, you completed 2 realm challenges in a row and wiped out tens of thousands of intermediate magical beasts. Well done, no wonder you're my most prized student." Qin Xia gave an embarrassed smile and handed the second supreme awakening stone to Su Ming. "Sorry, teacher, brother Su, I was just in the zone, got a bit too excited, and went straight in without thinking." "All right, I'll trust you this time." Su Ming laughed as he took the awakening stone and returned the black sword to Qin Xia, then moved aside to start drawing an awakening magic circle on the ground with magical powder. "Teacher, actually, I confirmed with senior brother before doing this," Qin Xia explained to Bai Moyang. "Earlier, when both portals appeared directly in front of me, the administrator said both professions suited me, so I thought it should be fine." It seems the realm deemed both professions highly suitable for you, which is why you could enter," Bai Moyang said calmly. "Honestly, I still hope you would directly awaken as a swordsman. Talents like you, who can achieve the unity of man and sword, are exceedingly rare. Well, since it has come to this, let's hope that the profession you awaken to is still related to swords." As night fell, the full moon hung high in the sky. Su Ming finally completed the large awakening magic circle, and the moonlight bathed the intricate patterns, causing them to glimmer faintly. He straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, and turned to Qin Xia. With 2 top-grade awakening stones, I made some adjustments to the magic circle structure, which took a bit more time. Everything's ready now. It's your turn. A satisfied smile spread across Su Ming's face. Although no one has ever used 2 awakening stones for a second awakening, I believe you can succeed. Qin Xia nodded in agreement and stepped into the center of the magic circle. With practiced ease, he drew the black sword from his waist, while the strap on his back, belonging to the Black Coffin Dragon King, stirred, and a spear slid into his grasp. Left hand wielding the sword, right hand gripping the spear, it was the same stance as during his initial awakening. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xia closed his eyes. Thanks to his experience in 2 secret realm battles, he quickly entered the zone, a faint golden glow emanating from him. Seeing this, Su Ming promptly placed the 2 top-grade awakening stones in specific positions within the circle, then raised his magic staff, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qin Xia, do you remember when I asked you if you were sure your heroic spirit could wield 2 different weapons simultaneously? Now, with the heroic spirit merged with you and the magic circle constructed with 2 top-grade awakening stones complete, show me what a profession that defies convention and surpasses limits looks like. At this moment, My, the administrator, and the students watching from afar all held their breath, eagerly awaiting what was about to unfold. Su Ming waved his magic staff, casting a dark purple light that illuminated the magic circle. The 2 top-grade awakening stones burst forth with dazzling red light, beams of light shooting out as electricity crackled across the circle. The ground of the secret realm's management area began to tremble, and suddenly, a towering golden pillar of light erupted from the circle. This spectacular scene instantly drew the attention of everyone at the Grandmaster Academy. Even pedestrians outside the school stopped to gaze in awe. Within the golden light, the ethereal image of Zhao Yun's heroic spirit appeared over Qin Xia, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Su Ming, bent under the force of this power, was more excited than ever. My felt the pressure and eagerly unleashed his own power to counter it. Everyone else was left trembling in the face of this overwhelming aura. Suddenly, the 2 weapons in Zhao Yun's hands shone with a blinding light, as if they contained limitless power. Moments later, the heroic spirit slowly descended, merging back into Qin Xia. He opened his eyes, exhaling a golden breath. The system notification immediately followed. Congratulations on completing your 2nd career awakening. Your current profession is Peerless Sword and Spear Master. This profession encompasses both the swordsman and spearman classes. Congratulations on advancing to intermediate level 1. As the system notification chimed, Qin Xia felt a warm surge of energy emanate from his dantian, spreading swiftly throughout his body. His cheeks flushed slightly, and wisps of steam rose from his skin, as if boundless power was coursing through him. The spear and black sword in his hands felt significantly lighter, and wielding them both no longer caused discomfort. He quickly summoned the interface to examine the new class abilities he had acquired. As a mighty warrior, he received the highest strength increase with each level up. Dual weapon mastery allowed him to master dual wielding techniques in the same time as single weapon skills, with greater power. Spear and sword harmony granted him the ability to utilize both spear and sword talents simultaneously. Additionally, he gained 2 special abilities, Sword Chi Release, which enabled him to project inner energy as Sword Chi for ranged attacks, and Spear Force Overwhelm, which allowed him to break through various defenses with spear techniques. The other 3 people on the lawn soon saw Qin Xia's new class name on their interfaces, Peerless Spear and Sword Master. Peerless Spear and Sword Master, the administrator exclaimed in surprise. I never thought I'd witness the birth of a new class in all my years of work. Su Ming excitedly explained. This is actually a hidden class that requires top-tier dual talent in spear and sword to awaken. Qin Xia might be one of a kind. Bai Moyang quickly approached Qin Xia, joyfully asking, since it includes sword, can you still practice sword techniques? Qin Xia nodded, then swung the black sword. A half-meter-long crescent-shaped sword Qi whistled out, leaving a slash on the lawn. Teacher, not only have I retained my sword talents, but this is the power of sword Qi. Bai Moyang couldn't hide his delight. That's fantastic. Although the sword Qi is weak now, its power will grow as you cultivate and enhance your inner strength. Especially when combined with a top-tier sword technique like the Blazing Sky Domineering Sword Technique, the synergy between sword Qi and sword Wind can deliver a double impact. Seeing Bai Moyang so thrilled was a rare sight that even surprised the administrator. Bai Moyang continued, I never expected you to retain your essence as a swordsman after awakening a hidden class. It's wonderful to see you continue your sword practice. Standing nearby, Su Ming, moved by the deep bond between teacher and student, also began to wonder about the specific manifestations of the spear talent. Qin Xia, what about your spear as a peerless sword and spear master? Since you have the talent of a swordsman, shouldn't you also have the talent of a spearman? Qin Xia nodded slightly and gathered his inner strength in his right hand. Instantly, an invisible force enveloped the spear. The cold air on the surface of the silver dragon ice spear twisted slightly before spreading out like mist. Wow, you can really use it. You've got the spear momentum going. Su Ming exclaimed with delight. That's great. The spear momentum will grow stronger as your inner strength increases, and your spear will become even more powerful. He looked at the silver dragon ice spear he had carefully chosen, relieved that it could still be put to good use. So, does your profession mean you have the talents of both a swordsman and a spearman? No, Brother Su. It's more than that. Qin Xia shook his head. If I understand correctly. Before he finished speaking, he swung the spear abruptly. A sword aura mixed with cold wind slashed out instantly, not only cracking the ground, but also covering the surrounding area with a layer of frost. The three of them were dumbfounded in Blue Star. Spearmen didn't possess such techniques as spear energy. What was even more shocking was that Qin Xia then gathered inner strength in his left hand, and a layer of spear momentum immediately enveloped the black sword. As he brought the black sword close to the spear, the cold air also twisted. On Blue Star, sword momentum was merely a descriptive term, not an actual technique. It seems I wasn't wrong. I can use both swordsman and spearman talents in fusion. The administrator was at a loss for words. Wonderful, Su Ming said excitedly. From now on, practicing sword is practicing spear, and practicing spear is practicing sword, killing two birds with one stone. Truly a peerless sword and spear master. But there's more, Ma Xiang said gravely. Qin Xia, if you continue to awaken these abilities, when you reach the advanced stage, you'll achieve unity with both sword and spear, and even a trinity with them. At that point, even against opponents of equal strength, your combat abilities will far surpass your teachers. Your future is boundless. Qin Xia was overwhelmed. He had never considered these possibilities. But more importantly, he had a crucial question. Teacher, with your experience, have you ever seen a true dual-wielding sword and spear technique? Not just holding both at the same time, but a technique where they complement each other without interference, enhancing overall combat strength. This question astonished both the administrator and Su Ming again. Ma Xiang, however, merely smiled after a brief moment of surprise. Qin Xia, you've asked the right person. I dare say, only I in the world can answer this question. Although I've never seen such a dual-wielding technique, and none of the martial arts experts I've met at martial arts conventions have mentioned it, the absence of it doesn't mean it can't be created. The administrator and Su Ming were even more shocked. They knew that while Ma Xiang was confident, his words were not boastful. In the Dragon Kingdom, he was indeed the only one who had created multiple rare sword techniques, and only he could provide an answer to Qin Xia's question. Qin Xia, rest assured, with the teacher's help, it won't be long before you can create a dual-wielding gun and sword martial technique. That evening, in the upscale restaurant at the B District Artificial Lakes viewing platform, Fang Liyuan had already reserved a private room to celebrate Qin Xia's second awakening. Throughout the meal, he frequently raised his glass, proactively toasting Qin Xia. Witnessing this, Su Ming couldn't help but feel moved by the deep bond between the two brothers. The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, and it was still before 7 o'clock, Qin Xia pushed open the doors of the A07 combat arena and was surprised to find Bai Moyang already waiting there. Good morning, teacher. Morning. Bai Moyang handed over a notebook. These are my insights from when I created the dual sword technique. Take your time to read it. Now, let me explain my thought process. Bai Moyang stepped into the center of the arena, placing both hands on the hilts of his swords. With a swift motion, two scrade-long swords were unsheathed, gleaming brilliantly. The left sword was a pale green, with an aura swirling around it. The right sword was charcoal black, adorned with flame-like patterns as if ready to ignite. The left sword, the angry wind-shattered star sword, is suited for sword techniques with the intent of a raging wind. The right sword, the fiery blaze sword, was custom-made after I perfected the fiery blaze dominant sword technique, Bai Moyang explained. The dual sword technique I created merges the intents of the raging wind and fiery blaze. What you mentioned about not interfering with each other while showcasing their strengths aligns with my original concept. So, to create a top-tier dual-wielding gun and sword technique, the key is to perfectly blend the fiery blaze dominant sword technique with the cold abyss dragon roar spear technique. It's not just about coordinating the moves, but achieving a unity of spear and sword intent. Qin Xia's eyes lit up at this, realizing it meant he could wield two top-tier martial arts simultaneously. And with his innate talent, his combat power would reach unimaginable heights. However, Bai Moyang continued, I don't practice spear intent, so how to merge the spear and sword intent is something you must comprehend on your own. Seeing Qin Xia frown slightly, Bai Moyang sheathed his swords and smiled. Don't worry. Besides your own understanding, the Insight Stone can help you. While it won't make you comprehend the purple sky divine thunder just by seeing lightning, it can help you integrate all your knowledge and combat experience. In the secret realm managed by the Magic University Student Council, there are fragments of Insight Stones, which can be synthesized into a complete one. During this time, I'll help you design the fused moves. Next month, When you join the student council, you can start collecting insight stone fragments. With your talent, mastering a top-tier dual-wielding gun and sword technique is only a matter of time. Hearing these words, the furrowed brows of Qin Xia finally relaxed. Originally, in order to participate in the National Collegiate League at the end of the semester, he had to join the student council first. Now that he learned the student council could also earn him insight stones, Qin Xia felt even more eager and couldn't wait to take part in the upcoming freshman selection competition. On the training field, Bai Moyang had Qin Xia perform the Hanyuan Dragon Roar Spear technique in its entirety. Watching Bai Moyang closely study his moves, Qin Xia was about to start practicing the release of sword energy when he suddenly remembered he could first cultivate his skills to enhance his internal power. He immediately sat cross-legged, took out the 100 Battles to Sagehood manual, and began to study the first volume carefully. The manual was divided into two main parts: internal skill to cultivate internal power and practical combat to train the body. Following the order, Qin Xia began to delve into the internal skill section. Surprisingly, this part was remarkably similar to the cultivation methods he had read about in martial arts novels: breathing techniques, meditation, the flow of internal energy, and opening the meridians. Simply by methodically practicing these cycles, one could enhance their internal power. Although he couldn't claim full understanding, Qin Xia attempted to circulate his internal power as instructed by the manual, and indeed, he could feel a warm current flowing within him. This gradual, step-by-step training method was not difficult, which filled him with delight. Opening the section on practical combat, the first sentence stood out. This manual considers internal skill training as the foundation, but practical combat is more crucial. The key to faster breakthroughs and achieving mastery lies in physical training. It went on to detail how to break through physical limits in combat to achieve improvement. The conclusion emphasized again, in this manual, internal skill training is supplementary, practical combat training is primary. After internal skill training, during combat, internal power will circulate through the body as if in training, with greater efficiency. Remember, do not solely focus on internal skill training. For most people, this would imply danger having to fiercely engage in real combat to improve. But for Qin Xia, it was perfectly fitting. It saved him from the prolonged time of internal skill training and allowed him to jump straight into practical combat. At 7:30 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the A07 fighting arena. As Fang Liyuan arrived, he saw Qin Xia and Bai Moyang sitting on opposite sides, each with a manual in front of them. Just as he was contemplating whether to share some cultivation insights, he suddenly felt an aura of intermediate level 2 emanating from Qin Xia. The system promptly sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully practiced the first volume of the 100 Battles to Sagehood manual to a minor achievement. Your strength level has been upgraded to intermediate level 2. Fang Liyuan was stunned. Junior brother, when did you start practicing, and how did you achieve minor success so quickly? Senior brother, I just completed one cycle, Qin Xia replied, causing Fang Liyuan's confidence to crumble. Teacher, am I really that inadequate? Bai Moyang quickly picked up the manual to check and explained. Liyuan, your junior brother's manual is different from ordinary ones. According to it, reaching physical limits is the key to breakthroughs. Your junior brother's physique has evidently already reached the current stage's limit, so achieving minor success directly is reasonable. However, considering how complex this technique is, it's quite impressive that your junior can understand it without any guidance. He does have some talent, slightly stronger than yours, Fang Lian remarked with a wry smile, squinting as if even the warm sunlight had become glaring. Bai Moyang noticed something and curled his lips into a knowing smile. Qin Xia, I didn't expect that old fox to give you a technique that suits you so well. I was planning to teach you the dual-wielding technique for swords and guns first, and then guide you through the technique. Since you can understand it on your own, it saves me the trouble. Practicing this technique for 1 or 2 hours a day is enough. Overdoing it won't be beneficial. As long as you accumulate steadily, you'll naturally break through when facing strong opponents in real combat, and your physique reaches its limit. Qin Xia nodded in agreement, contemplating that although this technique couldn't be mastered as quickly as swordsmanship or marksmanship, it would serve as a hidden trump card against formidable foes. From that day on, Qin Xia's daily training was divided into 4 parts: studying the dual-wielding technique with Bai Moyang, practicing the newly acquired technique, focusing on sword energy release, and honing gun momentum. As his internal strength steadily increased each day, his sword energy and gun momentum also gradually strengthened. Although the technique didn't show any groundbreaking progress, which slightly reassured Fang Liyuan, the daily improvements were still remarkable. Time flew by, and soon it was the middle of the 2nd month after school started, the day for the Student Council's new member selection registration. By 9 in the morning, the sun was already high in the sky, and under a row of red canopies set up in front of the Student Council building, over 1,000 freshmen lined up. As soon as Qin Xia appeared, a commotion arose, mostly the excited screams of his admirers. However, amidst the cheers, there were also hostile glances. Not far away, Su Feng, who had just registered, shot a vicious glare at Qin Xia before retreating to a corner and quickly pulling out his phone to call his family's head butler. Uncle Lu, where are the people I asked you to arrange? Registration has started today, and I haven't seen them. Su Feng asked urgently in a low voice. A sigh came from the other end of the line. Young Master Feng, I've looked into Qin Xia. He's now by Moyang's student, and making a move against him at Moda University is too risky. Perhaps we should reconsider, or else if something. Uncle Lu, Su Feng interrupted angrily. Do you know what kind of days I'm enduring at school? Running 30 kilometers every day, doing 1,000 push-ups. Not only is it exhausting, but I also have to hear people saying, isn't that young Master Su on the track? It's an utter humiliation. Let it go? No way. I'm determined to deal with Qin Xia. Not even Jesus can save him. Breathing heavily, with a twisted expression, Su Feng continued. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. This plan will never be discovered. Every year, Moda University has foreign exchange students. This year, one of them is a bit stronger and wants to join the student council. What's strange about that? There's no rule saying foreign exchange students can't join. Another sigh came from Uncle Lu on the other end. All right, he's actually already at Moda University. I'll have him go register now. In front of the student council building, Qin Xia took nearly half an hour to finish his registration. Just as he was about to leave, a peculiar figure caught his eye, a man in a gray and white kimono with a sword at his waist, his face marked by a striking scar. Sorry, classmate, I accidentally bumped into you. The scarred man turned and said in slightly awkward Mandarin. I didn't expect there to be someone as strong as you, at an intermediate level, in your first year at MO University. This trip to the Dragon Kingdom seems worthwhile. Qin Xia found the man's awkward pronunciation grating and responded with a casual, oh, before continuing on his way. Behind him, the scarred man's lips curled into a sinister smile. This scene was clearly observed by two people on the third floor of the student council building. Zhao Yun and a senior with a crew cut were leaning by the window, watching the situation below. President, I have a feeling there's something off about this Gangsaka Nishikawa, the senior said with a frown. He's just an exchange student here for one semester. So why insist on joining the student council? Zhao Yun's lips curled slightly as his gaze swept over the new students registering below. Whatever his intentions, having someone with intermediate strength to compete with Qin Xia will only make the selection process more exciting, right? The senior nodded in agreement, then turned his attention to Long Aoshue, who was registering. I heard she just broke through to the 9th level of the beginner stage yesterday and plans to undergo a second awakening after registering today. She performed well against Qin Xia last time. Hopefully, she can surprise us this time. A little later, Su Feng quietly appeared in front of Gangsaka Nishikawa. So, with your strength at the intermediate second level, you should be able to beat him, right? Gangsaka Nishikawa maintained a calm demeanor, a confident smile appearing on his face. I will win. The next morning, the grouping list for the selection competition was sent to all participating freshmen's phones. Excluding those separately arranged into priest and alchemist professions, over 1,000 freshmen were divided into 4 major zones, A, B, C, and D, for 1v1 knockout matches. The top 100 could join the student council, and the top 8 could become key preparatory officers, qualifying to enter the management realm. On the track, Su Feng couldn't contain his excitement as he checked the grouping information. He discovered that Chu Yuxiang was in Zone B, Xia Siki in Zone D, while he, Gangsaka Nishikawa, Long Aoshue, and Qin Xia were all in Zone A. According to the match schedule, Gangsaka Nishikawa would first face Long Aoshue, and the winner would compete with Qin Xia for a spot in the Zone A semifinals. Heaven is helping me, Su Feng exclaimed, so thrilled he couldn't help but gesticulate, drawing looks from passersby. Once Gangsaka Nishikawa takes care of Qin Xia, I can easily claim first place in Zone A. If I meet Xia Siki in the semifinals, I might even make it to the finals. With some luck, I might even win the championship. Meanwhile, in the A07 fighting arena, Qin Xia simply glanced at the competition start date before putting his phone back in the locker, focusing on his training. At MO University's shooting range, Chen Taishio, holding a longbow, was equally excited. Awesome. No big shots in Zone C, so I have a chance for the semifinals. If I can avoid Qin Xia in the finals, I might really win the championship. Outside the secret realm management office, Long Aoshue quickly scanned the list before slipping her phone back into her pocket. Just as she was about to leave, a familiar figure blocked her path. Chu Yuxiang was leaning against the doorframe, a faint smile playing on his lips. What a pity, Aoshue, Chu Yuxiang drawled. I was hoping to face off against you in the finals, but with the way the brackets are set up, it seems we won't have that chance. Long Aoshue didn't even spare him a glance and continued walking straight ahead. Hey, don't be in such a hurry, Chu Yuxiang said with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. I came to warn you specifically. That Gangban Nichikawa, I looked him up. He's the top student from Sakura Country's college entrance exams. In his first week at Tokyo University, he reportedly defeated all the new students. He may seem like a regular exchange student, but he's actually a mid-level rank 2 monster. He smirked slightly. Don't embarrass the Long family by losing to him before you even get to face Qin Xia. Long Aoshue abruptly turned around, a flicker of anger in her eyes. What about you? If you face him first, are you confident you'll win? Chu Yuxiang slowly opened his eyes, purple sparks dancing in his palm. Of course, he said confidently. Aoshue, I'm not the same Chu Yuxiang I was a month ago. Time flew by, and the freshman selection tournament arrived as scheduled. By 8 a.m., the stands of the B01 open-air arena were already packed. Besides the participating freshmen, many sophomores and juniors had come to watch. Everyone was eagerly anticipating one person's appearance, Qin Xia. Meanwhile, Qin Xia was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the A07 arena, focused on his cultivation practice. Fang Liyuan, beside him, was anxiously pacing. Junior brother, shouldn't you head over now? Even though your match is later, some of those rookies are getting eliminated quickly, and some have even forfeited without fighting. Sure enough, the short-haired senior at the B01 arena received a message through his earpiece, which brought a smile to his face. Attention everyone, although the first match hasn't started yet, someone has already advanced. Qin Xia's opponent has forfeited, making him the first to move on. The stands fell silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. Qin Xia's phone buzzed incessantly in his locker for a solid 10 seconds. Senior brother, answer that for me, will you? I'll be done soon. The locker isn't locked, Qin Xia said without looking up. Fang Lian reluctantly walked over to the locker and opened it, only to freeze in place. When Qin Xia finally finished his practice and opened his eyes, he asked curiously, "What's going on? Is it urgent? Why did it ring for so long?" Fang Liyuan handed him the phone with a wry smile. "Not urgent. You might not need to go today, maybe not tomorrow either. We'll see in a few days." Qin Xia looked down to see his phone screen cluttered with numerous notification messages. Wow, did these classmates eat something bad in the cafeteria? Why are they all forfeiting? Fang Liyuan stood by the B01 outdoor fighting arena, clutching the matchup information sheet, which was now crumpled in his hand. The sheet was filled with the word forfeit, which painfully stood out to him. Every one of these forfeiting participants was supposed to face Qin Xia. This is unbelievable, he muttered through gritted teeth. Even the players who could have fought 2 rounds and faced the winner have forfeited. Where's the sportsmanship in that? Even in esports, you have to play for at least 15 minutes before you can surrender. In the center of the arena, the senior with the buzz cut announced yet another advancement for Qin Xia. Immediately, more forfeiture notices came pouring in like a snowstorm. By the time he read the third name, the senior couldn't hold back any longer and had the staff display the forfeit list on the big screen. Since all the classmates listed on the screen have chosen to forfeit, the senior announced with a hint of resignation in his voice. Let's congratulate Qin Xia for advancing to the A-Zone semifinals without a fight. The stands erupted with cheers and laughter, while those who forfeited hung their heads like wilted eggplants. Su Feng stood at the edge of the arena, feeling utterly defeated. He had come to witness Qin Xia's improved skills, only to see no match at all. Furious, he grabbed the collar of a nearby blonde-haired participant. You forfeited without even trying. The blonde-haired participant, though intimidated by Su Feng, defended himself with a stiff neck. Would you rather end up in the hospital? You didn't see it, but on the day of Qin Xia's second awakening, the entire academy was shaking. He brought back 2 top-tier awakening stones from the secret realm, something that's never happened in history. Bullshit. Su Feng clenched his fist. I was on the track that day and felt nothing. Do you really believe those forum posts claiming people were too scared to take pictures because of Bai Moyang's supreme pressure? The blonde-haired participant shrunk back, looking aggrieved. Even if that's all made up, I still wouldn't dare fight. Last time, I got talked into a team match by Chu Yuxiang and ended up with my face disfigured from a single shot by Qin Xia. That humiliation is something I'll never forget. Su Feng suddenly recalled the pain of having his tendons severed and broke out in a cold sweat, unconsciously releasing his fist. His gaze shifted to Gangban Nichuan, who was preparing to enter the arena, and he silently prayed. Please, you have to win. Time passed, and finally, it was 3 p.m. Under the blazing sun, the B01 outdoor fighting arena was about to host its first headline match. Long Aoshue stood on the left side of the arena, a large sword resting steadily on her shoulder. Gangban Nichuan stood on the right, his hand already on his sword's hilt. The senior with the buzz cut confirmed the rules one last time, and seeing both nod in agreement, he signaled the start of the match. In an instant, the 2 top-tier talents with intermediate-level strength unleashed a tremendous aura. A streak of fire blazed across the sky as Long Aoshue's blazing sword carved a scorching arc straight towards Gangban Nichikawa's face. In the nick of time, Nichikawa unsheathed his katana, and metal clashed with fire, producing a deafening roar. The second-year students in the stands gasped. So fast, too fast, exclaimed the senior with the crew cut. Such speed is impossible without at least a decade of practice. On the battlefield, Long Aoshue's sword suddenly erupted with even more intense flames, attempting to engulf her opponent. A hint of surprise flashed in Nichikawa's eyes as he nimbly leaped back, effortlessly evading the fiery assault. An glass sword in the hands of a mere artisan is a waste, Nichikawa remarked as he slowly sheathed his katana, crouching slightly with eyes locked on his prey like a hungry wolf. In your hands, this sword is no better than a fire poker. It's a shame. When wielding a sword, every strike should be made with the intent to kill. Before the words finished, Nichikawa launched himself forward. Within a meter of Long Aoshue, his arm muscles tightened, and the katana was drawn, slash. A fierce momentum surged towards Long Aoshue, who remained unflinching as her sword descended from above, meeting the katana Hiden. Amidst the deafening clash of metal, a wave of energy rippled outward. Nichikawa's pupils contracted as vaunted slash had been blocked. As shock registered on his face, the flames surged once more. His arms bulged with veins as he unleashed his full strength, sending Long Aoshue flying. In midair, Long Aoshue spun, and as her sword swung, the flames transformed into a storm. The blaze coiled into a fire dragon, roaring towards Nichikawa. Just as the attack was about to strike, Nichikawa swept his katana horizontally, conjuring a barrier of wind that deflected the flames entirely. On the sidelines, the crewcut senior frowned as he watched. Long Aoshue's fluid movements were seamless, first using the power of the flames to block the slash, then executing the fiery storm midair. Her skills were more akin to a swordsman than an artisan. It was worth noting that her strength was a whole tier below Nichikawa's. I've seen through your moves. You can't possibly defeat me, Nichikawa taunted, lowering his stance once more and charging out with the same opening move as before. Secret technique, swallow return. The blade sliced through the air, with a flash of intersecting arcs. Long Aoshue's lips curled into a determined smile. She had made up her mind even if she couldn't win, she would make Gosaka Nichikawa pay. Instead of retreating, she advanced, ignoring the fierce strike coming her way, and let out a thunderous roar. Her broadsword swung down, instantly igniting in fierce flames, accompanied by a booming explosion. Black smoke filled the arena, and all the spectators held their breath, eyes fixed on the scene. On the sidelines, the buzzcut senior's eyes dimmed. As the smoke cleared, Gosaka Nichikawa elegantly brushed off the last embers from his attire and calmly sheathed his katana. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes gleaming with the pride of a victor. In contrast, Long Aoshue was hunched over, her hands trembling uncontrollably, with multiple cuts on her wrists seeping blood. Her broadsword had already slipped from her grasp, lying forlornly on the ground. The winner, Gosaka Nichikawa. As the buzzcut senior announced the result, the atmosphere plummeted. Although it was expected, witnessing Long Aoshue's defeat firsthand elicited sighs from the audience. Suddenly, a curse broke the silence, igniting the crowd's emotions like a fuse, leading to a chorus of jeers. These voices pierced Long Aoshue's heart like invisible blades. Thinking about facing the concern of her friends and teachers, she felt a heaviness in her chest and an overwhelming fatigue. The body that had once withstood blows was now on the verge of collapse, her head bowed in defeat. At that moment, a cold wind swept through the stands, silencing the agitated crowd. A young man in a silver battle robe walked into the arena and picked up the solitary broadsword. "Classmate, your sword," a deep voice said. Long Aoshue blinked and slowly raised her head. "Classmate, your sword," Qin Xia repeated calmly. Oh, thank you," she replied, suppressing her pain as she took back her broadsword. Qin Xia had already turned to approach the buzzcut senior. In that moment, the burden in Long Aoshue's heart seemed to lift. "It's just a simple match I lost. No one really cares, that's good," she murmured to herself. "Senior, the student who won, is he supposed to challenge me next?" Qin Xia asked coolly. "It's not dark yet. Can we start right away?" The buzzcut senior was about to explain they needed to wait until tomorrow when Gosaka Nichikawa interrupted. "No need, senior. This fight was just a warm-up. I don't need to rest. Since Qin Xia wants to fight now, let's do it now." He turned to Qin Xia, brimming with confidence. "And Qin Xia, you seem to be mistaken. I must clarify, you are the challenger." As Gangban Nichuan's voice faded, the stands erupted with boos. Hundreds of students stood up, glaring angrily. "Is this guy living too comfortably?" "Exactly. Do you even know who you're facing? That's Qin Xia, the strongest freshman at Magic University, capable of taking on 1,000 opponents." The scene was chaotic, and the buzzcut senior spread his hands helplessly, his gaze shifting between the two. "Nichuan, if you're insisting, then go ahead." His eyes suddenly sharpened. "But don't make excuses if you lose." Gangban Nichuan squinted, a confident smile still on his lips. "Senior, just because Qin Xia can take on 1,000, you assume I'll lose? Ridiculous. Who can't take on 1,000? I'm the top figure dominating all Tokyo universities." Before he finished speaking, a wave of intermediate second-tier pressure exploded outward. The freshmen in the stands immediately felt an intense pressure, and even the sophomores tensed up. Only Su Feng was different, his face full of smugness. Already imagining Qin Xia's defeat, and himself becoming a hero tomorrow. In the combat arena, the buzzcut senior observed the two with excitement. When he turned to look at Qin Xia, he found him as calm as ever, showing no emotional fluctuation. This surprised him. Qin Xia was never one to put on airs, yet he remained so composed against an opponent of the same level. He focused on sensing Qin Xia's aura, instantly feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Clearly, Qin Xia was only at an intermediate second-tier level, but his battle instincts were sounding alarms like Qin Xia was an unfathomable abyss. The buzzcut senior quickly ushered Long Aoshua off the field and stood between the two to announce the rules. No restrictions on weapons or equipment, no drugs allowed. Going out of bounds, being unable to stand, or unconsciousness all result in a loss. Medical personnel are on site, but the risk of injury is your own. Understood. Both nodded in agreement and retreated to their designated positions. The buzzcut senior took one last look around and then sharply waved his hand. Begin the match. Gangban Nichuan sprang into action, hand on his sword hilt, darting towards Qin Xia. Draw and slash. Sparks flew from the scabbard, and the dark blade aimed straight for Qin Xia's throat. In that critical moment, a domineering aura suddenly erupted. Qin Xia's black sword carved a fierce arc, colliding with his opponent's weapon. Amidst the deafening explosion, Gangban Nichuan flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground dozens of meters away. Suddenly, the arena erupted with deafening cheers, like a tidal wave crashing down. Su Feng stood there, stunned, his mind blank. He couldn't comprehend how Gangban Nichikawa, who easily defeated Long Aoshua, couldn't even withstand a casual sword strike from Qin Xia. At the edge of the arena, a senior with a crew cut stared wide-eyed at the scene. Both of their strikes have reached the destructive power of mid-level tier 3, but Qin Xia's swordsmanship is just too overwhelming. His gaze fell on the eerie, twisting mist surrounding Qin Xia's blade. Could this be gun momentum? Gangban Nichikawa planted his sword into the ground, trembling as he struggled to stand. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet a sinister smile appeared on his face. Is this the strongest freshman at Magic University? I've heard your spear skills are unbeatable, but I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so formidable as well. Good, this trip was worth it. With that, he sheathed his sword, took a deep breath, and gathered all his strength into his hands. Wind God Flow Sword Technique. Gale Consecutive Blade Slash. As the blade left its sheath, crisscrossing dark lights appeared in the void, transforming into dozens of wind blades that lunged at Qin Xia. Simultaneously, Gangban Nichikawa dashed to the side, planning to exploit any opening Qin Xia might reveal while dealing with the wind blades to unleash his Shurkill move Swallow Return, which had never failed him at the University of Tokyo. However, this time, the situation unfolded completely beyond his expectations. Facing the oncoming wind blades, Qin Xia took a calm step forward and swept his sword across. Amidst the flickering black light, a massive crescent-shaped sword energy, entwined with a fiery sword wind, tore through the air, instantly shattering all the wind blades. Gangban Nichikawa, positioned at Qin Xia's side, was momentarily distracted by this sight. By the time he regained focus, Qin Xia's black sword was already poised in midair, followed by a surge of white sword energy, enveloped in scorching sword wind, rushing towards him, distorting the air with its heat. Before he could react, the sword energy engulfed him. The searing pain made him cry out, his katana trembling violently in his grip. Just as he barely managed to withstand the strike, an even more overwhelming presence descended from above. Looking up, he saw, under the blazing sun, the massive black blade emitting sword energy like endless flames. Burning Heaven Dominant Sword Technique. Third form. Skyfire Collapse. Boom. The ground of the arena shattered instantly, debris flying and dust billowing. Even the surrounding stands shook from the impact. The crew-cut senior and the standby healer teacher were shocked and rushed forward. As the dust settled, they saw Gangban Nichikawa, eyes rolled back, body embedded in the ground, barely clinging to life. The crew-cut senior's face was filled with terror. The two senior priest instructors looked tense and immediately began chanting spells to perform a rescue. One of the priests turned with a reproachful look towards Qin Xia. Qin Xia, how could you be so heavy-handed? This student, Ri Huan, is a foreign friend. Couldn't you have gone easier on him? Qin Xia glanced at the teacher with an indifferent expression, his voice cool. Teacher, this foreign friend you speak of didn't go easy on our university's students in the last match. If it weren't for that girl protecting her arms with flames, her hands would have been severed. I didn't take off an arm. That was me going easy. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear on Qin Xia's back trembled slightly, and a fierce cold wind swept through, instantly dispersing the surrounding dust. He turned and strode towards the exit of the arena, his figure upright like a spear. The winner, Qin Xia, announced the senior student with a buzz cut loudly. The stands erupted into thunderous cheers as the students looked at the unconscious Rihuan Gangsaka, feeling a sense of justice. The senior student with the buzz cut looked at Qin Xia's retreating figure, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Teacher, Qin Xia did hold back. He only used an rank sword. If he had used the Shrank Xianbing spear on his back, Rihuan wouldn't just be in need of rescue now. Also, you focus on the healing, leave the rest to us. I reiterated the rules before the match, and Rihuan agreed. Regardless of him being a foreign friend, he has to bear the consequences. Su Feng, in the stands, was beside himself with panic, while the blonde student next to him smiled gleefully. Su Xiao, what did I say? You wanted me to fight Qin Xia? Why didn't you go yourself? Oh right, it's your turn tomorrow, good luck. Su Feng trembled with fear. I can't fight, I'm forfeiting. He hurriedly reached for his phone, but accidentally dropped it a few rows down. Just as he was about to go fetch it, the senior student with the buzz cut announced, due to venue damage, tomorrow's Azone finals will be moved to Arena B05. Also, no withdrawals are allowed in the finals. This announcement made Su Feng stagger back in fright, and he missed a step, tumbling down the stairs. The next day's match was predictable. Su Feng, who was only at level 8, ended up in the hospital after a single strike from Qin Xia, his bed next to Rihuan Gangsaka's. In the evening, Xia Siki walked into the ward carrying a basket of apples. Both patients were asleep. Her gaze briefly rested on Rihuan before settling on Su Feng, and she spoke softly. Brother Feng, he's unbeatable at the same level. What's the use of finding these useless people? His strength is improving so fast, he must be heading for the third awakening. Since the secret realm isn't at school, just arrange for a top-level assassin to wait for him on the way. This grudge can be settled, can it? I'm not a villain. Just disfigure him and cripple his meridians so he can't practice martial arts anymore. As the words fell, a chilling smile appeared on Xia Siki's usually innocent and charming face. The finals in each division concluded one after another, and the competition moved to the pinnacle showdown stage. At the draw ceremony, when the senior with the buzz cut placed the lots from Zone A and Zone C together, Chen Taixio, who had been advancing triumphantly, suddenly turned ashen. The next day, he was sent to the school hospital. It wasn't just Qin Xia who showcased overwhelming strength on the field. In the battle between Zone B and Zone C, Chu Yuxiang, who had advanced to intermediate level 1, unleashed the 9 thunder strikes of purple sky as soon as he entered, defeating Xia Siki in under 5 minutes, causing a stir among the audience. Soon after, the topic, Chu Yuxiang avenges Qin Xia, shot to the top of the MO University Forum's trending list. The much-anticipated grand finale finally arrived. That morning, the sky was filled with dark clouds, thunder rumbled without a drop of rain, and the entire sky was overcast. The match was set to begin at 9 a.m., but it wasn't until 8 a.m. that Qin Xia departed from Arena A07. Bai Moyong and Fang Liyuan, as usual, simply said good luck, showing no intention of attending the match. However, as Qin Xia's figure disappeared into the gloom, Fang Lian was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. Teacher, is it because of this weather? He turned to Bai Moyong. I can't shake the feeling something's off. It's just an overcast day, nothing to worry about, Bai Moyong replied calmly. If anything unusual occurs, I will step in. By 8:30, the sky remained overcast, but it did not dampen the audience's enthusiasm. The stands were packed, and cheers erupted in waves. From the podium, Bai Mayun gazed at the sky, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At exactly 9 a.m., the host, the senior with the buzz cut, gave a brief introduction before announcing the entry of the participants. Qin Xia, dressed in a white robe, emerged slowly from the tunnel, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. As Chu Yuxiang reached the tunnel entrance, he spotted a familiar figure Long Aoshue, clad in bright red, wielding a large sword. Chu Yuxiang, is this your so-called surefire method to win? Long Aoshue pointed to the cloud-laden sky. Winning by such means, don't you find it shameful? Chu Yuxiang's gaze turned harsh, and he raised his magic wand towards Long Aoshue. Aoshue, I've said it before, no matter the method, a win is a win. If Bai Mayan stops me and declares me the loser, I'll accept it. But to do nothing and watch myself lose, I can't do that. With that, he strode onto the field, once again provoking a wave of applause from the audience. Once both stood in place, the senior with the buzz cut confirmed the rules as usual. Qin Xia nodded calmly, while Chu Yuxiang nodded while beginning to softly chant a magic incantation. May the thunder god of purple sky grant me strength, let the purple lightning break through the void, and help me leap through the air. Beginner magic, thunder leap. As the senior with the buzz cut waved to signal the start of the match, Chu Yuxiang suddenly leaped, riding the purple lightning into the air. Sorry, Qin Xia, I want to win too much. He raised his magic wand high, and several streaks of purple lightning flickered among the clouds. Outside the arena, thunder roared incessantly. Fang Liyuan quickly rushed out of the classroom, looking up at the sky. Above the magic university, purple lightning intertwined, starkly contrasting with the surrounding dark clouds, indicating an unusual situation. Teacher, I just went out to check. This lightning is too abnormal. The entire sky is shrouded in dark clouds, but only above our university is there a mass of purple lightning, Fang Lian said with a hint of worry. Bai Moi put down the book, Unparalleled Sword and Spear Techniques, draft, and glanced out the window. Li Yuan, who is your junior sparring with today? It's Chu Yuxiang from the Chu family in Magic City, sir. Bai Moi nodded thoughtfully, a faint smile on his lips. He took out a small pouch from his pocket and handed it to Fang Liyuan. Inside is a rare 9-turn revival pill. Go watch over your junior. If anything happens, have him take it. With his constitution and this pill, he should be safe. Of course, if nothing happens, just keep it with him for emergencies. Fang Liyuan took the pouch, peeking at the extremely rare pill inside, his eyes shining. Sir, what about you? Aren't you going over there? Bai Moi placed the technique manual in a storage cabinet, took the Kirin Golden Light Thunder Sword technique, and tucked it away. He gently closed the cabinet door and vanished in an instant, leaving only a phrase echoing in the vast arena. I'm heading to the Chu family. Meanwhile, Su Ming hurried to the principal's office and ran into the administrative director, Lu Zhongwei, downstairs. Mr. Su, no need to go. Mr. Bai left for the National College League meeting in the capital 2 days ago. I heard they are changing the competition format this year, Lu Zhongwei said. Su Ming frowned. No, Director Lu, this lightning. He pointed to the sky. You're a magician too. You can't not see it, right? Isn't Chu Yuxiang going too far to win? This weather is indeed artificially manipulated, Lu Zhongwei replied calmly. But you're looking for the wrong person. The new student selection is fully organized by the student council. We don't get involved. If you believe Chu is breaking the rules, you can report it to the student council president. But, you know, Bai Moi is the kind of, Su Ming hesitated, to put it bluntly, a bit crazy. She definitely won't rule Chu Yuxiang out of order. You're not wrong. She is a bit crazy, Lu Zhongwei laughed. But with Mr. Bai not around, don't worry too much. Mr. Moi has already left the campus. He's definitely heading to the Chu family. It won't be long before the sky clears. On the open-air arena's platform, Bai Moi watched the flickering purple lights in the sky, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Qin Xia, last time, even with 1,000 freshmen, Chu Yuxiang couldn't push you to your limit. This time, armed with a sky full of purple lightning, he might just succeed. The students in the stands looked up at the dense purple lightning above, their faces filled with fear. This freshman duel had already surpassed the level of most second-year students from start. High above, Chu Yuxiang raised his magic staff, aiming at Qin Xia on the ground, and began chanting magical incantations. Great thunder god of Zixiao, grant me your power to shatter all obstacles with lightning and unleash the fury of the purple storm. Intermediate magic, Zixiao 9 thunder strike. Chu Yuxiang's incantation echoed through the air. This time, the Zixiao 9 thunder strike was different from usual, could channel the purple lightning in the sky with only a minimal amount of magic, consuming less than 1/10 of the usual energy, yet each strike's power would still increase incrementally. Boom. The first bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Qin Xia moved swiftly and decisively, drawing his silver dragon-eye spear in an instant. Amidst the howling wind, the spear flashed with silver light as it precisely cleaved through the descending lightning. The residual sparks danced around him harmlessly. Being a warrior of intermediate second tier, with his skills enhanced to a new level, his physique had undergone a qualitative leap from a month ago. In the stands, the sophomore and junior students watched in astonishment, exclaiming at the breathtaking spectacle they were witnessing for the first time. Chu Yuxiang, well aware of Qin Xia's strength, was not surprised. He immediately summoned the second lightning bolt. Boom. Just when everyone expected a repeat of the earlier scene, Qin Xia suddenly changed tactics. His spear swept across with a powerful arc, creating a massive silver crescent imbued with icy energy, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar. The ice blade sliced through the midair lightning, heading straight for Chu Yuxiang's vital point. High above, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Yuxiang's eyes, and he quickly unleashed the third and fourth bolts of lightning. The continuous booming barely shattered the approaching ice blade a few meters away. How is this possible? A senior with a buzz cut exclaimed at the edge of the arena. Using a spear to unleash sword energy? And its power reaching the intermediate fourth tier? It seems the rumors about him being a hidden class are indeed true. Qin Xia didn't pause, his spear dancing with a flurry of movements. The arena was suddenly engulfed in a storm of cold winds. A barrage of icy blades shot toward the sky like a torrential downpour, reversing the flow of attack and defense. Chu Yuxiang was forced to dodge constantly in the air, unable to fully counter the assault despite his continuous lightning strikes. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet a smile of excitement appeared on his face. Qin Xia, I suspected as much when I saw you fight Gangban Nichikawa. Rest assured, I'm not going all out just to cast a single Zixiao 9 thunder strike. To defeat you, I must reveal an even stronger trump card. Before his words faded, Chu Yuxiang seized an opening and dove into the clouds, riding the purple lightning. Seeing this, Qin Xia immediately swung his spear, sending another enormous icy crescent skyward, but it couldn't penetrate the vast, overcast clouds. Suddenly, the thunder roared, and the purple lightning in the sky grew wildly intense. Above the sky, amidst the dark clouds, Chu Yuxiang raised his magic wand high. Purple lightning, like serpentine spirits, twisted and turned among the clouds, converging towards the wand. His eyes were fixed on the fighting arena below, now appearing as small as a chessboard, as he began to chant a magical incantation. By the might of the thunder god, let the world be shaken. The sound of thunder across the skies is the fury of its descent. The one who overturns the heavens is the thunder dragon under the thunder god's command. At this moment, may the thunder dragon descend, revealing its power to shatter all barriers. Advanced magic, purple thunder dragon strike. As a mid-level mage, Chu Yuxiang was not supposed to wield advanced magic. But at this moment, with the aid of his magic wand encrusted with power stones, the dark clouds set by his family, and his extraordinary talent combined with countless daring attempts, he finally broke through his limits. The surrounding clouds, carrying lightning, began to spin, gradually forming a massive vortex in the sky. Chu Yuxiang's eyes sparkled with light, his face brimming with ecstasy. On the ground, the students in the stands gazed at the enormous storm vortex mixed with purple lightning, their faces filled with fear. Even the buzzcut senior, a high-level practitioner, was left speechless in awe, while Zhao Yun, gripping the hilt of his sword, had excitement gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, Su Ming rushed to the edge of the field, loudly questioning, "Referee, why haven't you stopped this? This level of magic clearly isn't something Chu Yuxiang can use on his own. He should be declared the loser immediately." Before the buzzcut senior could respond, Zhao Yun leaped down from the podium. "Mr. Su, there's no conclusive evidence that this phenomenon is man-made, so we have no authority to stop the match. Even if you, as a mage, see something unusual, without proof, it's not valid. Besides, I believe Qin Xia can withstand this, and I hope you'll give him the chance to." Just as Su Ming was about to argue back, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly echoed. A lightning dragon, formed of purple electricity, emerged from the vortex, diving towards the ground almost instantly. Boom! The lightning dragon engulfed Qin Xia's figure. The blinding electric light forced everyone present to close their eyes. Amidst the earth-shaking purple lightning, Qin Xia stood firm, wielding a sword in his left hand and a spear in his right to form a defense. The intense impact nearly shattered his consciousness, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his body simultaneously. From his tailbone to his neck, every vertebra screamed in agony, far surpassing the pain he had endured resisting the 9 thunder summoned before. Yet, even amidst such excruciating pain, Qin Xia remained unyielding. Even with his vision blurred and his ears ringing, and his body almost devoid of sensation, Qin Xia's resolve remained unwavering. "Linger, I will not lose," he vowed, glaring fiercely as he braced himself against the thunderous force with his intermediate physique. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Chu family estate, Ma Xiang followed a servant to a vast terrace. He looked up to see a massive, nearly 20-meter diameter, circular magic array suspended in the air, continuously channeling energy towards the sky. Beside it stood a refined, middle-aged man with a well-trimmed beard, holding a magic staff and gazing into the distance. This gentleman was none other than Chu Yuxiang's father, Chu Bazong. "You're here, Ma Xiang. I thought you'd be arriving around now." Chu Basong greeted by Ma Xiang with a gentle smile as he approached. Ma Xiang bowed slightly and drew out the Kirin Golden Light Divine Thunder Sword technique from his robe. "Uncle Chu, I've come to seek your guidance on the true essence of the Thunder Sword technique." Chu Basong glanced at the cover of the sword manual, but did not take it. "Ma Xiang, you've become too tactful. If you want to disrupt, just say so." Yuxiang has never lost since he was a child, and last time, even with 1,000 men, he was defeated by your student. He cried the whole night. As his father, I must help him this once. The thunder has already struck, so consider it done. If you must disrupt, then go ahead." Seeing Chu Boisong's courteous yet unyielding demeanor, Ma Xiang directly placed the sword manual into his hand. "Uncle Chu, keep the sword technique. Now, let me demonstrate it for you personally." At that moment, the lightning in the open-air arena had dissipated. As the spectators opened their eyes, they saw a charred crater in the center of the field, sparks flying and heat waves rolling. Qin Xia was kneeling on one knee, his weapons crossed defensively. Though he hadn't fallen, his skin was completely scorched, and flames still flickered. Just as Su Ming was about to rush in desperation, Qin Xia's body suddenly trembled, and the charred shell began to peel away. The silver dragon ice spear enveloped him in a chill, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Not only had he endured, but he felt the surging power of the indestructible dragon might. His fighting spirit soared, pain vanished, his regenerative abilities increased, and his scorched skin began to heal at an astonishing rate. What thrilled him even more was the notification. "Congratulations, you have mastered the first part of the 100 battles to Saint technique. Your strength level has increased to intermediate level 3. With the enhancement of the indestructible dragon might, Qin Xia's overall strength had reached intermediate level 6. Combined with the silver dragon ice spear and his spear technique, his destructive power could even touch intermediate level 8. In the vast arena, everyone's gaze was fixed on the cloud of cold air, their faces filled with terror. The cold mist gradually dispersed, revealing a massive crater. Junior brother. A heart-wrenching cry shattered the silence. Fong Liyuan rushed out from the corridor, stumbling and falling to the ground. I'm sorry, junior brother. I went to the wrong section earlier, to where you were before. By the time I reached the entrance, the lightning had already struck. The crowd looked at Fong Liyuan in confusion, but soon, a refreshing cold breeze swept through the arena, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. When they turned their attention back to the crater, they saw Qin Xia slowly standing up, exhaling white mist. His charred skin had peeled away, revealing fierce markings that made him look like a demon emerging from hell. It's okay, senior brother, I'm fine. In fact, I'm in good condition, Qin Xia said with a calm and resolute voice. The scene first fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into deafening cheers. Su Ming watched, first in shock, then with a relieved smile, though his eyes were slightly moist. Held on just like before? You rascal, that was high-level destructive magic. What if you couldn't withstand it? Sorry, brother Su, for worrying you again. Qin Xia replied with a faint smile, but you know I don't have the luxury of growing slowly. If I can't withstand a high-level spell, what will I use to fight against the powerful families in the future? Su Ming opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing. He knew too well the world's unfairness. Mages with natural advantages, powerful families with resources 100 times those of ordinary people. Qin Xia had no choice but to fight relentlessly to win. Junior brother, I knew you'd be okay. Fong Liyuan jumped up excitedly. My junior brother Fong Liyuan is invincible. Oh, by the way, the teacher asked me to bring you a 9-turn resurrection pill. You take care of that Chu kid first, and I'll give it to you after the fight. Meanwhile, high above, Chu Yuxiang's face was twisted with disbelief and fear. Impossible, he roared, his face contorted, veins bulging. I prepared so much, how could I lose to you? Even if you can withstand one purple sky thunder dragon strike, can you withstand a second? As he spoke, he raised his magic wand again, and purple lightning began to gather in the distant clouds. At the same time, on the Chu family's terrace, Bai Maxiang silently drew the long sword from his waist. Uncle Chu, watch closely. This is the first move. Thunderous golden lightning. Bai Maxiang's face suddenly turned serious. He forcefully pressed down with his long sword, carving a deep groove into the ground before swiftly lifting it. In an instant, dozens of silver-white sword auras slithered across the ground like electric serpents, emitting a piercing hum. Boom. The terrace, over 100 meters wide, collapsed instantly under the impact of the sword energy. Countless massive stones rained down towards the villa below. Chu Boisong's face changed drastically as he quickly formed a magical seal with his hands, using a magical glow to hold up the falling debris just in time. Moyang, you've gone too far. Your status as a top-level sword master isn't a license to run amok in the Chu family. Chu Bazong shouted angrily. Bai Moyang's gaze was sharp as he looked directly at Chu Bazong. Uncle Chu, since you put it that way, I must demonstrate each move of this sword technique completely. He glanced at the damaged ground and sneered. This road surface needed repairs anyway. Before his words had fully settled, he swung his sword again. The thunderous sword energy swept across, leaving the entire road covered in cracks and fissures. Alarm bells rang throughout the Chu household as hundreds of guards rushed in from all directions. Bai Moyang merely released a gentle wave of top-level pressure, causing most of the guards to fall heavily to the ground. Uncle Chu, if you don't have them stand down, my sword won't just be aimed at the ground, Bai Moyang said, his tone growing colder. You know I'm always true to myself. Even Feng Sihai ended up in the hospital because of me, and ordinary top-level fighters can't stop me. If your Chu family doesn't believe it, feel free to try. This won't end without a proper explanation. As his words echoed, his sword pointed skyward. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped in golden lightning, and the deafening thunder alarmed the citizens of the entire magical city. At that moment, an even more terrifying pressure descended on the Chu household, and the authoritative voice of the Chu family's elder echoed in the void. Basong, our Chu family has never feared turning against others, but there must be a reason. The Chu and Bai families have been allies for generations. If you want to fight, you must clarify the reason. If you can't provide a legitimate reason for restraining this youngster, then the losses suffered by the Chu family will be considered your fault. You know the family rules. Chu Basong had originally intended to stand up for his son, but hadn't expected Bai Moyang to fearlessly confront the powerful Chu family for a student. He knew he was indeed at fault. He could only grit his teeth and bow his head. Elders, juniors, I apologize for the disturbance. Nephew Mzong was demonstrating a new sword technique to me, and its power was a bit overwhelming, alarming everyone. As for the damaged terrace and road, they needed repairs anyway, and I will cover the cost myself. He looked at Bai Moyang with a sullen expression. This matter was my and Yuxiang's fault. I will personally bring him to apologize to your student another day. Is that enough? Bai Moyang's lips curled into a slight smile. You better come bearing gifts of apology as well. With those words, he soared into the sky on his sword. Seconds later, a streak of golden light tore through the sky, splitting the dark clouds in two. The immense wind pressure pushed the clouds aside, revealing a clear blue sky. In the open-air fighting arena of the magical university, the warm sunlight draped Qin Xia in a golden glow. High in the sky, Chu Yuxiang managed to gather some purple lightning, but the sky suddenly cleared. He stared wide-eyed at the rapidly dissipating clouds, his face turning pale. Wait, no? My thunder dragon hasn't formed yet. Old man, what are you doing? You promised to help me this time. His voice was filled with terror and despair. In the giant pit below, Qin Xia looked up at the clear sky, his gaze like lightning locking onto Chu Yuxiang's position. His expression turned cold, his posture slightly lowered as he stepped back half a step with his right foot, and his spear slowly reached its full extension. In an instant, a chilling aura and spear energy surged toward the spear tip, gathering but not yet released. Everyone present felt the suffocating intensity, as if the air had solidified. 3 seconds later, Qin Xia let out a thunderous roar, thrusting his spear like a fierce tiger. The icy spear energy shot out instantly, transforming into a blinding cold beam that pierced the sky, accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar. In the sky, Chu Yuxiang suddenly sensed the terrifying aura behind him and turned in horror, only to see an ice dragon, formed from cold light, rushing toward him with its jaws wide open. He had no time to react before being engulfed by the terrifying attack. Amid the booming explosions, the sky erupted with cold air. Chu Yuxiang spat blood, eyes closed, falling like a kite with a broken string. Medical personnel rushed out, while a senior with a buzz cut shouted excitedly, "The winner is Qin Xia." The entire arena erupted in cheers. The priest-teacher quickly arrived to check Qin Xia's injuries, with Su Ming and Fang Liyuan close behind. Su Ming said apologetically, "Qin Xia, I'm sorry. I thought it was just a simple rookie selection match, so I didn't pay much attention. I didn't expect the Chu family to go so far to win. Brother Su, you don't need to blame yourself. You've already helped me a lot." Qin Xia shook his head. "I'll eventually leave school and face more unexpected situations outside. Consider this an early adaptation." Fang Liyuan handed over a small bag containing 9-turn revival pills. "I should be the one apologizing. The teacher asked me to bring emergency pills, but I didn't arrive in time. Fortunately, you're physically strong and have the Feng family's treasured cultivation method. These pills are especially effective for martial artists with deep internal power. If seriously injured, they can preserve internal strength, keep vital energy stable, and greatly enhance self-healing abilities." Qin Xia accepted the bag and tucked it away. Su Ming looked at the clear sky, recalling the golden light that had flashed by, and remembered Lu Zhongwei's words. "Qin Xia, Teacher Mzong probably went to the Chu family. The reason the overwhelming clouds dissipated was likely his doing." At that moment, Bai Moyun approached them. "Teacher Su, it must have been my cousin. Only he, going to the Chu family, could truly resolve the issue. Though my words were harsh just now." Bai Moyun's voice carried a hint of apology as she stood in the center of the arena, her gaze fixed on Qin Xia. "Without concrete evidence proving the storm clouds were caused by the Chu family, I can't rashly halt the competition. After all, using the forces of nature to enhance magic is a common practice among sorcerers," she explained. "If I were to declare Chu Yuxiang guilty without proof, it would only give the Chu family grounds for complaint." There was a touch of self-reflection in Bai Moyun's tone. "I truly don't have the foresight of my cousin. He trusts that Qin Xia can handle this, and even provided a potion as a safeguard. I lack his strength to single-handedly confront the Chu family and dispel those clouds." She paused. "Moreover, I must admit, I did have some personal motives." Suddenly, Bai Moyun, who was usually seen as proud, bowed deeply to Qin Xia. "I'm sorry, Qin Xia. As the student council president and Bai Moyang's cousin, it was wrong of me to let you take such a risk based on mere intuition." This scene plunged the entire arena into silence. Even Su Ming, who had seen much, looked shocked. Qin Xia raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly not expecting this turn of events. He calmly replied, "It's all right. Reality is inherently unfair, and I understand that. I'm not naive enough to wait for someone else to ensure fairness for me." Upon hearing this, Bai Moyun straightened up, a glint of admiration in her eyes. "Well said, truly a student of Moyang's." She then detailed the compensation for Qin Xia. Priority access to all student council resources, including access to secret realms, techniques, and ample supplies of materials and potions. These resources will significantly aid your future cultivation, especially at advanced stages. Bai Moyun extended her hand with a genuine smile. "Qin Xia, congratulations on winning the newcomer championship, and welcome to the student council." Qin Xia shook her hand briefly and got straight to the point. "All right, Then please take me to the secret realm where the comprehension stone fragments drop. Before Bai Yun could respond, the teacher assessing the injuries spoke up first. No, Qin Xia. Even though you've recovered remarkably fast, you've just been through a major battle. It's best not to exert yourself too much. Take a good rest first. Bai Yun immediately agreed. Listen to the teacher. Rest today? Meet me at the entrance of the student council building at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Qin Xia didn't feel particularly exhausted, and, after saying goodbye to Su Ming, he returned to Arena A07 with Fong Liyuan. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw Bai Moyang standing there. Bai Moyang examined Qin Xia closely, a barely noticeable worry flickering in his eyes. Fortunately, your injuries are lighter than expected. It seems the Feng family's techniques are indeed effective. I'm glad I made it in time, and that you're all right. Qin Xia stood before Bai Moyang and bowed deeply. Teacher, I'm sorry for causing trouble with the Chu family. It's all right, Bai Moyang said, helping him up. The fault lies with those arrogant magicians from the Chu family who have no understanding of martial ethics. As your teacher, I must stand up for you. While I can't remove every obstacle for you, I can at least curb those who try to take advantage. Bai Moyang walked over to a storage locker and took out a book titled Unparalleled Sword and Spear Technique, Draft Edition. After a thorough check, he handed it to Qin Xia. I've adjusted this technique multiple times, perfectly blending the essence of the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique and the Blazing Sky Dominance Sword technique. However, since these are two different weapons, with one embodying ice and the other fire, their battle intents are difficult to harmonize. The final effectiveness will depend on your understanding. Qin Xia took the book and sat down at the edge of the arena to study it carefully. Each move and fusion of sword and spear amazed him with Bai Moyang's talent. He was confident that with this draft as a foundation, once he acquired the comprehension stone, he would achieve a complete top-tier battle technique. The next morning, Qin Xia arrived at the student council building and saw Bai Moyun waiting downstairs. Qin Xia, normally I would introduce the student council first, but I suspect you're not interested in that right now. You can learn about it later at your own pace. For now, I'll take you directly to the exclusive secret realm management office of the student council. As they passed through the grand building, an unexpectedly lush green space unfolded before them, starkly different from the building's facade. The layout resembled that of the Awakening Secret Realm Management Office, with several intersecting paths and signs at the intersections indicating the names of various secret realms. After a brief introduction, Bai Moyun led Qin Xia to the entrance of the Comprehension Stone Secret Realm. They walked along a tree-lined path, through a field of flowers, until they finally reached a massive golden ring-shaped portal. The portal to the mystic realm of the Comprehension Stone is right there, a massive magical gateway shimmering with a bluish glow under the sunlight. As they walked, Bai Moyun explained the rules of the realm to Qin Xia. The realm is open daily from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., and you need a magic key to enter. Bai Moyun pointed to the portal. Inside, there are 4 difficulty levels: low, medium, high, and hell. The beasts at the low level match your strength, but have a lower drop rate for comprehension stone fragments. At the medium level, the beasts are 1 tier above you, with a correspondingly higher drop rate. Hell level beasts are 3 tiers higher, but they offer the highest drop rate. She took out a small, pale gold fragment from her pocket, about the size of a fingernail. This is a comprehension stone fragment. The higher the grade of the comprehension stone, the more it aids in mastering martial arts, techniques, or magic. At Magic University, top students aim to collect 1,000 fragments before graduating to synthesize a precious comprehension stone. Once you have enough, I'll take you to the magic platform to complete the synthesis. Noticing Qin Xia's slightly furrowed brow, Bai Moyun added, 1,000 sounds like a lot, but it's manageable. I used to grind for 4 hours a day and finished in a year. You'll definitely do it faster. Senior, is there an ultimate grade comprehension stone? Qin Xia asked thoughtfully. Bai Moyun looked at him in surprise. A precious stone is already something most people dream of, yet Qin Xia mentioned the ultimate grade so casually. There is indeed an ultimate grade, requiring 10,000 fragments. According to the student council's records, only one predecessor has ever achieved it. He grinded for 6 hours daily and barely managed it the day before graduation, Bai Moyun explained. But you also have the National College League and 3 more awakenings to consider. Time might be tight. I'll check the drop rate for the hell difficulty first, Qin Xia interrupted. If it's too low, I'll have to settle for a precious one. Bai Moyun was stunned. Her mind flooded with questions since when did a precious stone become a compromise? Senior, it's just after 8. Could you open the portal for me? Qin Xia asked calmly. Bai Moyun snapped back to reality, handing him a magic key. Ordinary student council members need to apply for a temporary key, but you're different. Take this one and return it when you've gathered enough fragments. A silver key lay quietly in Qin Xia's hand, embedded with a dark blue magic stone, resembling a treasure chest key commonly seen in games. Following the demonstration by the Awakening Realm Administrator, he aimed the key at the golden, shimmering portal and inserted it. Golden ripples spread across the portal's surface, and a menu appeared with options. Please select the difficulty level of the realm you wish to challenge. Easy, medium, hard, hell. A gentle reminder. It's suggested to start from the easy level and proceed step by step. Before the prompt could finish, Qin Xia decisively selected the hell difficulty. Warning, the hell difficulty realm contains beasts far more powerful than yourself. It is advised. Qin Xia interrupted the prompt again, turning the key directly. As the portal began to glow and vibrate, Zhao Yun's voice came from behind him. Wait, Qin Xia. She pulled out a magic storage pouch about the size of a glasses case. This is your welcome gift for joining the student council. I almost forgot to give it to you. Got a bit thrown by your speaking style earlier. It looks small, but I once fit 1,000 fragments in it easily. It's very handy. Thanks, senior. Qin Xia tucked the magic pouch into his coat and stepped into the portal without hesitation. Everything turned desolate before him. As the scene cleared, Qin Xia found himself standing in the crater of an extinct volcano. All around were lava rocks, some still burning, others charred black. Black rock debris covered the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. Suddenly, some lava rocks not far away began to tremble slightly, accompanied by a rustling sound. A giant lava lizard, about 4 meters long, emerged from underground. This mid-level, 6th-tier magical beast was covered in charred black scales, with several lava stones embedded in its back, blending almost seamlessly with the surroundings. With a wave of his right hand, the black coffin dragon king strap on his back surged, and the silver dragon eye spear slid smoothly into his grasp, exuding an icy chill. Sensing the threat, the lava stones on the lizard's back erupted with flames, and it reared its head to unleash a fierce jet of fire. The intensity of the attack desire took Qin Xia by surprise. He easily leaped into the air to dodge the flames, then swooped down toward the lizard. A silver arc cut through the air as the spear struck down powerfully at the beast. Just as the spear was about to hit, the giant lava lizard suddenly retracted its limbs and head underground, leaving only the lava stones on its back exposed. With a dull thud, Qin Xia felt as if his strike had hit a rock forged from steel, the impact numbing his hands. No wonder it's a mid-level 6th-tier beast, Qin Xia mused to himself. Before he could finish his thought, the lava stones turned crimson, and several fierce flames erupted, engulfing him. However, amidst the roaring flames, Qin Xia remained calm, even smiling. For someone who had endured countless fiery trials, this mid-level 6th-tier burn was nothing more than a sauna-like comfort. And he wasn't avoiding it because he couldn't. He chose not to. The scorching flames licked at his skin, causing a mild burning sensation. In that moment, Qin Xia's indomitable dragon power was activated, and he felt a surge of strength within him, raising his overall power to intermediate level 4. Combined with his expert marksmanship and scrayed spear, his destructive capability reached the terrifying level of intermediate 6. Frost gathered around the spear as Qin Xia gripped it tightly with both hands, channeling all his strength into a downward strike. With the destructive power of intermediate 6 and the spear's armor-piercing force, this strike was bound to teach the giant lava lizard a harsh lesson. Boom! The hard lava shell shattered instantly, and dark red blood gushed out like a fountain. The lizard let out a harrowing cry, and before it could react, Qin Xia's spear struck like lightning, piercing its body. He exerted his arms, lifting the massive creature entirely into the air. The giant lava lizard crashed heavily to the ground, convulsed a few times, and then disintegrated into a heap of black fragments. Qin Xia rummaged through the debris with his black sword, but found no shards. No wonder Zhao Yun spent a year grinding. The drop rate is just too touching. At that moment, a panel notification popped up. Congratulations on successfully defeating a giant lava lizard far beyond your power. Second wave challenge, 5 giant lava lizards. Start now? Immediately, another prompt appeared. Due to your exceptional performance, you have been granted a double reward opportunity. If chosen, the second wave will feature 10 giant lava lizards. Double up? A mischievous smile played on Qin Xia's lips. In card games, you always double when you can. Do I even need to ask? Double up. As soon as he spoke, the ground shook violently, and 10 giant lava lizards slowly crawled out. Facing 10 times the enemies, Qin Xia's unmatched warrior talent was triggered, and his power surged again to intermediate level 5, with destructive force reaching intermediate 7. The cold wind howled, and a silver streak flashed by. 10 massive lizard heads fell to the ground, and blood gushed like a torrent. Qin Xia flicked his spear, scattering blood droplets. This time, the battle felt significantly better, transforming from hacking at rocks to slicing through flesh with ease and satisfaction. Soon, all 10 lizards lay defeated, turning into black fragments. This time, there was finally a reward. A golden shard floated out. Excitement flashed in Qin Xia's eyes as he quickly stored the shard in his magical storage bag. A new notification promptly appeared. Defeat successful. Third wave challenge, 20 giant lava lizards. Special reward, super double opportunity. If chosen, 100 will appear. Super double up? Qin Xia's eyes curved into crescents. This reward system is too sensible. Super double up. The ground trembled once more as enormous lava lizards emerged from beneath the earth, their scales glinting a fiery red in the sunlight. Qin Xia remained calm, feeling his unparalleled combat skills increase as he faced the horde alone. His overall strength surged to mid-level 6, with destructive power reaching up to mid-level 8. Before these massive creatures could react, Qin Xia launched his attack. With a sweep of his arm, a howling cold wind enveloped the area, summoning an ice dragon formed of pure frost that spiraled through the air. Under its overwhelming destructive force, the bodies of the giant lava lizards exploded instantly, their blood frozen midair by the extreme cold. In the blink of an eye, 100 lizards lay defeated. A faint golden light shimmered above as about 10 fragments floated into the air. Qin Xia casually waved his hand, collecting them all into his magical storage bag, not bothering to count them individually. He would tally them at the end of the day. A system notification popped up. Congratulations on successfully defeating 100 giant lava lizards whose strength far exceeds yours. Your performance is exceptional, greatly surpassing the secret realm's expectations. The next wave will also consist of 100 giant lava lizards. It seems this secret realm isn't very intelligent, Qin Xia mused, still using my initial strength data as a reference. In the following hours, Qin Xia efficiently dispatched each wave of beasts as soon as they appeared. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that the secret realm forcibly transported him out. In the flower field, a dozen classmates had just emerged from the secret realm as well. They all looked at Qin Xia in amazement, except for one enthusiastic sophomore who approached him. Qin Xia, I didn't get a chance to greet you when you entered the secret realm this morning, the senior said, showing off a handful of fragments from his storage bag. I did well today, got 7 pieces. Using my method, I can collect 1,000 pieces in 5 months. Qin Xia smiled slightly, casually tossing a handful of fragments from his bag. The golden pieces cascaded like a waterfall, leaving his classmates in awe. Thanks for the advice, but I probably won't need your method. Conservatively, I think I collected about 1,000 today. This scene quickly spread on the campus forum of Magic University. Someone posted about witnessing Qin Xia collecting 1,000 comprehension stone fragments in a single day, emphasizing dragons don't deceive dragons. The top comment came from Fong Liyuan. It's true, I helped my junior count them on the best day. He got 1,306 pieces. After finishing the secret realm, Qin Xia chose not to rest. He knew that practicing the dual-wielding technique of gun and sword in advance would be beneficial for future mastery. So, after completing the secret realm tasks each day, he went directly to the A07 combat arena for rigorous training. Time flew by, and 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, after the secret realm concluded, Qin Xia quickly calculated his earnings and confirmed he had reached his goal of $10,000. He was about to look for Ma Yun, only to find her already waiting at the exit of the secret realm. Senior, Qin Xia began to speak. Hold on. Ma Yun interrupted him with a raised hand. Elder Bai wants to see us. There's something important. We can discuss your matter later. Since they needed to see Elder Bai first, the synthesis issue had to be postponed. Qin Xia followed Ma Yun to a meeting room. As they entered, they saw Elder Bai seated at the head of the long table. On the left was the administrative director, Lu Zhongwei, while 2 seats were vacant at the front on the right. The buzzcut senior was sitting in the 3rd seat. You're here, have a seat, Elder Bai said with a smile, gesturing for them to sit. Ma Yun led Qin Xia to the empty seats in front of the buzzcut senior. All right, now that everyone is here, let's begin. Director Lu will take over from here, Elder Bai announced, and Lu Zhongwei stood up, distributing several documents to the 3 of them. Qin Xia glanced down at the document. Its title boldly stating National College League Legion Battle Regulations. Students, Lu Zhongwei began directly. There are significant changes in this year's National College League. Besides the traditional individual duels, a large-scale real combat project has been added. This is due to feedback from the military about the increasingly severe frontline conditions, and they hope the combat events will prepare students for battlefield environments in advance. The 7 major colleges all submitted combat proposals, and the Legion Battle from Jing University was selected. This will be trialed in this year's league, limited to freshmen from the 7 major colleges. Please read the regulations carefully, and feel free to ask questions. The 3 of them immediately began studying the document. The rules for the Legion Battle were clear. Each of the 7 colleges would form a legion for a mixed battle. Jing University and Mo University were limited to 1,000 participants each, while the other 5 schools could send 2,000 participants each. Each school had to establish a camp and plant a flag on the battlefield. A school would be defeated if its entire army was wiped out or its camp was breached and flag captured. The competition would last for 10 days, and if no winner emerged, the victor would be determined by the remaining combat strength. The buzzcut senior, having just finished reading the regulations, immediately wore an expression of anger. Jing University's plan is so insidious. They know very well that Mo University is least skilled at team battles, yet they designed this 7-army melee. They'll definitely team up with the other 5 schools to attack us. Bai Moyun furrowed his brow slightly, nodding thoughtfully. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense as the key leaders discussed the upcoming Legion battle. That's certainly a possibility, Bai Moyun said gravely. After the individual matches, other universities have witnessed Qin Xia's strength. It's reasonable for them to team up against Moda University. Lu Zhongwei sat calmly in his chair, his expression composed. The situation might be even more severe. This year, thanks to Qin Xia's influence, our freshmen's combat skills are far superior to previous years. In the individual matches, we might dominate other universities, including Jing University. We could conservatively take half of the top 50 positions in each category, he paused. This advantage might actually make us a prime target in the Legion battle. Old Bai turned his gaze to Qin Xia. That's why we've called you here today. Lu Zhongwei picked up the conversation, his eyes filled with expectation. Qin Xia, as our strongest newcomer, you'll undoubtedly be the commander in the Legion battle. How do you think we should handle this situation? Before Qin Xia could respond, Bai Moyun interjected. Director Lu, the student council is already preparing a comprehensive tactical plan to ensure Qin Xia can handle it smoothly. Old Bai smiled but waved his hand dismissively. Moyun, I'm well aware of your capabilities, but we want to hear Qin Xia's thoughts. Even the best strategy is useless if it doesn't align with the commander's vision. Bai Moyun nodded silently and turned to Qin Xia. All right, Commander Qin, let's hear your thoughts. Qin Xia glanced around the room, finally resting his gaze on Old Bai. It's actually quite simple. We have 100 warriors, and according to the rules, each can have a horse. I plan to form a cavalry unit and launch a surprise attack to break through them directly. The conference room fell into a stunned silence. Wait a minute, a senior student with a crew cut exclaimed incredulously. They can send at least 5,000 people if they unite. You're going to lead 100 in a surprise attack? That's just. The rest will stay back and defend, Qin Xia said calmly. Chu Yuxiang can handle that. He has previously led 1,000 against me and has the necessary experience. These words struck Bai Moyun like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating his thinking. In an instant, Bai Moyun's eyes lit up as she quickly grasped the deeper strategy behind Qin Xia's plan. Brother Hao, she said swiftly, gesturing with her hands. At first, this tactic seems absurd, but upon reflection, it's the best choice. If the enemy forms a united army to attack, we'd be forced to defend with all our might, which would lead to certain defeat. However, with Qin Xia taking 100 cavalry, our defense won't be significantly weakened. Her speech quickened with excitement gleaming in her eyes. With Qin Xia's ability to take on 1,000 and the support of these 100 elite cavalrymen, they can form a formidable special ops team. Even if 100 against 5,000 can't secure a victory, Qin Xia's presence will ensure the enemy suffers heavy losses. Bai Moyun continued her analysis. The temporary alliance of the enemy is inherently unstable. If one faction suffers too many losses, they'll inevitably reduce their engagement to conserve their strength, triggering a chain reaction that will cause the entire alliance to fall apart. As long as Qin Xia can hold the critical point, this seemingly outrageous tactic can succeed. Finishing her analysis, she turned to Qin Xia with a hint of pride in her eyes. Qin Xia was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Yes, that's about right. This analysis left the crew-cut senior shocked, while Bai Lao and Lu Zhongwei fell into deep thought. After a long pause, Bai Lao spoke. Very good. Moyun has understood Qin Xia's intentions and strategic significance. The details can be confirmed before the competition. Lu Zhongwei then announced. With the addition of the Legion Battle event, the College League will start early next month. You all have just over a month to prepare, so go back and get ready. After leaving the meeting room, Qin Xia called out to Bai Moyun, who was about to leave. Senior, I've collected enough insight stone fragments. Can you take me to the magic platform? What? The crew-cut senior exclaimed. You only started collecting a few days ago, and you've already gathered 1,000 pieces? Not 1,000. Qin Xia shook his head. 10,000. The magic storage bag the senior gave me is very useful. It didn't even fill up with 10,000 fragments. Hearing this, Bai Moyun gasped, frozen in place. The crew-cut senior was even more incredulous. Impossible. With such a low drop rate, it took me over a year to gather 1,000 pieces. This isn't a game. There's no double drop rate card. How could you do it so quickly? The drop rate is indeed very low, Bai Moyun explained. But if you can kill magical beasts quickly enough, you can trigger a reward mechanism that doubles their numbers. As long as there are enough of them, a low drop rate won't be an issue. The senior with the buzz cut frowned and said, but if the number of magical beasts increases, doesn't the difficulty also increase? How is that a reward? Bai Moyun gave a wry smile and patted him on the shoulder. How? For him, taking on 1,000 is no problem. More magical beasts truly is a reward for him. He then turned to Qin Xia. Since you've collected 10,000 fragments, I'll take you to the magic platform for synthesis. The three of them returned to the Student Council's secret realm management office and walked along a winding path for about 10 minutes. In front of them appeared a magic platform made of stone slabs, resembling an altar from a distance. Intricate magical patterns were carved into the center of the platform, with a small stone pedestal at each corner, each holding a purple magic stone. Qin Xia, stand in the center of the magic circle, scatter all the fragments on the ground, and then sit down and silently repeat the word synthesize to start, Zhao Yun instructed. Qin Xia nodded, walked into the circle, and turned his magic storage bag upside down. With a clattering sound, thousands of comprehension stone fragments poured out, sparkling with golden light. So extravagant. The senior with the buzz cut exclaimed in awe. Even Zhao Yun was stunned, having never seen such a large quantity of comprehension stone fragments before. Qin Xia sat cross-legged amidst the dazzling light, closed his eyes, and silently repeated synthesize. Soon, the magic stones around him began to glow intensely, and the entire magic circle lit up. The fragments on the ground slowly rose into the air and began to coalesce. After about 5 minutes, the thousands of fragments fused into a golden sphere the size of a basketball, emitting a gentle golden glow. Comprehension Stone, Supreme Grade. Zhao Yun and the senior were completely astonished by the radiant Comprehension Stone. They had intended for Qin Xia to gradually be impressed by the Student Council's power, but instead, they were the ones amazed by Qin Xia's performance. Qin Xia, if you want to start comprehending now, just silently repeat the command, Zhao Yun explained. I've used a premium grade comprehension stone before, which allows for 100 automatic comprehensions. Yours is a supreme grade, so it will definitely offer more. Don't worry if you don't succeed in the first few attempts. Just focus on meditating. Qin Xia continued to sit with his eyes closed, nodded slightly, and silently repeated, begin comprehension. A few seconds later, a panel prompt appeared in his mental sea. Meditate on the skills, techniques, or magic you wish to comprehend. The Supreme Grade Comprehension Stone will explore all potential knowledge within you, including but not limited to learning knowledge, combat experience, and dream fragment information to assist you in your comprehension. Qin Xia was slightly surprised that even information from dreams could be integrated. He felt a sense of joy and immediately closed his eyes to begin meditating on the unparalleled sword and spear combat technique. A stream of notifications appeared. The first attempt at comprehension begins. All textual knowledge and action memories related to the unparalleled sword and spear technique in your mind are merging. Your understanding of this technique is advancing rapidly as you start to infuse the essence of the sword and spear into it. By the 9th attempt, a problem emerged. The icy spear intent and the fiery sword intent, being opposites, could not be fused. The comprehension continued. By the 68th attempt, Qin Xia felt uncomfortable, and a mysterious potion called Great Strength inexplicably appeared in his mind. By the 233rd attempt, despite no progress, the image of this illusory potion became increasingly vivid, as if it could offer boundless strength. Reflecting on these notifications, Qin Xia felt grateful. Without Zhao Yun's talent to bolster him, he would have been clueless about martial techniques. Fortunately, he used an unlimited comprehension stone. If he only had a precious 100 attempts, he would have failed long ago. On the 369th attempt, he had a sudden insight and broke the technique down to the most basic icy dragon roar spear technique and the fiery dominance sword technique. A flood of combat memories rushed into his mind, and he realized, instead of memorizing existing moves, it was better to let the battle intent naturally integrate from practical experience. After 1306 attempts, he finally succeeded in merging the icy spear intent with the fiery sword intent. However, integrating the entire technique hit a bottleneck at the 2711th attempt. Yet, the belief in drinking great strength, achieving miracles, grew stronger, propelling him forward. 2 hours passed quietly. By his side, Zhao Yun and the crew cut senior watched in shock as white smoke rose from Qin Xia's head. Chairman, how many attempts does this comprehension stone have? It should have run out after 500 tries, right? The crew cut senior couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yun shook his head. The number of attempts isn't the key. The key is what he's trying to comprehend that requires so many attempts. Could it be a supreme martial technique? A supreme martial technique? Isn't that from ancient legends? The crew cut senior was stunned, his mind reeling. Finally, on the 4399th attempt, Qin Xia succeeded. The icy and fiery battle intents, along with the spear and sword techniques, were fully integrated, and a domineering true intent surged within him. The system notified him that he had comprehended a precious level unparalleled sword and spear technique. Just as Qin Xia was about to open his eyes, a new prompt appeared on the panel. The Supreme Comprehension Stone can help you break through limits and continue comprehending beyond the precious level unparalleled sword and spear technique. Would you like to continue? Qin Xia recalled that the term supreme implied breaking through limits. and he was filled with shock and excitement. He sat still, meditating, while the aura around him surged like a tide. On his 4,400th attempt, he gazed at the icy magic flowing through the silver dragon ice spear, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He tried to materialize the ice spear intent and the blazing sword intent, but his lack of experience with magic left him at an impasse. It wasn't until his 6,333rd attempt that he cross-referenced the knowledge of magic swordsmen from the Blue Star world with various magical texts, finally breaking through the constraints of magic. However, in developing the magic combat technique, the ice and fire attributes clashed, refusing to merge. After nearly 3,000 relentless attempts, on his 9,527th insight, he gained a crucial revelation from the Frostfire unrivaled battle robe. Finally, on his 10,000th attempt, he successfully fused multiple attributes of magic and martial skills, creating the Frostfire unrivaled magic combat technique. The system immediately provided detailed instructions. This is a magic combat technique that combines spear and sword, allowing control over ice and fire by infusing magic. Despite the dual talent enhancement, the fusion of multiple attributes doubles the training time 40 hours to reach minor success, 120 hours for proficiency, 200 hours for mastery, and 280 hours for perfection. Most importantly, once magic is obtained, achieving perfection in Frostfire Unrivaled will automatically break limits, elevating strength by one tier. Looking at this information, Qin Xia was thrilled. Perfecting his training within 2 months meant reaching at least intermediate level 7 this semester. If he could break limits twice in battle and perfect the 100 battles to Saint technique, he could reach intermediate level 9, gaining 3 awakening chances. His thoughts turned to the upcoming National College League. Since Chu Yuxiang was the second in the college entrance exam, the top score was likely from Beijing University. Would facing such a top-tier genius help him break limits again? And in the final Legion competition, could he create another miracle when facing the siege of talents from the 6 major colleges? Linger, he whispered in his heart. It won't be long before I reach the advanced stage. Maybe in less than 2 years, I can come find you. Wait for me. As the setting sun dipped below the horizon and night deepened, Zhao Yun and the senior with a crew cut had long since brought chairs and were dozing off as they waited. Suddenly, the supreme enlightenment stone burst into a dazzling brilliance, with golden light illuminating the entire room. The two were startled awake by the sudden radiance, and watched as the supreme enlightenment stone gradually transformed into golden mist, slowly dissipating in the air. Within the golden mist, Qin Xia opened his eyes and stood up with a relaxed demeanor. His aura was calm, and his face bore a pleasant smile. How did it go? Qin Xia, the senior with the buzz cut, eagerly inquired. You've been at it for a while, so you must have succeeded, right? Zhao Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is it a supreme martial skill? Given how long it took, it must be, right? Qin Xia nodded calmly. Yes, it's a supreme magic battle skill. As soon as he said this, Zhao leapt up in excitement. The senior's pupils widened dramatically. He had intended to offer Qin Xia some guidance, but he hadn't expected Qin Xia to understand something even he couldn't fathom. Hold on. The senior furrowed his brow. A supreme skill is already extraordinary. You've only undergone a second awakening and don't yet possess magic power. How could you possibly comprehend a magic battle skill? Typically, you'd need to wait for a third awakening to become a magic swordsman. Qin Xia was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit that the supreme enlightenment stone was exceptionally powerful. He simply said, Senior, it's true. I've comprehended an ice-fire fusion magic battle skill. The senior was even more shocked. Ice and fire fusion? How is that possible? Combat professions with a third awakening can only use one type of elemental magic. Even if you become a magic swordsman, you could only choose either ice or fire. How can you wield a dual-element magic battle skill? Brother Hao, Zhao Yun interjected excitedly. He's in a hidden profession. Since he can dual-wield a gun and a sword, maybe he really can master 2 types of magic. Listening to this, Qin Xia frowned. Senior, I'm not very familiar with the third awakening of magic swordsmen. Could you explain it in detail? It would be great to also include the third awakening for gun warriors. Zhao Yun agreed happily and began explaining. She detailed that the main difference between combat professions and magic professions is the lack of inherent magic power. However, after a third awakening, one can obtain an external source of magic power by challenging specific secret realms. Swordsmen can choose to challenge the secret realm of the Elven Forest, and upon obtaining a magic elf, awaken as magic swordsmen. Gun warriors, on the other hand, can challenge the secret realm of Dragon Valley, obtaining a magic dragon to awaken as dragon knights. These external sources not only provide magic power, but can also be summoned to aid in battle. She added that this was just one branch. For example, her cousin Mo Yang chose the traditional swordsman route, focusing on cultivating sword energy and pressure. As for Qin Xia's hidden profession, its future will only be revealed upon his third awakening. Qin Xia nodded thoughtfully, not feeling rushed at all. Since he had already obtained a hidden class after his second awakening, the prospect of a third awakening was even more exciting. The next morning, before dawn, Qin Xia was already at the A07 arena. Eagerly, he picked up his spear and battle sword to practice the first move of his newly mastered Frostflame, Supreme Magic Combat, Skill Supreme Combo Slash. His steps were light and his movements swift, with his spear and sword creating afterimages as they swung. Flames blazed on the sword's edge, while frost gathered at the spear's tip, the two opposing forces swirling around him. As he practiced, Qin Xia immediately noticed an astonishing change. While the movements seemed similar to his previous technique on the surface, the internal feeling was entirely different, as if each move had come alive. As he delved deeper into practice, he could clearly feel the spear emanating a bone-chilling cold, while the sword exuded a sky-burning dominance. Immersed in the exhilaration of practice, Qin Xia entered a state of self-forgetfulness, completely unaware when Fang Liyuan and Bai Moi entered. "Junior brother, your sword and spear combo today is so fierce." Fang Liyuan couldn't help but ask. Upon learning that Qin Xia had mastered an exceptional Frostflame, Supreme Magic Combat skill, Fang Liyuan was shocked. Bai Moi was also slightly surprised, but quickly fell into contemplation. "Qin Xia, although mastering an exceptional magic combat skill is rare, the teacher hopes you'll follow a traditional path in swordsmanship. This way, when you reach advanced stages, I can better guide you in refining your aura and sword techniques." Qin Xia nodded with a smile and calmly said something surprising. "Teacher, I've thought about it. If my third awakening is still related to the spear and sword, I plan to take the spear down a magical path and the sword down a traditional path. This way, I can cultivate sword energy while fully utilizing the power of the magic combat skill." Bai Moi nodded with a thoughtful smile, understanding that while this plan sounded simple, it would be challenging to execute. However, given Qin Xia's talent, the characteristics of his hidden class, and his near-rigorous discipline and effort, it wasn't impossible. "Junior brother, are you saying you want it all?" Fang Lian exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. "Yes, you could say that," Qin Xia nodded calmly. Bai Moi chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Good. A warrior's pursuit of strength should have a bit of ambition. But remember, if you find they can't be compatible, you must immediately choose one." "I'll remember, teacher," Qin Xia replied, cupping his fists in salute. After that, he returned to his strict 14-hour daily training regimen. 3 days passed swiftly, and as the month changed, Qin Xia finally received a new prompt on his status panel. "Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the small success stage of the Ice Flame Peerless Magic Combat Technique. Your strength level has increased to Intermediate Tier 4. Qin Xia felt the familiar surge of energy within, and while the change brought by the increase in strength was subtle, it was distinctly noticeable. The weapons in his hands felt lighter, and his overall power had clearly advanced to a new level. Fang Liyuan watched Qin Xia, forcing a smile and clapping in congratulations. However, inside, he was a mix of emotions. Just a few days ago, he had finally managed to break through to Intermediate Tier 2, thinking he could close the gap with Qin Xia. But to his dismay, Qin Xia's strength had once again skyrocketed, widening the gap instead. What troubled him more was that, based on past experience, this gap would only continue to grow. Time flew by, and 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the A07 fighting arena was operating as usual until 2 p.m., when an extraordinary father and son appeared at the entrance. "Yuxiang, put away your discontent," the father in luxurious robe said solemnly. "Qin Xia's ability to withstand your advanced magic is a talent that even the family elders are amazed by. The Bai family and the Chu family have been allies for generations. It's best for you to turn enemies into friends with him. The way of the world isn't just about fighting strength. It's also about relationships and wisdom." Chu Yuxiang glanced at the stern-faced Chu Bazong, nodding reluctantly while muttering, "If only I had unleashed a second Thunder Dragon that day, the outcome might have been different." He only advanced so fast because he learned swordsmanship from teacher Moyang, and now that he's mastered it, his progress will definitely slow down. "I'm already at Intermediate Tier 2. Soon, I'll surpass him." Chu Basong sighed helplessly. "Enough. Keep your thoughts to yourself. The Great Elder specifically instructed you to apologize. Make sure you act the part." "Don't worry. Acting is what I do best," Chu Yuxiang replied dismissively. As the father and son entered the arena, Chu Basong first greeted Bai Moyang. At that moment, Qin Xia received a new system notification. "Congratulations, you have mastered the Ice Flame Peerless Magic Combat Technique. Your strength level has increased to Intermediate Tier 5. Moyang, my dear nephew, apologies for being late." Chu Basong was about to signal his son to apologize when he saw Chu Yuxiang suddenly drop to his knees with a twisted, unpleasant expression. Chu Basong was secretly surprised. This kid is usually clumsy, but his acting is so convincing. If I didn't know better, I'd think it was genuine. Chu Basong cleared his throat and quietly patted Chu Yuxiang on the shoulder. "Yuxiang, don't just focus on performing. It's time to speak." Before he could finish, a sudden gasp erupted from the A07 arena. Qin Xia, this can't be. In just a few days, how did you advance to intermediate level 5? I have the support of family resources and have been training hard, and I'm only at intermediate level 2. In the arena, Fang Liyuan's lips curled into a smug smile. Classmate Chu Yuxiang, since you're so curious, let me, as your senior, enlighten you. He puffed out his chest and said deliberately, you are indeed a genius, but compared to my junior, you're still a step behind. You merely awakened an ordinary profession, whereas my junior possesses the only hidden profession in the Dragon Kingdom. Fang Liyuan's voice suddenly rose. And what's more, you talk about hard work? Have you seen my junior training diligently for 14 hours a day? When you're resting, he's still pushing on. With talent stronger than yours and more determination, isn't it natural for him to progress quickly? These words hit Chu Yuxiang like a heavy blow, leaving even his father, Chu Basong, speechless with shock. 14 hours a day? No wonder he has developed such a formidable physique, even capable of withstanding advanced magic. Chu Yuxiang's lips quivered as he looked at Qin Xia incredulously. Is what he says true? Qin Xia nodded calmly. Yes, more or less. This simple response struck Chu Yuxiang like a bolt of lightning, reminding him of the times he lay on the ground, looking up at Qin Xia, only to let out a few bitter laughs. Bai Moi stood up from the stands, looking at Chu Basong with an amused glint in his eyes. Uncle Chu, you mentioned earlier what you came for today? Chu Basong was startled, hurriedly retracting the great equipment he had prepared, and took out an grade by a demon-resistant cloak, handing it to his kneeling son. Yuxiang, weren't you going to apologize to classmate Qin Xia and specially applied for this grade by a demon-resistant cloak? Chu Yuxiang paused for a moment, seeing his father frantically signaling with his eyes, and immediately understood. He held the cloak with both hands and bowed his head deeply. Qin Xia, I've never truly respected anyone before, but today, I am convinced. I'm sorry for using underhanded methods to injure you during our duel. If you can forgive me, please accept this by a demon-resistant cloak. This cloak is the standard for warrior profession members of the Chu family, and giving it away signifies considering the recipient as one of their own, displaying the highest sincerity. While the cloak may not be the top-tier class, it is more than sufficient to withstand magical attacks below the special grade, Chu Basong said, gently stroking the cloak in his hand that emitted a faint lightning glow. Our Chu family is renowned for our thunder magic, and this cloak has been specially reinforced to even resist special grade lightning strikes to some extent. Wearing it signifies that you are the best friend of the Chu family, and any powerful family in Long Nation will recognize this emblem. Fang Lian stood by, his pupils involuntarily trembling as he gazed at the cloak imbued with immense defensive power. The sincerity displayed by the Chu family far exceeded his expectations. Bai Moyang turned to Qin Xia, speaking in a calm tone. Qin Xia, this is the respect you've earned with your strength. Go ahead and accept it. Though Qin Xia was indifferent to the Chu family's goodwill, he understood his teacher's eagerness for him to accept it. Reflecting on his teacher's thoughtful intentions and the lightning strikes he had endured in the past, he slowly walked towards Chu Yuxiang and accepted the cloak. Chu Yuxiang. Qin Xia looked directly into his eyes. I'm accepting this cloak because I don't want to waste any more time teaching spoiled brats a lesson. In front of my teacher, I accept your apology. But I cannot agree with your reckless behavior just because of your family background. If you want to be friends, start by changing those bad habits. Before Chu Yuxiang could respond, Chu Basong laughed and smoothed things over. Qin Xia is right. I've been too lenient with Yuxiang. I promise to help him change those bad habits. Bai Moyang, seeing Chu Basong willing to humble himself, smiled with satisfaction. Uncle Chu, let's leave it at that. Thank you for making the trip. After the Chu family father and son left, Qin Xia draped the lightning-glowing cloak over his shoulders and bowed deeply to Bai Moyang. Thank you, teacher, for your thoughtful efforts. Bai Moyang sighed softly. Qin Xia, I know you don't want to get involved with these powerful families, but your talent is too dazzling to hide. In next month's National College League, you are sure to amaze the entire Long Nation. Before you truly become strong, having one more ally is better than having one more enemy. Qin Xia nodded, his gaze firm. Rest assured, teacher, I understand that only with absolute strength can one truly have a say. For the next 15 days, Qin Xia immersed himself in rigorous self-discipline training. On a sunny afternoon, he finally received the long-awaited system notification. Congratulations! You have mastered the Ice Flame Supreme Magic Combat skill. Your power level has increased to intermediate level 6. Fang Liyuan exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations, junior brother, on reaching a new level of strength. With this power, you're sure to shine in the National College League. It's a pity that my talent is lacking, and I can't represent Magic City University as a sophomore, but I'll be cheering for you in the livestream. Qin Xia nodded silently, his desire for this class equipment reward and anticipation of the skill breakthrough making his blood boil. Bai Moyang, noticing his excitement, solemnly said, Qin Xia, Show the entire Long Nation what the strongest warrior genius looks like. Between the 4th and 5th ring roads in the capital city stands a nationally renowned institution, the Capital University for Awakeners. The bus carrying the MO University delegation slowly entered the campus of Capital University. In the parking lot, hundreds of buses from all over the country were neatly lined up, with a constant flow of traffic. Qin Xia, dressed in the MO University team uniform with 2 weapons securely fastened on him, stepped off the bus, immediately greeted by several students in Capital University uniforms. "Welcome to Capital University, everyone," a student from Capital University warmly introduced. "It's about a 10-minute walk to the accommodations. We can give you a tour of the campus first, and then you can settle into your rooms and have some free time." As soon as he stepped out of the parking lot, Qin Xia was awestruck by the sight before him. The entire campus resembled a grand ancient palace complex, with sprawling red buildings stretching to the horizon. The traditional architecture exuded a rich cultural heritage. In front of the accommodation building, a long line had already formed as delegations from other universities arrived one after another. As the MO University team appeared, a wave of exclamations arose from the surroundings. "Here they come, the strongest challengers for the championship. I heard My is leading them, and they're aiming for the title this year. Especially the first-year students. There's supposedly someone who can take on 1,000 opponents single-handedly. It must be Chu Yuxiang, the second in the nation, right?" The next morning at 8, the massive open-air stadium was packed. The stands were almost entirely filled with Capital University students, and the delegations from participating schools were taking their designated places. The Capital University team was in the first row, followed closely by MO University. A cheer erupted from the stands as the MO University delegation made its entrance. Members of the Pingqing University for Awakeners looked at the MO University freshman lineup with admiration. Chu Yuxiang, Long Aoxue, Su Feng, Xia Sikyul from top families. This lineup is indeed formidable. It's no less impressive than the top team from Capital University. As they were discussing, a tall figure stepped out from the MO University team and headed towards the Pingqing delegation. "Lu Qinghao," Qin Xia called out. Lu Qinghao, standing at the end of the line, instinctively responded, "Here." Upon seeing it was Qin Xia, a smile spread across his face. "Xia Gu, I knew you'd definitely be here." "Haha, would you say this counts as a meeting at the top?" Qin Xia asked with a slight smile, nodding. "Of course it does. Howzy, you're definitely one with potential. Keep pushing forward and aim for a good rank. I have faith in you." Hearing this, Lu Qinghao's face lit up with a proud smile. "All right, Xia Gu. Once I get a decent ranking, I'll treat you to a great meal." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Xia turned and headed toward the MO delegation. As soon as he disappeared from view, the students from Pingqing eagerly gathered around Lu Qinghao. "Qinghao, I didn't expect you to have a friend from MODA, and quite a handsome one at that. Sure, he's good looking, but looks don't matter much. It's all about strength. I bet he can't compare to the top geniuses from those big families at Emoda." Just as Lu Qinghao was about to retort, a commotion interrupted his thoughts. "Wait, look, that student didn't join the Emoda team, but My Yun let him stand in the first position." "No way. The first position. Does this mean he's going to be the student representative and speak on stage?" "Qinghao, who exactly is your friend?" Even My Yun, who's been the champion for 3 years straight, gave up the representative spot. Around them, wizards began using detection magic to gauge Qin Xia's strength. "What? Mid-level 6? How can a freshman be at that level? Whoa. Qinghao, which family's genius is your friend? His power is terrifying." Lu Qinghao was initially stunned, but soon used detection magic himself. After confirming, he smiled with pride. "No, his name is Qin Xia, and he's not some big family's genius. He's just the best at dealing with those so-called prodigies you all talk about." At 8:30, the opening ceremony began on time. After the routine speech by the Jingda principal, it was time for the student representatives to speak. The representative from Jingda was a senior with excellent oratory skills, who quickly whipped up the Jingda students' enthusiasm, earning thunderous applause. When it was Da's turn, to everyone's surprise, Qin Xia confidently walked onto the stage. Although outwardly composed, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous after all. In his previous life, he had hardly experienced such grand occasions. Staring at the speech prepared by My Yun in his hand, Qin Xia's mind momentarily went blank. But he quickly regained his composure, deciding to take a bold approach. "Distinguished leaders of various universities, fellow students, I'm Qin Xia from MODA. The Jingda student before me spoke wonderfully, so I won't repeat any flowery words. Today, we students from MODA have traveled a long distance to Jingda for one reason: victory. We will use our strength to show you who the true champions are. To all students from other universities, if you don't want to lose, then give it your all." As Qin Xia finished speaking, the stadium erupted with a chorus of angry shouts. "Does being from MO University make you so great? There are 7 top universities, not just yours. It's just a few kids from prominent families, and they're already acting so arrogant." As the crowd clamored, Qin Xia narrowed his eyes slightly, and his entire demeanor suddenly shifted. A powerful aura of mid-level Tier 6 authority exploded, with a fierce wind sweeping through the stadium. The students who had been making noise raised their hands to shield themselves, and once the wind subsided, the vast stadium fell into a dead silence. How is this possible? First and second-year students were visibly shocked. A freshman with mid-level Tier 6 aura? Even our second-year students haven't reached that level. In the stands, Wang Taizhu smirked with a teasing smile, spreading his hands wide. A bunch of fools. He was kindly reminding you to give it your all, or you'll end up in the hospital without knowing what hit you. Reactions varied among the school delegations. Chen Baihao from the Dragon Nation Military Academy, carrying a massive battle axe, had already reached mid-level Tier 5 as a berserker. His eyes sharpened. I didn't expect other universities besides military schools to produce warriors of this caliber. In the Peking University delegation, Yin Qixiang grinned with excitement. Mid-level Tier 6? As expected of you, Qin Xia. I've been training hard to break through to mid-level Tier 5, but I'm still a step behind. However, my prize swordsmanship is nearing perfection, and by the finals, I'll surely reach mid-level Tier 6. You will ultimately fall by my hand. In front of him, freshman team leader Li Muzin appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was in turmoil. So this is the strength of Mo University's strongest freshman? Truly remarkable. However, I won't easily relinquish the title of Dragon Nation's #1. We'll settle this in the round-robin battle. The National University League features two traditional events, unknown matches within the same profession, and the highly anticipated final event, the round-robin battle. Each school can select 5 players of any profession, taking turns to compete until one team is completely eliminated. This is the ultimate test of strength. On the podium, Peking University President Lu Zhengfeng looked meaningfully at the old man beside him. Is this your strongest freshman from Mo University? He's got spirit, but he's too flamboyant, not quite in line with our Dragon Nation's traditions. The old man chuckled in response. Old Lu, you said the same thing about me back in the day. When my grandnephew Moyang swept the college league, you said the same thing about him. Lu Zhengfeng said with a cold sneer, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. And when my granddaughter Ma Yun won the Warrior Championship 3 times in a row, you repeated those words. Now you hold Qin Xia in such high regard. Are you suggesting that he will also dominate the league and take the championship? At this point, Lu Zhengfeng's smile suddenly froze, and a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Old Bai, I heard that Qin Xia is Moyang's student. It seems like a great teacher produces a great student, just as arrogant and unrestrained as your Bai family. Old Bai's gaze turned sharp. Old Lu, true strength cannot be hidden. Instead of pretending, it's better to openly acknowledge it. Is it humility to feign weakness when you're clearly exceptional? Ridiculous. When I have the power to conquer, why should I act falsely? Don't play word games with me, talking about a humble dragon. When a true dragon appears, it comes with great force and majesty. How can it be humble and low-key? On the podium, the black coffin dragon king's ribbon behind Qin Xia emitted a chilling aura. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, scanning the entire stadium. Fellow students, at Moda University, strength is paramount. Mere words are meaningless. If you want to win, show your true skills in the arena. That's all I have to say. Thank you. His words ignited anger among the freshman boys, while the girls were captivated by his commanding presence. Following Qin Xia's speech, representatives from the other 7 universities also spoke, creating a tense atmosphere at the opening ceremony. The next day at 3 p.m., under the blazing sun, the first match of the warrior category began. Qin Xia faced Wang Defa, a gun warrior from Lakewood University. As soon as they stepped onto the central stage, cheers erupted from the stands. Wang Defa, go for it. You're at intermediate level 2, don't back down. Beat him, and you'll be the coolest guy around. These shouts made Wang Defa even more arrogant. He stared at Qin Xia and said, I heard you learned the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar gun technique from the Gun Saint? Huh, it's just an outdated move. Today, I'll defeat you in intermediate level 6 with my intermediate level 2 and show everyone that the Flowing Cloud Dawn gun technique is the strongest. As he spoke, he swung his spear, creating a whistling sound. Qin Xia merely smiled faintly and drew a black sword from his waist. Classmate, dealing with you, a sword is enough. The referee confirmed that both were ready and signaled the start. Qin Xia, a longer weapon is stronger. You'll soon realize how foolish it is to use a sword against my spear technique. Wang Defa's spear swept forward like a flowing cloud, stirring up a fierce gust. Just as the spear tip was about to reach Qin Xia, a flash of black light appeared, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire arena. In Wang Defa's eyes, the combination of sword energy and sword wind was like a blazing inferno. The air twisted and deformed under the searing heat of the sword aura, emitting a suffocating temperature. At the very moment the black sword clashed with the spear, an overwhelming force surged through his entire body. He didn't even have time to cry out before he was hurled away like a kite with a broken string. The spectators watched in shock as Wang Defa's figure flew across the arena, crashing heavily into the wall below the stands. With a loud boom, the wall trembled violently, and he slid to the ground like a heavy sack, blood trickling from his mouth, unconscious. The vast open-air stadium fell into a deathly silence. A few seconds later, the referee's booming voice shattered the quiet. Out of bounds. The winner is Qin Xia from Mo Da. Qin Xia, you're amazing. Lu Qinghao's shout instantly ignited the crowd. Mo Da's students raised their arms in celebration, and students from other universities joined in the cheering. In this opening match, Qin Xia's commanding victory with a single sword strike captivated everyone. After the match, Qin Xia wasted no time and immediately returned to the training ground prepared for students from various schools by Jingda. He focused on practicing the Ice Flame unmatched demon battle technique. His prowess drew the attention of all Mo Da students, especially by Ma Yun and Senior Kuntu, who were well aware of the technique's grade and were utterly astonished. Among the freshmen, apart from Su Feng and Xia Siki, who avoided him, everyone else sought to befriend him. Chu Yuxiang treated him with utmost respect, and Chun Taishio showed unparalleled admiration. Time flew by, and with each of Qin Xia's overwhelming victories, the league quickly advanced to the 15th day, reaching the semi-finals of the professional 1v1 battle. His opponent was Chun Boheo from the Dragon Awakener Military Academy. Though Qin Xia underestimated his opponent strategically, he was tactically cautious. With the help of the Mo Da Student Council, he gathered crucial information on Chun Boheo, a berserker with an innate furious rage talent, capable of enhancing his destructive power and strength by one tier during combat, but potentially losing rationality in prolonged battles. He wielded an Scrade battle axe, which, combined with an Agrade heroic soul talent, further boosted his destructive power by another tier. Moreover, he was proficient in the military's prized battle techniques, having undergone specialized intensive training. Although he appeared to be at intermediate level 5, his actual combat power could reach intermediate level 7, and his extensive combat experience made him nearly invincible. At 2 p.m., under the blazing sun, the cold weather turned warm. The open-air stadium buzzed with excitement, and the host's voice echoed throughout the venue. Next, let's welcome the first group of contestants for today's Warrior Profession 1v1 Battle semifinals. Please welcome Chun Boheo and Qin Xia. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause. From the right passageway, Chun Boheo emerged confidently, dressed in standard Agrade military green combat gear, a massive Scrade battle axe strapped to his back, his expression stern and resolute. A distinct aura of a professional soldier emanated from him, setting him apart from the ordinary college students. As soon as Chun Boheo appeared, the cheers of his supporters filled the arena. However, these cheers were short-lived, as a more dazzling figure emerged from the left entrance. It was a young man dressed in silver-white armor, draped in the iconic white EU demon cloak of the Chu family. Qin Xia walked in slowly, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a commanding presence. The silver-white armor complemented the white feathered cloak perfectly, instantly igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. That's the Chu family's EU demon cloak. Gasps of amazement rippled through the audience. Qin Xia isn't wearing his team uniform anymore. It seems he's serious this time. As Qin Xia stepped onto the massive central arena, a flash of excitement crossed Chun Baihao's eyes. Interesting, he mused to himself. Even though your overall strength is a tier above mine, you've chosen to wear top-tier defensive gear. It seems you're not just an arrogant show-off. Chun Baihao removed the Shrank battle axe from his back, and a powerful fighting aura erupted from him. However, our military academy's combat training isn't like the Magic University's secret realm. Even if you're incredibly talented, without the baptism of hellish combat, it's hard to match my richer battle experience, sharper combat instincts, and fiercer fighting spirit. Today, you're destined to be merely a stepping stone for me to reach the champion's podium. Qin Xia raised his right hand expressionlessly, and the black casket dragon king strap on his back surged, releasing the silver dragon Xianbing spear into his grasp. He swung the spear, sending chills into the air, and responded with a piercing gaze. We'll see who's the stepping stone after the fight. After the referee confirmed both were ready, he called out, "Begin the match." Chun Baihao immediately leaped into the air, holding the giant axe high, and swung it down towards Qin Xia with overwhelming force, shouting, "Even with Shrank's spear, you can't withstand this strike." Before he finished speaking, several points of cold light suddenly appeared around Qin Xia. His figure vanished from the ground, leaving only lingering traces of cold air. A silver light shot skyward, followed by an earth-shattering dragon roar that resonated throughout the arena. In midair, an ice fiend dragon, formed from concentrated cold air, appeared, blotting out the sky. Chun Baihao's pupils constricted as he looked at the colossal creature, his extensive combat experience only making him realize one thing: at that moment death was imminent. He barely managed to raise his battle axe in defense, but it was too late. The terrifying destructive power of a mid-tier level 8 attack, accompanied by bone-chilling cold, invaded his entire body, as if he was pierced by countless ice spikes. The spectators watched in shock as the ice fiend dragon, with overwhelming might, sent Qin Baihao crashing from the sky to the ground. A thunderous crash echoed through the arena as the reinforced floor quivered under the immense impact before settling into silence. Baihao Chun lay heavily on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. He fixed his gaze on Xia Qin, his heart churning with unwillingness. Gritting his teeth, Baihao Chun let out a low growl. His whole body trembled as he used his massive axe to support himself, struggling to stand. Just as he silently congratulated himself on his body, honed through countless trials, for withstanding the mid-level Tier 8 destructive force, a chilling sensation suddenly swept over him. Looking up, he saw Xia Qin enveloped in an aura of icy coldness. Each step he took felt like death drawing near. His voice was cold and mocking. "Classmate, weren't you supposed to withstand it? With such a robust physique cultivated by the military academy, why did you falter at that moment? Didn't your much-vaunted combat experience teach you that fear is the last thing you need in a fight to the death? Or is it that you've never experienced a true life-and-death battle, yet dare to talk about hellish combat baptism here?" Baihao Chen opened his mouth, anger and unwillingness boiling within him, yet he couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. He knew he was only standing because of the extreme stress training experience from school. But even knowing his limits, he was still intimidated by his opponent's aura. Xia Qin continued to approach, his voice even colder. "Why aren't you speaking now? Weren't you full of words before the fight? Didn't you claim to have richer combat experience, sharper instincts, and wilder combat instincts than me? Didn't you boast about being the stepping stone for me to ascend to the champion's podium?" Xia Qin's eyes suddenly sharpened, a terrifying aura spreading out. He raised his long spear, chilled with cold air, like the grim reaper raising his scythe. "Do you understand who the stepping stone is now?" First move of the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique. Spear strikes like a dragon. Several cold lights flickered before Baihao Chun. In the next instant, Xia Qin lunged forward, his spear thrusting out accompanied by a deafening dragon roar. A silver dragon, formed from cold air and spear wind, instantly engulfed Baihao Chun. In his last moment, Baihao Chun raised his massive axe, but it was too late. His skin was instantly etched with several wounds, blood splattering. Under the excruciating pain akin to 1,000 blades piercing his body, his will finally collapsed. The massive axe clattered to the ground as he fell heavily to his knees. Student Baihao Chun has lost the ability to fight. The winner is Xia Qin from Imoda. The referee's announcement rang out, and the stadium erupted in a thunderous cheer. At the entrance, Qi Yin's lips curled slightly. "Xia Qin, as expected of you. In the end, only I can defeat you." Someone like Baihao Chun, who talks big but has never truly faced despair, could never understand what true strength is. "Today, I have reached a proficient level in the art of the precious sword, elevating my overall strength to the intermediate stage 6, making me the only true contender in this league capable of matching you." As Qin Xia exited the arena, medical staff carried Qin Baihao away. The large screen then displayed the matchup for the second semifinal. Qin Xia from Jing University versus Sun Kaijia from Lake Marshall. When Qin Xia stepped onto the stage, the entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers. He suppressed a smile, and, imitating Qin Xia's calm demeanor, slowly released the pressure of his intermediate stage 6 power. This surge of energy swept across the venue, exciting the audience even more. Another first-year student at intermediate stage 6, besides the Demon Slayer Qin Xia, the announcer exclaimed with excitement. Facing him, Sun Kaijia tightened his grip on his staff, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he watched Qin Xia's clumsy imitation of Qin Xia. Once the referee confirmed both competitors were ready, he decisively signaled the start of the match. Without hesitation, Qin Xia hoisted his massive sword onto his shoulder and unleashed the 9th move of the Wild Lion Dominance sword technique Lion King Slash. He leaped into the air like a fierce lion, the sword cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Caught off guard by the overwhelming force of the attack, Sun Kaijia hastily raised his staff to block. With a resounding clang, the intermediate stage 7 power knocked the intermediate stage 2 Sun Kaijia to the ground. Seeing Sun Kaijia unable to continue, the referee announced, "Sun Kaijia is unable to fight. The winner is Qin Xia from Jing University." The announcer quickly added, "As expected from a Jing University student humble at the start, fully committed in battle, and victorious with a single strike, showcasing the demeanor of a true champion. We look forward to seeing your prowess in tomorrow's finals." Finally relaxing, Qin Xia allowed himself a trademark confident smile. He thought to himself, "Qin Xia, you can win with one strike, and so can I. Although this strike's power is slightly inferior to your intermediate stage 8, offense isn't my forte. My real advantage lies in my well-honed physique, formidable inner strength, and unwavering endurance. Tomorrow, I'll trade injury for injury, stamina for stamina, and will for will. When you're battered, exhausted, and your spirit crumbles. I'll only grow stronger and more unstoppable. The next morning, the sun rose earlier than usual. By 8 a.m., the open-air stadium was already basked in the warmth of the sunlight. The stands were packed to capacity, and the excitement in the media live streams was steadily increasing. The Warrior Class 1v1 finals were set to begin in just half an hour. This was not just an ordinary match. It carried the hopes and attention of many. Among the 8 professions, the Warrior Class finals were the first to take place, excluding the non-combatant alchemist and priest classes. This showdown between Mo University and Jing University would earn the winner the first point of the tournament. Notably, it was the first time in nearly 50 years that 2 first-year students above the intermediate 5th rank met in the finals, making it a battle of prodigies. The eyes of prominent families were fixed on this match. If Qin Xia, wearing the Lin family emblem, emerged victorious, it would present unprecedented opportunities for the rising Lin family, potentially elevating them to become the 9th prominent family. The president of the Longhua Martial Arts Association, Feng Sihai, regarded it as a pinnacle contest of techniques and martial skills. In Jing University's waiting area, a professional analyst was giving Qin Xia the final tactical briefing. Qin Xia's statistics were displayed on the big screen, and the analyst recommended a strategy of high-frequency, aggressive attacks. Qin Xia shook his head dismissively. Teacher, I've faced Qin Xia before and know better than anyone that high-frequency attacks are ineffective against him. Even with my perfected techniques and superior stamina, if I can't force him out in the first round, there's no chance of winning afterward. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the team leader. This is my strategy. Please give it to the host. Whether it works depends on whether he takes the bait. If it does, victory is assured. Meanwhile, in Mo University's waiting area, Qin Xia was attentively listening to the analyst discussing Qin Xia's statistics. He needed to ensure everything was flawless to secure the championship reward of class equipment. Beside him, Chen Taishio couldn't help but remark, it's clearly a sure-win situation, yet he's taking it so seriously. Qin Xia is truly steady. Chu Yuxiang nodded in agreement. No wonder all the designs and strategies I previously employed never managed to beat him. He must have prepared countless countermeasures. At 8:25, the host's enthusiastic shout shattered the silence, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire arena. The 2 final opponents emerged slowly from the side entrances, greeted by a deafening roar from the stands. Although this was the home ground of Jing University, with over 80% of the audience being students from there, surprisingly, Qin Xia, the away competitor, received even more fervent support. Qin Xia, Qin Xia. The cheers from his fans echoed throughout the stadium. The leaders from Jing University on the podium exchanged puzzled glances, and Principal Liu Zhengfeng frowned in confusion at Bai Lao beside him. With a faint smile, Bai Lao remarked, "Old Liu, this young man is not only exceptionally skilled but also strikingly handsome. On his first day at Mo University, he caused a traffic jam at the entrance. Wherever there are girls, it's his home ground. You'll get used to it." As the contenders took their positions on the stage, and just as the referee prepared to announce the rules, Qin Xia suddenly spoke up. "Qin Xia, long time no see. As someone who has lost to you before, may I make a small request?" "Of course, you can refuse." Qin Xia nodded in agreement. A hint of excitement flashed in Qin Xia's eyes. "You're a master of both gun and sword, but could you use only the sword in this duel? I want to learn from your swordsmanship again, like last time." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the host, already briefed, chimed in. "Ladies and gentlemen, not only does Qin Xia openly acknowledge his past defeat, but he also humbly seeks guidance, which is truly admirable. Instead of watching a gunfight, how about enjoying a noble duel of swordsmanship? What do you say?" The crowd immediately erupted with chants of "use the sword," with some even shouting, "Qin Xia, if you're brave, use the sword. Using the gun means you're scared." Qin Xia maintained a courteous smile outwardly, but inwardly he was pleased. "Qin Xia, your spear yesterday was too domineering, so I must resort to this tactic to increase my chances. If you really take the bait and use the sword, losing will be your own choice." However, Qin Xia simply smiled serenely and slowly drew the black sword from his waist. "I'll use the sword. Even if you asked me to use the gun, I wouldn't." He turned to the media cameras below. "Actually, regardless of today's opponent or weapon, I had already decided to use the sword. I want everyone to witness." He paused. "The power of the strongest sword technique taught to me by sword master Bai Moyan." Meanwhile, Fong Liuan, who was watching the live broadcast, jumped up excitedly. "Well said, that was awesome, junior brother." A rare bright smile appeared on Bai Moy's face, and a sense of gratification welled up in his heart. The representatives from Mo University at the competition venue erupted into enthusiastic cheers, and even Bai Lao on the podium showed a satisfied smile, murmuring, "Old Liu, this kid is not only impressive, but also knows how to appreciate others." On the stage, although Qin Xia's plan had succeeded, he felt a tinge of displeasure. Damn, I shouldn't have said anything. Wasn't that unnecessary? But since he had already spoken, He had to continue his act, feigning politeness. Good. That's the best. Please give me your guidance. The referee confirmed that both sides were ready and announced, the Warrior Class 1v1 finals officially begin. As the match began, Qin Xia immediately launched his offensive. Holding a large sword with one hand, he charged forward, the blade sparking brightly against the ground, and the fierce wind from the sword swept outward, making him seem like an unstoppable lion. As he reached Qin Xia, he suddenly exerted his right arm, unleashing the Lion King charge, the third move of the dominant lion sword technique, slashing upward with the giant sword enveloped in gathered sword wind. Qin Xia neither dodged nor evaded, calmly preparing for the clash. He gently raised his arm, the sword wind drawing a beautiful arc in the air like a fire dragon, meeting Qin Xia's giant sword. The clash of metal resounded thunderously. In less than a second, Qin Xia's giant sword trembled, the massive impact traveling from his right arm throughout his body. Despite being at a disadvantage in terms of strength, Qin Xia felt secretly pleased. Qin Xia, this dominant lion sword technique was specifically prepared for you. Its main feature is to unleash 10 parts of momentum with 8 parts of strength. Last time, you always held back and struck only when I was exhausted. This time, I reserved 2 parts of strength each time, so you'll understand how I felt. Just as Qin Xia was about to adjust his stance and swing again, a streak of black light suddenly flashed across his chest. The air seemed to warp as if scorched by flames, and before he could react, he heard Qin Xia's deep voice. "Qin, watch closely. This is the sword technique you wanted to learn. The second move of the overbearing Inferno sword technique, Heat Wave Surge." Before the words were finished, the sword energy surged like a heat wave, erupting with a loud bang, sending Qin Xia flying with tremendous force. In midair, he barely managed to adjust his stance, using his strength to plunge the giant sword into the ground. The blade screeched against the surface, finally coming to a stop less than 10 meters from the edge of the arena. Standing firm, Qin Xia couldn't help but glance back. He was only a few meters from the edge of the arena, and cold sweat drenched his back. His entire body felt a searing pain, and when he raised his hand, he saw horrifying scars spreading from the back of his hand to his entire arm. The skin reddened, as if burned by flames. A violent cough overtook him, his chest felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, and he spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Recalling the scorching wave-like sword energy earlier, an uncontrollable fear surged in his heart. Could sword energy truly integrate so perfectly with swordsmanship? In the stands, the freshmen and sophomores were stunned. Even advanced swordsmen struggle to completely control sword energy, yet Qin Xia could seamlessly incorporate it into his technique. Especially Lu Qinghao, Qin Xia's high school best friend, who had already witnessed Qin Xia's prowess as a warrior with an awakened-level soul. Yet, today's display far exceeded his expectations. Qin Xia looked up at Qin Xia, who was approaching slowly. The sword in Qin Xia's hand, over a meter long, was enveloped in sword energy that surged like flames for several meters. Qin Xia suddenly swung the sword horizontally, and a scorching wave of energy shot out instantly. Without hesitation, Qin Xia leapt into the air, dodging the sword energy while raising his giant sword. This time, he held nothing back, his face twisted, veins bulging on his arms, and he roared. "Qin Xia, I may not master sword energy, but I can release it directly." The ninth form of the Wild Lion Dominance sword technique, Lion King Dominance Slash. With his roar, a deafening golden lion's roar echoed across the stadium, and the sword energy spread like sound waves with his strike. Qin Xia did not evade, his eyes suddenly igniting with flame-like brilliance as he swung his sword upward. The two streams of sword energy collided midair, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Immediately, the two heavy swords clashed fiercely again, the massive sound reverberating throughout the stadium. Qin Xia was forced back several meters, while Qin Xia, though pushed to the edge, immediately dragged his giant sword forward again. Sword shadows danced across the field, the clashing of metal resounding continuously. Even the juniors and seniors were left gaping, astonished that this was a duel between freshmen. The representatives from Jing University were amazed by Qin Xia's tower-like physique, while those from Mo University were astounded by Qin Xia's relentless stamina. However, in front of the live broadcast, Fang Liyuan noticed something different. He pondered silently. "Teacher, here he goes again. Except for the opening, he always uses just a bit more force than his opponent, just like last time. I understand why he abandoned the spear to showcase his swordsmanship, but why won't he ever use his full strength in each strike? Could it be that because it's the finals, and it's on Jing University's home turf, my junior deliberately created a back-and-forth, evenly matched scenario, so the opponent wouldn't lose too embarrassingly?" Bai Moyang glanced at Fang Liyuan, frowning slightly. He knew Qin Xia too well to believe such an idea was possible. On the stage, swords clashed with flashes of light, and the sound of metal striking metal echoed continuously. As the battle dragged on, a familiar unease crept into Qin Xia's mind. He had thought that mastering the sword techniques and reaching the same level of strength as Qin Xia would prevent him from repeating past mistakes. However, reality hit him hard. Every weapon clash, every forceful collision, made it increasingly clear. The opponent before him was like an indefatigable beast. In the stands, Wang Taizhu, known as Jing University's #1 Qin Xia fan, was leisurely pouring a second bottle of cola into his wine glass. Amid the excited cheers of the surrounding audience, his composure seemed particularly out of place. Yin Qisheng recalled Wang Tiezhu's words. All those fancy tricks, even if you make him put the spear aside, so what? On his first day at the Lin family, he defeated 10 higher-ranked opponents with a sword. Same level strength, dreaming of winning against Qin Xia in a duel? Not even 10 are enough. As the fight continued, the initial excitement in Qin Xia's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of disappointment. When the two heavy swords clashed again, locked in a stalemate, Yin Qisheng noticed Qin Xia gently shaking his head, reminiscent of that day in the A07 fighting arena. Yin, you've indeed learned sword techniques and grown much stronger. But, unfortunately, you still can't push me to my limits. Qin Xia's words reminded Yin Qisheng of Feng Sihai's warning about the need for real combat to break through the limits of the 100 Battles Saint technique. Qin Xia, are you using this battle to break through the 100 Battles Saint technique again? Yin Qisheng shouted in alarm. Yes and no. Qin Xia replied calmly. Your physique and strength are indeed formidable, and I have used my full strength to push my limits. But I've held back on my sword energy. He pointed out Yin Qisheng's flaw. Your technique is complete, yet you haven't seriously practiced sword energy. You have immense internal strength, but can't fully unleash it, let alone integrate sword energy into your sword techniques to maximize their power. Your moves have some skill, but you're mainly relying on brute force, which doesn't make you a powerful swordsman. Before Qin Xia finished speaking, his aura suddenly shifted, becoming overwhelmingly domineering. Let me show you what a truly powerful swordsman should be like. In an instant, flame-like sword energy surged from the black sword. Confronted with Qin Xia's fierce assault, Yin Qisheng felt a familiar sense of powerlessness. The oppressive force of the black sword grew heavier, causing his arms to tremble involuntarily. Despite his improved strength, he still struggled to withstand this overwhelming pressure. Within seconds, Yin Qisheng was forced back several meters by Qin Xia's formidable power. As he regained his stance, he saw Qin Xia's body slowly lower like a drawn longbow. The next moment, Qin Xia's legs suddenly exerted force, shaking the entire arena. His figure shot skyward like an arrow, reaching a height of 100 meters in an instant. In the vast open-air stadium, even spectators seated at the top row of the 40-meter-high stands looked up in awe. Qin Xia stood aloft, raising the black sword high against the blazing sun. In a flash, the majestic sword energy exploded, appearing like fiery flames under the sunlight. Watch closely. This is what the ultimate sword technique looks like when unleashed. The third form of the heaven-scorching dominant sword technique, Heaven Fire Collapse. With Qin Xia's furious shout, the black sword descended slowly, and the sky filled with flame-like sword energy poured down like an apocalyptic catastrophe. In Yin Qisheng's eyes, Qin Xia's silhouette overlapped with the memory of a hellish demon wielding infernal fire. I can't catch it. This thought flashed through his mind again. But this time, he fought not for pride, but for the hard training he endured, for the obsession to defeat Qin Xia. Facing the engulfing inferno, Yin Qisheng suppressed his fear, mustering all his strength to raise his giant sword. It's just sword energy. Who can't do that? He roared, as sword energy erupted from the blade, forming a roaring lion around him. Boom. The moment the heavenly fire descended, it engulfed the lion's phantom. Yin Qisheng felt the searing weight of 1,000 tons crash upon him, his bones cracking under the pressure. In less than half a second, he was slammed to the ground. The arena trembled violently, covered in fine cracks, as the fierce shockwaves swept outward, forcing underclassmen to raise their hands in defense. Once everything calmed, the silver-robed youth stood proudly at the center of the web-like cracked arena, surrounded by a fiery aura. The entire stadium fell into a dead silence until the emergency medic and referee hurried onto the stage. Yin Qisheng is unable to continue fighting. The winner is Qin Xia from Mo University. With Lu Qinghao's announcement, the open-air stadium erupted. Led by the Mo University delegation, chants of Qin Xia echoed through the sky. Fang Lian jumped up in excitement watching the live broadcast, while Bai Moi, pressing the long sword at his waist, had a gleam of joy in his eyes. He thought to himself, "You brat, your sword energy is so impressive. Seems like I won't have to wait until you become a top tier. As soon as you step into the advanced realm, I can teach you some of my hidden skills." While watching the live broadcast, Feng Sihai was seething with anger, his knuckles turning white from the intensity of his grip. This brat had obviously mastered the martial arts technique to an advanced level. Otherwise, he couldn't have displayed such formidable inner strength. If he perfected it, the Feng family's strongest technique which no one had mastered for thousands of years, would be handed over for nothing. This thought made him even more furious. On the podium, Bai Lao turned to the president of Jing University with a relaxed demeanor and a broad smile. Old Lu, we've scored the first point for Mo University. Lu Jingfeng's face was sullen, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. What's 1 point? Apart from the 2 support positions, there are still 6 points up for grabs. The strongest mage, archer, and boxer among this year's freshmen are all at Jing University. Not to mention, the 1v1 match isn't decided yet, and we still have the round robin and legion battles. On the stage, Qin Xia stood amidst the overwhelming cheers, slowly scanning the surroundings. His gaze swept over the crowded stands, yet inside he was searching for a familiar face. Linger, did you see? I've done it, becoming the strongest warrior of the freshman year. His eyes gradually grew moist. Just then, a figure emerged from the entrance. Qin Xia quickly blinked away the mist in his eyes and focused at it was Lin Baiwei, dressed in a white shooting outfit, with a longbow strapped to her back. Qin Xia, long time no see, Lin Baiwei said with a bright smile. Congratulations on your victory. You've been at Jing University for so long and haven't asked me out for a meal. Afraid I'll eat you. Sorry, Miss Baiwei. I've been busy training after the matches, Qin Xia replied. How about I treat you today? I have no matches coming up soon. You're still the same, Lin Baiwei chuckled lightly. Today it's my treat. Once I win the Archer Championship, it'll be your turn. Before she could finish, Lu Qinghao approached with a hearty smile. Brother Xia, can I join you? I want to celebrate with you too. He then introduced himself briefly to Lin Baiwei. After Qin Xia agreed, Lin Baiwei's expression changed slightly as she glanced at Lu Qinghao. All right, let's all go. I'll take you to a spicy restaurant. With that, she turned and headed down the corridor. The 2 boys followed a few steps behind, with Lu Qinghao looking smug. Brother Xia, Sister Linger specifically told me to keep an eye on you. Don't overthink it. Miss Lin is just a friend. A friend. Lu Qinghao raised an eyebrow. She knows you have a girlfriend and still acts like this. That's risky. Meanwhile, at the edge of the stage, a man in a mage's robe watched Qin Xia's departing figure and quietly said to Yin Qixiang beside him. Sorry, Captain, I lost the first championship. I thought I understood him well enough, but his strength far exceeded my expectations. Li Muzin looked down at Yin Qixiang with a faint smile on his face. It's okay, you've done more than enough. At least you've confirmed for me that Qin Xia is indeed the strongest in the Mo University team. Take a good rest, leave the rest to us. When it comes to the knockout rounds, I'll help you win it back myself. Over the next 10 days, the 1v1 finals for each profession unfolded in a spectacular fashion. In the Assassin Finals, Su Feng showed incredible resilience. With his mid-level first-rank strength, he battled against a mid-level second-rank military academy opponent for a full 6 hours. After countless close encounters, he finally seized upon his opponent's exhaustion and achieved a stunning comeback. This victory earned Mo University a point, and even Su Feng himself couldn't help but remark, compared to Qin Xia's vicious attacks, his opponent's offense was hardly worth mentioning. The Archer Finals were a one-sided affair. Lin Baiwei, using her mid-level second-rank strength, defeated the junior 8th-ranked Chun Taishio in under 10 minutes, securing a point for Jing University. As Chun Taishio's golden bow fell to the ground, he was in tears, regretting his failure to break through to the 9th rank and complete his second awakening. In the Boxer Finals, Jing University's top boxing talent, Li Xing, easily defeated his military academy opponent with mid-level 3rd-rank strength, adding another point for Jing University. In the Blacksmith Finals, Long Aoshue showcased her remarkable power. With mid-level 2nd-rank destructive force, she toppled the Huwu University competitor, not only earning Mo University a 3rd point, but also gaining the title of Mo University's Valkyrie. The most anticipated was the Magician Finals, a clash between 2 family prodigies, mid-level 6th-rank Li Muzin against mid-level 4th-rank Chu Yuxiang. As the match began, Chu Yuxiang darted into the clouds on purple lightning, with Li Muzin quickly following with his sand-sculpted wings. After 4 hours of aerial dueling, Chu Yuxiang finally completed his rain magic array. The sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and he seized the moment to unleash the advanced spell, Purple Sky Thunder Dragon Strike. As the massive purple thunder dragon emerged from the storm vortex, the audience held their breath. However, Li Muzin was prepared and countered with condensed rain into ice, striking Chu Yuxiang down from the clouds with thousands of ice spikes before the thunder dragon could descend. This victory in the spotlight match led to a tie, with both Mo University and Jing University claiming 3 championships each in the 1v1 competition. The overall scores were then calculated based on the players' rankings, allowing 32 teams to advance to the knockout rounds. As per tradition, Jing University was placed in the Northern Division, while Mo University entered the Southern Division. When the draw results were announced, Mo University's first opponent was the prestigious Nancy University. As the student council analyst prepared to present the tactical plan, Qin Xia simply stated, "No need. I'll go first and take on all 5 opponents directly." The small conference room fell into a dead silence, as if the air had frozen. Looking around, the faces of the student council analyst and Qin Xia's 4 teammates Long Aoxua, Chu Yuxiang, Su Feng, and Shun Taixi were all filled with shock. The analyst took a deep breath and broke the silence. "No way, Qin Xia. You are our ace player at MO University. You should be the final act." He placed his hands crossed on the conference table, his expression serious. "This isn't just a round-robin match. To win the Southern District Championship, we need to play at least 4 rounds. If you go first, the opponent can thoroughly study your fighting style." His voice grew more urgent. "The more you play, the easier it will be for Jing University to find a way to counter you in the finals. If you get eliminated, no one on the team can handle Li Musin, and then we'll be out of time." As he spoke, the analyst cast a pleading look at Long Aoxua, but she simply shrugged. "Senior, don't look at me. I can't beat him, so I can't persuade him either. If he loses, I'll just keep playing." The analyst sighed inwardly and turned to Su Feng. The latter waved his hands repeatedly. "Senior, even with 9 brothers, I can't beat Brother Xia. I've long been convinced by him. He's my big brother, so what right do I have to speak?" Before the analyst could speak, Shun Taixio interjected. "I can't beat Brother Xia even with more than 10 people, and I can't even beat young Master Su, so I have no right to speak either." Chu Yuxiang immediately added, "Senior, even with 1,000 people, I'm no match for him. But honestly, even if Qin Xia might lose, he could at least take out 2 or 3 opponents. With 4 of us left, it's still an advantage. Besides, Li Musin only narrowly beat me once. If we fight again, the outcome is uncertain. With me as the final act, there's no way we'd lose." Just as the analyst was sighing in frustration, Qin Xia suddenly spoke, his voice calm. "Senior, you mentioned that they could thoroughly study my style and find a way to counter me. Do you have any basis for this claim?" The analyst's eyes lit up. "Qin Xia, the team structure of Jing University this time is quite unusual. All 5 members are mages. No other university has ever arranged a round-robin match like this, so they must have a specific purpose." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Their target is clearly you, who has shown in individual professional matches. Although I'm not sure of their exact methods, from my analyst's experience, if you expose too much, they will definitely find a way to counter you. At that point, you will inevitably be in a difficult position." Qin Xia nodded thoughtfully, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Qin Xia's decision to take on 5 opponents at once was driven by 2 carefully considered reasons. The primary reason was his desire to quickly finish the match so he could return to his rigorous 14-hour daily training in magic combat techniques. Recently, his training schedule had been severely disrupted by the wait times and various trivial matters associated with the tournament, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Secondly, through his previous match against Qin Xia, he realized that solo combat wouldn't allow him to break through his limits. To achieve a breakthrough in his techniques, he needed to seize the opportunity to challenge 5 opponents at once and seek a breakthrough under extreme conditions. "All right, I understand," Qin Xia said with determination in his eyes. "I'll take the lead. Rest assured, even if I find myself in a tough spot, I won't give up. I will surpass myself and secure the victory." The analyst instinctively responded, but then suddenly realized something was amiss. "Huh." The next morning, the announcer's voice echoed through the arena as Qin Xia strode confidently onto the platform. His entrance immediately stirred a commotion among the audience. Has Emoto gone mad? Their ace player is starting. Such a strong presence. Are they really planning for Qin Xia to take on all 5 opponents? Once on stage, Qin Xia quickly scanned the stands and soon spotted the suspicious group the analyst had mentioned: a person with a camera and 3 people with notebooks, all sitting upright and serious, in stark contrast to the excited spectators around them. Qin Xia's eyes lit up, and he already had a plan. He raised his black sword high and struck a flamboyant pose, pointing it at the South Su University player. "Listen up. Today, I'm going to showcase the full power of my sword energy with this black sword. Don't miss any details, or you might find yourself knocked off the stage at any moment." Catching a glimpse of the suspicious group suddenly becoming attentive, Qin Xia's lips curled into a sly smile. This expression made the South Su University player opposite him tremble with fear. The player was panicking inside. This is bad. Why isn't Emoda following the usual strategy? Shouldn't they send the weakest, Qin Taixio, first? Sending Qin Xia directly? How am I supposed to fight? I need to think of something, or I'll end up in the hospital for a week. With a wave of the referee's hand, the match began. Qin Xia deliberately slowed his movements, and as his black sword swung out, a slow-moving wave of sword energy spread like a heat wave. He confirmed once more that the group was taking notes intently, and then prepared to start the real battle. However, at that moment, a loud bang accompanied by an exaggerated scream rang out. "Ah!" The South Su University fighter unexpectedly rushed towards the slow-moving sword energy and was blasted out of the ring. Wang Taizhu, watching from the stands, was so shocked by the scene that his wine glass wobbled. Holy crap, Qin Xia deliberately held back, delivering the weakest strike, and that guy didn't dodge but took it head-on. Was he thinking that since he'd get hit anyway, he might as well take the lightest blow? This guy is truly a genius. In the end, Qin Xia effortlessly defeated 5 opponents on his own and secured the victory. As Qin Xia left the stage, he couldn't help but smile at his sneaky opponents. His gaze swept across the waiting area, where his teammates were visibly elated, cheering for his performance. Tears shimmered in the eyes of Qin Xia, a veteran who had fought for years but never won a solo championship. Now, he saw a glimmer of hope he might finally win the coveted gold medal in the team event without fighting. Standing nearby, Su Feng looked at Qin Xia's back with a complicated expression, regretting his previous foolishness in opposing such a formidable opponent. Long Aoshua noticed Chu Yuxiang also cheering for Qin Xia and couldn't resist teasing him. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, only the analyst frowned, puzzled. Why did Qin Xia use different moves for each opponent when one move could have easily defeated them all? The next day, Emoda faced their second match. Against a non-top 7 university opponent, Qin Xia employed his usual tactics. As soon as he entered the stage, he loudly announced, "Today, I'll use spear techniques. Each move is like a heavy strike, so if your defense isn't strong enough, don't try to block, or your bones might shatter." This declaration made the opposing warrior tremble, his large shield shaking. The audience was thrilled, eager to see how Qin Xia would once again take on 5 opponents in style. As the referee's signal dropped, a flash of silver light streaked through the air. Qin Xia advanced in an instant, thrusting his spear, sending the opponent and his shield flying out of the arena. In the waiting area, Su Feng had already prepared champagne, ready to celebrate Qin Xia's victory. In the subsequent battles, Qin Xia leisurely showcased various moves, once again defeating 5 opponents with ease. In the third match, Qin Xia continued his hat trick. "Today, I'll use sword techniques with spear moves, a trait of a hidden class." This statement made the analyst sigh in frustration, lamenting, "Why reveal even the hidden class abilities?" Fang Liyuan from Moda, after watching these matches, also felt uneasy. "Teacher, isn't it unwise for my junior to reveal his moves so early? It's fine against weaker teams, but the next match is against the 3rd-ranked military school, and we still have to face Jingda later." However, Bai Moi remained calm, a slight smile on his lips. "Liyuan, do you really think your junior would be foolish enough to reveal all his cards? His strongest state isn't when he's using just one weapon. These little displays won't shake the foundation of his victory." Finally, the day of the Southern Division Finals arrived, with Mo set to face the military school in a highly anticipated match. As soon as the host finished speaking, Qin Xia was the first to step onto the stage, facing Chun Boheo, whom he had defeated in the 1v1 semifinals. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, Chun Baihao couldn't wait to speak first, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Qin Xia, you're too arrogant, aren't you? Facing our military academy and daring to go first, even thinking you can take on all 5 of us." He sneered. "Just because you beat me once, you think you can look down on our academy? Do you really believe I lost to you because of your overwhelming strength? If it weren't for being stunned by the gun saint's skills, how could I have lost so quickly?" With that, Chun Baihao made a throat-slitting gesture. "Today, even if I'm covered in wounds, I'll drag you off the stage. Then my teammates will definitely take down your university." In response to the provocation, Qin Xia's eyes narrowed sharply, a cold gleam flashing. "All right, then watch closely. Today, the most domineering spear will slash out sword energy. Be careful not to get killed." Just as the referee's hand came down and the words "begin the match" were barely spoken, Qin Xia lunged forward, the ground beneath him resounding with a deafening noise. He pulled his spear back, a fierce energy gathering like a fully drawn bow. First move of the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique, spear out like a dragon. In the next instant, Qin Xia thrust his spear forward, and a silver dragon, formed from spear energy and cold light, roared forth. "Qin Xia, do you think I'll be afraid of the same move again?" Chun Baihao raised his battle axe high, prepared to cleave the silver dragon with its blade. However, the moment the axe touched the silver dragon, his arms and hands deformed instantly, and he was blasted out of the arena, crashing heavily against the wall by the stands. With a thunderous boom, the stands shook violently. Chun Baihao's eyes rolled back as he spat blood and collapsed, gravely injured. The healer rushed out to assist, and the referee, in shock, declared, "Out of bounds. First round. Winner, Qin Xia from Magic University." Only then did the audience understand the terrifying power of spear slashing out sword energy. Even Lu Zhengfeng, the president of Capital University, was astounded. Impossible, the cold wind of the ice spear is one thing, but actually slashing out sword energy means he can attack from a distance with a spear? Bai Lao chuckled calmly. Indeed, such is the dominance of a hidden profession. In the waiting area of Magic University, the analyst was surprised. Qin Xia used this ultimate move here? It's supposed to be the strongest move against the 5 mages from Capital University. Showing it now will only give others time to prepare. Chu Yuxiang recalled Qin Xia's past scene of crossing weapons to withstand a high-level thunder dragon, and smiled calmly. Senior, Qin Xia's power level is just too high, and his inner strength is absurdly deep. Everything he does looks like an ultimate move. Trust me, it only seems like he's showing all his moves. The real big ones are yet to come. On the stage, Qin Xia pointed his spear towards the military academy's preparation area, his voice cold and sharp. Come on, who's next? I want to see who among you can drag me off the stage today. At the entrance, a man with a standard crew cut, dressed in military combat gear and holding a long spear, walked out confidently. Qin Xia, the military academy has more than just one warrior of intermediate level or above, the crew cut man said, gripping his long spear tightly, his eyes sharp. My dragon riding the wind spear technique is among the top tier of rare spear techniques. Although I've just broken through to the 4th level, it's precisely because I'm weaker than you that I'll be more cautious. Your hidden class is just the ability to use the talents of a swordsman and a spear warrior. Once I understand it, it's not so frightening. Before he finished speaking, the crew cut man had agilely leapt onto the arena, pointing his spear directly at Qin Xia, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. The audience's enthusiasm was instantly ignited, and cheers erupted. As the referee's hand gesture signaled the start, the battle commenced. Qin Xia's attacks were like flashes of silver, the cold wind howling. The crew cut man seemed to have anticipated this, nimbly leaping to evade, while simultaneously redirecting his spear to thrust downward. The spear tip emitted a green glow, whipping up a storm like a descending dragon. In a critical moment, Qin Xia suddenly turned, his spear drawing a large arc, the cold wind roaring like a dragon's tail. The two spears collided, intertwining like battling dragons, the sound deafening. Within seconds, Qin Xia's superior strength sent the crew cut man flying more than 10 meters. Though bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the crew cut man quickly got back on his feet, a smile on his face. Qin Xia, I may be injured, but my S-class Azure Dragon wind-breaking spear isn't just for show. Each strike releases wind spikes, and you can't possibly dodge them all. Indeed, several thin, bleeding scratches had appeared on Qin Xia's hand. His indomitable dragon might talent activated, instantly boosting his power to intermediate level 7, with destructive force reaching intermediate level 9. Feeling the surge of power within him, Qin Xia smirked slightly. Classmate, since you've performed well, let me show you a little skill. As soon as he spoke, Qin Xia's spear began to emit a bone-chilling cold, gradually forming an ice armor around him. This scene left the crew cut man utterly stunned. His hard-won slight advantage from his full-force attack had instantly vanished. Before he could recover, several points of cold light appeared before him. In the next moment, Qin Xia's spear, like a sea dragon, roared toward him. The crew cut man hastily raised his spear to block, only to find that his opponent's destructive power had increased by another level. Before he could make sense of it, he was knocked off the stage by a single strike. Out of bounds. Round 2. Winner, Qin Xia from Magic University. The referee's announcement triggered thunderous cheers from the crowd. In the audience, a girl with twin ponytails, wearing a blue and white dress, was thoughtfully holding a magic short staff. This girl, named Su Xiaoxiao, was a classmate and college entrance exam teammate of Wang Taizhu. She murmured, Fanggu, Qin Xia's strength really does increase after he's injured. I think I wasn't wrong. As long as he's hurt, he can boost his power by at least 1 level. This talent is unreasonable. No wonder they say he awakened an ultra-class heroic spirit. Her eyes glowed faintly blue as she focused intently on observing Qin Xia's changing abilities. Standing next to Su Xiaoxiao was a man in a black robe, none other than Wang Taizhu's teammate from the college entrance exams, Fang Heli, known as Brother Fang. Xiaoxiao, Fang Heli said in a low voice. When you go back to report to Li Muzin, our rotation battles at Beijing University will be secure. Be extra cautious when you face Qin Xia in a few days. Complete the task and withdraw immediately. Avoid getting hurt in a heating clash. Leave the final battle to Li Muzin. As long as he can defeat Qin Xia, dealing with the other competitors from Magic University will be no problem. Su Xiaoxiao grinned playfully. Don't worry, Brother Fang. I understand Qin Xia's strength better than anyone, and I won't go head-to-head with him. The military academy has revealed so many of his cards today, and with Li Muzin and the analyst's abilities, they'll definitely come up with a perfect strategy. Besides, with Li Muzin's love for the spotlight, there's no way he'd let anyone else have the chance to defeat Qin Xia. Fang Heli nodded excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As long as we win the rotation and legion battles, Beijing University will have 2 wins and 1 draw this year, truly surpassing Magic University. From then on, there will be no dispute over the title of the top university in Dragon Country. On the stage, 2 military academy contestants had been defeated in succession. The last to appear was a mid-level 4 mage, who declared fiercely, Qin Xia, you're incredibly strong. but for the honor of the military academy, even if I can't beat you, I'll find a way to knock you off the stage." As the match began, the mage cast a flight spell and soared into the sky. However, before he could launch an attack, Qin Xia was already swinging his spear, unleashing several icy blades through the air. The mage in the sky was in a precarious situation, struggling not only to organize an attack, but even to dodge effectively. The audience was in an uproar, and even the presidents of Beijing University and the military academy were stunned. As it became clear that a student of the warrior class was about to achieve the feat of defeating 5 opponents in a row, the military academy president was already considering how to explain the outcome to the military leadership. Bai Lao, however, was beaming and turned to the military academy president, saying, "Just tell it like it is. This student who went 1 against 5 is Qin Xia, the most valued talent of the Jiangbei Military District's commander." On stage, the mage eventually succumbed to mana exhaustion and plummeted from the sky. Qin Xia once again triumphed against 5 opponents, and the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Meanwhile, in a meeting room at Beijing University, Su Xiaoxiao had just finished reporting on Qin Xia's soul talent. Li Muzin pondered for a moment, glanced at the live broadcast screen, and a sly smile crossed his face. Watching Qin Xia smile calmly amid the enthusiastic crowd, he thought to himself, Qin Xia, winning 4 big matches and 20 small ones. Quite the spectacle, huh? Was it worth revealing so many of your cards just to defeat these nobodies? Now I know your talent abilities inside out. What else do you have to win with? Winning so much before means nothing. In Dragon Country, people only remember the champion. And that champion will belong to Beijing University. And to me, Li Muzin. 3 days later, the day of the National University Racing Championship Finals finally arrived. At 8:15 in the morning, the open-air plaza was packed with people, every inch of space filled to capacity. On the podium, the representatives from various universities sat in an orderly fashion, with the most eye-catching being Lu Zhongfeng and Bai Lao, who sat in the center with a determined gleam in their eyes. First, let's welcome the first contestant from the University of Awakened Ones in Magic City, Qin Xia. As soon as the host's voice fell, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Qin Xia emerged slowly from the contestant tunnel, his expression calm, as if detached from the scene. Next, let's welcome the first contestant from the University of Awakened Ones in Kyoto, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao appeared with a beaming smile, waving to the audience. "Long time no see, Qin Xia." Lu Xiao greeted proactively. "Since we last met, you've become a national champion at intermediate level 6, while I remain an intermediate level 3, a top 8 contestant. It's truly an honor to face you today." Qin Xia rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. "You are?" A cold wind blew past, and Lu Xiao's face froze. "It's me, Lu Xiao, the one who stopped you at the entrance during the college entrance exam, saying you wouldn't beat the demon fox." "Oh," Qin Xia suddenly remembered, sizing up Lu Xiao. "I like your rebellious nature back then. I'm known for being gentle, so your politeness now might make me feel a bit guilty when we fight." Lu Xiao responded with a knowing smile. "I know you're different from those bullies from noble families. I also know I'm no match for you. But this is a team competition, and as long as Kyoto University wins in the end, it's enough." As a fellow Jiangbei native, let me remind you, Kyoto University has 20 to 30 intermediate level 3 magicians in their freshman year. Think about why Li Muzin chose me for the team. Qin Xiao's eyes sharpened. "Thanks for the reminder, but there's no need to think. Whatever strategy you have, bring it on." What a touching reunion. The host interjected at the right moment. 2 contestants from Jiangbei province, who will win the first match. Now, let's hand the stage to the referee. The referee stepped forward to confirm the rules, then gestured. "The match begins." Lu Xiao immediately cast a flying spell, soaring into the sky. Qin Xia unhesitatingly swung his spear, sending several icy blades hurtling upwards. Lu Xiao's magic book flipped rapidly in his hands as he chanted a spell. "May the harsh king of sandstorms protect the domain you desire. Let the solid walls manifest here." Intermediate magic, wall of sandstorms. In an instant, a brown light flickered, and a sandstorm wall, 2 meters wide and high, and half a meter thick, formed in front of Lu Xiao. In the stands, Wang Taizhu elegantly swirled his wine glass, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "Lu Xiao, this level of defense won't stop Qin Xia. Don't you realize that?" The icy blades slashed against the sand wall's surface, creating deafening crashes. After just a few strikes, the sandstorm wall was already riddled with cracks. However, instead of panicking, Lu Xiao wore a confident smile. "May the fierce sandstorm king protect the domain you desire. Let the sturdy wall show itself now," he chanted quickly. Intermediate magic, sandstorm wall. Then he recited another spell. "May the fierce sandstorm king protect the domain you desire. Let the powerful spear show itself now." Intermediate magic, sandstorm spear. Lu Xiao quickly erected 7 or 8 sandstorm walls in front of him, leaving just enough gaps to observe his opponent. Simultaneously, 5 sharp sandstorm spears whistled toward Qin Xia. On the ground, Qin Xia swept his spear horizontally, conjuring a massive icy crescent. With a loud crash, the 5 sandstorm spears shattered, and the subsequent shockwave broke through 2 or 3 sandstorm walls. Yellow sand filled the air, laying a golden carpet across the entire stadium. In the waiting area of the Magic University, an analyst was anxiously flipping through the data on the Beijing University contestant, growing more serious by the moment. This is bad. Lu Xiao is known for his deep reserves of magic, and with the talent of an English soul, he has the magic capacity comparable to a high-level magician despite only being at intermediate level 3. He's using his magic to deplete Qin Xia's internal power, sacrificing himself for the team's victory. Upon hearing this, Chen Taixio immediately looked regretful. If I had known, I should have gone first. Even if I couldn't win, at least I wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a ground-to-air battle, and I could have worn down his magic. However, Chu Yuxiang couldn't help but laugh. Using magic to exchange for Qin Xia's internal power? Ridiculous. They have no idea how abnormal that guy is. The other day, I couldn't stop his ice blades even after firing dozens of lightning bolts. Even hiding in the clouds, he could still release dozens of ice blades without breaking a sweat or even blinking. According to his senior, he can sustain such training for 14 hours. Even if 5 high-level magicians exhaust their magic, they can't deplete his internal power and stamina. Calling him a genius is an understatement. He's like a beast in human skin. Before Chu Yuxiang finished speaking, the live broadcast showed Qin Xia launching a new wave of attacks. He swung his spear like a banner of frost, sending massive icy crescents hurtling toward Lu Zhao's defenses with unstoppable force. In the sky, watching his sand walls crumble one after another and hearing the deafening roars, Lu Xiao did not retreat, but grew even more excited. Qin Xia, you truly live up to your reputation. You're incredibly strong. But unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you've already fallen into our trap. When Li Muzhen steps in, you'll understand that everything you've done is in vain. On the podium, Lu Zhengfeng, the president of Jingda University, was once again surprised by Qin Xia, yet he maintained a confident demeanor. He thought to himself, despite Qin Xia being the strongest freshman at Moda this year, she is ultimately just a warrior. From the moment Li Muzhen deployed an all-mage lineup, the outcome was already decided. In the arena, Lu Zhao's situation was deteriorating. Initially, he could easily summon 10 walls of sandstorm to fend off the icy crescents, even having the strength to launch a counterattack with sandstorm spears. However, as time went on, even maintaining 4 walls of sandstorm became a struggle. His body was soaked in sweat, his mind foggy, and his arms so heavy they could barely lift. He had originally expected to last 4 hours, but after just over an hour, he had reached his limit. In the stands, the eliminated contestants from various schools were dumbfounded. Is this the level of Jingda and Moda? It's unbelievable. Even the students from Jingda were shocked by the disparity in strength. When the last 4 walls of sandstorm were shattered, Lu Xiao wore a relieved smile on his face. Qin Xia, I've completed my mission, and you have lost. With a thunderous crash, the dust scattered in the air, and Lu Xiao slowly closed his eyes, falling from the sky. In Moda's waiting area, Chen Taixio jumped up excitedly, while Chu Yuxiang smiled confidently. However, the analyst frowned, feeling uneasy. Did he really fall after just over an hour? Is the exhaustion tactic ineffective against Qin Xia? The second contestant from Jingda stepped onto the stage, also an intermediate level 3 mage. Instead of being shaken by Lu Zhao's defeat, he eagerly said, Qin Xia, it's truly exciting to face a strong opponent like you. As the match began, this contestant similarly took to the skies, using walls of sandstorm to block the ice blades. The audience in the stands was puzzled. Why repeat a strategy that has already failed? An hour later, the second contestant also ran out of magic and fell. Immediately afterward, the third mage took the stage, employing the same strategy. The battle lasted nearly 4 hours, and Qin Xia finally showed signs of fatigue, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. The expressions of her teammates in Moda's waiting area gradually grew more serious. As the analyst was deep in thought, Chu Yuxiang suddenly seemed to discover an important clue and eagerly began flipping through the profiles of the participants from Beijing University. At that moment, the fourth contestant from Beijing University, Su Xiaoxiao, had already stepped onto the stage, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Xia. Qin Xia, long time no see, Su Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. Qin Xia was taken aback, unable to recall who this girl was. Sensing his confusion, Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head slightly, a smile playing on her lips. We were in the same exam hall for the college entrance exams. I only came in third, so it's normal you don't remember. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. But once you lose today, you'll definitely remember me. As the referee signaled the start, the fourth match officially began. Su Xiaoxiao leapt into the air, disappearing into the high clouds. In no time, the once clear sky turned gloomy, with thick clouds growing darker. In the waiting area, Chen Taixio watched the familiar scene, looking slightly tense but still smiling. Trying to summon lightning? It's pointless. Even the advanced purple lightning dragon couldn't phase Qin Xia. However, Chu Yuxiang, holding the profiles, looked worried. No, she's not trying to summon lightning. She just wants it to rain. Now Qin Xia is really in danger. His words puzzled Chun Taishio and the others, but the analyst immediately understood the strategy. It wasn't just about wearing down Qin Xia's stamina. It was also about using the sand on the field to their advantage. At that moment, the open-air stadium was surrounded by over a meter of piled sand. After a loud clap of thunder, large raindrops began to fall, prompting the audience to open their umbrellas. Just then, Su Xiaoxiao descended slowly from the clouds and raised her right hand, using an amplification spell to declare, "Referee, I forfeit." Her sudden surrender left the audience momentarily stunned. On the podium, Beijing University's president Liu Zhengfeng smiled knowingly. Li Muzhen snorted softly, stepping towards the passageway, thinking to himself, all conditions are set, and his stamina is half gone. No matter how strong he is, he can't turn the tide now. Despite the pouring rain, the crowd's enthusiasm remained undiminished. The moment Li Muzhen appeared from the passageway, deafening cheers erupted throughout the stadium. He carried a massive, withered-looking magic staff and wore a black mage's robe. The rain soaked his face, making his smile all the more eerie. He walked straight up to Qin Xia, completely ignoring the referee. "Qin Xia, you've won beautifully so far. Unfortunately, in this last match, you've met me. Your winning streak ends here." Qin Xia's eyes sharpened as he stared directly at him. "Why do all of you from Beijing University keep saying I'm going to lose? It's annoying. I've said from the start, let strength do the talking. Bring it on." Faced with Qin Xia's words, Li Muzhen didn't back down at all. "All right, let me show you just how strong the most talented magician in Longwo really is." With the referee's signal, the match officially began. On the arena, Li Muzhen uncharacteristically didn't use any flight magic. Instead, he stood firmly in place, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qin Xia was unfazed, charging forward with his spear. However, after just a few steps, Qin Xia felt his legs tighten. Looking down, he saw swirling wet sand coiling around his legs like a snake, with more quicksand surging from all sides of the arena. Li Muzhen stood not far away, his magic wand glowing a soft blue, aimed directly at Qin Xia. "Damn, nonverbal magic." Chu Yuxiang stood up abruptly in the waiting area of the Magic University, cursing, "I knew it. How could he have been faster than me back then? This Li Muzhen is so cunning. He hid his skills well." His words left his teammates in shock. The battle on the field grew more intense. Qin Xia swung his spear, cutting through the surrounding quicksand, but a larger wave of sand loomed over him like a tsunami. Just as he was about to respond, 8 icy chains shot up from the ground, binding his hands tightly. As Qin Xia unleashed all his strength to break free from the chains, the quicksand closed in. In a critical moment, he channeled his entire strength into his spear, and a dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena. The ice dread dragon appeared, scattering the surrounding quicksand. But Li Muzhen was prepared. "Trying to move? Impossible," he sneered. "Qin Xia, this quicksand was specially prepared for you by exhausting the power of 3 powerful magicians. You think you're so tough? Let's see how long you can fight now that you've used up so much energy." In the stands, Wang Tieju's expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, Feng Heli appeared quietly beside him. "Taiju, Qin Xia is destined to lose today." His ability to grow stronger when injured was already revealed to Li Muzhen by Xiao Xiao. The real purpose of this quicksand isn't to attack, but to swallow Qin Xia and transport him off the field. Wang Taiju turned to look at Feng Heli, tears of regret streaming down his face, silently vowing, "I will never forgive gambling and drugs." In the waiting area, Chu Yuxiang's expression was more serious than anyone else's. As a magician, he understood how dangerous Qin Xia's situation was. Even if the quicksand was dispersed, it would suffer minimal loss, and Li Muzhen could easily regroup it with little magic. If Qin Xia couldn't immediately display overwhelming destructive power to break through, the longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation would become. In the eyes of the audience, the large arena had transformed into an endless mire. Qin Xia's silver figure tumbled within it like a trapped dragon, unable to break free from the grip of the quicksand. As time ticked by, an hour later, Qin Xia's movements visibly slowed. Each of his strikes seemed forced, barely executed at the last moment before being engulfed by the sands. After another 2 hours, his face was etched with exhaustion, his breathing heavy, and his movements distorted. He could only rely on bursts of pressure to escape the sand's entanglement. On the stands, Lin Baiwei and Lu Qinghao clasped their hands tightly, their eyes fixed on the scene. In the waiting area, Chu Yuxiang and other teammates wore grave expressions, while Chun Taishio, about to take the stage, began warming up. On the podium, Elder Bai had also put away his usual smile, his brows furrowed. However, within the struggling Qin Xia, a growing excitement surged. Through this extreme exertion, He could clearly sense he was just a step away from mastering the first part of the 100 Battle Sage art. Though he might collapse at any moment, as long as he had a shred of strength left, he would continue to fight. Li Muzin had not anticipated that Qin Xia, after enduring 3 intense battles, could withstand his quicksand assault for over 3 hours. This superhuman endurance began to unsettle him. He knew well that his own magical energy was depleting, and in no more than 2 hours, he would be unable to sustain such a large-scale sand control. I can't drag this out any longer, Li Muzin decided silently, immediately casting a flight spell to rise into the air. As he moved, the ground's quicksand ceased its flow, granting Qin Xia a brief respite. In midair, Li Muzin looked down at the gasping Qin Xia, a cold smile playing on his lips. He raised his magic staff, and a massive magic circle instantly formed on the arena. A violent storm whipped up the scattered sand, gradually coalescing into a 5-meter sandstorm giant. Its eyes glowed red, its belly swollen, each step causing the arena to tremble. Li Muzin gave Qin Xia no chance to breathe, waving his magic staff again. 8 icy chains shot up from the ground, binding Qin Xia's limbs tightly. In the waiting area, the analyst for the Magic University team looked ashen. The sandstorm giant, at an advanced first-tier level, was a fatal threat to Qin Xia in his current state. Just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed, Qin Xia's trembling left hand slowly drew a black sword from his waist. Thud, thud, thud. Each step of the sandstorm giant shook the ground, sending water splashing in all directions. In just a few strides, it closed in on Qin Xia, its massive arms spreading wide, casting a shadow over him like a moving mountain. At this critical moment, a loud bang shattered the raindrops in midair. Bound by 8 icy chains, Qin Xia advanced instead of retreating, raising his head to let out a thunderous roar. With both hands gripping a sword and a spear, his muscles bulged and veins stood out. The silver spear and black sword intertwined in a dance of power, releasing a torrent of sword energy that formed an impenetrable barrier. A mid-level stage 6 against a high-level stage 1 was supposed to be a one-sided crush, yet Qin Xia held firm against the sandstorm giant's onslaught. This scene left the audience in awe, with everyone watching the live broadcast holding their breath. Principal Lu Zhengfeng of Jing University leaned back in disbelief. This doesn't make sense. How can a mid-level contend with a high-level? Meanwhile, Elder Bai smiled knowingly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. The mysteries of the spear and sword energy are beyond a magician's understanding. In midair, Li Muzin's expression shifted from contempt to terror. At that moment, the data on Qin Xia's status panel began to fluctuate wildly. Despite his physical limits, Qin Xia wore an excited smile as he finally received the system notification. Congratulations! You have mastered the first part of the 100 battles to Saint technique. Your power level has increased to mid-level stage 7. In an instant, Qin Xia's energy surged, and the rain evaporated upon contact with his scorching skin. His depleted strength was replenished like a fountain, and the pressure of a mid-level stage 7 erupted powerfully. On the stands, Lu Qinghao shouted excitedly, "Take it down, Qin Xia!" His cry ignited the atmosphere, with cheers piercing through the rain. Wang Taizhu was so exhilarated that he tore off his raincoat, waving his arms wildly in the downpour. In the waiting area, Chu Yuxiang smiled knowingly. Once again, he breaks through at the brink of defeat. That's the true reason for his invincibility. Elsewhere, Fang Liyuan wiped away cold sweat, breathing a sigh of relief. This kid, always revealing his trump card at the last moment. Bai Moi's furrowed brow relaxed into his usual calm smile. Liyuan, your junior fellow, is always finding ways to become stronger. In the arena, Li Muzin's expression shifted from fear to a twisted, sinister grin. Qin Xia, I knew you wouldn't be easy to defeat. Even if I couldn't seriously injure you, your strength has increased. But this is all within my expectations. The sandstorm was just an appetizer. This torrential downpour is my true trump card. Before he finished speaking, Li Muzin raised his magic wand and pointed it at the sandstorm giant. Instantly, a magic circle formed behind the giant, releasing a burst of cold air. The surrounding rainwater, as if summoned, surged towards the sandstorm giant, freezing its body into solid ice in an instant. The thick armor of ice formed from the rainwater covered its entire body, expanding the giant from its original height of 5 meters to an imposing 8 meters. Qin Xia, this is an advanced third-tier ice magic sandstorm giant. Even if your spear can break its defenses, it can continuously repair itself using the rainwater. Let's see how you handle this. The ice magic sandstorm giant's arms clashed with Qin Xia's sword and spear. Even when pierced, it did not retreat but instead unleashed even greater power. Under this immense power disparity, Qin Xia's arms gradually bent, his posture forced inward, as if he would be crushed at any moment. However, in this extremely disadvantageous situation, Qin Xia's gaze remained resolute, and he even revealed a peculiar smile. Li Muzin, the final victor will be me. Accompanied by his words, Barely audible cracking sounds emerged amidst the rain. Qin Xia's arms broke, his body nearly overwhelmed. At this critical moment, his undying dragon might talent triggered. The severe injury instantly boosted his overall strength by 2 tiers, reaching intermediate 9th tier, with his destructive powers soaring to advanced 2nd tier. Simultaneously, his regenerative abilities surged, and his fractured bones began to swiftly heal. The crowd's cheers abruptly ceased. Everyone thought Qin Xia was about to be picked up and thrown out of the arena by the giant. However, Qin Xia suddenly swung his spear, entwined with force, and with a flash of cold light, the giant's arm shattered. With a thunderous crash, ice chunks fell to the ground, and Qin Xia's figure reappeared. He unleashed the pressure of an intermediate 9th tier, shattering the 8 icy chains around him, then pushed off with his legs, leaping into the air. Before the massive head of the ice magic sandstorm giant, Qin Xia hovered in midair, sword in his left hand, spear in his right, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Ice Flame Unrivaled Demon Battle Technique. Second form. Spear and Sword Frenzy. Cold energy enveloped him instantly as Qin Xia spun in the air, his spear and sword striking with lightning speed. The black and white slashes rained down like a storm, with blinding speed, striking the giant's head. As Qin Xia descended, the slashes spread across the giant's entire body. The sound of shattering ice filled the air as countless shards flew in all directions. Qin Xia's exceptional magic combat skills delivered a flurry of high-speed strikes that cut through even a high-level 3rd-tier opponent with ease. In front of the large screen at Immortal A07's mixed martial arts arena, Fang Liyuan clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "That's it. This is your true power, junior brother." Bai Moyang focused intently on every detail of Qin Xia's movements, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Faster, even faster than when he left Immortal. This exceptional magic combat skill shows that he hasn't relaxed his training even during the Jingda competition. At this rate, achieving perfection is just around the corner. On the stage, after completing his gun and sword dance, Qin Xia landed steadily. Despite the Ice Demon Sandstorm Giant's superior overall level, it was shattered by 19 fierce attacks accompanied by gun momentum, causing most of its body to collapse with a splash of water. The deafening roar echoed throughout the venue, and the cheers from the audience erupted like a tidal wave. On the podium, Elder Bai's face was flushed with excitement. "Well done, Qin Xia. Claim this victory, and the title of the first in Longwo will be yours." Jingda's principal, Lu Jingfeng, wiped sweat from his forehead, refusing to concede. "Elder Bai, being the first in Longwo isn't that easy. What's an ice demon sandstorm giant?" Li Muzhen has even stronger tactics. In midair, Li Muzhen watched Qin Xia's power break through once again, his disbelief turning into anger. The pride of being the nation's strongest magic genius was severely challenged. He gritted his teeth. "Qin Xia, if I can't make you concede without utterly defeating you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. As strong as you are, you're still just a warrior. You've already exhausted yourself defeating one ice demon sandstorm giant. But with this downpour and flowing sands, I can summon even more powerful giants." Li Muzhen pointed his magic staff at the ground, and several magic circles lit up in succession. The soaked sands surged towards the magic circles like living creatures, while the rainwater in the sky converged into dozens of water columns, forming 16 colossal ice demon sandstorm giants. They landed with a thud, their crimson eyes lighting up simultaneously as they marched towards Qin Xia. The audience held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Li Muzhen thought this display would terrify Qin Xia, but instead, the excitement on Qin Xia's face only grew. "Why? How can you still be smiling?" he wondered, as the data on the magic detection panel for Qin Xia's abilities began to fluctuate mysteriously once more. The innate ability, 1 against 10, unmatched by thousands, was instantly activated, and Qin Xia felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. His overall strength broke through stage limitations, directly elevating to advanced level 1, with destructive power reaching an astonishing advanced level 3. Qin Xia steadied himself, focusing his energy. In an instant, an aura of advanced level 1 pressure erupted from him, blasting away the rain within a radius of dozens of meters, creating a vacuum zone. The wind howled, sweeping across the stands, causing all the spectators to involuntarily step back a few paces. On the podium, the principal of Jing University, Lu Jingfeng, widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched. How is this possible? He hasn't undergone 3 awakenings. How can his strength reach the advanced level? A satisfied smile appeared on Elder Bai's lips. Why not? Is this power fake? According to Mr. Su, the deputy director of admissions at Magic University, Qin Xia is likely to have awakened the ultra-class ancient war god's heroic soul. Judging it with modern standards is too narrow-minded. On the arena, 16 ice demon sandstorm giants were closing in. Qin Xia remained calm, lightly stretching his joints. It wasn't until the foremost giant swung its fist that he raised his weapon to counter. Ice Flame Unmatched Battle Technique. First form, Unmatched Slash. The destructive power of advanced level 3 combined with the exquisite spear technique far surpassed previous levels. In a flash of black light, the first Ice Demon Sandstorm giant shattered. Qin Xia felt a surge of joy, the thrill of battling at the same level reminding him of past combat experience. Low level against high level was like a dull knife cutting stone, whereas battling at the same level was like a sharp knife slicing through meat. He moved with the speed of the wind, his form like lightning, leaving trails of afterimages with every spear and sword strike. The audience on the stands could only see black and white lights interweaving and flickering. By the time Qin Xia stopped, all 16 Ice Demon Sandstorm Giants were reduced to pieces. Li Muzhen watched this scene, his heart sinking, yet he was unwilling to admit defeat. He pointed his magic staff to the sky, channeling all his magic power, and a massive blue magic circle lit up. In an instant, the raindrops in the air solidified into countless ice needles. In the waiting area of Magic University, Chu Yuxiang exclaimed, "Advanced magic, 9 Heavens Ice Spike?" He's actually using the Li family's secret ice magic. Facing the barrage of ice needles, Qin Xia showed no fear. He concentrated sword energy in his black sword and spear, preparing for a decisive strike. "Qin Xia, I refuse to believe you can withstand this strike," Li Muzhen shouted, directing the countless ice needles to pour down like a silver rainstorm. As the ice needles were about to engulf Qin Xia, a black arc sliced through the air. Ice Flame Unmatched Battle Technique. Sword Technique, Second Form. Roaring Heatwave. The sword energy, derived from the tyrannical heaven blazing sword technique, evaporated all the ice needles in an instant. As Qin Xia's left hand unleashed the sword energy, his right foot stepped back half a step, and his right hand spear was poised, compressing its energy to the limit. His cold gaze locked onto Li Muzhen in midair, and he declared in a deep voice, "Ice Flame Unmatched Battle Technique. Spear Technique First Form. Spear like a dragon." With a furious roar from Qin Xia, a silver dragon suddenly soared from the arena. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the stadium, causing the audience to rise from their seats involuntarily. Li Muzhen's pupils contracted sharply. Faced with the oncoming silver dragon, he immediately waved his magic wand. The wand's tip glowed with a ghostly blue light as tens of thousands of ice needles formed in the air, swarming towards the dragon like a hive of bees. At the moment the dragon collided with the ice needles, the gloomy sky seemed to burst into a giant silver-white firework. The silver dragon tore through, shattering the ice needles completely, scattering shards that traced cold streaks in the air. "Don't come any closer," Li Muzhen shouted in despair, but the dragon was already upon him, filling his entire field of vision. With a thunderous crash, the final silver-white firework exploded in the sky, and frost fluttered down like snow. Li Muzhen landed heavily on the sand of the arena. Although the dragon's force had been mostly dissipated by the ice needles, he still coughed up blood. His limbs were intact, and his consciousness was clear, but he knew he had reached his limit. The clouds parted, and a ray of sunlight touched Li Muzhen's face. He grabbed a handful of sand, revealing a pale smile, his eyes moist. "Damn, it would have been better if I just died from the fall. Even passing out would have been nice." Before he could finish, Qin Xia's figure blocked the sunlight. "Li, you don't seem too badly hurt. Want to continue?" This sentence shattered Li Muzhen's mental defenses completely. You're not even human." "Qin Xia," he choked. "You could use both gun and sword from the start, but you waited until the end. I kept thinking I was so close to winning." By the end, he was crying like a wronged child. The referee hurried over and was stunned by the scene. "Qin Xia, I'm out of magic. I can't fight anymore," Li Muzhen said through his tears. "You win. You're the rightful national champion, the strongest genius." Qin Xia smiled slightly and shook his head. "Li, you gathered so much information about me, yet you never asked Ian about the technique I practice. I wanted to push my limits, not to toy with you, but to break through and become stronger. National champion, strongest genius, those are just small goals for me." He continued, "Even if I beat you, it only means I beat a talented peer. Even if my talent allows me to use the power of a high-level awakener, I'm not truly one yet. This strength is far from enough. I have to keep getting stronger. I must quickly reach high level, then swiftly achieve special level, and then surpass it as soon as possible. Within 4 years, I aim to become the strongest person in the world. Then, I'll meet the people I want to meet and do the things I want to do." As he finished speaking, Li Muzhen saw that the clouds behind Qin Xia had completely cleared, and the brilliant sun hung high in the sky, radiating light. "In 4 years, become the strongest in the world," Li Muzhen murmured, his mind echoing like a giant bell. "I see now. No wonder I lost to you. I was too narrow-minded." Li Muzhen has lost the ability to fight. The winner is Qin Xia from Moda University. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the stands erupted into deafening cheers. Even though students from Jing University were reluctant to accept it, Qin Xia's immense popularity among the girls kept the atmosphere electrifying. Lu Qinghao and Wang Taizhu led the chants of Qin Xia's name, fueling waves of excitement throughout the crowd. Members of the Moda University delegation swarmed onto the stage, lifting Qin Xia high into the air. Laughter and applause echoed around, with every face beaming with the joy of victory. On the podium, the presidents of various universities congratulated Elder Bai, with praises of the first in Longhua echoing around. Elder Bai couldn't stop smiling, while Lu Zhengfeng, the president of Jing University, seemed petrified, his face ashen. The Jing University delegation and Li Muzin's teammates looked downcast, their faces clouded with worry. Lu Xiao gazed up at the scorching sun, reminiscing about the day of the college entrance exam, and sighed softly. I guess I'll try to fall in love first. In front of screen A07 at the combat arena, Fang Liyuan danced with excitement, while Bai Moyang maintained his usual composure, a faint smile playing on his lips. The nation's strongest warrior prodigy, the most talented swordsman, Qin Xia, you've shown the world. Unlike previous years, this year's National College League did not end there. Freshmen still needed to participate in the Legion Battle, and the award ceremony was postponed until after the Legion Battle, to be held at Moda University. That evening, the Moda University delegation hosted a simple celebration banquet. The next morning, buses from the 7 universities departed from the Jing University parking lot, heading towards the military training area at the border of Kyoto and Jinko. This training area was once a small town abandoned after a magical beast invasion, now desolate. To accommodate the Legion Battle, the area was divided into a circle with 7 entrances. Schools were assigned entrances based on league points, and thanks to Qin Xia's outstanding performance, Moda University edged out Jing University to secure entrance number 1. A few hours later, the buses arrived at their destination. As soon as Qin Xia stepped off the bus, he was greeted with enthusiastic cheers from the Moda University freshmen. In their eyes, Qin Xia had become a hero. The Legion Battle would begin in 3 days, allowing each school to hold pre-battle meetings and devise strategies. After lunch that day, all Moda University freshmen gathered on the open ground near entrance number 1. Qin Xia was elected as the commander, standing before 1,000 students. Meeting their expectant gazes, he revealed the strategy he had long prepared. Classmates, my strategy is very simple. I just need 100 cavalry to launch a surprise attack with me, while the rest of you hold down the fort. I guarantee we will win this battle. The moment Qin Xia finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the room. The new students exchanged puzzled glances, clearly not expecting such a straightforward strategy. It seemed almost unbelievably simple. Low murmurs began to ripple through the classroom, but no one dared to openly challenge the plan. At that moment, Chu Yuxiang, standing in the front row, decisively raised his hand. Qin Xia, I disagree with your strategy, he declared with firm resolve. While I'm aware of your exceptional combat skills, your prominence will inevitably make the other 6 academies unite against us. We won't just be facing 1,000 opponents, but potentially a coalition of 5,000. Taking on 5,000 with just 100 is impossible. He paused before continuing. We have 3 days left. We should carefully deliberate over our strategy. For now, you should focus on selecting the command team. The specifics of the strategy can be executed by them later. Qin Xia had anticipated skepticism, but he was prepared with the answer provided by Bai Moyun. A calm smile spread across his face as he surveyed the room. Classmates, I understand this strategy might seem overly simplistic, but if you think it through, you'll see its feasibility, he stated with steady confidence. As Chu Yuxiang pointed out, the enemy will undoubtedly unite against us. We need to defend ourselves vigorously against such a coalition, but merely defending passively would be waiting for death. He elaborated. I'll take only 100 cavalry, so the main base's defenses won't be significantly affected. With my combat prowess and these elite cavalry, we can form a formidable special operations team. Even if we can't defeat the enemy's main force, with me leading, they will suffer heavier losses. I believe that with our charge and your steadfast defense, victory will be ours. His words ignited a fervor among the new students. They envisioned Qin Xia leading a charge into battle, and the classroom erupted in enthusiastic shouts. Those who had been hesitant were swept up in the momentum, joining the chorus of cheers. Turning to Chu Yuxiang, Qin Xia smiled lightly. Chu Yuxiang, your thorough consideration is impressive. I omitted one detail. The responsibility of defending the base will be yours. Now, I appoint you as the deputy commander of the Mo.D regiment. You have full authority to choose the command team without reporting to me. I'll proceed to request war horses and begin training the cavalry. The training of the remaining 900 is entirely in your hands. With your capabilities, you'll undoubtedly forge a strong army. Chu Yuxiang was taken aback by this announcement. He thought, seriously, you're leading with just 100 cavalry and leaving the rest of the 900 to me? Beside him, Long Aoshue couldn't help but chuckle. Good luck, deputy commander. I believe you'll manage the team well. Meanwhile, in a tent at the entrance of Jingda, Li Muzin had gathered the commanders of the 6 other academies, excluding Imoda. They were seated around a round table, ready to discuss their plans. Inside a modest military tent, an urgent meeting with the theme, United We Stand Against Imo University, was underway. Seated around the central long table were the commanders from various top universities. Li Muzin, with a serious expression, leaned on the table and began. Let's get straight to the point. This year's National University League has seen Imo University's strength grow far beyond previous years. Especially Qin Xia's strength is simply off the charts. Each time our 7 universities face Imo University, he defeats us single-handedly. It's a disgrace. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Thankfully, we still have the Legion battle. This is our last chance to redeem ourselves. No matter what others say, we must unite and first take down Imo University. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Boheo, the commander from the military academy, slammed the table, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Exactly. It's absolutely humiliating. We must win this Legion battle, and Qin Xia must be defeated. I propose, Li Muzin's voice echoed in the tent, that each university sends at least half of its members to form a united army. This way, we can gather 5,500 people to directly crush Qin Xia and flatten Imo University's base. The tent erupted with a unified chant. Crush Qin Xia, flatten Imo University's base. Just then, a mocking laugh came from outside the tent. Li Muzin immediately stood up alertly. Who is it? Who's eavesdropping at the door? The tent flap lifted, and Yin Xixiang and Wang Taizhu entered. One carried a large gray sword on his back, and the other wore gauntlets on his arms, their presence instantly heightening the tension in the tent. Yin Xixiang quickly explained, Apologies, Commander. I brought Wang Taizhu because he knows Qin Xia well and might offer some advice. Wang Taizhu, however, openly scoffed. I laugh at your naivety. Are you not humiliated enough? Or will you wait until you lose to Imo University in the Legion battle to regret your lack of planning? Faced with Wang Taizhu's mockery, the commanders were momentarily speechless. Li Muzin retorted angrily. Sending half our forces to attack and leaving the other half to defend is already our limit. What else do you suggest we do? A glint of insight flashed in Wang Taizhu's eyes, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. No one understands Qin Xia better than I do. To defeat him, we must give it our all. The combined strength of the 6 universities shouldn't be just 5,000. But a full 10,000. He quickly approached the table, outlining his plan in detail. I suggest the 6 universities first sign a gentleman's agreement. On the first day, set up a single united camp with all 6 flags raised, defended by 1,000 people. The remaining forces form a 10,000-strong army, departing at dawn on the second day to strike directly at Imo University. On the third day, adhere to the agreement for a truce, each side setting up their own camp again. The final 7 days will be for battles to determine the victor. His words lit up the eyes of everyone present. Li Muzin and Chun Boheo exchanged a look, their eyes gleaming with hope for victory. All right, you're a genius. Li Muzin concluded decisively. We'll go with your plan, a gentleman's agreement, a 10,000-strong army, and we'll flatten Imo University. The 3-day preparation period quickly passed, and finally, the morning of the official entry day arrived. As the first light of dawn broke, freshmen from various universities arrived punctually at their respective entrances by 7:15. Outside entrance 1, the stage, spectator seats, and a giant viewing screen were already set up, and the area was bustling with people. The new students from Magic University stood in neat rows, with military personnel patrolling to maintain order. Leaders from the Ministry of Education, presidents of the 7 major universities, and media reporters were lined up on both sides. Amidst waves of applause, the Northern War Zone commander, Wu Shangwu, dressed in a crisp military uniform, strode up to the podium. Students, I am Wu Shangwu. I am here to discuss the significance of this Legion confrontation from 6 perspectives. Firstly, the frontline situation has become increasingly severe in recent years. His powerful speech resonated across the square. In the audience, Chu Yuxiang was sweating slightly, his gaze constantly drifting towards the training ground. Beside him, Long Aoshua whispered, Qin Xia hasn't arrived yet? If the speech ends and he's not here, are you ready to speak? I haven't prepared anything. Chu Yuxiang replied anxiously, stomping his foot. He told me to gather the team before dawn, saying he wanted to practice a bit more. Who could have guessed he'd still be practicing now? At that moment, on the distant training ground, Qin Xia was immersed in a peak state of training. As he completed the final set of the Ice Flame Unmatched Magic Combat Technique, a system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations! You have perfected the Ice Flame Unmatched Magic Combat Technique. Your strength level has increased to Intermediate Level 8. In an instant, the Ice Flame Unmatched Magic Combat Technique, the Burning Heaven Dominating Sword Technique, and the Cold Abyss Dragon Roar Spear technique seamlessly merged in his mind. Unlike previous breakthroughs, Qin Xia could clearly perceive the optimal responses to various attacks. whether it was the combination of spear and sword or the defense and counterattack with a single weapon. Filled with adrenaline, Qin Xia sensed he was just one step away from reaching intermediate level 9. If he could break through his techniques in the upcoming Legion battle, the opportunity for a third awakening was within reach. However, at that moment, the applause from the podium had ceased, and the host's voice rang out clearly. Next, the final item. Please welcome the commander of the Magic University Legion, Qin Xia, to deliver the pre-battle motivational speech. Standing in the front row, Chu Yuxiang kept his eyes fixed on the direction of the training ground, but he couldn't spot Qin Xia anywhere. Just as he was about to step forward, feeling pale with worry, a warm and firm hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. The formation looks great. Well done, Commander Chu. Chu Yuxiang quickly turned his head to find Qin Xia had somehow appeared beside him, a faint smile on his face. Glad you're here, Long Aoshua chuckled lightly, seeing Chu Yuxiang's stunned expression. Go on, Commander, it's your turn to take the stage. Qin Xia nodded in agreement, swiftly fastening the commander's armband he'd just retrieved from the tent, and strode confidently along the left side of the formation. You mentioned he's been training extra hours at night. Did he have time to prepare a speech? Long Aoshua asked, watching Qin Xia's back with curiosity. Who knows? Chu Yuxiang sighed with relief, as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. With his nerve, improvising is no big deal. Qin Xia walked up to the podium with his head held high, scanning the crowd with a determined gaze. Distinguished leaders, fellow students. I am Qin Xia, the commander of the Mordor University Legion for this intercollegiate competition. My pre-battle speech is simple since this competition simulates a real battlefield. We must show real fighting spirit. Once on the battlefield, no matter which university we're up against, even if we're outnumbered and surrounded, we must dare to draw our swords. In short, when two brave men meet on a narrow path, the one with courage wins. Mordor University will prevail in this competition. As he finished speaking, a powerful aura of intermediate level 8 surged from Qin Xia, igniting the spirits of the Mordor University students. Their unified chants echoed across the training ground. Mordor will win. On the stage, Wu Shangwu watched Qin Xia with satisfaction. The champion of the National Collegiate Tournament, the most promising student of the Jiangbei Military District, certainly stood out from the rest. At precisely 8 o'clock, the gates at each entrance opened, allowing students from each university to march into the simulated battlefield in formation. According to plan, the Mordor University Legion quickly occupied a vantage point on a hill and began setting up their camp. Under Chu Yuxiang's coordination, the mages worked together, using earth and water magic to construct defenses, reinforced with ice magic. The 6 assassin reconnaissance teams, led by Su Feng, had already set out to scout the movements of the other universities. By evening, the camp was fully established. As the sun set, the reconnaissance teams returned one by one, with Su Feng rushing into the command post immediately after dismounting. Commander, bad news. The worst-case scenario has happened. His words instantly heightened the tension in the command post. What is it? Report, Qin Xia asked, his expression serious. We divided into 6 teams to scout the other entrances, and 5 of them were empty. It was only at the mountain next to entrance 4 that we discovered the other 6 universities have set up a joint camp together. They're planning to team up against Mordor. Oh no, if they set up camp together, they won't just form an army of 5,000, but directly a force of 10,000. Chu Yuxiang exclaimed with evident astonishment. The atmosphere in the command post suddenly became tense. Everyone's expressions turned serious because it wasn't just about doubling the numbers. These 10,000 were elite troops carefully selected from the 6 major universities of Longhua. Only Qin Xia remained calm, his eyes instead gleaming with excitement. Isn't that perfect? I aim for the elite, he ordered firmly. Relay my command. Everyone rest well tonight. At dawn tomorrow, a cavalry unit of 100 will launch an attack with me. His words left everyone present in shock. Chu Yuxiang couldn't help but ask, Commander, didn't you say we should launch a surprise attack before? Isn't it better to wait for them to attack and then ambush them from behind? What ambush from behind? I never said that, Qin Xia replied seriously. Listen carefully. When I say surprise attack, I mean a sudden assault from the front. Meanwhile, the camp of the United Army from the 6 schools was fully established, with flags representing each school fluttering in the wind. In the main tent, 6 commanders and their key ally Wang Taizhu sat around a round table. The overall commander of the allied forces, Li Muzhen, stood up and raised his glass. Gentlemen, with this 10th Sand-strong army, we are sure to crush Mo Da. Let's raise our glasses and toast to tomorrow's great victory. On the large screen at entrance number 1, the high-altitude drone footage clearly displayed the battlefield situation. The principals of the 5 major schools and Lu Zhengfeng all wore smug smiles. Mr. Bai, on the battlefield, uniting all forces to eliminate the enemy is also a skill, wouldn't you agree? Lu Zhengfeng asked provocatively. Mr. Bai remained calm. Despite the situation being more severe than expected, he still had full confidence in Qin Xia. Of course, I have no doubts. I just have a slight concern. Old Lu, what if your combined forces can't defeat our Emoda? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? A hint of displeasure flashed across Lu Jingfeng's face, but he quickly regained his smile. Mr. Bai, this is 1,000 against 10,000, a tenfold difference. You should face reality sooner. After all, you're fighting against overwhelming odds. Losing wouldn't be shameful, right? The next morning, as the first rays of the sun peeked over the horizon, 100 fully armed warriors were ready to go, their horses occasionally snorting. Qin Xia stood at the front of the formation, drawing his black sword and pointing it skyward. Cavalry unit, charge with me. With this command, the cavalry let out a thunderous roar, their horses galloping straight toward the Allied army's camp. At 7:15, outside the Allied army's camp, the 10th Sandstrong force was already arrayed. Li Muzin stood at the front, full of vigor. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, a scout rushed forward with a report. Report. 5 kilometers ahead, Qin Xia is personally leading a small unit towards us. Exactly 100 strong, each mounted on a horse, clad in black armor. Upon hearing this, those in the front row immediately burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, small troop? Are you out of your mind? Chen Baihao sneered. Knowing we have an army of 10,000 and still choosing to attack, it's like hitting a stone with an egg. Li Muzin crossed his arms, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Fine, saves us the trouble of finding him. We'll deal with them here, and then slowly level his home base. At that moment, the crowd outside the Gate 1 entrance erupted in astonishment. On the big screen, Qin Xia, clad in a white robe, led the charge on a silver warhorse. Behind him, only 100 cavalry followed, each with eyes full of determination and fearlessness. This small unit was galloping towards the distant army of 10,000. Even Wu Shangwu, the commander of the Northern War Zone, couldn't help but be amazed. Yesterday, he had only thought Qin Xia was brave, but now he saw a seasoned war god, not a trace of the student he once was. At the battlefield's edge, military medical personnel were already in position. According to the rules, non-lethal injuries were treated by student priests, allowing the wounded to continue fighting. However, life-threatening injuries would be handled by military medics, resulting in immediate elimination. As the two armies closed to within 2 kilometers, Li Muzin finally saw Qin Xia's troops emerging with the rising sun. Confirming they truly only numbered 100, his face lit up with joy. Order. Archers ready. Mages in position. Frontline soldiers, charge with me. With a command, the 10,000-strong army shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. Qin Xia looked at the overwhelming enemy forces without a trace of fear, only growing more exhilarated. Releasing the reins, he relied on his horse-riding skill, gripping a black sword in his left hand and a spear in his right, like a great bird spreading its wings. Power from his second awakening surged within him, enveloping him in golden light. He shouted, "Follow me for a 7-and-7 out assault. Leave none of them standing." The 100 behind him, inspired by his presence, shouted in unison, "Charge." As the gap closed to less than a kilometer, the enemy unleashed a barrage of arrows, raining down like a storm. Following were bursts of magic sandstorms, fireballs, ice spikes forming a deadly web. Facing the relentless attack, Qin Xia's invincible prowess activated, his strength soaring to advanced level 3. His dual-wielding talent combined with the silver dragon eye spear pushed his destructive power to advanced level 6. Clenching his legs on the horse, his silver mount leapt into the air. In midair, he swung his spear, forming massive icy rings. With a final thrust, he unleashed the 6th form of his unrivaled ice flame combat technique Dragon Roar 9 Heavens. A thunderous dragon's roar resounded across the battlefield, as icy spear energy surged forward with the wind. Under the overwhelming disparity in destructive power, a path was instantly carved through the densely packed barrage in the sky. Explosions crackled like fireworks, with countless magical effects bursting in the air, resembling a spectacular display of pyrotechnics on the battlefield. The white horse landed steadily, and Qin Xia charged at the forefront. His aura was unstoppable, boosting the morale of the cavalry following him. These riders seemed imbued with an invincible spirit, each letting out earth-shaking shouts. At the front lines of the Allied forces, the terrifying prowess displayed by Qin Xia instilled fear among the troops. Wang Taizhu exaggeratedly screamed, stumbled back a few steps, and fainted on the ground. Li Muzin watched in shock, his gaze shifting from the feigning Wang Taizhu to the terrified faces of the frontline soldiers, finally resting on Qin Xia, who charged like a war god, momentarily losing his composure. "Stay calm, Commander," Yin Qishang shouted in time. "This is Qin Xia. Don't dwell on why he's so strong. Just focus on how to counter this monster. Right? What's there to fear?" Chen Boheo roared. "Treat him as a high-level beast. Can't we, a force of 10,000, take down one beast?" At that moment, a white figure suddenly leaped from the Allied forces. Lin Baiwei, with a valiant presence, hovered midair, her eyes bright as stars locked onto Qin Xia, pulling her bow with all her might. 3 arrows, entwined with spiraling gusts, whistled out. Qin Xia saw Lin Baiwei and smiled knowingly. With a light swing of his spear, an icy crescent slashed through the air, severing the wind-laden arrows. Seeing Lin Baiwei's bold offensive, Li Muzhen suddenly realized. It's precisely because she knows Qin Xia well that she can accept the power gap calmly and fight with the stance of a challenger. This renewed his confidence. Weak or not, a challenge is a challenge. We gathered so many people to take down this powerful beast. He immediately issued orders. Yin Xixiang, Chun Boheo, Li Xing, deploy according to the original strategy. You 3 are responsible for commanding the frontline melee fighters, and at any cost, trap Qin Xia. Just buy me enough time, and once the power of 3,000 mages converges, unleashing the strongest magic, no beast, no matter how strong, can escape death. We will win this battle. The 3 acknowledged the command, and Chun Boheo immediately mounted his horse, issuing a thunderous command. The frontline heavy-armored warriors uniformly raised their shields, with countless spears protruding from the gaps, forming an impenetrable defense line. Meanwhile, Li Muzhen, retreating to the rear, began mobilizing the mages. 1,000 magic wands were raised simultaneously, and as they glowed, the sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. In the far rear, Feng Heli also refused to be outdone, immediately directing 1,000 priests. All priests immediately cast enhancement magic on the army. In an instant, a massive golden magic circle formed above the 10th Sandstrong army, with countless golden streams of light cascading down. The combined forces experienced an instant surge in overall power, advancing by 3 levels, and the warriors were filled with unstoppable momentum. Most novice warriors immediately jumped to level 9, while those who had undergone a second awakening reached at least mid-level 4. Among them, top fighters like Yin Xixiang and Chun Baihao broke through to the peak of mid-level 9. Brothers, prepare to charge. Qin Xia shouted, his voice brimming with battle fervor as the combined forces finally demonstrated their true strength. With his high-level prowess boosting them, all the warriors were invigorated, their weapons gleaming with a cold shine. As the distance between the 2 armies closed to 50 meters, Qin Xia's right hand conjured a dazzling spear aura. Unmatched ice flame demon technique, spear technique first form, spear like a dragon. With a powerful roar, a silver dragon shot forth, blasting open the enemy's seemingly impenetrable shield defense, sending dozens of shield bearers flying. A path was instantly cleared through the massive formation, and the 100-strong cavalry led by Qin Xia charged through like a sharp blade. Wielding a long sword and battle spear in each hand, Qin Xia sent heavily armored enemy soldiers flying into the air. The cavalry followed closely, using this unstoppable momentum to knock down surrounding enemies one by one. The stands outside entrance number 1 were packed, everyone watching in stunned silence. This is impossible. Even with 100-fold difference in strength, how can Qin Xia be so fierce? Murmured Lu Zhengfeng, the principal of Jing University, who had been in charge for 30 years and considered himself well acquainted with countless prodigies, yet had never witnessed such astonishing combat power. Old Bai chuckled proudly. From his first day at school, Qin Xia could fight 1 against 1,000. This type of outnumbered battle is his forte. These words shocked Wu Shangwu in the front row, making him turn back in disbelief. 1 against 1,000 on his first day? Old Bai nodded solemnly. The commander of the Jiangbei military district once said, if Qin Xia is properly trained, he will become a man who can change the battlefield single-handedly. On a hill by the battlefield, Scout Su Feng was dumbfounded. Damn, I actually thought about fighting this monster before. He quickly dispatched a scout. Go report to Commander Chu. Tell him to leave only half the troops at the base, and send the rest to support the main commander quickly. Just then, a sudden downpour turned the battlefield slippery. Hundreds of magical circles lit up within the massive formation, and countless sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, surging towards the cavalry like thorns. Jump the horses to evade, Qin Xia shouted, using his sword aura to shatter the stone spikes around him. Although quick-reacting warriors managed to leap away in time, some still fell along with their horses. In midair, Lu Shao led 100 magicians, their spellbooks glowing with a strange light, all magic wands aimed at Qin Xia's cavalry. Qin Xia, no matter how strong you are, with just these few people, you won't defeat our 10th Sandstrong army today. Qin Xia, unwilling to waste words, swiftly brandished his spear, sending a massive icy crescent slicing through the air. Simultaneously, under Lu Zhao's command, several magicians quickly formed seals and chanted in unison, may the harsh king of sandstorms shield the domain you desire. Let the solid walls manifest here. A dozen sand-colored lights flashed, forming a sturdy magical barrier. Boom. The icy crescent clashed with the wall of sandstorm, creating an earth-shattering explosion, with dust filling the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xia struck the ground precisely with his left-hand sword, sending a dragon-like sword energy sweeping through, shattering the thorny stone spikes while skillfully avoiding his own troops. Everyone, mount up immediately. I'll lead you out, Qin Xia commanded, and the warriors quickly sprang into action, pulling their injured comrades onto their horses. Under Qin Xia's leadership, this elite squad cut through the enemy's massive force like a sharp blade, carving a bloody path. As the dust settled in the sky, Lu Xiao watched Qin Xia's team retreating without any urgency, instead displaying a confident smile. He promptly used a voice amplification spell. All captains, do not pursue. Knowing Qin Xia's character, retreating is merely to relocate the injured cavalry. He will definitely return to the battlefield. Let us wait and see. All teams, adjust your formations and prepare for a second engagement. Chen Baihao watched Qin Xia's retreating figure, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Qin Xia, once Li Muzin's advanced 9th-tier large-scale magic array is set, it will be your demise. Reaching a slope, Qin Xia quickly assessed the casualties. 37 horses lost, 16 warriors fallen. In contrast, their charge had severely damaged nearly 1,000 enemy troops, with over 100 rendered combat ineffective. Such results were achieved at the smallest cost for the greatest victory. Looking at his panting yet spirited subordinates, Qin Xia said with satisfaction, "Comrades, thank you for charging with me. Indeed, the Magic Army Corps is filled with heroes." He paused briefly before continuing. "I intended to charge in and out 7 times with you, but the enemy's tactic of altering the terrain with magic makes it difficult for those who haven't mastered internal energy. Now, return to the camp to recover. I'll handle the rest of the battle." Though reluctant, the group understood they would become a burden to their commander. "Commander, if the enemy is too strong, make sure to retreat in time. We'll come back once we're healed." Facing the concerned gazes of his subordinates, Qin Xia smiled confidently. "Don't worry, if I decide to retreat, they won't be able to trap me." Meanwhile, the scouts sent by Su Feng to report back finally returned to the main base of the Demon Army Corps. "Report," the scout shouted urgently at the entrance of the command post. "Enter," Chu Yuxiang replied in a deep, urgent tone. The scout quickly walked in, and everyone in the command post focused their attention on him. Chu Yuxiang stared at him intently. "What's the situation on the front line?" "Commander Chu," the scout stood straight. "The commander is leading a cavalry charge directly against the 10th Sandstrong Army, breaking through their ranks with unstoppable force. Captain Su suggests that you leave half of our forces to guard the camp, while the rest should immediately go to support the commander and help crush the coalition of the 6 schools." The command post fell silent. Chen Taixio's eyes widened. 100 against 10,000, and still gaining the upper hand? Commander Qin is unbelievable. But, should we really go to support them? With such a small force against a massive army? Chu Yuxiang wasn't worried about the support, but had some concerns. "Are you sure they haven't divided their forces to attack our camp?" The scout shook his head. The coalition was blocked by the commander as soon as they left their camp and were forced to engage on the spot. Captain Su and I saw clearly from the mountain. Their entire force is focused on fighting the commander, with no spare troops to attack us. Chu Yuxiang's worries eased, and he couldn't help but smile at the thought of the massive army being unable to handle Qin Xia. "You self-proclaimed geniuses. Today you'll taste the hardship I once endured." He turned to face the command team. "Chen Taixio, if you don't dare to go, stay here and command the camp. I'll give you 300 men. If something goes wrong, you'll be the #1 culprit of the demon army. Other captains, come with me to support Commander Qin." Meanwhile, in the audience stands outside entrance 1. As people thought Qin Xia had achieved his tactical goal and was preparing to retreat, he suddenly spurred his horse and charged alone from the hillside towards the 10th Sandstrong Army again. Alone? He's daring to charge into the formation on his own? Is he planning to fight 10,000 by himself? Lu Jingfeng, the president of Jing University, stood up in shock. Wu Shangwu excitedly looked at Elder Bai. 1 against 10,000. Is this what you meant by changing the battlefield single-handedly? Elder Bai nodded in surprise. "Honestly, I didn't expect he'd dare to do this. This kid, every time I think I've figured him out, he does something even more unexpected." On the hillside, Qin Xia felt an unprecedented sense of freedom as he charged alone. Initially, he led 100 cavalry to enhance their momentum and clear out minor enemies. But with the complexity introduced by the presence of mages, the cavalry became a burden, difficult to coordinate. Now, facing the regrouping 10th Sandstrong Army, the spirit of Zhao Yun surged within Qin Xia, enveloping him in golden light. He was exhilarated, shouting loudly, "It's just the 10th Sandstrong Army. Watch me leave you with nothing." At the forefront of the massive army, Chen Boheo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched Qin Xia charge back into battle. He shouted sternly, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. All soldiers, raise your weapons and prepare to fight. This time, make sure to pull Qin Xia off his horse." "Yes." The thunderous response echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, a dense shield formation took shape, with gleaming spears protruding between the gaps. Meanwhile, under Lin Baiwei's command, the archers swiftly took their positions, releasing 1,000 arrows that rained down on Qin Xia like a storm. Facing the barrage of arrows, Qin Xia raised his spear in his right hand and spun it rapidly, forming a silver-white tornado barrier. The arrows disintegrated into dust upon contact, unable to hinder his advance. His silver-armored white horse galloped with such speed that it sent water splashing with each step. In the dimly lit surroundings, man, horse, and spear seemed to meld into one, becoming a silver meteor with a frosty trail, charging toward the vast army with thunderous momentum. The closer he got to the enemy, the more Qin Xia's fighting spirit soared. He sheathed the black sword at his waist, gripped his spear with both hands, and swung it, sending a chilling energy in all directions. An icy dragon materialized before him, and with a deafening roar, Qin Xia sliced through the enemy's formation like a sharp blade. The soldiers with large shields in the front row were tossed into the air as if they were mere paper. Even the elite heavy-armored warriors, clad in armor rated B and above, coughed up blood under the impact, their massive shields flying and knocking down fellow soldiers. Qin Xia moved through the ranks, wielding his spear with precision, icy blades striking out in every direction. Even when 4 or 5 men joined forces to resist, they couldn't withstand the power of a single icy blade. In no time, the front line crumbled, leaving at least 500 to 600 men writhing on the ground in agony. The silver-armored white horse reared up among the wounded, letting out a commanding neigh. The scene terrified distant soldiers, causing them to tremble and nearly drop their weapons as they instinctively retreated. Qin Xia surveyed his surroundings with a fierce expression and roared, 1,000 of you come at me, and I'll take on 1,000. 10,000 of you come at me, and I'll take on 10,000. Isn't this massive army supposed to be formidable? Come on. The shout was so powerful that many fell to the ground in fear. Amidst the crowd, Chen Boheo's face darkened as he cursed the ineptitude of his troops for failing to even buy time. He hefted his massive battle axe, spurred his horse forward, and shouted, "Elite warriors of the military academy, raise your weapons and join me in taking down Qin Xia." Before he finished speaking, a coordinated response echoed in reply. Chen Baihao rode his warhorse out from the crowd, followed by a steady stream of military academy warriors. In no time, over 100 elite soldiers in uniform had surrounded Qin Xia from all directions. Qin Xia, last time you humiliated our military academy. Today, we, this group of over 100 elites, are going to teach you a lesson. Chen Baihao declared coldly. This squad of military academy warriors was indeed formidable. As the only institution in the nation focused on training warrior professionals, the strength of each soldier exceeded intermediate level 1. More importantly, they had just been empowered by a large-scale enhancement spell cast by 1,000 priests led by Feng Heli, boosting their abilities to above intermediate level 4, making them the most formidable force within the 10th Sandstrong coalition. Before Chen Baihao even finished speaking, he unleashed the pressure of an intermediate level 9 warrior, his face filled with arrogance. Following him, Ping Tugu wielded a long spear, releasing the pressure of an intermediate level 8 warrior. Instantly, the pressure from over 100 warriors surged across the battlefield like a tidal wave, stirring up fierce winds that forced even distant mages to shield themselves. In the audience, Lu Zhengfeng, the principal of Jing University, marveled. As expected of military academy elites, the resonance of their pressure has reached an advanced level. Yet, Bai Lao chuckled lightly. Mere advanced pressure is nothing to Qin Xia. On his first day at school, even my special level 6 pressure couldn't make him bow. This statement caused a stir in the audience, shocking even the military commander Wu Shangwu with Qin Xia's strength. On the big screen, facing the overwhelming pressure, Qin Xia stood firm and unyielding among the thousands, shielding only the white horse beneath him. He scanned the surroundings and said coldly, "Elites among elites? What a coincidence. I've always said, I fight the elites." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xia suddenly unleashed an advanced level 3 pressure. Instantly, the 100 warriors staggered, with many falling to the ground. Chen Baihao, along with his horse, fell heavily into the muddy water. Damn! Chen Baihao, covered in mud, got up, seething with rage. Damn it! Daring to make me fall in public. Qin Xia, this isn't over. Everyone, attack, and take down his horse first. With that command, dozens of sword and blade winds howled towards Qin Xia, and warriors wielding long spears and halberds surged with fierce momentum. Chen Baihao, with his battle axe raised high, charged forward like a beast shattering the ground. At the critical moment, Qin Xia suddenly leaped into the air, transforming into a silver streak of light. In the eyes of all, he drew the black sword from his waist with his left hand, surrounded by a chilling aura, his body spinning rapidly. Ice Flame unmatched magic combat technique, second form, spear and sword dance. With lightning-fast slashes leaving afterimages, arcs of black and white intertwined in the air. Dozens of ice blades shot out like meteors, rapidly covering the battlefield within a 100-meter radius. These ice blades, possessing the destructive power equivalent to a high-level Tier 6, not only easily sliced through the incoming sword energy, but also charged unimpeded toward the group that had released the sword energy. The military academy warriors at the forefront, armed with spears and halberds, were sent flying dozens of meters as if swept away by an autumn breeze the moment they made contact with the ice blades. Shin Boheo managed to shatter 2 ice blades with his giant axe, only to be pushed back by a third one that followed closely. Even the military academy's top fighter, who cleaved through 1 ice blade with his expert spear skills, was left stunned, unable to advance any further. The demon warriors on the hillside watched in astonishment, finally understanding why their commander had ordered a retreat had been holding back all along. Su Feng, on the mountaintop, was too shocked to speak. What the heck? Is this even a warrior? Not even a mage. Is this outrageous? The cold aura of this glass ice spear is one thing, but what's with this internal energy? What kind of martial arts is this? In the Magician Academy's A07 arena, Feng Liyuan, watching the live broadcast, asked in surprise, "Teacher, isn't this different from how Junior usually practices? How did his speed suddenly increase so much? Has he perfected his skills?" Bai Moyang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he smiled slightly. Indeed, he has perfected it, but there's more. Ordinary cameras can't capture it. This time, he isn't just using basic spear and sword slashes. He's accelerating his own rotation with sword energy and then releasing ice blades with spear energy. The faster he spins, the faster the slashes, and the more ice blades he creates. This combat technique seems more like magic than spear techniques. In the audience outside entrance number 1, the large screen's display left everyone in awe. Over half of the 100 military academy warriors were knocked down by the ice blades, while Qin Xia, after a few elegant aerial flips, gracefully landed back on the silver-armored warhorse, surrounded by a chilling aura, resembling a martial deity. The audience erupted in exclamations of amazement. The military academy's principal clutched his head in despair. These are the elite we've meticulously selected for the competition, and they can't even get close? Military Commander Wu Shangwu was once again astonished by Qin Xia's performance. This was truly a one-man army, sweeping the battlefield with a single strike. Both Elder Bai and Peking University Principal Lu Zhangfeng were left speechless. After careful consideration, Lu Zhangfeng finally found something to critique. Although incredibly strong, how can he sustain combat on a battlefield if he squanders his internal energy like this? After these 100 elites fall, there are still other warriors, archers, and the waiting mage units. The coalition of 6 schools was not a mere rabble relying on sheer numbers for victory. Under the strategic planning of Li Muzin, the commanders from each school had already devised meticulous tactical plans. On the battlefield, Qin Xia rode his silver-armored horse, appearing calm and unshakable, though the truth was he had expended a significant amount of energy by unleashing a barrage of sword energy and 81 icy blades. Exhaustion swept over him, and his heart raced to its limit. Yet his experience of narrowly escaping death multiple times allowed him to remain composed. This deliberate all-out offensive was part of his strategy. Although he could easily defeat his opponents one by one in close combat, due to his superior skills, that approach would not achieve his true Golto break through to perfection in his martial technique during this Ani against Hausen's battle. After his last breakthrough, his internal energy had greatly increased, and this time he intended to use it lavishly, knowing that once he achieved the breakthrough, his power would continuously surge. His recent spectacular strike had stunned the entire battlefield, leaving the army of thousands in a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of labored breathing. Qin Xia expressionlessly sheathed his black sword, a seemingly simple action that exerted immense pressure on the warriors too frightened to advance. The crisp sound of the sword hilt meeting the scabbard sent chills down their spines. Once his heartbeat steadied, Qin Xia provocatively spoke. "Weren't you just saying you'd cut down my horse? If you won't come to me, then let the horse make the first move." With that, he nudged the horse's flank, and the silver-armored steed shot forward like an arrow. Its hooves splashed through puddles, creating sprays of water as it weaved through the soldiers like a white phantom. Qin Xia showed no mercy, swiftly taking down dozens of leaderless military academy warriors with precise strikes. As he prepared to penetrate deeper into the enemy lines, Lu Shao appeared out of thin air with over 100 mages. Together, they conjured several thick sand walls to block his path. "Qin Xia, you think you can crush our army of thousands in one fell swoop? It's not that easy." Lu Zhao's voice barely faded when 2 figures leaped down from the top of the sand walls. One carrying a massive sword was Qin Xia, a disciple of the Feng family. The other, wearing large fist gauntlets, was Li Xing, the champion of the 1v1 boxing tournament. As soon as Qin Xia landed, he swiftly drew the massive gray sword from his back, pointing its sharp blade at Qin Xia. Li Xing followed closely, clenching his fists and pounding his chest, creating a shower of sparks and a deafening crash that echoed across the battlefield. Their eyes gleamed with excitement as a palpable wave of intermediate pressure erupted from within them. The battlefield transformed instantly. Atop the sand wall, 1,000 archers lined up in perfect formation, their arrows aimed at the ground. Lin Baiwei, clad in white battle attire, stood at the center, her bow fully drawn, locking onto Qin Xia. Meanwhile, the mages in the sky chanted in unison, conjuring a massive sandstorm. The swirling sands forced everyone back, quickly clearing a space several hundred meters wide in the center of the battlefield. A young man in a silver robe sat astride a white horse clad in silver armor, proudly standing in the middle of the clearing. Lu Zhao's voice boomed from the sky. Qin Xia, from this moment on, you won't take another step forward. This is where you will meet your defeat. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the mage's incantations began to resonate. May the merciless Frost Lord protect the realm you desire, freezing the land with impenetrable ice, demonstrating the power of frost. Intermediate magic, ice seal for 1,000 miles. With a decisive wave of Lin Baiwei's arm, she commanded, release. Thousands of arrows pierced the air, and the ground instantly froze, cold air encroaching on the silver-armored warhorse. In that critical moment, Qin Xia drew the black sword from his waist, its light cutting through the sky like black lightning. Unparalleled ice flame magic combat technique. Sword style, second move, torrential heat wave. The sword's energy transformed into a scorching wave, shattering the surrounding ice and breaking the arrows mid-flight. In the instant of retreat, Yin Qixiang's giant sword and Li Xing's heavy punch attacked from both sides. I knew the rain of arrows wouldn't work on you, Yin Qixiang said, barely finishing his words before the explosive clash of weapons resounded. Qin Xia deftly blocked with a sword in his left hand and a spear in his right, but the shockwave forced the horse to its knees, blood seeping from its legs. He immediately leaped into the air, his feet unleashing an incredible force that sent both opponents flying over 30 meters. Li Xing fell unconscious on the spot, while Yin Qixiang coughed up blood, struggling to rise. Upon landing, Qin Xia bent down to gently stroke the warhorse, a rare tenderness in his eyes. You've done enough. Now rest. With that, he transformed into a silver streak, appearing instantly before Yin Qixiang. In the sky, Lu Xiao had yet to adjust his magic when Qin Xia's spear, enveloped in a fierce icy glow, slashed down. As the spear moved, raindrops shattered, and with a single strike, he sent Yin Qixiang crashing into the sand wall. The massive impact caused the wall to crack and shake, sending archers tumbling down. Too fast, I thought forcing him off the horse would limit his mobility. The uncanny marksmanship and instantaneous burst of speed were even faster than a horse. Qin Xia's figure transformed into a silver streak across the battlefield, shooting straight into the sky. Not good, the target is us. Lu Zhao's face changed dramatically as he immediately shouted, all magicians, release sandstorm magic defense. Lu Xiao hurriedly began chanting, may the harsh king of the sandstorm shield the realm you wish, let the sturdy high walls now. However, before he could finish the spell, Qin Xia's spear had already carved several massive icy rings in the air. Ice Flame Supreme Battle Technique, Spear Technique 6th Form, Dragon Roar across the sky. A deafening dragon roar echoed across the battlefield, as layers upon layers of icy spear energy surged forth like a breached dam, rushing towards the 100 magicians in the air. The incomplete sand wall was instantly shattered, and Lu Zhao's outstretched arm was severed by the massive impact. The rain curtain in the sky was sliced apart by the spear energy, and the magicians plummeted from the sky like dumplings. Qin Xia did not pause, continuing to wield his spear as he descended, creating a flurry of spear flowers. Icy blades shot out in all directions, blasting the archers on the wall. The carefully arranged defensive formation of the allied forces collapsed in an instant. In the audience stands outside entrance 1, everyone was stunned. Even a multi-class joint attack couldn't trap him, Wu Shangwu marveled. Old Bai, your magic academy has truly nurtured an unparalleled warrior genius this year. Oh, it's just his extraordinary talent, Old Bai responded modestly. My grandnephew Bai Maxiang merely gave him a little guidance. Lu Zhengfeng listened to the praise but only smiled faintly, glancing at the watch on his wrist. He's formidable, but so what? This time is more than enough for Li Muzhen. Meanwhile, on the other side intentionally obscured by Lu Zhao's high walls, Li Muzhen had completed the setup of a high-level 9th tier large-scale magic. 3,000 magicians stood in formation, chanting magic incantations in unison. As Qin Xia landed, only Lin Baiwei remained standing before the towering sand walls. So, are you afraid to hit me? Or just reluctant to? Lin Baiwei smiled sweetly. Then her expression turned serious as she drew her bow aimed at Qin Xia. I'm the captain of the allied forces now, don't hold back. An arrow shot through the rain, heading straight for Qin Xia's face. He remained motionless, merely tilting his head slightly to let the arrow graze past. How is that possible? Lin Baiwei exclaimed in surprise. It's just that the third grandfather is probably watching the live broadcast, and I fear he'd be distressed if he saw you get hurt. Qin Xia replied before swiftly moving like lightning behind Lin Baiwei, knocking her unconscious with a hand chop. After gently placing Lin Baiwei against the wall, Qin Xia blasted through the wall with his spear and strode forward. Just as he crossed the thick sand wall and stepped onto the other side, the ground suddenly lit up with a brilliant blue magical glow. Like a pebble dropping into water and creating ripples, the moment the magical light swept across the ground, the entire world froze before Qin Xia's eyes. The ground, hills, trees, and flowers were all covered with thick, solid ice, and even the raindrops falling from the sky turned into long icicles, piercing the heavens. The biting cold spread all around, and the temperature plummeted to freezing. On the battlefield, 3,000 magicians and a group of priests stationed in the rear formed a wide, icy chasm between themselves and Qin Xia. The screen at entrance number 1 was frosted over, and the audience was left speechless by the scene before them. The Polar Abyss. It's the Li family's secret large-scale battlefield magic. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Once activated, this magic could freeze the air within the battlefield, reshaping everything with ice. Lu Jingfeng, the president of Jing University, was so excited his eyes shone brightly. Li Muzhen is a once-in-a-century genius. To perfectly harness the power of thousands of magicians and control such a vast amount of magic beyond his own capabilities to flawlessly execute the most powerful advanced magic. This is beyond ordinary people, he shouted passionately. Muzhen, show the national audience who truly is the strongest genius in Longhua. Let everyone know that you are the one who will lead people to vanquish all demons in the future. Wu Shangwu was deeply moved, witnessing a match showcasing two geniuses far exceeding expectations, leaving him exhilarated. Although Elder Bai worried for Qin Xia, he knew his disciple would not easily concede defeat. The outcome would only be decided in the final battle. On the battlefield covered in ice, the frigid air almost froze the atmosphere, making oxygen scarce and each breath a struggle. Yet, this oppressive and terrifying magic only fueled Qin Xia's fighting spirit. He believed that if he could overcome this challenge, his skills would surely reach perfection. As Qin Xia advanced, a figure appeared in the sky. Holding a large magic staff, it was the United Army's commander, Li Muzhen. He looked down at Qin Xia with a confident smile, reminiscent of when he clinched the championship in the magician's 1v1 duel. Qin Xia, you arrived just in time. Li Muzhen spread his arms, his voice a mix of excitement and a hint of dramatic flair. Behold, this is the grand stage I built just for you. Before meeting you, I never imagined that the large-scale magic my family uses to combat advanced and special-grade monsters would be used on a freshman. He chuckled lightly, his expression turning serious. But, as Chun Boheo said, you are incredibly strong, strong like a fearsome beast. So, this large-scale magic is perfect to deal with you. Excitement flashed in Qin Xia's eyes as he pointed his spear towards the sky. All right, then give it your all. The two exchanged smiles, and in the next moment, Li Muzhen swung his magic staff, causing the magical light to flare intensely. The cold air that had been slowly floating on the ground suddenly surged, and 10 ice chains burst out of the earth, snaking towards Qin Xia like serpents. Qin Xia spun on his heels, his weapons creating an impenetrable defensive circle that shattered the ice chains on impact. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a counterattack, sending a sharp ice blade directly at Li Muzhen. Li Muzhen raised his arm lightly, and the cold air instantly condensed into a massive shield, effortlessly blocking the attack. A cold smile played on his lips as his magic staff glowed again. If 10 chains can't hold you, how about 100? Before the words had fully left his mouth, a magical brilliance erupted in the sky, and the cold air on the ground boiled. In an instant, 100 ice chains rained down like a storm. Ice Flame Supreme Combat Technique, Second Form, Spear and Sword Dance. Qin Xia leaped into the air, cold air swirling around him. He spun rapidly, his weapons moving with lightning speed, the afterimages of his strikes weaving a web. Black and white arcs sliced through the void, sending dozens of ice blades flying in succession. However, after unleashing 81 slashes, he reached his limit. The remaining ice chains seized the opportunity, and 12 chains instantly ensnared his limbs, dragging him back to the ground. Just as Qin Xia was about to unleash his aura, Li Muzhen's magic staff flashed once more. 36 ice chains shot forward, binding him tightly, leaving only his head and weapons exposed. Even with Qin Xia's advanced third-tier aura, he couldn't shake off these shackles. Qin Xia, it's useless, Li Muzhen said coldly. Even if you break one chain, countless others await. On the battlefield, even beasts below special grade can't escape. Accept defeat, as I did that day. His expression twisted into a snarl, and his magic staff emitted a blinding light. The swirling cold air coalesced into a massive ice dragon, its crimson eyes gleaming, mouth agape, unleashing a roar that shook the battlefield. With a flick of Li Muzin's staff, the ice dragon descended upon Qin Xia with cataclysmic force. Qin Xia struggled with all his might, barely managing to brace his spear and sword in front of him. As the dragon struck, it felt like a mountain crashing down on Qin Xia. His limbs and bones shattered, pain piercing his mind like 1,000 needles. The 36 ice chains shattered, and he was hurled back into a sand wall with tremendous force. The wall crumbled with a thunderous crash. Quick, rescue team, get over there. We must save Qin Xia. Wu Shangwu urgently shouted from the audience outside Gate 1. Lu Jingfeng remained silent, but his eyes betrayed a sense of victory. Old Bai's heart was in his throat. Yet this familiar scene gave him a sense of assurance Qin Xia would rise again, stronger than ever. Beneath the massive chunks of ice and thick layers of sand, in the pitch-black darkness, Qin Xia lay motionless. His entire body emitted faint cracking sounds as blood seeped from various parts, staining the surrounding sand a dark red. The impact from the frost dragon was far more intense than he had anticipated. At this moment, he couldn't tell if it was the weight of the 1,000-pound boulder on his chest making it hard to breathe, or if his entire chest cavity had shattered and his heart and lungs had ceased functioning. As his consciousness began to blur, flashes of memories since entering the academy played through his mind like a carousel. In every battle, no matter how dire the situation, he always managed to avert disaster and emerge victorious. But this time, could he stand up and win again? A crucial thought flickered in his mind, but remained elusive. As his awareness continued to fade, thinking became increasingly difficult, leaving only a profound, bone-chilling cold. Above the ruins, military emergency personnel quickly arrived at the scene. Li Muzin stood on high ground, watching the rescuers move chunks of ice away, his face barely able to conceal his excitement. He eagerly awaited the moment when the rescuers would declare Qin Xia eliminated, ready to fully unleash his inner joy. Just as the emergency team was about to remove the last layer of sand covering Qin Xia, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Chu Yuxiang appeared at the scene, grabbing the shovel from the hands of a rescuer, his face stern as he said, "No need for emergency aid. Our commander doesn't need the military's help. I've brought 50 healers. They'll be here in 5 minutes. We'll handle this ourselves." "Student, 5 minutes is too long. If we miss the critical time for emergency aid," one of the rescuers said urgently. "No, he'll hold on. I know him." Chu Yuxiang interrupted firmly. Seeing this, Li Muzin panicked immediately. "Nonsense. Chu Yuxiang, don't interfere with military rescue. If anything happens to Qin Xia, can you take responsibility?" Chu Yuxiang flared up, quickly chanting a spell. 9 purple sky thunders. With a thunderous crash, purple lightning shot from his hands. Li Muzin hastily conjured an ice shield to block it, shouting angrily. "Chu Yuxiang, do you really think you're all that? Once they're done rescuing, I'll deal with you." "Li Muzin, stop pretending to be the good guy." Chu Yuxiang sneered, unleashing another bolt of lightning. "You're just scared Qin Xia will stand up again, aren't you? You've even used your family's large-scale territorial magic, yet you're still such a coward. Pathetic." This remark completely infuriated Li Muzin, his face turning red with rage. "Chu Yuxiang, you're talking nonsense." Li Muzin sneered, looking down at the ground. "Even if he stands up again, so what? With such severe injuries, do you really think the few dozen intermediate healers you brought can cure him? Even if he can barely fight, he won't withstand my next attack." Chu Yuxiang clenched his fists, seething with anger. "You're the one talking nonsense. You fought him before." Before he could finish, a military medic hurried over and interrupted him. "Student, now is not the time for arguing. I can only give you 30 seconds. If you can't prove Qin Xia is out of danger, we have to start the rescue immediately." Chu Yuxiang ignored Li Muzin and grabbed the shovel from the medic, frantically digging into the sandy ground. "Get up, Qin Xia," he shouted as he dug. "You're the one who defeated me, Chu Yuxiang. I refuse to believe you'd fall so easily here." With each shovelful, the deathly stillness from underground weighed on Chu Yuxiang's heart. The military medic was already counting down the last 10 seconds. The sand remained motionless, with no sign of Qin Xia. Just as the countdown entered its final 5 seconds, and despair nearly overwhelmed Chu Yuxiang, a sharp female voice suddenly called out from behind a sand wall. "Qin Xia, didn't you say she had no choice, so you had to choose?" No one present understood the meaning of these words, except Lin Baiwei, who knew exactly what they meant to Qin Xia. Beneath the dark sand, Qin Xia's fading consciousness caught the word she. In that instant, a cute face appeared in his mind, bringing with it the reason he had always insisted on winning. "Yes, she has no choice, so I must choose." Qin Xia's awareness sharpened. "Linger, don't worry, I will never give up. I can do this." At that moment, a notification flashed before him. "Congratulations. You have perfected the first volume of the 100 Battles to Saint technique. Your power level has increased to intermediate tier 9. A surge of formidable energy erupted within him, flooding his exhausted organs and limbs like a breached dam. His blood surged, and his cold body regained warmth. Above ground, Lin Baiwei's words left everyone stunned. Just as the medic heard the stopwatch beep and prepared to initiate the rescue, the ground suddenly trembled. At that moment, in the MO University A07 arena, Fang Liyuan held his breath, staring at the live broadcast with dread. Bai Moi also wore a grave expression until he noticed the rainwater on the ground in the broadcast quiver strangely. Liyuan, you don't need to worry anymore, Bai Moi said softly. Your junior has once again surpassed his limits. Unlike the previous encounters where Qin Xia was first injured by the mid-level Purple Lightning 9 strikes, and then severely wounded by the advanced Purple Lightning Dragon, this time the ambush by the Ice Dragon was completely unexpected. The advanced level 9 Ice Dragon was vastly superior to Qin Xia's level 3 physique. At the moment of impact, the sound of Qin Xia's bones breaking echoed sharply, and his internal organs were almost crushed. If it weren't for the extraordinary willpower he had honed in previous life-and-death situations, along with the physique enhancement effects of his 100 battles to Saint cultivation method, he might have perished on the spot. Under such severe injuries, even his innate ability, the Undying Dragon's Might, couldn't activate immediately. However, as his cultivation method reached perfection, Qin Xia's fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. The surge of inner power and the revival of vitality finally broke the shackles of death. The effects of the Undying Dragon's Might were then triggered, revealing its astonishing regenerative abilities. Within just 10 seconds, his shattered organs rapidly healed, his heartbeat regained strength, and his breathing became steady. Broken bones writhed like snakes to reconnect, weakened muscles regained vigor, and sensation returned to every part of his body. Inner power and vitality surged through his meridians, flooding his entire being with an unending wave of strength. The excruciating pain faded, his consciousness became clearer, and his fighting spirit soared. Qin Xia's strength leaped directly to level 6, with his destructive power reaching the terrifying level of 9. The slight tremor in the ground lasted only a moment, but it was enough for Lin Baiwei and Chu Yuxiang to sense that Qin Xia was about to awaken. Their eyes were fixed on the mound of sand, their anticipation palpable. Just as military medics were about to move Chu Yuxiang, the ground shook violently. The pressure of level 6 exploded, and the sand scattered like a volcanic eruption. Qin Xia emerged, wielding a sword and spear, enveloped in a faint golden glow, exuding a chilling aura like a war god descending. The audience was once again stunned. Wu Shangwu's eyes gleamed, seeing hope for the Dragon Nation to vanquish the myriad demons. Elder Bai excitedly shouted, "Well done, Qin Xia. This is how the strongest genius of our magic university should be." Although Lu Zhengfeng, the president of Jing University, appeared skeptical, he still forced himself to say, "The Polar Abyss Grand Formation is still intact, with 3,000 magicians' power continuously flowing. If he can't be defeated once, then strike a second or third time." In the A07 arena of Magic University, Fang Liyuan jumped up excitedly to cheer for his junior, while Bai Moyang maintained his usual calm smile. It seems that once your junior brother returns, you can head directly to the 8 Harmonies Peak for the third awakening. In the courtyard of the Lin family's great-grandfather, several elders were intently watching the screen, observing Qin Xia's resurgence. Everyone praised the third great-grandfather for his keen insight, but he calmly replied, "It's not about having a good eye. I just saw a reflection of an indomitable spirit from someone I once knew." Beside the battlefield ruins, Chu Yuxiang's face was filled with shock and excitement. "This is the real Qin Xia," he exclaimed, clenching his fists. "Someone who can beat me, Chu Yuxiang, wouldn't fall so easily." Nearby, Lin Baiwei smiled with relief, tears glistening in her eyes. High above, Li Muzhen was terrified, his voice trembling. "Impossible. That's a high-level 9-tier destructive spell, strong enough to pulverize beasts below the special grade. How could he withstand it?" Emergency personnel stared wide-eyed at the data, incredulous. This is a medical miracle. Not only has he healed, but his physique has become stronger. Only then did Li Muzhen notice that Qin Xia's comprehensive strength had risen to high-level tier 6 on the magic detection panel. Qin Xia took a deep breath to calm the turbulent energy within him and turned to Lin Baiwei. "Thank you, Miss Baiwei, for the reminder. I'll never forget this lesson." He then nodded to Chu Yuxiang. "Commander Chu, I heard your support. As the lead commander, I won't fall easily." Just as they were about to respond, Li Muzhen's enraged voice echoed from the sky. "Lin Baiwei, as the captain of the United Army, why did you save Qin Xia?" Leaning against a female medic, Lin Baiwei replied nonchalantly, "I was hit in the head and lost my combat ability, so I'm no longer your captain. From the moment I stepped out, I was just Lin Baiwei of the Lin family. Qin Xia is an apprentice of the Lin family. What's wrong with helping him?" Before the words finished, Qin Xia suddenly shattered the ground beneath him, transforming into a silver streak shooting skyward. Li Muzhen's hastily formed ice shield was punched through before it could solidify, a heavy blow landing squarely on his face. With the sound of teeth breaking, Li Muzin flew over 50 meters like a kite with a broken string. Mind your words, Qin Xia said sharply, or I'll make sure you can't speak. The crowd was stunned by the scene, and Chu Yuxiang exclaimed, such speed. Could it be over with just one punch? Not that easy, Qin Xia replied calmly. There's still someone else standing. Amidst the spreading cold, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clashing, a figure holding a monk's staff slowly emerged. It was Feng Heli, captain of the United Army's priest battalion. Commander Qin, you're still as strong as ever, Feng Heli said in a deep voice, but my 1,000 priest brothers in the United Army will never let our commander fall. Feng Heli softly chanted magical incantations, his staff tracing a graceful arc through the air, and in an instant, a golden halo appeared behind him. He aimed the staff at the fallen Li Muzin, and a gentle golden light streamed out, enveloping Li Muzin. A miraculous scene unfolded. Li Muzin's twisted features began to heal visibly, and the gruesome wounds on his body closed rapidly. Soon, he struggled to his feet, spat a mouthful of thick blood onto the ground, his eyes burning with a fierce glow. Qin Xia, just you wait. Li Muzin snarled through gritted teeth. 3,000 mages, 1,000 priests, and thousands more from other professions. Let's see how you withstand this. Chu Yuxiang smirked coldly, pointing at Li Muzin. Do you think you're the only one with an army? Before he finished speaking, a unified shout arose from behind Qin Xia. Commander, the cavalry unit swears to fight to the death with you. Next, from the sand wall, dozens of assassins led by Su Feng leapt down with the agility of cats, their voices booming. Commander, we're here to assist you. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from afar. Long Aoshue, wielding a large blade, led hundreds of soldiers from the Demon Army Corps, charging out from behind the sand wall. Commander, the main force of the Demon Army Corps is here to support. Chu Yuxiang turned to Qin Xia, brimming with confidence. Commander, aside from essential camp guards, this is the entire fighting force of the Demon Army Corps. Today, we will decisively crush the allied army of the 6 schools. Good. Qin Xia's eyes blazed with determination as he turned to face the high-spirited students of the Demon City. Demon Army Corps, heed my command. I'll handle the enemy commander personally. Your target is their main forces at the rear. Draw your swords and launch an all-out attack with me. The Demon Army Corps erupted into a deafening roar, each member's eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Qin Xia turned to Chu Yuxiang. I'll leave them to you. Understood. Chu Yuxiang responded firmly. Demon Army Corps, all units, charge. With Qin Xia's command, hundreds of warriors launched a fierce assault forward. Lin Baiwei stood by the crumbling sand wall, watching Qin Xia's heroic figure. She smiled softly and turned to leave with the medics. Meanwhile, seeing the formidable approach of the Demon Army Corps, Li Muzin's face twisted with malice. Do you think a bunch of low and mid-level fighters can break through the Li family's Arctic Abyss formation? He sneered, quickly retreating with flight magic. In midair, Li Muzin raised his magic staff, and in an instant, a surge of cold air coalesced into a gigantic ice dragon. The beast's eyes glowed blood red as it roared thunderously, exuding an awe-inspiring might. With a force that could destroy the heavens, Qin Xia charged towards the demon army. In the sky, Chu Yuxiang immediately began chanting a spell, and the once pitch-black night was instantly torn apart by purple lightning. Commander Chu, focus your magic on those in the distance. Qin Xia shouted over his shoulder. I told you, their leader is mine to handle. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qin Xia had already launched himself towards the massive ice dragon. His legs exploded with power, shattering the ice beneath him, and he shot into the sky like an arrow, reaching the dragon in an instant. Qin Xia, Chu Yuxiang's terrified shout echoed across the battlefield. At that moment, everyone from the students on the battlefield to those watching through screens and live broadcasts stared in shock, eyes wide. No one had expected that Qin Xia, who had been nearly crushed by the ice dragon moments earlier, would make such an astonishing move. But Qin Xia was confident. As a fellow high-level 9th tier warrior, he believed his spear technique had superior armor-piercing ability. This battle would be his victory. With a face like a god of war, his immense inner strength surged through his arms, wrapping his dual-wielded weapons in a tangible, heavy, and sharp aura. Ice Flame Peerless Demon Battle Technique. First form, Peerless Slash. In the blink of an eye, the black and white slashes tore through the ice dragon's abyssal maw. The silver streak continued deep into the dragon's body. Accompanied by the shattering sound of ice and Qin Xia's roar, black light and icy glints flashed incessantly. All eyes watched as Qin Xia's weapons danced like lightning, leaving countless afterimages, and effortlessly shattered the massive ice dragon from head to tail. At the entrance of Gate 1, the audience fell to their knees in disbelief. No, it can't be. That's a high-level 9th tier ice dragon, stammered Lu Jingfeng, the principal of Jing University. Bai Lao was equally overwhelmed with excitement. Qin Xia is the strongest genius of the Dragon Nation. He will lead us to vanquish all demons. The news spread like a storm. In the Lin family courtyard in Zhongbei province, several elders were astounded. The eldest elder exclaimed excitedly, "Old third, giving Qin Xia that glass battle robe was truly worth it. From now on, the world will know that the strongest genius of the Dragon Nation is our Lin family disciple, Qin Xia." The Magic University campus was in an uproar. In the A07 arena, Fang Liyuan and all the students were exhilarated by this earth-shattering battle. Bai Moyong smiled triumphantly. "Qin Xia, now the world knows that the mightiest warrior has emerged." On the battlefield, the students of the demon army gazed at the figure standing amidst the shattered ice, like a god of war descended, and erupted into thunderous cheers. "Understood, Commander," Chu Yuxiang shouted in response, raising his hand to point at the thousands in the distance. Instantly, the sky was filled with purple lightning, writhing like serpents and churning the heavy clouds. The might of the thunder god shakes the vast universe. The sound of thunder fills the sky, an embodiment of descending fury. The one who overturns the heavens is the thunder dragon of the purple sky, under the command of the god. Chu Yuxiang's magical gloves gleamed with the purple light of 5 thunder gems. Behind him, 300 mages raised their wands, channeling a continuous flow of magic like a stream. At this moment, may the thunder dragon descend and reveal the power to obliterate all obstacles. Advanced magic, purple sky, thunder dragon break. As the incantation concluded, the sky changed dramatically. Dark clouds churned, purple lightning intertwined, and a massive vortex storm formed high above. In an instant, a colossal dragon, composed purely of thunder and lightning, roared into existence, its deafening cry echoing across the sky. "Purple sky thunder dragon, crush them." At Chu Yuxiang's command, the dragon dove downwards. In midair, Li Muzin's face twisted with determination as he prepared to summon an ice shield for defense, only to see Qin Xia charging towards him again. "Commanderly, as I said, your opponent is me." Qin Xia, with a face like a fierce warrior, forced Li Muzin to redirect his defense, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike. Witnessing this, Fang Heli was alarmed, realizing that he had to rely on himself. "All priests, lend me your magic." Over 1,000 priests responded immediately, their golden magic converging like shooting stars. Mother of golden radiance, whose love fills the vast universe. The scenery of all things is a gift of holy power. Guardian of the cosmos, the Holy Mother builds the barrier of stars. At this moment, may the star walls rise high to protect all living beings. Advanced magic, starry sanctuary. Starlight wove into a network, forming a massive protective court. Yet at this critical moment, a crimson light pierced through the clouds. Su Feng, like an arrow shot from a bow, attacked swiftly, slicing through Fang Heli's tendons with sharp blades. As the magic staff fell, the starry sanctuary collapsed. The unstoppable purple sky thunder dragon smashed through the still dissipating starlight barrier. The front line of the allied forces, over 1,000 strong, was instantly propelled into the air, their screams echoing. Just as they were about to hit the ground, a figure wreathed in flames, leaving a trail of fire, darted through the crowd at an astonishing speed. "Charge, cavalry unit!" Long Aoshue shouted, brandishing a flaming blade and pointing towards the dense formation of 3,000 mages in the distance. The elite cavalry behind him erupted in a thunderous roar, their fighting spirit reaching its peak, as the unit that once created miracles against the odds with Qin Xia now prepared to charge. On the opposite side, the 3,000 mages and 1,000 priests watched in terror as the purple thunder dragon sent people flying into the sky, and the cavalry advanced like an unstoppable force. Fear rapidly spread through their ranks, causing many to tremble. High above, Qin Xia had just shattered Li Muzin's ice shield. Seeing his opponent fleeing upward, he immediately swung his spear, using the fierce cold winds to propel himself in pursuit. In his panic, Li Muzin waved his magic staff, causing 100 icy chains to erupt from the ground, snaking towards Qin Xia like venomous serpents. But just as the chains were about to reach Qin Xia, Long Aoshue and his cavalry pierced the mage's formation like a sharp blade. The fewer than 100 cavalrymen demonstrated overwhelming power, causing the 3,000 mages to collapse and scatter in an instant. Without magical support, the polar abyss spell crumbled. The ice on the ground cracked, and the icy chains in midair shattered, turning into a shower of ice shards. Li Muzin looked at the scene before him: shattered ice, a defeated army, and Qin Xia closing in and finally broke down. He let out a desperate wail. "Stay away from me." This time, Qin Xia showed no mercy. "If you don't want to die, defend yourself with everything you've got," he shouted, swinging his spear to stir the chaotic cold air. Massive icy rings formed in the sky, spinning, and ultimately forming a towering ice tornado that even sucked up the broken ice from the ground. In the spectator area outside Gate 1, Wu Shangwu grabbed a communicator. "Emergency team, move now. You must catch Li Muzin before he hits the ground to prevent further injury. Healing magic should be applied the moment he gets hurt." Should we use a light shield to protect him? The emergency personnel asked in fear. No, this is a real battle simulation. He must endure it himself, just like Qin Xia did before. Jing University President Lu Zhengfeng watched in despair, slumping into his chair. The presidents of the other 6 major universities also looked on in shock, their expressions grim. In the sky, faced with the massive ice tornado, Li Muzin was scared out of his wits. He used all his magic power to cast several intermediate-level, 9th-tier light shield spells around himself. Ice Flame Supreme Battle Technique, Spear Technique 6th Form, Dragon Roars to the Sky. Accompanied by Qin Xia's roar, an ear-splitting dragon's roar echoed across the sky. He swung his spear fiercely, and the devastating ice tornado swept towards Li Muzin. Multiple layers of mid-level 9th-tier magic shields shattered instantly under the impact of the ice tornado, scattering like shards of glass. Li Muzin's body was torn apart by the immense force, with blood gushing from his 7 orifices. As his consciousness faded, his heart filled with endless bitterness. I'm sorry, comrades of the United Army. I couldn't even force Qin Xia to use his full strength. The ice tornado raged across the sky, dispelling the dark clouds and allowing the sunset's glow to shine through. The military's emergency medical team, pale-faced, scrambled to cast healing spells together, barely preserving the last vestiges of Li Muzin's life. Yet, the healing light that soared into the sky also mercilessly announced a fact: the commander of the 6th School United Army, Li Muzin, was officially eliminated. The mages and priests of the United Army watched as their last hope was completely extinguished. Their formation, already disrupted by Long Aoshue and others, collapsed instantly, and the addition of Chu Yuxiang's Magic Academy mages only hastened the defeat. As Qin Xia descended from the sky and walked leisurely towards the United Army's camp, the ground was already littered with the wounded. This was the first time a Legion battle had been fought, and the military was clearly unprepared for such a brutal scene. The emergency personnel on site were severely insufficient and had to urgently call for reinforcements. Qin Xia approached like a triumphant ruler, with pride shining in Chu Yuxiang's eyes. Su Feng, Long Aoshue, the cavalry soldiers, and all the supporting students wore expressions of pride. Reporting to the commander, the Magic Academy's corps, with less than 700 soldiers, has completely annihilated the remaining 5,000 plus of the 6th School United Army. Qin Xia proudly surveyed everyone, raising his black sword high. Excellent. You are truly the warriors of our Magic Academy Corps, each one a hero. Now, join me in crushing their camp, cutting down their banners, and declaring to the entire nation victory belongs to the Magic Academy Corps. As his words echoed, thunderous cheers resounded across the battlefield. Bathed in the sunset's glow, the Magic Corps advanced mightily, breaking through the United Army's camp. When Qin Xia cut down the 6 towering flagpoles with a single stroke, the Tindui Plan 7 School United Army confrontation ended on the first day. Just then, Wang Taizhu awoke from his unconsciousness and struggled to his feet. Staring at the massive crater on the other side of the sand wall created by the ice tornado, he couldn't help but mutter, "Feng Ji, I told you before. Me fighting Qin Xia? Don't be ridiculous." Outside Gate 1, the principals of the 6 major schools looked ashen. In contrast, Wu Shangwu was visibly pleased. To him, victory or defeat was not the key issue. What mattered was the strength each school displayed during this Legion battle. Fellow principals, please don't obsess over victory or defeat, but focus on the true significance of this Legion battle, Wu Shangwu said seriously. As we all know, frontline pressure has increased dramatically in recent years, and the news has reported that the demon race has begun secretly infiltrating various cities, bringing the situation to a critical point. Although the outcome of this Legion battle was unexpected, discovering an extraordinary warrior genius like Qin Xia is already a huge success. With those words, Wu Shangwu rose from the audience, walking steadily towards the podium. He surveyed the entire hall, his gaze passing over the live audience and then the broadcasting cameras, before solemnly declaring, "I announce that the champion of the first National College Legion competition is the Modu Awakener University Legion." Thunderous applause erupted, reverberating throughout the venue. In the audience, Bai Lao stood with pride etched on his face, vigorously applauding for Qin Xia and all the students of the Modu Legion. Meanwhile, back at Modu University, the campus was in an uproar. Fang Liyuan led a throng of students running through the streets, loudly cheering Qin Xia's name. Bai Moyong watched it all, his eyes alight with anticipation, already imagining how powerful Qin Xia would become after his third awakening. 7 days later, on a sunny morning, the Beijing University Open-Air Stadium was bathed in sunlight. The National College League's first-year award ceremony was being held grandly here. Beijing University's president, Lu Zhengfeng, squeezed out a reluctant smile, perfunctorily reciting the opening remarks before stepping aside to stand next to a row of gleaming medals. As the individual champions of various professions came up one by one to receive their awards, the atmosphere grew increasingly electric. When the host announced, Please welcome the warrior profession champion, Qin Xia, to the stage to receive his award. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Qin Xia ascended the podium, accepting the medal and certificate from Lu Zhengfeng. Turning to face the audience, he spotted Zhou Linger amidst the sea of faces. She stood there, her eyes sparkling with tears of joy, a gentle smile on her lips, her hands waving fervently as if trying to convey all her love and encouragement to him. Linger, I did it. I'm the national champion now. Qin Xia silently said to himself. Just as he was about to step down, a staff member stopped him, saying, Qin Xia, please wait over there. You'll be called back up shortly. Before the words had fully left their mouth, the host was already announcing, please welcome the team champions of the round-robin battle, all members of the modded team, to the stage to receive their awards. Chu Yuxiang, Chen Taixiu, Su Feng, and Long Aoshua joined Qin Xia on stage, accepting the team honor certificates and medals from Lu Zhengfeng, whose expression remained stiff. During the speech segment, an emotional Chen Taixiu grabbed the microphone. First, I want to thank my mom. You said that choosing wisely is more important than working hard, and you were so right. If I hadn't chosen Moda University, how could I have latched onto Captain Qin Xia's strong coattails? Mom, even though it seems like I didn't do much, I'm finally a champion. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Captain Qin Xia. Thank you, everyone. We are champions. Amidst the laughter, as the Modu team stepped down, Qin Xia was called back once more. The host announced loudly, please welcome the Legion battle-winning Legion, Modu Legion Commander, Qin Xia, to the stage to receive the award. Under the gaze of all present, Qin Xia lifted the shining trophy high, and the crowd erupted once more. As Qin Xia was about to leave, a voice called from behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see military commander Wu Shangwu. Qin Xia, you've got the medals and the trophy. Now come with me to collect your prize. After Wu Shangwu instructed his subordinates to hand over Qin Xia's award certificate to the delegation from Moda, he drove a military jeep with Qin Xia away from Jing University. The vehicle sped along the highway for about 2 hours before finally entering a heavily guarded military base. After undergoing multiple layers of identity verification, the jeep was finally granted passage. Once Qin Xia got out of the car, a massive, unadorned yet heavily fortified factory appeared before him. A plaque by the entrance displayed the words Dragon Nation Armory in bold, flowing script. This place, which had only existed in urban legends in Qin Xia's memory, was now a reality before his eyes. Qin Xia, Wu Shangwu turned to explain. Normally, champions of the National University League can only select from a limited range of grade weapons provided by the military. But you're different. Your achievements as the warrior class champion, the gauntlet match champion, and the victorious army leader allowed me to make a special request to the national leaders. Today, you can choose any grade weapon from the entire armory, regardless of its value or rarity, even if it's a one-of-a-faken treasure in Dragon Nation. Wu Shangwu's gaze fell on the black sword at Qin Xia's waist, and he smiled. Your current sword can't withstand cutting a few more high-level 9th grade ice dragons. Come, let me help you choose the finest long sword in Dragon Nation. Hearing this, Qin Xia was overjoyed and immediately saluted Wu Shangwu in gratitude. Soon, they arrived at the grade longsword section. Despite Dragon Nation's vast resources, materials for crafting grade weapons were extremely scarce, not to mention that the weapons here were the top-tier grade. The spacious exhibition hall displayed only a dozen or so long swords. Major Su quickly approached as they entered, jogging over to greet them. Commander Wu. After Wu Shangwu nodded, he turned to Qin Xia. Student Qin Xia, may I know which swordsmanship you practice? I can then recommend the most suitable sword for you. The Burning Sky Dominance swordsmanship taught by Master Bai Moyan. Major Su was taken aback. Ah, the Burning Sky Dominance seat sounds formidable, certainly befitting the sword master Bai Moyan. He promptly retrieved 2 long swords from the display and placed them on the table. Since it's the Burning Sky Dominance, these 2 long swords with innate fire magic attributes are the most compatible. Major Su unsheathed one of the swords, revealing a blade with interwoven black and white patterns, as white as snow and as black as coal, entwined like flames with an extraordinary aura. This sword is called the Tianqi Flame Emperor, forged from the volcanic lava of Mount Taibai's Tianqi. This material is not only indestructible, but also resistant to ordinary flames, and it contains millennia-old fire magic. As Major Su spoke, he stepped back a few paces and slightly exerted pressure, causing the black patterns to ignite in a fierce blaze spiraling up the blade. After a brief demonstration, he gently placed the Tianqi Yanhuang sword back on the table. Then he picked up another sword and slowly drew it out, its blade immediately emitting a dazzling fiery red glow. Scorching white steam rose continuously from the blade, as if it could distort the surrounding air. This sword is called the Qian Lichun, and it's crafted from the Wangri stone found on Mount Taiyue, Major Su explained. Wangri stone has absorbed sunlight for a millennium, concentrating heat within it. It's rarer and more challenging to forge than Tianqi's volcanic lava. With just a bit of pressure, it releases its intense heat energy. As he spoke, Major Su stepped back a few paces and gently applied pressure. The blade turned a molten red, resembling flowing lava, exuding a heart-pounding heat. Qin Xia, both of these swords can significantly enhance your burning heaven dominance sword technique. Qin Xia nodded silently, lost in thought. Both swords were indeed exceptional, yet he felt something was amiss. Noticing Qin Xia's hesitation, Wu Shangwu chuckled softly, intending to offer some guidance. The Tianqi Yanhuang sword comes with innate fire magic, expanding your attack range. The Qian Lichen sword, although it can't directly ignite, has a higher temperature and is more destructive in close combat. Seeing Qin Xia still in contemplation, Major Su quickly added, "You just need to decide whether you want to enhance close combat destructiveness or increase the range of fire release." Qin Xia slowly raised his head and calmly uttered a shocking statement. "What if I want them both?" As Wu Shangwu and Major Su looked on in shock, Qin Xia continued, "Major Su, I've been thinking. You mentioned that Tianqi's volcanic lava is extremely tough and that regular flames can't destroy it, and Wangri stone is even harder to forge. So how were these two swords actually made?" This question also startled Wu Shangwu. "Yeah, Major Su, if regular flames don't work, how were they forged? Was it some special technique?" After the initial shock, Major Su quickly regained his composure. "No need to check, I'm quite certain. Both of these weapons were forged using eternal ember flames. This magical fire comes from ember stones, and by simultaneously infusing magic and inner strength, it can produce flames hot enough to melt these materials. However, due to the immense energy consumption, it's typically reserved for master craftsmen forging special weapons and not directly made into weapons." Qin Xia thoughtfully nodded, then made an unexpected request. "Commander, you mentioned I could choose any weapon today, no matter how rare or precious. Could I choose one crafted from ember stone?" Wu Shangwu's eyes briefly showed a flash of surprise, which quickly turned into excitement and anticipation. Just as he was about to speak, Major Su interrupted, his face etched with evident concern. "Qin Xia, have you really thought this through? The eternal blaze ember is indeed extraordinary, but its magic consumption is extremely high. Even though you've awakened as a magic swordsman 3 times, your magic reserves are far from a mage's, and you won't be able to sustain the ember stone's continuous consumption. Once your magic is depleted, this sword is even less practical than the Tianqi Flame Sword and the Blazing Rift Sword." Qin Xia listened quietly to Major Su's analysis. He understood these concerns, but with a sword in front of him that could surpass ordinary glass weapons, how could he give up so easily due to worries about insufficient magic? Even though the new profession after the Third Awakening was still an unknown, this was the path he had always taken. From the initial awakening of Zhao Yun's heroic soul, he would seize even the slightest hope without hesitation. Even in the worst-case scenario where the magic from the Third Awakening was insufficient, he still had the opportunity for a Fourth Awakening. This super-class weapon was the only one suitable for him. He would not choose to settle for less just because it might not be immediately useful. Moreover, having already broken convention with a hidden profession in the Second Awakening, the Third Awakening was bound to surpass the level of an ordinary magic swordsman. "Yes, I've thought it through," Qin Xia said with determination, looking firmly at Wu Shangwu and nodding solemnly. "Commander Wu, I may not be able to provide a reason that convinces everyone, but I believe in my hidden profession." Major Su wanted to say more, but Wu Shangwu raised his hand to interrupt him. "Major Su, Qin Xia is the top talent I've seen in my decades of military service. I choose to trust his judgment." With that, Wu Shangwu took Qin Xia away from the Dragon Kingdom's armory, driving for nearly 2 hours to Longyuan forging facility. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary factory, but inside, it was an endless expanse of storerooms, bustling with numerous craftsmen at work. As soon as Master Craftsman Director Chiu saw the two disembark from the car, he hurried over to greet them. After a formal salute, he got straight to the point. Forging a longsword with ember stone isn't entirely impossible, but the material is extremely unique. It possesses glass strength on its own and cannot be forged with flame. We can only select suitable natural raw stones and use diamond tools for slow processing. The production loss is equivalent to 10 glass weapons. At this point, Director Chiu's voice trailed off, looking at Wu Shangwu with difficulty. This staggering loss took Qin Xia by surprise, but before he could worry, Wu Shangwu calmly made the decision. "Don't worry, proceed with the weapon. I'll have the Chief of Staff provide you with a situation report." Upon hearing this, a joyful smile immediately spread across Director Chiu's face. "Thank you, Commander Wu. I feel much more at ease with your assurance," Director Chiu said with a slight sigh of relief. He continued, "After all, consuming a large amount of rare materials in a short time is hard to justify without paperwork if the inspection department inquires." A faint smile appeared on Wu Shangwu's face as he nodded lightly. "All right, roll up your sleeves and get to work. Make sure the sword is crafted within a week. Then, arrange for it to be sent directly to Moda University." The words "within a week" made Director Chiu frown slightly, but he straightened his back immediately and saluted Wu Shangwu. Understood. I guarantee the task will be completed. Witnessing this, Qin Xia was secretly amazed. Wu Shangwu's straightforwardness exceeded his expectations. As the other party said, no matter how precious the weapon, he offered it without hesitation. Once Director Chiu left, Qin Xia immediately saluted Wu Shangwu. Commander Wu, thank you so much. Qin Xia, this is something you earned through your hard work in the National College League. It's what you deserve, Wu Shangwu said, patting Qin Xia on the shoulder. However, I do have a personal interest in your progress. I hope that a talent like you can soon be on the front lines, contributing to the defense of our nation against the demons. After the Legion battle, I specifically inquired about you from Commander Huang of the Jiangbei Military District and learned why you refused to join the military district. Heroes have always cherished their freedom, and I understand that. Wu Shangwu's tone became more gentle. In a populous country like Longhua, there have always been strong individuals who are reluctant to join the military or be under strict control. To unite all forces, we have established a special combat unit system. The special forces have two main features. First, there is no captain, only team members, and they are not subjected to strict military management. Second, they operate on a bounty system, where members can choose their missions freely, and the higher the difficulty of the mission, the greater the reward. As he spoke, Wu Shangwu took a badge from his pocket. It was a shield-shaped badge with a black background and a silver dragon printed on it. This is the badge for a reserve member of the Longyuan Special Forces. The badge for official members features a golden dragon. Although the Special Forces generally require supreme-level strength, and you are currently only at an intermediate level, even with 3 awakenings, you would only be at an advanced level. However, an Ancient Millennium talent like you is destined to change the battlefield with your strength. Therefore, I made an exception and prepared this reserve member badge for you. Though it's a reserve badge, the rights you enjoy are the same as those of an official member. Wu Shangwu's expression turned serious as he handed the badge to Qin Xia. Qin Xia, I am now formally inviting you to join the Longyuan Special Forces. After listening to Wu Shangwu, Qin Xia felt a weight lift off his shoulders. A super-class sword worth 10 regular ones, along with a special forces team that wouldn't restrict his freedom, there was truly no reason to hesitate. He received the badge with both hands, stood up straight, and gave Wu Shangwu a crisp military salute. Wu Shangwu smiled with satisfaction and returned the salute. Qin Xia, from today on, you are a reserve member of the Longyuan Special Forces, number 001. He explained the badge's functions in detail. This badge contains a special chip that has been linked to your personal information. When entering military zones, showing this will confirm your identity. You can also scan the badge with your phone to access the encrypted mission webpage directly. After completing 3 professional awakenings, it's advisable to check the webpage. It not only has tasks, but also real-time updates on beasts and demon tribes. The details for Special Forces members are in your personal information section, and you can take your time to understand them. Wu Shangwu's tone turned solemn. I hope you, like the other members, will contribute to defending the country and eliminating the demon tribes. Qin Xia nodded solemnly. Back at Jing University, since they were all returning to their respective schools the next day, Qin Xia arranged a final dinner with Lu Chenghao and Lin Baiwei. During the meal, the 3 of them raised their glasses. Qin Xia and Lu Chenghao boldly declared, "See you in the martial world," while Lin Baiwei softly said, "Until we meet again." Returning to Moda University, Qin Xia had become a hero on campus, drawing the eager attention of the senior students. Although Bai Moyang wanted to take him to complete the 3 awakenings immediately, they decided to wait until after the commendation ceremony, as per Bai Lao's request. The commendation ceremony took place as scheduled 7 days later. Under the spotlight, Qin Xia received a series of awards. That afternoon, as usual, he went to the A07 combat arena to train with Fang Liyuan. Suddenly, a man in military uniform carrying a large iron box entered the arena. "Excuse me, which one of you is Qin Xia? There's an class weapon that needs to be handed over." "That's me," Qin Xia replied, eyes gleaming with anticipation as he stepped forward. Fang Liyuan felt a sense of déjà vu and thought he wouldn't be surprised anymore. After all, having been around Qin Xia for so long, what grand scenes hadn't he seen? It was just an class weapon. He smirked knowingly. Due to the extreme value of this class weapon, which is 10 times that of a regular class weapon, you need to undergo facial recognition to unlock the box, and then pick up the weapon for video confirmation, the military man said. Fang Liyuan's eyes widened instantly. What? One that equals 10. Even the well-informed Bai Moyang was intrigued and looked over with interest. Qin Xia approached the iron box, pressed the unlock button, and a beam of light scanned his face. After a few seconds, there was a click, and the box opened slightly. Qin Xia slowly lifted the lid, revealing an extraordinary sword. The sword was entirely jet black, seamlessly forged from the blade to the guard to the hilt, all using the same material. Its blackness was deeper than that of an obsidian greatsword, seemingly capable of absorbing light, and it exuded an intense, oppressive aura. Instead of a regular sword sheath, the hilt was wrapped with a dark cloth from the Black Coffin Dragon King, adding a touch of elegance and practicality. It could automatically secure the sword to the waist when not in use. Qin Xia picked up the black sword, and the blade immediately emitted a sharp, cold gleam. At that moment, he felt the same thrill and excitement he had experienced when first encountering the silver dragon eye spear. A sword made from ember's tone. Bai Moyang exclaimed in amazement. Qin Xia, did you have this custom made? After confirming the video, Qin Xia turned and replied, yes, teacher. Commander Wu from the North District said that no matter how precious a weapon is, I could have it as a reward if I requested it. So, I chose to have this eternal ember sword forged from ember's tone. Bai Moyang pondered for a moment and then smiled with satisfaction. Good, very good. This sword might be difficult for the average person to wield, but your hidden profession is already suited for dual-wielding a spear and a sword. If you achieve a third awakening and can master both magic and inner strength, you can fully unleash the power of the eternal ember. It can instantly melt weapons below grade, and even a grade weapon struggle to withstand it for long. Every clash with its grade weapon would cause damage. In your hands, this eternal ember is akin to a super grade weapon. Fang Liyuan was left speechless, shocked into silence. After a while, he finally stammered. Junior brother, how do you always manage to be so incredible? Qin Xia smiled and patted his senior brother's shoulder. It's just slightly better than a regular grade weapon. The key is that it complements the burning heaven domination sword technique that teacher taught me. Without such a powerful sword technique, I wouldn't have thought to customize this sword. Bai Moyang nodded approvingly. Liyuan, while weapons are important, they're not everything. As a senior brother, you should learn from your junior brother. Then he turned to Qin Xia. Now that the commendation ceremony is over and you have your new weapon, pack up early tonight. We'll set off for the third awakening secret realm at 7 in the morning. That night, Qin Xia returned to the villa to find the once empty room now filled with various items. He carefully took down the eternal ember sword, hanging it alongside the sword he used during the college entrance exams, and neatly arranged the medals he had received. Looking at the room full of achievements, he thought to himself, once I bring back Zhou Linger, I must share all these stories with her. The next morning, with warm sunlight spilling onto the ground, Qin Xia embarked on his journey to the third awakening secret realm. Half an hour after Qin Xia and Bai Moyang set off, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove out of the Magic University campus. Xia Siki sat upright in the leather-back seat, with sunlight streaming through the car window, casting a glow on her fair face. Despite her seemingly innocent and cute appearance, a sinister smile played on her lips. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on her phone screen, dialing a hidden number. After several transfers, a low, electronically altered male voice came through. This is the master of the Mayin Assassin Pavilion, Mayin. To kill someone, it's 10 million. Xia Siki's lips curled into a cold smile, her voice dripping with malice. No need to kill him. I want you to ruin his face, cripple all his meridians, and use curse magic to make his body decay beyond repair. Make sure he can never practice martial arts again, leaving him to waste away like a useless person. The eerie laughter of the electronic voice responded. Hee hee. All right, no problem. Soon, Xia Siki received a text message on her phone. The electronic voice chimed in again. Send the target's details to the email, transfer a 5 million deposit, and contact us once it's done. Xia Siki promptly sent Qin Xia's details and made the transfer. However, moments later, the phone rang again. Miss, the electronic voice turned serious. This is Qin Xia. He has the backing of the Lin family's third elder, Bai Moyang, and is a close friend of the Chu family's young master. Moreover, I was once a disciple of the Bai family, and Bai Moyang is my junior. Qin Xia is practically my nephew. Xia Siki sneered dismissively. Would a top assassin like the master care about that? The voice on the other end turned cold and menacing. Miss, you misunderstand. Back in the Bai family, Moyang and I were like brothers. His student is my student. The voice paused, then let out another eerie laugh. It'll cost more. 2 days later, on a bright morning, Qin Xia and Bai Moyang finally arrived at the 8 peaks of Lingxiao, located on the outskirts of Qinyang City. The area is surrounded by 8 towering mountains, with the military having set up the only entrance checkpoint. People from all over the country seeking their third awakening queued up here. As Qin Xia and Bai Moyang got out of the car, a commotion erupted. It's Qin Xia, the 3-time National College League champion. Female fans in the crowd eagerly made way, nearly causing chaos. Bai Moyang scanned the surroundings warily, sensing something was off. At the security check, he encountered an acquaintance, Captain Li, who had been managing the site for years and decided to voice his concerns. Captain Li, why is the security check so strict this year? There seemed to be a lot more patrols than in previous years. The man in his early 40s with short hair, standing before him, was none other than Captain Li, a level 5 advanced awakened. He adjusted his crisp military uniform and put on the standard expression of a soldier. Mr. Bai, you're always immersed in your sword techniques and might not follow the news. Since we caught the demons secretly infiltrating last year, management here has been completely upgraded. Now, all patrolling soldiers are at least level 1 advanced awakened, and the total force has quadrupled. The entire mountain is patrolled 247 without any blind spots, especially since the gate of the third awakening secret realm only appears at Lingxiao Peak and can't be moved. After passing through security, they arrived at the bustling Lingxiao Square at the foot of the mountain. The main road branched into 8 paths, each leading to a different profession's third awakening secret realm portal. On either side of the road was a vibrant commercial street, lined with shops, hotels, and restaurants. At the entrance marked Square Management Office, a little girl with pigtails was sobbing. A burly man with a longbow on his back gently comforted her. And wait here for Daddy. When the sun goes down, Daddy will buy you some candied hawthorns, okay? Nearby, a female staff member crouched down to patiently soothe her. As Qin Xia and Bai Moyang were drawn to this heartwarming scene, an elderly voice called out, "Moyang, my dear nephew, long time no see." An elderly man with white hair and a bent back but still strong arms approached. It was Duan Shijun, the vice president of the Dragon Nation Martial Artists Association. After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Duan introduced the tall young man with gauntlets beside him. "This is my grand disciple Huang Kai. He reached the third awakening at 21, which I thought was impressive, but seeing the young man beside you today has truly opened my eyes." After bidding farewell to Elder Duan, the two reached the intersection of the 8 paths. Just as they were about to head down the warrior's path, a couple of senior students approached and asked to take a photo with Qin Xia. After the picture, the girl shyly said, "Qin Xia, my boyfriend is also from Jiangbei, like you, and he practices with a spear. There aren't many warrior teachers at his school, and no one could accompany him here. Could he join you? It would be great if you could give him some pointers on his spear technique." Qin Xia was about to decline when a memory of Zhou Linger speaking up for him in a past life suddenly came to mind. If Zhou Linger wasn't from a prestigious family, and I didn't have any special abilities, would we end up like this couple? Qin Xia pondered as he watched the young couple before him. "Let's go together then." Qin Xia agreed with a nod. The girl immediately jumped with joy, while the boy thanked him repeatedly. Shortly after, the girl, being a magic practitioner, had to leave for another awakening site. "Sorry to bother you, Qin Xia," the boy said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "My name is Su Wuqiang, but you can call me A Chong. My girlfriend, Asian, is always thinking of me. She actually reached intermediate level 9 half a year ago, but delayed her third awakening to wait for me." Thinking of Zhou Linger brought a faint smile to Qin Xia's face. "So for her sake, you must pass the secret realm trial and complete your awakening today," he said, directing the words both to A Chong and himself. Along the way, Qin Xia explained the concept of gun intent in detail to A Chong. Although A Chong only understood bits and pieces, he was nonetheless amazed. Bai Moi silently accompanied them, occasionally looking back as if keeping watch for something. Meanwhile, Xia Siki stood leisurely in Lingxiao Square, licking her ice cream cone. "Qin Xia, don't think that having Bai Moi by your side will protect you. The master of Moin Pavilion knows Bai Moi too well. Today, if he makes a move, you're doomed." She covered her face, revealing a twisted smile. "Just imagine, after struggling to complete your third awakening, at your happiest moment, suddenly losing all your martial power, turning into a cripple. What kind of despairing expression would you show then? Just thinking about it is exhilarating." By noon, the three finally reached the warrior's third awakening site, Warrior Peak. This massive pyramid-shaped peak was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, divided into 9 levels, with stairs on both sides leading to the summit. At the base stood a stone monument, where people were lining up under the guidance of official staff. "Qin Xia, that's the Divine Awakening Monument," Bai Moi explained, pointing at the stone. "The third awakening is different from the second. You need to touch the monument yourself to open the portal. You must convey in your mind the type and difficulty of the profession you wish to awaken, but whether the portal opens at the desired difficulty depends on your own strength. The rising golden beam is a manifestation of that strength. The higher it goes, the higher the difficulty of the portal you can open." Just then, a golden light shot up to the 7th level, illuminating a golden portal and causing a stir among those waiting in line. That's considered above average difficulty, about the limit for most people. The real challenge starts above the 8th level. Bai Moyang's voice came through clearly. "The higher the difficulty you challenge, the stronger your awakened profession's talent will be. A magic swordsman awakened at the mountain peak is far more powerful than one at the base. Of course, if you're not satisfied with the portal you open, you can choose to forego it and return later." He turned to Ah Qiang, who stood next to Qin Xia, speaking with a serious tone. "When you touch the divine awakening steel, stay calm. First, decide on the type of profession you want to awaken, a magical or traditional one. Then, focus your mind on the highest difficulty you can challenge and slowly release your power. Qin Xia and Aqiang nodded in agreement and moved to the back of the line. Qin Xia, why don't you go before me? Aqiang suggested. Maybe I can catch some of your good luck. Sure. Warrior professions are rare, and those who awaken 3 times are even rarer. In just 20 minutes, Qin Xia found himself at the front of the line. In an instant, all eyes on Warrior Peak were on this prodigious warrior from the Dragon Kingdom, eagerly anticipating the difficulty level of the portal he would open. Take your time, Qin Xia, an official staff member encouraged. Think it through before placing your hand on the steel. Qin Xia nodded slightly, setting his goal in his mind. A profession that combines magic and tradition, with the sword representing tradition and the spear representing magic. Difficulty level hell, pushing the limits. As his hand touched the steel, a massive red light erupted. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the light surged upwards, breaking through the 7th level and speeding towards the 8th without losing momentum. It's the 8th level, almost at the summit. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. But the red light didn't stop, continuing its ascent to the 9th level. At the foot of Warrior Peak, exclamations of shock echoed. People hurriedly pulled out their phones to capture this historic moment. However, when the red light reached the summit, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. 2 red portals crackling with electricity opened simultaneously. Within seconds, the electric lights of the 2 portals intertwined, unleashing a tremendous energy that ultimately formed a gigantic crimson portal above the mountain peak. This spectacle even drew the attention of everyone in Lingxiao Square. While the crowd was still in awe, Qin Xia suddenly leaped into the air, his spear emitting a chilling aura as he shot straight towards the sky. A silver flash shot up to the mountain peak, and Qin Xia's figure disappeared into the enormous crimson portal in an instant. Whoa, he really went in, gasped someone in the crowd. This kind of portal is just too unbelievable. Never seen anything like it in history books. What kind of secret realm could be inside? The crowd buzzed with conversation, their eyes filled with awe. Moi stood to the side, a slight smile on his lips. Qin Xia, the hell difficulty secret realm for traditional swordsmen awaits you with the remnants of an ancient sword god. His trials vary for each person, so I have no idea what challenges you'll face. I hope that by the time I return, you've completed your awakening. Before he finished speaking, Moi's expression changed abruptly, his face turning stern. He placed his hand on his sword hilt and vanished from the spot, chasing after a shadow flitting through the forest. Meanwhile, in the distant woods of Ba Lingxiao Peak, a group of dark figures looked up at the enormous red circle in the sky, sinister smiles appearing on their faces. At the base of Warrior Peak, Chang sprang into action as soon as Qin Xia entered the secret realm. While the crowd was still in shock, he quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone tablet. As an online game gacha player, he believed fervently in luck. Today, not only had he met Qin Xia for guidance, but it was also a pivotal moment for his awakening. Come on, my lucky charm, Chang shouted in his heart. A golden light streamed from the stone tablet, ascending to the 8th level, drawing envious gazes from passers-by. Overjoyed, Chang dashed up the steps. Ajun, I really did open the advanced challenge secret realm, Dragon Valley. I'll definitely become a powerful dragon knight. As Qin Xia entered the portal, a dazzling light obscured his vision. Seconds later, he opened his eyes to find himself in a vast wilderness, with endless mountains in the distance and several dragons soaring between them. A system prompt appeared. You have entered the Hell Difficulty Fusion Secret Realm, Sword God's Empowerment, Dragon Soul Forge. White smoke swirled in front of Qin Xia, revealing an elderly man with flowing silver hair. A silver-white longsword hung at his waist, his demeanor ethereal and otherworldly. Young one, I never expected that my lingering consciousness would witness such a miraculous scene in this secret realm, the Sword God's remnant said, gently stroking his beard. To think you could merge my trial with the Dragon Valley trial into a single realm, you're quite capable. Although Moi had mentioned the Sword God's remnant, seeing this enigmatic presence speak left Qin Xia surprised. Old Sword God, you flatter me. Perhaps it's just that my heroic spirit is a bit unusual, and that's why these different scenes were triggered. The Sword God's remnant's eyes glowed faintly blue as he scrutinized Qin Xia, as if trying to see into his soul. Dual cultivation of spear and sword? I see. He smiled faintly, though a trace of displeasure flickered in his eyes. Kid, if you had come to me today with just a sword, given the powerful aura you emit, I might have let you pass the trial directly. But since you wield both a gun and a sword with such arrogance, I'll have to thoroughly test your swordsmanship talent. The voice of the Sword God's remnant echoed with a hint of amusement. Take your sword down and prepare for the toughest trial. Before the words were fully spoken, the Sword God's remnant had already drawn a silver sword from his waist, its blade gleaming coldly. Seeing this, Qin Xia immediately gripped his black sword tightly, its blade shimmering with a deep luster. A system prompt appeared. Trial invitation from the Sword God's remnant. Do you agree to begin? Choosing no will result in failing the secret realm challenge and a forced exit from the realm. Without hesitation, Qin Xia chose yes, a decisive response that momentarily surprised the sword god's remnant. Kid, you're so confident without even asking about the trial? Qin Xia's gaze was sharp, his voice resolute. Old sword god, no matter what the challenge is, I won't back down. Even if it costs me my life, I will complete the trial. Bring it on. The sword god's remnant narrowed his eyes slightly, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who said you'd have to risk your life? I'm talking about testing your swordsmanship talent. Qin Xia was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. No need for combat? If you've managed to meet me, it proves you're an excellent warrior. Why fight again? The sword god's remnant spoke with a touch of pride. Though I am but a remnant, I am still a sword god. Winning against you is expected, losing would be laughable. Since it's a test of talent, fighting is unnecessary. Watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword god's remnant began to display his sword technique. The silver sword traced elegant arcs in the air, with sword energy floating like snow, devoid of sharpness, yet carrying a hidden chill, capable of freezing an enemy unknowingly and silently taking their life. Qin Xia observed quietly. His experience from reading countless novels in his past life told him that these reclusive masters often had eccentric personalities. Since the other party wanted to demonstrate, he might as well watch patiently. After a quarter of an hour, the sword god's remnant concluded his performance, the last wave of sword energy dissolving into snowflake-like light points that faded slowly. This sword technique, though not my strongest, is the hardest to master, the sword god's remnant said with pride. An ordinary person could watch it 1,000 times and still fail to grasp it, while a prodigy might clumsily imitate it after 100 views. Your trial is to fully execute this sword technique. Make no more than 5 mistakes, and I'll grant you half my power. 3 or fewer, and you'll receive 90%. With only 1 mistake, I will impart all my knowledge to you. When you fully awaken, you'll become the world's most powerful advanced swordsman. Hearing the trial details, Qin Xia couldn't help but smile. Old sword god, you said it yourself, no backing out. The sword god's remnant lifted his head as he sheathed the silver sword. Humph, as a dignified sword god, do you think I'd go back on my word with a kid like you? Qin Xia took a few steps back, focused his mind, and began to recall the sword techniques shown by the sword god's residual consciousness. As his unparalleled swordsmanship talent activated, each move crystallized vividly in his mind. He gripped the black sword tightly, and as he swung it, threads of sword energy, cold as ice, slowly emanated from the blade. The sword god's residual consciousness widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. How could someone master a sword technique to such precision after seeing it only once? He scrutinized Qin Xia's every move, paying particular attention to the most error-prone details. For a full 15 minutes, the sword god's residual consciousness watched unblinkingly, until Qin Xia completed the final stroke, causing snowflakes to drift down with the sword's momentum. This swordsmanship talent exceeded anything he had witnessed in his lifetime. From start to finish, every motion Qin Xia made was nearly flawless, with any critique only applicable to the most insignificant details. Old sword god, I've finished practicing, Qin Xia called out. The sword god's residual consciousness, immersed in astonishment, finally snapped back to reality, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It seems the arrogant one is not you, but me. Despite your dual mastery of spear and sword, you possess a swordsmanship talent that surpasses any swordsman I've encountered in my lifetime and in the thousands of years since. Merely practicing sword techniques is insufficient to exhaust your universe-like vast talent. Before he finished speaking, the sword god's residual consciousness extended 2 fingers towards Qin Xia's forehead. Golden ripples spread through the air, and a surge of immense power flooded into Qin Xia's entire being. This power, like countless streams, rapidly coursed through his limbs and body. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, Qin Xia felt a profound transformation within, a massive yet not fully unleashed power filling him. A system panel popped up with a notification. Congratulations. You have completed the Sword God's trial. You have received the Sword God's empowerment. As Qin Xia looked up again, the Sword God's residual consciousness began to gradually fade away, a look of relief on his face. Before disappearing completely, his voice echoed across the wilderness. Stand proudly at the mountain's peak, and the mightiest dragon will come to seek you. Qin Xia respectfully bowed and clasped his fists. Thank you, old sword god. He then sheathed his sword at his waist and strode confidently towards the distant, towering mountains. Meanwhile, Bai Moyang pursued into the forest, moving quickly towards the rustling sound. After passing through the dense woods, he spotted a figure clad in a dark cloak and mask. The figure, unfazed, leapt gracefully onto the treetops. The two of them darted swiftly through the forest until the imposing 8-fold Lingshao Peak became a distant speck, eventually halted by a wide river, bringing the chase to an end. Run, why aren't you running, master? Bai Moyang said calmly, his fingers gently caressing the long sword at his waist. Moing stopped and slowly turned around. He removed his mask, revealing a face covered in scars, and a slight smile played at his lips. Moyang, I still prefer when you call me Brother Feng. Upon hearing this, Bai Moyang's calm demeanor was instantly replaced by anger. He swiftly drew his sword, its tip pointed directly at Moing, his voice as chilling as ice. Su Lufeng, do you think you're still worthy of being called brother by me? Stop beating around the bush. You've been following us all morning, surely not just for old times' sake. Moing let out a cold laugh. Moyang, after all these years, to be honest, I used to hate geniuses like you the most. But not anymore. Now, I wish there were more young geniuses like you, so I could easily make a fortune. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, that girl is kind-hearted. I don't want your student's life, just to ruin her looks and her abilities. As for you, tonight, you'll stay here in the river with me, fishing. Bai Moyang said no more. His sword descended in an instant. Golden thunder roar. Dozens of sword energies, like flashes of lightning, tore through the ground, heading straight for Mo Ying. Mo Ying's figure flickered as he leaped toward the river. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Bai Moyang shattered, sending massive rocks tumbling into the once calm river, creating towering splashes. Amidst the spray, the figures of more than a dozen black-robed sorcerers appeared, their staffs, all aimed at Bai Moyang. Mo Ying stood on a large sheet of ice in the river, surrounded by another group of black-robed sorcerers. Moyang, who among the top ranks can defeat you in single combat? Since I lured you here, of course, I'm well prepared. Today you will die. As he spoke, blue light flickered, and the river surged violently, raising monstrous waves. At the same time, a large magical array lit up beneath Bai Moyang's feet. As the sun set, the fiery sunset painted the sky red. The surface of 8 Harmony Lingxiao Peak appeared peaceful. Qin Xia was still in the secret realm. Ah Chang had just completed his challenge and returned to Warrior Peak, his face full of joy. Huang Kai also finished his challenge and was lightly scolded by Elder Duan for being late. On Lingxiao Plaza, a little girl named In leaned against the window, gazing longingly at the old man selling candied hawthorns, grumbling, "Dad is so slow." However, in the distant woods, the scene was gruesome. The bodies of more than 20 members of Mo Ying's assassination guild lay strewn about, blood flowing into the river. The bodies of military personnel on patrol encircled the entire mountain peak, and the checkpoint was littered with even more dead. A massive transparent magical barrier silently enveloped the entire 8 Harmony Lingxiao Peak. In the hell-level secret realm, amidst the countless dragons swirling around the mountains, Qin Xia was following the guidance left by the sword god's residual consciousness before it disappeared, heading towards the highest peak. The air was filled with deafening dragon roars as flocks of dragons weaved and spiraled through the clouds, their sharp eyes fixed on this intruder, ready to launch a lethal attack at any moment. Yet Qin Xia remained undaunted, exuding a fierce aura like a fearless beast, resolutely pressing forward. By the time the sun began to set, he had finally reached the foot of the towering mountain. Looking up, he saw the peak was occupied by dragons of various shapes and sizes. Below the midpoint were primarily western dragons, massive creatures with thick scales and wings, resembling giant lizards. At the fog-enshrouded summit, the silhouettes of several eastern dragons appeared intermittently, their long, serpentine bodies gracefully gliding through the clouds. Just as Qin Xia prepared to ascend, a notification popped up on his system panel. The trial of Dragon Valley has begun. Gain the recognition of a dragon to obtain its dragon soul. Note: dragon soul powers cannot merge. Only one dragon soul can be acquired. The stronger the dragon's soul power. Warning: climbing the Divine Dragon Peak will trigger an onslaught by the dragon horde, which could result in severe injury or even death before exiting the secret realm. Extremely dangerous. These straightforward rules were exactly what Qin Xia hoped for. He sensed that the dragon's strength increased as he climbed, with those halfway up the mountain already at a special level. The dragon at the summit must surpass even that. For most, the overwhelming pressure alone would weaken their knees and sap their courage to climb. But Qin Xia's goal was to obtain the strongest dragon soul and awaken the most powerful profession. No matter how fearsome the strongest dragon was, he would not retreat. With a slight smile, the black coffin dragon king's straps on his back surged. As a spear appeared in his hand, he leaped into the sky. In an instant, the entire mountain erupted into chaos as the dragons roared in fury, their cries echoing throughout the valley. Countless dragons swarmed, filling the space from the mountainside to the peak, blotting out the sky. As Qin Xia soared midair, a shockwave of special-level pressure crashed down, shattering rocks and snapping trees in its path. However, his dragon courage and tiger might talent activated instantly, rendering the pressure ineffective. Subsequently, his 1 against 1,000 and invincible warrior talents triggered, boosting his strength by 3 tiers, reaching advanced 3rd tier. Qin Xia swung his spear, shattering the falling boulders into fragments, and using the momentum to leap again. targeting a black dragon of special level strength. As he landed on the dragon's back, its wings flickered with purple lightning that crackled along its dark scales, attacking him like a ravenous beast. Facing the terrifying purple lightning with devastating power, Qin Xia unhesitatingly tore off the demon-deflecting cloak from his back and held it in front of him. The purple arcs pierced through the cloak, striking his body like 1,000 arrows. Agony surged through him, but as long as he remained conscious, it was not a significant issue for him. His indomitable dragon might ability was immediately activated, and the severe injuries caused by the high-level lightning actually propelled his strength up 2 levels, reaching an advanced level 5. With this surge in power, his healing ability greatly improved, and the burns on his body began to mend. His fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. Gritting his teeth, Qin Xia swiftly moved along the black dragon's spine, quickly reaching its neck. Though unsure if he could use his dragon-riding talent to control this mighty high-level black dragon, he had no other choice but to try to break through the dragon swarm and reach the mountain peak. Stabilizing his stance, Qin Xia drew his everlasting ember sword, channeling all his strength into its blade. With a roar, he plunged the sword, imbued with spear-like force, into the black dragon's tough scales. A thunderous dragon roar echoed as the black dragon unleashed even more intense purple lightning, yet it failed to shake Qin Xia. The dragon thrashed wildly in the sky, trying to dislodge the intruder, but Qin Xia held firmly onto the sword hilt, continuously releasing sword energy to deepen the wound. Golden light surged from within Qin Xia, flowing through the sword into the dragon's body. After several tumultuous twists, the black dragon finally calmed, its eyes glowing with golden light. The dragon-riding talent had successfully activated. The purple lightning dissipated, and though white smoke rose from Qin Xia's body, a triumphant smile spread across his face. One hand gripping the black sword, the other holding a spear, he had become the master of this high-level black dragon. If the heavens block my path, I'll break through the heavens. If dragons obstruct me, I'll ride the dragons to ascend. With a slight shake of the sword hilt, as if piloting a fighter jet, the black dragon immediately changed direction, charging towards the dense dragon swarm. Man and dragon as one, their combined might surged, breaking through obstacles like a hot knife through butter, piercing through clouds and mist, reaching the mountain summit. Qin Xia withdrew the black sword, gently patting the dragon's neck in gratitude, then leaped onto the mountain peak's open ground. Recalling the words of the sword god's remnant spirit, he surveyed his surroundings before sitting quietly in meditation. Moments later, the sunset-tinted clouds churned violently, and a thunderous dragon roar pierced the sky. Emerging from the mist, a divine dragon appeared, its body half engulfed in flames, the other half covered in ice-like scales. From the heights above, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the skies, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that spread rapidly. In the valley below, 1,000 dragons responded by falling to the ground, while the dragon clans on the surrounding mountains prostrated themselves, pressing their heads to the earth in submission. Only Qin Xia remained unmoved. He slowly rose, gripping a black sword in his left hand and a spear in his right, standing proudly atop the mountain peak. How many years has it been since a fearless young human dared to ascend this peak? It's truly rare, indeed. A deep, resonant voice reverberated through the valley. Facing the divine dragon capable of human speech, Qin Xia remained calm. He had read in numerous texts that Eastern divine dragons possessed a divine nature, making conversation with humans unsurprising. Honored dragon, I have come seeking the power of the strongest dragon soul. If there are any trials, please commence them. Qin Xia spoke with a determined and composed tone. The divine dragon's eyes were a spectacle, one breathing fire and the other exhaling frost, exuding a fearsome aura. It gazed at Qin Xia for a moment, then let out a deep chuckle. Young one, by overcoming the 1,000 dragons to reach this peak, you have already completed the trial. Now, you may choose any dragon to forge your soul. In that case, may I choose you to forge my soul? Upon hearing this, the 1,000 dragons in the valley roared in rage, gradually subsiding after several minutes. The divine dragon's flames burned even brighter, casting a scorching glow upon the crimson clouds above. Of course, the dragon's voice was low, but a mortal body may not withstand my power. In the first minute, you will plunge into a lava inferno, your soul scorched. In the second minute, you will be cast into a deep freeze, your flesh frozen. This cycle will repeat 49 times. The dragon paused. Can you truly endure to the end? A smile played on Qin Xia's lips as he replied without hesitation. Yes, I can. The fire and frost in the dragon's eyes flickered simultaneously, seemingly impressed by the young man's courage. With your potential, you could easily gain power by choosing another dragon. Why take such a perilous risk? Qin Xia's eyes shone with unwavering determination, and the golden glow of heroic spirit surged around him. I've died once, in the most disgraceful way. Now, I want to break through all barriers, endure every hardship, and gain the strongest power. Then, I will stand tall and proud to meet the one who holds hope for me." With these words, Qin Xia tightened his grip on his black sword and silver spear, unleashing his strongest aura, ready to face the impending trial with fearless resolve. Facing the dragon's eyes, he let out a determined roar. "Only 49 times? Watch me hold out." In an instant, the dragon in the sky opened its massive jaws, and the entire mystical realm was engulfed in roaring flames. The dragon's silhouette vanished in the blaze, the valley crumbled with a loud crash, and countless flames erupted from fissures in the ground, transforming the realm into a molten inferno. Meanwhile, outside the realm on the Lingxiao Square, the setting sun had already dipped below the horizon. As the streetlights flickered on, a group of figures clad in black robes suddenly appeared at the main entrance of the square. They slowly pulled back their hoods to reveal sharp horns and pallid faces. It was a group of demons. One demon raised his hand and unleashed a gray-white magical beam, piercing through a bystander's chest in an instant. Demons! Demons have appeared. A shrill cry shattered the night sky, and the square erupted in a cacophony of screams. 30 demons grinned menacingly as they raised their hands toward the panicked crowd. Gray-white magical flashes filled the air, turning the square into a scene of chaos. These demons have the power of a level 6 elite. Run! The crowd scattered like a breached dam, shoving and trampling each other. Someone fell to the ground, unable to rise before being trampled by those rushing from behind. "Help! Someone save me!" The desperate cries echoed across the square. Inside the square's management office, a female staff member swiftly picked up a little girl, named Anon, from the window and hid in the innermost office. She opened a file cabinet and gently placed Anon inside. "Don't be afraid, Anon. Let's play hide and seek, okay? Stay quiet here and count to 100. Auntie will bring your dad to find you. If you win, he'll take you to buy candied hawthorn." The management office lobby was packed with panicked people, some anxiously seeking help, others angrily questioning the military and official security measures. Staff members futilely tried to make calls and send messages, but the magical barrier enveloping the entire Balingxiao Peak had severed all communication. Amidst the chaos, a group of people moved against the fleeing crowd, heading toward the demons. They were teachers from various universities accompanying students for their awakening, with the last few possessing advanced level 6 strength, while the leading 6 ranged from level 1 to level 4 elite. A level 4 elite mage wearing glasses raised his magic wand, pointing at the bloodthirsty demons. "Damn demons! Who gave you the audacity to cause havoc within the borders of our dragon nation? With teachers from all our major universities here, none of you will make it out alive today." As soon as the words were spoken, an elderly figure emerged from the demon clan's ranks. Fulian, the strongest at special level 6. His eyes conveyed a disdainful arrogance, as if looking down upon a group of insignificant insects. "Eric, Shaman, Gina," Fulian commanded in the demon language, "go in and find the human prodigy. It's been hours since the crimson portal lit up. He should have emerged by now. Remember, at any cost, this threat must be eliminated at the bud." Although those present couldn't understand the demon language, the sudden flight of 3 demons prompted a teacher to shout a warning. "This is bad. Stop them quickly." The teachers reacted swiftly, with the fastest-moving assassin instructor leaping into the air. At that moment, Fulian's eyes suddenly blazed with deep blue magical light, and everyone present clutched their heads in agony, collapsing to the ground. The airborne assassin lost his balance and plummeted. The weaker the individuals, the stronger the impact they suffered, with some even frothing at the mouth. Even the special level-ranked teachers in the front row were forced to kneel on one knee, their faces contorted in pain. "It's a mental magic attack," someone shouted. "Priests, use purification magic." The priests on the scene struggled through the pain to cast spells, providing some relief, though dizziness persisted. "A bunch of weak insects," Fulian said in broken dragon language, "just die." Immediately, over 20 high-level demons, ranging from level 3 to 5, charged at the crowd. Although nearly 100 teachers had the advantage in numbers, the interference from the mental magic severely hampered their abilities, putting them at a disadvantage as the battle began. Meanwhile, the 3 demons had reached the crossroads of the vocational secret realm portal. Eric, nearly 3 meters tall with a single horn like a rhinoceros, advanced level 9, frowned. 8 paths, 3 choices. Shaman, you're usually lucky, why don't you pick? Shaman, clad in green scales with 2 small horns, special level 1, flashed a sinister smile and casually pointed out 3 paths. It's your fault for not learning human script. Gina, with a broken horn and scarred face, special level 2, chided them. You can't even read the signposts. Eric laughed heartily. Dragon script is the hardest, don't be hard on me. No worries, Shaman's luck is great. The path he chooses will surely lead us to that human prodigy. With that, he headed towards the warrior peak, while Shaman chose the path to Fistmaster Cliff, leaving Gina standing at the crossroads. She gazed at the signpost pointing towards the mage's forest, hesitating, when suddenly a rustling sound emerged from the woods. Instinctively, she raised her hand, sending a grayish-white beam of magic towards the source of the noise. With a loud explosion, a thick tree trunk shattered, sending splinters flying in all directions. A piercing scream broke the silence. Behind the shattered trees, Xia Siki lay curled on the ground, clutching her bleeding arm. Gina was about to attack again, but was infuriated upon seeing the other's flawless face. She subconsciously touched the permanent scar on her own face, her expression twisting with rage. Damn human. Today I'm going to ruin that pretty face of yours. Gina shouted angrily, summoning a flaming longsword with a flash of magical light. Xia Siki recoiled in terror, her voice trembling. Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Xia family, one of the 8 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to harm me today, the Xia family will surely. Before she could finish, Gina flicked her wrist, and the flaming sword traced a searing arc, instantly igniting half of Xia Siki's face. Amidst her agonized screams, her cheek quickly turned blackened. Yet Gina didn't stop there. She grabbed Xia Siki's hair and used water magic to revive her. Human woman, don't worry, I won't kill you. Gina sneered coldly. I want you to understand what it means to live a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, at the foot of Warrior Peak, Aqiang had just emerged from the secret realm, immersed in practicing the new abilities of his Dragon Knight profession, when he realized it was late and that he needed to find Ajin. Just as he was about to set off, a large, panicked crowd surged from the road. There are demons. There's a high-level demon at the square. Everyone stay away. A wounded teacher struggled to break free from the crowd, gasping for breath as he shouted. The crowd erupted in cries. Where is Teacher Bai Moyang? Does anyone know where Teacher Bai is? The military has been wiped out. Only Teacher Bai can save us. All eyes quickly turned to Aqiang. Weren't you with Teacher Bai earlier today? Where is he now? Aqiang was at a loss for words, realizing that Bai Moyang and Qin Xia had not been seen. I don't know. The crowd closed in around him. This is a matter of life and death. Think carefully. If the demons attack, we're all doomed. At that moment, a towering demon with a single horn appeared at the road's entrance. Eric surveyed the panicked crowd with a menacing grin, summoning a massive battle axe with a flash of magical light. The demons are here. The scream triggered even greater chaos, throwing Warrior Peak into turmoil. Everyone, stay calm, the injured teacher shouted, bringing some semblance of order to the crowd. It's just a high-level 9th tier demon. We have nearly 100 advanced warriors here. What are we afraid of? Let's fight. At this moment, there were indeed nearly 100 senior warriors on Warrior Peak. Half of them were students like Aqiang, who had just completed their awakening, while the other half were accompanying teachers. Most of these teachers were at the advanced level 5, with the strongest only reaching level 7, still noticeably weaker than the demon clan. When the injured teacher shouted, the dispersed warriors quickly gathered towards the center. They instinctively formed a battle formation, and even Aqiang, who was only at advanced level 1, joined the back of the line without hesitation. His heart was filled with concern for the other secret realms, especially for Ajing's safety. Ajing, wait for me. I will get there as soon as possible. Eric, observing the unified human warriors before him, was not angered but instead displayed an excited smile. He thought to himself, Shaman was right. Facing human warriors heathen is truly exhilarating. With that, he raised his giant axe and charged towards the crowd. The warrior teachers quickly divided into several 10-man teams, adopting a siege tactic. When the first group was repelled, the second immediately filled in, their relentless attacks leaving Eric covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Just as victory seemed within reach, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Eric was suddenly enveloped in a strange red magical glow, and all his blood solidified, transforming into a blood-red armor. An rank longsword wielded by a sword master teacher struck heavily against the armor, but not only did it fail to cause damage, it also chipped. In the next moment, this teacher was sent flying with a single blow, crashing to the ground, and the blood he coughed up stained a large area of the ground red. That's his exclusive magic, the blood armor. Its defense is comparable to top-tier equipment. Normal attacks are useless. An experienced teacher recognized the move. Several magic swordsman teachers attacked simultaneously, their longswords igniting with flames as they slashed at Eric. Yet, their attacks only left shallow scorch marks on the blood-red armor. With a sweeping strike, Eric sent all the magic swordsmen flying. The remaining teachers, facing this nearly impenetrable defense, were drenched in sweat. Eric laughed maniacally and taunted in the demon clan's language. Though the warriors couldn't understand the exact words, the oppressive aura made everyone on Warrior Peak feel suffocated. Aqiang's hands trembled, fear threatening to overwhelm him. But thinking of Ajing possibly facing even greater danger, he forced himself to remain calm. I can't back down. I must deal with this demon quickly and save Ajing. Aqiang gritted his teeth, unleashing the full power of the ice dragon soul within him. The spear in his hand was instantly sheathed in a layer of chilling ice crystals, transforming into a razor-sharp ice spike. With a roar of fury, he launched himself into the air like an arrow, the spear aimed directly at Eric's throat. The icy gleam traced a fierce arc through the air, and the spearhead pierced Eric's neck. However, this lethal strike only penetrated to a depth of less than 4 centimeters. A mere level 1 insect dares to harm me? Eric raged, grabbing the spearhead with one hand and wrenching it out. Blood spattered briefly before a red magical glow solidified it, instantly healing the wound. In the next moment, Eric's powerful kick landed squarely on Aqiang's chest. Aqiang coughed up blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the hard mountain wall. With a thunderous crash, he slid to the ground, his vision gradually blurring. I'm sorry, Ajin. I should have come for you after awakening. Despair flooded Aqiang's heart. Eric leaped in front of Aqiang, raising his battle axe, casting a shadow like a grim reaper over the moonlight in Aqiang's eyes. It was exactly the 99th minute after sunset. Meanwhile, Qin Xia, experiencing the first cycle in the secret realm, was on the verge of mental collapse. The extreme pain wiped out all his memories and awareness, save for the clear image of a cute face that remained vivid in his mind, impervious to freezing cold or scorching flames. The dragon god initially had no expectations for Qin Xia, even as he endured 9 cycles without a change in perspective. Yet, from the 10th cycle onward, with each infusion of dragon soul power, Qin Xia's golden, heroic spirit shone brighter. By the 20th cycle, that golden spirit had formed a massive human shape. During the 30th cycle, Qin Xia, who previously struggled to maintain consciousness, opened his eyes, shocking the dragon god. As the dragon soul continued to merge with his spirit, his heroic power and fighting will rapidly increased, gradually adapting to the extreme pain. By the 40th cycle, Qin Xia was able to move freely within the secret realm, unfazed by the flames engulfing him. An ultimate warrior with an unbreakable will was being reborn in the crucible of ice and fire. On the 49th cycle, the gaze of the divine dragon shifted from shock to recognition, and then transformed into excitement and anticipation. It let out a roar that shook the heavens, dispersing the clouds to reveal its immense ice blue and crimson intertwined form. The dragon's body suddenly became ethereal, turning into a wisp of spirit that surged towards Qin Xia. He stood unwavering as the dragon's soul, imbued with the power of ice and fire, flowed into his body. His being, tempered by Fortinine trials, began to absorb and merge with this immense power slowly. In mere seconds, Qin Xia felt a profound transformation within. The system notification chimed in. Congratulations on completing the Dragon Soul forging. You have acquired the power of the extreme cold fiery Dragon Soul. The secret realm began to transform dramatically. The ground rose to form mountain ranges, while dense forests sprang up. Countless flying dragons appeared atop the peaks, bowing their heads and trembling their scales in a gesture of utmost submission towards Qin Xia, just as they had done to the divine dragon. As the secret realm started to fade, the power of the sword god within Qin Xia began to merge with the dragon soul. His energy channels opened instantly, and his inner strength surged as if unleashed from a dam. In mere seconds, his cultivation seemed to have progressed as though through a century of arduous practice, with his inner strength and magic perfectly interwoven like yin and yang. A golden aura once again enveloped him before receding, locking away all the power securely. The system notifications continued. Congratulations on your 3rd profession awakening. Current profession, Chaos Dragon Master. Strength increased to advanced Tier 3. Dragon Soul Realm, Awakening Realm. Ice Flame, unmatched magic combat technique. Limit breakthrough. Unlike the turbulent energy experienced during his 2nd awakening, Qin Xia now felt multiple energies coexisting harmoniously within him, able to intertwine or be summoned at will. He immediately checked his profession panel to explore the newly acquired abilities, basic warrior talents, the unique traits of an unmatched spear sword master, and the distinctive powers of the Chaos Dragon Master, such as sword energy and dragon soul power. As he was about to delve deeper into these newfound abilities, the secret realm completely dissipated, leaving only a blank space before him. It was precisely the 99th minute after sunset. On Warrior Peak, the moment Eric raised his battle axe, the teachers rushed out in panic. However, they were too far away, and even the fastest among them could only manage to get within a few steps of Eric. Just as everyone closed their eyes in fear, a bright red portal suddenly lit up behind the divine stone tablet. At the moment when the battle axe was about to strike Aqiang's neck, a resounding bang echoed as an icy silver spear intercepted the lethal blow. Eric's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden appearance of this human. Even though he hadn't used his full strength, how could a mere level 3 human so effortlessly block his attack? What puzzled him even more was the strange aura emanating from the newcomer. When he noticed the red glow behind the stone tablet, everyone held their breath, their eyes all fixed on Qin Xia. Lying on the ground, Qiang managed a faint smile, hope rekindling in his eyes. Kill the demons. Help me save Ajin. Qin Xia looked down at Qiang, completely ignoring Eric's presence. Don't worry. For every demon there is, I'll kill one. If there are two, I'll kill them both. Until they are all wiped out. Seeing the bright red portal, Eric suddenly realized and felt a surge of joy. Shaman, you were right. This human prodigy appeared later than expected, but with such an aura, having just awakened and already at level 3, he must be eliminated immediately. Eric's arms bulged with veins as he raised his battle axe and struck down at Qin Xia. The sharp blade embedded in the junction of Qin Xia's shoulder and neck, blood splattering. Gasps of shock echoed around. Qin Xia, however, Qin Xia, with a fierce expression like a demon, stared directly at the now terrified Eric. He was first covered with a thick layer of ice armor, then wrapped in a transparent chi armor. An all-out attack from a level 9 demon only managed to break through these defenses, leaving a shallow wound. A level 9 demon, is that all? Qin Xia sneered, raising the everlasting ember sword. The Undying Dragon's might ability activated, boosting his power to level 4 after being injured. With the dual enhancement of the everlasting ember sword and the ice flame unmatched demon combat technique, his destructive power soared to nearly level 7. In an instant, Qin Xia's magic and inner strength erupted, and for the first time, the black everlasting ember sword was engulfed in roaring flames. The unparalleled ice flame magic combat technique, sword technique, first form, spreading flames. The black sword traced a graceful arc through the air, with the eternal blaze flickering along its edge. As the sword flashed, Eric's right arm, clad in superior blood-red armor, was severed and fell to the ground along with the massive battle axe it held, creating a heavy thud. A piercing scream shattered the night. Eric staggered backward, clutching his right shoulder's stump with his left hand. He quickly summoned magic to staunch the gushing blood. Despite his efforts, the excruciating pain left his face pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down incessantly. Before he could retrieve his severed arm, Qin Xia dashed forward and delivered a swift side kick to Eric's chest. Eric was sent flying back dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. The astonishing scene left everyone present dumbfounded. The warrior mentors exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom how Qin Xia, who had just completed his awakening, could effortlessly cut through the supposedly invincible superior defensive armor. Is there a healer? Please attend to the wounded. Qin Xia's calm voice broke the frozen atmosphere. A flustered figure emerged from the crowd. I'm a healer. Thank you. Qin Xia replied curtly, then turned and walked toward the fallen Eric. No, impossible. Eric shouted in terror. That strike of yours was at most a high-level tier 7 attack. How could it sever my arm? Qin Xia ignored him. For him, it was no difficult feat even before his third awakening. He could pierce the scales of a superior black dragon. Now, this strike, infused with eternal blaze and concentrated internal energy, cut through the superior armor as easily as slicing through stone. Enraged, Eric leaped up, blood gushing from his severed arm coalescing into a blood-red battle axe in midair. He roared, swinging the newly formed weapon at Qin Xia. The unparalleled ice flame magic combat technique, sword technique, second form, surging heat. The black sword in Qin Xia's hand ignited once more with blazing flames. The dragon's magic and the sword god's internal energy merged on the blade, unleashing the astonishing eternal blaze. In an instant, the sky 100 meters high was lit up, and the distorted heat waves turned the night into day. The crowd watched in awe, mouths agape at this breathtaking scene. Amidst the flames, a faint voice whispered, "Truly, the greatest genius now? I can rest assured." Lying on the ground, Qiang looked at Qin Xia's godlike figure, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. In the engulfing flames, Eric's screams abruptly ceased. His body was instantly severed under the combined assault of the fierce energy and eternal blazing fire, leaving charred remains suspended in midair, which quickly turned into fine ashes that fell softly at Qin Xia's feet. The power of the sword strike far exceeded Qin Xia's expectations. He gazed at the ashes on the ground, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The surrounding crowd was still immersed in shock, their eyes darting between the lingering flames in the night sky and the black debris on the ground, trying to comprehend what had just occurred. It wasn't until Qin Xia flicked the black sword, extinguishing the flames on the blade and sending up wisps of white smoke, that the crowd snapped out of their daze. We won. That pile of black ashes was melted with just one strike. Deafening cheers instantly echoed through the mountains. Meanwhile, in the office of the Lingshao Square management, a little girl named Anin was curled up, sobbing inside a dark file cabinet. She had counted to 100 times, yet neither her father nor the staff lady appeared. "Daddy, where are you?" At that moment, the battle on the square had become precarious. Under the interference of mental magic, The resistance fighters struggled to perform, with more than half already fallen. Only one fourth-tier special mage remained, and a few priests were barely holding on, ready to collapse at any moment. Atop a mountain of corpses, Flame looked down at the struggling people and laughed menacingly, shouting in broken draconic language. Weak humans, do you think you deserve to monopolize Blue Star? We demons not only have stronger bodies, but are also born with magic power, and we should be the rulers of the new world. Before he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a massive magic circle formed in the sky. Seconds later, dark magic orbs rained down like meteors, blasting less than 50 remaining resistors and turning the entire square into ruins. As the dust settled, only a few people remained standing. Anan's father lay in the rubble, muttering in despair. I'm sorry, Anan, Daddy might never be able to take you to buy candied haws again. Just as Flame was about to launch a new wave of attack, a loud boom echoed, and the barrier covering the eightfold Lingxiao peak shattered like glass. A streak of cold light cut through the night sky. It was a long sword, and standing on it was a seventh-tier special warrior. Its teacher Bai Moyang. Swordmaster Bai Moyang is here. In the night sky, Bai Moyang's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and with a swift motion of his fingers across his chest, surging energy condensed into 100 sword shadows, poised before the bright moon. Damn demons! How dare you come to our dragon kingdom to slaughter our people? Tonight, I swear you'll pay for your blood debts. Before Bai Moyang finished speaking, he raised his fingers slightly, and the moonlight flowed down like water. In an instant, 100 sword lights gathered at his fingertips, shooting towards the demon camp like meteors. The demon warriors quickly formed seals, and grayish-white hexagonal magic shields layered in the air. The leader, Fulayan, however, wore a fanatical smile, his golden eyes gleaming with excitement. Good, good. The records mention a human prodigy with an exceptional teacher. With you here, that prodigy must be nearby too. If I can capture both of you today, my decades of infiltration won't be in vain. Fulayan raised his hand to the sky, and a pitch-black magic circle quickly formed in the night sky. Meanwhile, Bai Moyang's 100 swords had already broken through the demon's defenses. The gray shields only resisted a dozen swords before being pierced, and the remaining sword lights rained down, instantly slicing the demons into pieces, leaving them no chance to use healing magic. The tide of battle turned abruptly. The survivors on the square erupted in long-suppressed roars. The fallen teachers struggled to their feet, and the previously hidden citizens emerged from the shadows. In no time, over 100 people surrounded the remaining demons. Don't let any escape. Make them pay for their blood debts. Kill them. However, Fulayan no longer cared about his comrades' lives. He used dark teleportation magic, appearing instantly high in the sky in front of the massive magic circle. Seeing this, Bai Moyang once again gathered his energy, and 100 moonlight sword shadows appeared before the bright moon. With just this many, you think you can stop my starfall destruction? Die, humans! Fulayan looked down at the ground, as lightning flickered in the magic circle, and countless black-purple magic spheres fell like meteors. The situation on the ground became critical. Archers, aim at the sky, support Swordmaster Bai. Anan's father gritted his teeth and drew his bow, as over 20 archers and mages raised their weapons. Bai Moyang gathered energy with one hand and raised the other towards the ground. As long as I'm here, I will protect everyone. Instantly, energy surged to the ground, and with a twist of his hand, nearly 100 swords rose into the air. Swords come! In an instant, the entire square erupted with excitement. Not only did the swords on the ground respond, but the sharp blades from weapon shops shattered windows like swarms of bees, cutting through the air with flashes of cold light. Bai Moyang stood on high ground, pointing towards the sky, controlling nearly 1,000 physical swords and swords of light formed from his chi. On the ground, mages waved their staffs, and archers' bowstrings thrummed. Countless arrows and magic projectiles shot skyward like meteors, creating a suppressive force along with Bai Moyang's formation of swords. In midair, energies of black and white clashed fiercely. Each collision produced deafening explosions, and dazzling magical beams lit up the Eight-Spirit Peak as if it were daylight. As the battle continued, flying swords were destroyed, but Bai Moyang quickly formed new swords from chi to replace them, maintaining his relentless assault. With the firepower support from the ground troops, they gradually gained the upper hand, and countless flying swords were closing in on Flynn's starfall magic array. However, Flynn was not flustered. Instead, he wore an increasingly fanatical smile. Foolish humans, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Exclusive magic, mental invasion. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Flynn's eyes emitted a strange magical glow. Bai Moyang suddenly felt an unusual energy invade his mind, rapidly eroding his consciousness, making the scene before him blur. His breath became erratic, and the weapons in the sky began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Flynn's smile grew even more deranged. But in this critical moment, Bai Moyang suddenly drew the flaming heaven sword from his waist and stabbed it into his own thigh without hesitation. The searing pain shot through his body like electricity, causing blood and cold sweat to flow simultaneously. He gritted his teeth, yet a resolute smile tugged at his lips. I promised to protect everyone. Flynn's smile froze instantly. Impossible. How can a weak human withstand my powerful exclusive magic? Bai Moyang, using the pain to forcibly regain clarity, brought his hands together in front of his chest and roared, "Return of the Thousand Swords." The wind-breaking star shatter sword and the flaming heaven sword rose in response, merging with the thousand swords in the sky to form a massive sword. With his hands clasped, he thrust forward, and the giant sword charged towards the magic array with unstoppable force. Flynn howled in rage, exerting all his power to activate the magic array. The number of dark energy spheres doubled in an instant, pouring down like a waterfall. The roar was incessant, but the giant sword cut through the darkness effortlessly, exploding with the brightest light in the night sky. Flynn was severed in half and plummeted from the sky. Bai Moyang stood alone under the moon, and the two treasured swords traced graceful arcs as they returned to their sheaths. We won. The ground erupted in cheers, and the crowd was ecstatic. On Warrior Peak, Qin Xia had just sheathed his black sword when strands of pale blue light began to rise from the scattered debris on the ground, gently drifting toward his body. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Advanced level 9 demon magic has been absorbed. Current Dragon Soul Realm progression is at 110. It further explained 3 key points. The stronger the demon, the higher the quality of magic, and the faster the progression. Conversely, the weaker the demon, the slower the progression, and the higher the Dragon Soul Realm, the more magic is required. As the magic merged into his body, Qin Xia felt his previously depleted energy quickly restore, and the mental fatigue vanished. A thought crossed his mind. In that case, on the battlefield, couldn't I continuously replenish magic by slaying demons? Just as the crowd began to surge toward Qin Xia, a massive dark magic array unfurled in the sky. Countless dark magic energy spheres emerged from the array, emanating a chilling energy wave. Ultimate magic. It's that level 6 demon. He wants to destroy the entire Lingxiao Square. With Teacher Bai Moi absent, no one can stop this. Panic-stricken voices rippled through the crowd. Only then did Qin Xia notice Bai Moi's absence. Although he was confident in his ability to withstand a level 6 ultimate magic, protecting everyone in the square was beyond his capability. As he prepared to act, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Nearly 1,000 swords, bathed in moonlight, streaked across the night sky like silver meteors, targeting the magic array. It's Teacher Bai Moi. The proud swordmaster has intervened. Cheers erupted across the square. Watching the myriad of flying swords converge and effortlessly shatter the overwhelming magic array, Qin Xia couldn't help but reflect. Even though I can slay a high level 9 demon with a single strike, the gap between me and a true top-tier master remains significant. As he leapt down, his spear slicing through the cold wind toward the mountain's base, an object plummeted from above, landing before him and creating a small crater. It was the gravely injured and dying Flynn, struggling to crawl on the ground. Flynn's eyes flickered with a crazed magical light, a sinister grin forming at the corner of his mouth. A high-level brat. To meet me, Flynn, a demon lieutenant. This is your fate. Before he could finish, Qin Xia's spear had already pierced through his skull. The cold air surged forth, instantly freezing half of Flynn's body into solid ice. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, the demon general widened his eyes in disbelief at the human standing before him, seemingly unaffected by magic. Qin Xia swiftly pulled out his spear, giving it a light shake to clean off the blood. At that moment, he noticed the remaining half of the demon's body slowly releasing magic energy, which drifted like smoke towards him. A system notification appeared. Absorbed 50 of the magic power from a grade 6 elite demon. Current Dragon Soul level progress, 510. Only this much. Qin Xia's eyes widened in surprise, recalling the demon's claim of being a demon general. The quality of the magic energy was indeed befitting of such a rank. He could feel the magic within him, nearly overflowing. Just then, a streak of white light tore through the night sky. Qin Xia. Teacher. Both master and student expressed mutual surprise. Bai Moyang said with satisfaction. Awakening and already gaining strength? As expected of my student. But he quickly turned serious. Now's not the time for this. I need to find the demon's remains and completely destroy it. Qin Xia pointed to the ice block on the ground. It's right here. He claimed to be a demon general, so I didn't hesitate and took him out with a single strike. Bai Moyang nodded with a complex expression. Well done. I've cleared the demons in the square, but I've heard some infiltrated the awakening grounds of various professions. The Warrior Peak should be safe now, right? Qin Xia nodded gravely. Many were injured, and Chong was badly hurt, but I arrived in time to save him. I managed to kill that high-level grade 9 demon. Bai Moyang showed a look of surprised satisfaction. A grade 4 taking down a grade 9, as expected of my student. Don't carry too much burden. No one expected the demons to infiltrate so deeply. Since you can handle a high-level grade 9, let's split up and eradicate the remaining demons. Teacher, I promised to Chong I'd rescue a Jun. I'll head to the mage forest, Qin Xia said seriously. Although he wanted to ask about sword flying, now was clearly not the time. Bai Moyang, considering the weaker combat ability of support professions, decided to head to the priest area. Meanwhile, in the mage forest, under a massive magic tree, the only elite mage had already fallen. A dozen practitioners were trapped in ice, their faces exposed and full of wounds. Gina, licking the blood off her dagger, slowly approached the terrified Ajun. Help me, Achong. Ajun cried out in despair. Gina barely understood the word help, which only excited her further. Little girl, scream all you want. No one will come to save you. As she raised her dagger, ready to scar Ajun's face, a dazzling burst of firelight streaked across the night sky, swiftly severing her dagger-wielding arm. Who? Gina exclaimed, her face filled with shock. She quickly retreated, ignoring the severed arm on the ground. Standing amidst the blazing flames was a young man with a flaming sword, his fierce gaze locked onto her like a vengeful specter. Instinctively, she touched the scar on her face, a permanent mark left by a human swordsman with a burning blade. This young man, able to unleash flames from such a distance, was not to be underestimated, even if he was only of advanced strength. She leapt back repeatedly, swiftly putting a safe distance between them. Under the magical tree, hundreds of frozen people saw Qin Xia and reacted differently. Some cried tears of joy. Thank goodness. Someone's here to save us. Others, recognizing Qin Xia, were skeptical. Didn't he just awaken today? Even if he's awakened, he's only at an advanced level. How can he deal with a special grade demon? That strike severed the demon's hand, probably because of that grade sword. Unable to use detection magic due to being frozen, the magicians could only judge with their eyes. Voices of doubt rose. What are the military and officials doing? Sending only an advanced level student. Where's Bai Moyang? Why hasn't he come to rescue us? Qin Xia, why didn't you go for her head? You wasted the chance for a sneak attack. The noisy voices were irritating. Qin Xia slashed at the night sky, and the deafening roar silenced the crowd instantly. It's fine to doubt me, but did you see the countless flying swords outside? My teacher is desperately fighting a special grade level 6 demon. Should he abandon thousands to save you? Among the crowd, a Jun spoke first. I'm sorry, Qin Xia. I know you severed the demon's hand to save me. If anyone's to blame, blame me. From afar, Gina pieced together enough from the snippets to mock. Pathetic humans, both foolish and selfish. Her expression changed suddenly as she pointed at Ajun, conjuring a blue magic circle in midair, from which a meter-long ice spike hurtled forth. In an instant, Qin Xia appeared in front of Ajun, slicing the ice spike to pieces with his sword. I promised Chong I would save you. Don't worry, he's fine. Hearing this, the strong-willed Ajun finally broke down in tears. Before Qin Xia could finish speaking, hundreds of ice spikes were already hurtling through the sky towards them. If you can save one person, would you save 100 as well? As soon as this question was raised, countless ice spikes suddenly descended from the sky. The frozen people stared wide-eyed in terror, their screams echoing all around. Without hesitation, Qin Xia unleashed the second move of the ice flame unmatched magic sword technique Heatwave Surge. The black sword sliced through the night sky, releasing a tide of blazing flames that warped the air 100 meters high. The ice spikes evaporated into white mist under the intense heat. Yet the battle had only just begun. The second, third, and fourth waves of ice spikes followed in rapid succession. Qin Xia maintained a steady rhythm, swinging his sword repeatedly to release flames and neutralize every threat. The trapped mages watched, transitioning from initial shock to smiles of relief, their cheers rising. Well done, Qin Xia. As expected from Bai Moyang's student, the three-time National University League champion. Those who had doubted him lowered their heads in apology. I'm sorry, Qin Xia. I was blind to your abilities. I'm worse than a dog. But Qin Xia paid no heed to these voices, his focus entirely on Gina in the distance. This Tier 2 elite demon warrior was far more threatening than a Tier 9 high-level magical beast. Not only was she powerful, but she also understood tactical thinking. From the moment her arm was severed, she showed no panic, quickly gaining distance. Even as her attacks were repeatedly thwarted, her expression remained calm. In the instant Qin Xia pondered her intentions, the number of ice spikes in the sky suddenly increased tenfold. A sinister smile finally appeared on Gina's face. Little brat, humans can't release magic as freely as demons. Facing a tenfold surge of magic, even if you can react, your body won't keep up. She exploited Qin Xia's brief hesitation, closing in swiftly on flowing ice. An ice hand formed at her severed arm, reaching for the black sword, while the dagger in her other hand aimed for Qin Xia's chest. This was a meticulously calculated fatal strike. If Qin Xia chose to save others, he would die. If he chose to protect himself, hundreds would perish. However, Qin Xia's response defied Gina's expectation. She swung his sword downward with one hand, while the other had already grasped a spear, which he hurled fiercely into the sky. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.